suffer no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night no be cheap. It's just again. Everybody be there. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, I go chop back. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, we be the Mugu, I be the master. Oh, Iboma, I go chop your dollar, I go take your money, disappear. For one time in love, we be the Mugu, I be the master. The refinery, the contract, now you wife. But you must pay me some more money, make I bring her. You be the Mugu, I be the master. When you go play wayo, they go say na you style. When countryman do Igbo, they know the shout. All I kill I die. Whatever you go ban is greedy. I say it's greedy. I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my miracle, I go show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the Mugu, I be the master. The refinery, the contract, now you wife. But you must pay me some more money than I bring up.
And there it is right there. So I'm not quite sure why I'm free floating. I shouldn't be free floating. I should be. So yeah. So there it is. So there it is right there. Here I am. Before we do anything, apologies for the title of the session. It's not even me pushing back the empty heads and the obedience. Is actually the subject matter that we're discussing. Bismarck Rewane. He's the one who said he doesn't want brainless people engaging with this conversation. So I'm not the one asking brainless people not to be involved. I'm for everyone. Of course, as a streamer, I want as much viewership as I can possibly get. So it is not in my interest to try and exclude anybody, whether they have a brain or not. But it is actually the subject matter, the person central to this video that we're going to be reacting to. He's the one that said he doesn't want brainless people interacting with his content, with his with this conversation. So apologies to the obedience for all that. I'm not the one excluding you. It's the subject matter that we are reacting to that is excluding you. So good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. Protocol, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, super chat towards the stream, all of those things that usually stay, all of those things that I usually stay, not still, all of those things that I usually say, they still apply. So like, share, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, super chat towards the stream. So this is going to be a snapshot little session. So we actually happened upon this session when we were doing that yesterday afternoon mini stream. So we brought this up in order then to make a particular point, but the conversation going on in this video we're about to react to, the conversation going on in there is so compelling that we decided then to make a reaction video to it the following day, which is now today, which is now what is happening now. So we're going to be reacting to Rewane Bismarck, or Bismarck Rewane's his take on the state of play regarding the Nigerian economy. So here is Rewane Bismarck, or Bismarck Rewane. So let's just get to it. And immediately he will put that exclusion clause. So before he starts talking, so listen very carefully to the guest on this video we're about to react to. Listen very carefully to him. Before he starts sharing his thoughts, he will put an exclusion clause that excludes people without a brain and excludes the obedient space. So listen very carefully. He's going to put an exclusion clause that excludes people without a brain and excludes, which by extension, really people from the obedient space. So let's just get into it.
All right, we begin in Nigeria. Back in November of 2024, the Managing Director, CEO of Financial Derivatives Company Limited, Mr. Bismarck Rewane, did say that the Naira would be trading at about 1,550. It's actually done even better than that. As of the end of last week, February the 21st, week on week, 1,502 on the foreign exchange market, about 1,510 on the parallel market, gaining about 2%. At one point, there was even a convergence. So February has been a pretty healthy month for the Naira against the US dollars. The reserves, 38.73 billion as of February the 20th. Year to date, they are down about 5% versus 40 billion, which we started with at the beginning of the year. Import cover about 9 months. And the current account balance, according to Central Bank Governor Olayemi Cardoso at the last MPC meeting, which was the first one for this year, $6.06 billion as of the third quarter of 2024. Here is our conversation with Mr. Bismarck Rewane about the stability of the Naira so far this year.
If you want to make a full-time income from home working part-time, you need to know this one concept, because there is a new and better way to make money.
It's critical for macroeconomic stability, and let's get that straight. But I want to start this
third quarter of 2024. Here is, according to Central, as of February the 20th, did say that All right, we begin in Nigeria. Back in November of 2024, the Managing Director, CEO of Financial Derivatives Company Limited, Mr. Bismarck Rewane, did say that the Naira would be trading at about 1,550. It's actually done even better than that. As of the end of last week, February the 21st, week on week, 1,502 on the foreign exchange market, about 1,510 on the parallel market, gaining about 2%. At one point, there was even a convergence. So February has been a pretty healthy month for the Naira against the US dollars. The reserves, 38.73 billion as of February the 20th. Year to date, they are down about 5% versus 40 billion, which we started with at the beginning of the year. Import cover about 9 months. And the current account balance, according to Central Bank Governor Olayemi Cardoso at the last MPC meeting, which was the first one for this year, $6.06 billion as of the third quarter of 2024. Here is our conversation with Mr. Bismarck Rewane about the stability of the Naira so far this year.
It's critical.
All right. So I want you to pay particular attention to what he says next. So what he says next is what you're seeing in the title and the thumbnail of this stream. So what Bismarck Rewane says next is to put an exclusion clause in the conversation that is about to have. And that exclusion clause is to exclude Peter Obi supporters and people without a brain from being party to his conversation. So he tells us frontally then that he doesn't want the Obi followership, which by his definition are people without a brain. He doesn't want them in his conversation. So he puts the exclusion clause. It's going to say it now. So he puts the exclusion clause at the start of the conversation.
For macroeconomic stability, and let's get that straight. But I want to start this discussion today with the quotes. One quote, very important,
of MLK.
MLK.
So here is the exclusion clause right here. So here is a real. I just dropped that here. So what you're seeing on your screen now, just as soon as I bring it up, is the guest saying frontally that he doesn't want Peter Obi supporters in his conversation. So nothing in the world is more dangerous than sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity. So that's the exclusion clause right there. He hammers down still on it. Not ignorance, but ignorance of ignorance is the death of knowledge. So he's saying then that he wants to have a conversation with people with functioning brains, and he doesn't want the noise from the obedient space.
Okay, Martin Luther King Jr. Nothing in the world is more dangerous than sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity. Second quote, not ignorance, but ignorance of ignorance is the death of knowledge. That's by Alfred Whitehead.
Yeah.
But then I go further and make it domesticate this discussion. Chief Awolowo said that he who does not know and knows that he does not know is a wise man, teach him. He who does not know and thinks that he knows is a dangerous man, avoid him. Okay, so that's
the exclusion clause right there. So that explains then the thumbnail to the stream, the guest itself, the subject matter that we're about to react to. He said he doesn't want to be supporters in this conversation.
plays into the thing. And I think we need to start today by looking at what the core mandate of the Central Bank of Nigeria is. Okay. From their site, and I quote, ensure monetary and price stability. 2, issue legal tender currency in Nigeria. 3, maintain external reserves to safeguard the international.
So for those of you that have all these funkified ideas of what the central bank is or is not, these are the core. This is the what you are looking. These bullet points that you're seeing on your screen right here. That is the mission statement of the central bank. That is what the Central Bank of Nigeria, and really by extension, virtually all the central banks globally, these are their core mission statements. Their the remit of their existence. This is what they were formulated, put in place to achieve. Ensure monetary and price stability, issue legal tender currency in Nigeria, and that applies to every other country. The American Central Bank, if they have one, or whichever country's central bank, they issue the currencies. Maintain external reserve. So this is the part that you really need to have a real grasp of if you want to know what is going on within the Nigerian economy. And these are the core mandates of the central bank, by the way. These are not instructions from the government institution. When the central bank was formulated, was put in place, whenever that was, this was the core mandate, the core mission that they were set forth to achieve. Maintain external reserve to safeguard the international value of the legal tender currency. So what that means essentially is to maintain a robust, is for you to, essentially, let's localize this to your individuality. The more you build your wealth, the more confident you are and the more seriously people take you. That's just the basics of life. So if you were worth $10 million on the streets of Lekki, people will accord you more reverence than if you were worth 10 Naira. So that's what that means. So if you transmute that basic understanding into the financial space, what this highlighted, where I'm circling my cursor around here, where this highlighted mandate, what is seeks to enforce, what the mission statement that this seeks to achieve. Maintain external reserve to safeguard international value of the legal tender currency. So maintain a robust savings in international money, dollars mainly, which is the reserve currency of the world. So maintain a robust dollar savings in order then to insulate the value of your domestic currency, and also by extension to use that reserve to defend it. So this is the mission statement of the central bank. So forget that. This is why we're excluding the obedience from this conversation, because I don't think they have any grasp of any of these things. But these are the core mandates of the central bank, not instructions from the government institution at the moment. This is what the central bank was formulated to achieve: ensure monetary and price stability, issue legal tender currency in Nigeria, maintain external reserves to safeguard the international value of the legal tender currency, promote a sound financial system in Nigeria, and act as banker and provide economic and financial advice to the federal government. So they're the government bank, just like you bank with UBA or whatever, the Nigerian state banks with central bank. So those are the core mandates of the central bank. So you need to have you need to have a sufficient enough understanding of these things on the screen now, in order then to have a reasonable grasp then of what is going on within the economy.
Value of the legal tender currency. And 4, promote a sound financial system in Nigeria. And finally, act as banker and provide, and I quote, ensure monetary and price stability. 2, issue legal tender currency in Nigeria. 3, maintain external reserves to safeguard the international value of the legal tender currency. And 4, promote a sound financial system in Nigeria. And finally, act as banker and provide economic financial advice to the federal government of Nigeria and banker to the banks. The most important mandate here is maintain external reserves to safeguard the international value of the legal tender currency.
Right.
So when you now say that the Central Bank of Nigeria, or by extension, the federal government of Nigeria, is intervening to safeguard, to stabilize, to protect the value of the Naira, that is exactly what they're supposed to do.
Okay.
So I think that's the first thing. Secondly, I want to establish here clearly that understanding what happened.
So be clear on that, because we've had some rather slow of wit elements come on this platform to come and say, oh, they are using the country's reserve to defend the value of the Naira. That is exactly, you numbskull. You know, that is exactly what the central bank, it was formulated. That is their core remit. That is exactly what they are meant to be doing. The foremost job of the central bank is to defend the value of the Naira, because that then insulates the economy, it enhances the purchasing value of the citizenry, and it brings a more robustness to the economic space. So that is the central core of their remit. But then, of course, these people don't understand it. That's why we're excluding obedience from this conversation.
Is as consistent with the objective 3. That is, what is the fair value of the currency?
Right.
When you stabilize, to protect the financial system, the core mandate of the Central Bank of Nigeria is, from their side, and I quote, ensure monetary and price stability. 2, issue legal tender currency in Nigeria. 3, maintain external reserves to safeguard the international value of the legal tender currency. And 4, promote a sound financial system in Nigeria. And finally, act as banker and provide economic financial advice to the federal government of Nigeria and banker to the banks. The most important mandate here is maintain external reserves to safeguard the international value of the legal tender currency.
Right.
So when you now say that the Central Bank of Nigeria, or by extension, the federal government of Nigeria, is intervening to safeguard, to stabilize, to protect the value of the Naira, that is exactly what they're supposed to do.
Okay.
So I think that's the first thing. Secondly, I want to establish here clearly that understanding what happened is as consistent with the objective 3. That is, what is the fair value of the currency?
Right.
When you do the PPP analysis, it comes out at 1,102.15.
Okay.
In other words, the Naira is 26.35% undervalued. If you intervene to protect and overvalue.
All right. So this is another space that you that I want you to pay a special attention to. So it's telling you that from all, because it's brought a spreadsheet in order to condense the figures to tell you then it's not speaking arbitrarily, but speaking to what the data is presenting. what it's telling you is that by all of the matrices that the data is bringing in, the Nigerian currency, the Naira, is undervalued. Do you understand? Not overvalued, but undervalued. So you have to understand the distinction between the two. So if it is overvalued, then there's no point in defending it. So you have to pull it back in order to let market forces establish a true value. But if it is undervalued, then you have to defend it because it's not a true reflection of where the economy stands.
Fair value of the currency.
Right.
When you do the PPP analysis, it comes out at 1,102.15.
Okay.
In other words,
so better, you see this spreadsheet on the screen right there. Those are the condensations of what the data are bringing in order then to arrive at a true value of the Naira. And where the economy stands at the moment should reflect approximately 1,100 Naira to the dollar. So it is trading then at 1,500 and a bit. So which then tells you then there's an undervaluation. So the value stands at that, is trading at a higher spec. So there is an undervaluation. So that is where the central bank has to come in to do whatever they need to do to align the market value of the Naira with the economic activities and the robustness of the Nigerian economy. So that is what Bismarck Rewane is explaining.
The Naira is 26.35% undervalued. If you intervene to protect an overvalued currency, that is bad. That's negative. But if you intervene to support an undervalued,
right, I don't expect, you see, this is why we're excluding people without a brain, because this particular stream is for people who understand the nuance. You don't even have to be an economic expert, but you need a functioning brain. But what you don't need is to be just some wild animal and just say, Tinubu. No. That's not what we're doing today. We're speaking to raw data and the interpretations of it and how government policy is driving the economy and whether that is good or bad. So that's what we're speaking to in this session. And that is why we're excluding the obedience, who are just raw meat eaters who just want to cannibalize everything.
Currency, you're actually bringing the currency back from its misalignment to its alignment. So that is what the Central Bank of Nigeria is doing. And 5% undervalued. If you intervene to protect an overvalued currency, that is bad. That's negative. But if you intervene to support an undervalued currency, you're actually bringing the currency back from its misalignment to its alignment. So that is what the Central Bank of Nigeria is doing. And we applaud them for doing that, because for good reason too.
Yeah.
Right? And you say, ours is a currency that's embattled. So let us start by understanding what it means.
Okay.
There are a couple of things. One, there are 5 rates or 6 rates before now. The market was in various segments. There was a price discriminating monopoly where the central bank was selling at a particular rate and people were selling back to the central bank at a different rate. Now, what the central bank set out to do, and we applaud them for that, is the fact that they now decided to desegment the market, to open it up, make it transparent so that there can be price discovery for fair value and efficiency, and had all these policies about zero.
Okay, so for all that highfalutin technicalized words that Rewane Bismarck, and by the way, Rewane Bismarck is not affecting superiority or whatever. That's just the language of the industry that is in. But when he's saying, oh, open up the market space to encourage, to induce price discovery. So what is essentially saying there is to let willing buyer, willing seller, that's the policy positioning that the Central Bank of Nigeria is policy positioning in order to push back bad actors within the space, to policy them out, and to streamline policy in order then to give the Nigerian currency a fighting chance to establish a true value. So that is a market-led sort of policy positioning. So that's a market-led. So that's essentially what it's explaining. It's essentially government policing in order to create an environment where when it says market discovery is actually the Naira establishing itself. When they say willing buyer, willing seller, I want to sell you a piece of agbalumo for 1,000 naira. You feel that piece of agbalumo is not worth more than 10 naira. I put it at 1,000. You offer me 10 naira. I come down. You go up, and then at some point we'll establish an equilibrium where I maintain a little bit of a profit, but you go with the satisfaction of value for money. So that's market equilibrium. So that is what Rewane Bismarck means when he's talking about market discovery. So don't be confused. Don't be befuddled by the highfalutin technical words, the isms and the schisms. Just listen to the core essence of what he's saying.
There are a couple of things. One, there are 5 rates or 6 rates before now. The market was in various segments. There was a price discriminating monopoly where the central bank was selling at a particular rate and people were selling back to the central bank at a different rate. Now, what the central bank set out to do, and we applaud them.
So what is said right there, I'm going to just take it back about 10 seconds. What is said right there, there were 5 market spaces. So the CBN was selling at a particular rate. People were selling at a particular rate to the CBN and to the market. So that is arbitrage right there. So arbitrage is a schism between true value and what somebody can obtain lesser than true value. So that's broadly what arbitrage means. So the policy now, they are policing in order to block those loophole spaces to give the currency a fighting chance. I cannot reduce the language any further than that. If you still don't understand it, ask me in the comment section, and I think I'll try and expand on it a bit more.
The central bank was selling at a particular rate, and people were selling back to the central bank at a different rate. Now, what the central bank set out to do, and we applaud them for that, is the fact that they now decided to desegment the market, to open it up, make it transparent so that there can be price discovery for fair value and efficiency. And I had all these policies about zero placement levels and all of that. That has achieved its objective. So the speculative instincts, right, and the arbitrage, regulatory and market arbitrage opportunities were reduced. Therefore, you saw some stability. But we must go back to see exactly what happened at this time last year.
Okay.
At this time.
So you have to understand what this guy is saying. He's saying that as a consequence of our government policy, they liberalized that space, they introduced transparency into it, they policed where the leakage spaces are, in order then to give the Naira a fighting chance to establish a true value. The value still fluctuates at an underrated, undervalued 26-point-something%, but it's starting to firm up to establish just a reflection of the robustness of the economy, the economic activities within that space, the demand for the dollar and the supply. So all of those factors go into establishing the actual true value of the Naira. But bad actors, people with monies in soccer ways, trying to transfer it into dollar at whatever value, currency traders, speculators, etc., they are trying to, and they are insulating those bad actor black hole spaces with policies to then give the currency a fighting chance to establish a value. This is what Rewane Bismarck is explaining. I hope it's not too high-minded for. I don't suspect my audience it won't be too high-minded for them. So that's why we're excluding the obedience. It will be too high-minded for them.
Instincts, right? And the arbitrage, regulatory and market arbitrage opportunities were reduced. Therefore, you saw some stability. But we must go back to see exactly what happened at this time last year.
Okay.
At this time last year,
yeah,
the Central Bank of Nigeria intervened for the first time with 400 basis points increase in interest rates,
Yeah.
which had not been done for a long time. The currency appreciated. The currency was already at 1,000 Naira and 10 Naira to $1.
This time last year.
This time last year.
Yeah.
It appreciated so rapidly that it got to 1,200. Right?
Yeah.
And we warned at that time, don't get ahead of yourselves like we're saying now. Because this happens. Markets just move, exaggerate themselves in the wrong direction. So it went that far, and everybody, had, applauded it. But one thing was missing. The central bank did not come up with a program as to a planned schedule of intervention. They did one intervention, that is an auction of 1.8 billion or something dollars.
Yeah.
Now, what the central bank has done ever since.
So you see that auction that Bismarck just mentioned there. It's a correctional auction. So when the market is in a particular place that the Naira needs to be defended, the central bank then goes into their dollar stock and then they will auction a set amount because they would have established, they would have calculated where the equilibrium is. So they would then go into their stock of dollars and auction a stock of dollars into that particular schism within the economic space in order to stabilize it. So that is what Rewane Bismarck is explaining. Just stay with me. Keep your brains high because you need to be switched on to understand what's going on.
Says us to take stock and decide to go about it in a very systematic manner.
Okay.
Now, if you look at the facts as they are,
The cash flow.
yes.
Yeah.
The foreign portfolio investors came in with about $10 billion, 30% of it. Exports gave us about $8.25 billion. The central bank itself got inflows of about $3.7 billion. And the corporates actually brought in about $9.7 billion.
And those inflows, by the way, from the central bank, this is where I'm circling here, is partly covered by the logo of Arise TV. But these inflows, $3.7 billion are from the central bank. If you want to understand what that is, those are taxes, levies, etc., that they apply to companies, local and international, working within the Nigerian space, your domestic remittances into the Nigerian economy, and the whole raft of revenue collection that accrues to the central bank. The culmination of that, $3.7 billion. So that's that. And that also, an addendum to that is the cooperates right there.
I was making a total inflow of $31 billion, which was commendable. What was it spent on? It was spent on foreign portfolio inflows that were settled, $5.5 billion. Imports, about $12.8 billion. Central bank outflows for other obligations was about 8%, which is $2.4 billion. And corporates, $9.1 billion. Over and above that, the central bank did pay back what they call the IATA blocked funds for airlines, cleared some of the frauds which were there, and in a very systematic manner, tried to restore confidence in the.
And by the way, that bit that Rewane said they pay back XYZ to the airlines and stuff like that, those are necessary. In order, let me first explain. There's a lot of heavy debts. You know, Buhari stole everything and he monetized every pocket of resources within that country and they looted it. So they passed on a heavy heavy debt burden to the now current administration. So the current administration is not weeping and crying about it, but those debt obligations still have to be met. Do you know why those debt obligations have to be met? Let me localize it to your individuality as well. So if you have bad credit, if you go to the credit market in order to source credit, they will do a reference check on your name to see what debt you've had in the past and how you have interacted with those debts. So if you have a high, if you have a bad debt record, if you have a bad debt management record, the credit lending spaces, they will still lend you money, but you have to go to the lower tiers of the lending spectrum and they will lend you some dubious sort of money at a very extortionate rates. So it's all about your credit rating. So this is why Tinubu is having to clear the debt of the Buhari administration. All those monies owed to airlines and all these pockets of borrowings. You hear that the government has cleared this and cleared that. It is really to realign the credit rating of the country. And if you look at the Fitch rating of Nigeria now, it's getting now almost to the top tiers of the westernized space. So that's what all of that is all about.
The currency coming from a very, very difficult background or period. So if you look at that next slide, will show you clearly what happened in
the chart, the exchange rate, the chart, right? What happened in 2024, yeah.
Where it depreciated to its peak, and came back, dropped sharply to 1125, and then started going back to 1630, 1505. That is interesting.
Yeah.
But what is important for investors is not the value of the currency, but the stability of the currency.
Right.
And therefore, when you intervene.
All right. So I'm going to scroll it back just a microsecond again, because anybody that followed this platform for more than 2 minutes, they would have heard me say these things, that what Rewane Bismarck now says, they would have heard me say it a million times. It doesn't matter what the exchange rate of the Naira to the dollar is. It does matter, but that is not the real central point. The real central point is stability, is to establish a resistance and a plateau, so that you understand then that the value of the Naira, it fluctuates between 1.5 to 1.6 to the dollar, 1.1 to 1.2 to the dollar, and it shows resistance at that space. So if the market understands where the resistance of the currency is, then they can make the adjustments in order then to enable their ongoing trade. So that is the thing. What does not serve the market is the skittishness of the dollar. So if you look at this chart on your screen right here, actually, it shows you then, this was around about April the 2nd, the Naira exchanging to the dollar 1,125, and then by as early as February the following year, it's 1,505. So the markets cannot function with that level of skittishness. So if this April, if this no, this is actually May, isn't it? No, that is April the 2nd. It's between April and May. So if this 1,100 here, if it had maintained, if this was 1,450 and it's ebbing and flowing up all the way up to 1,105, that's a resistance level right there. So it shows you then that the skittishness fluctuates at just a minimum, at a minuscule amount, so that then you can speculate that the Naira then is resisting then 1,450 to 1,500. So you can then permutate business within that. But if it's going from 1,125 to 1,505, then that does not enable business to project, to plan, to speculate, or to interact.
What is important for investors is not the value of the currency, but the stability of the currency.
Right.
And therefore, when you intervene to create stability, that is exactly what the role of the central bank and the markets are. And I think that is very, very important to understand.
Okay.
Well, what has happened in the last 2 days has been this cacophony on the internet and everybody. And I attribute one to ignorance, right? And that's why the quotes initially. But more than any merchants of fortune,
so he attributes the noise on the internet to ignorance. So you can see that it's even Rewane Bismarck that is telling us he doesn't want obedience interacting with this conversation.
Mercenaries on the internet who are saying things that they don't understand, one which we can pardon them for the ignorance. There's nothing you can do about that.
Yeah.
You can only teach the ignorant who know that they're ignorant.
Hey there. If you're here, it's because your life is on the verge of a big change, and I'm here to guide you through it.
So there are mercenaries by name of influencers, by name of all sorts of things, but I think they are better ignored. But the big picture is that are these policies working?
Yeah.
And are they for the good of the country? Obviously, policy.
So that's the big question right there. Are the policies working? That's one. But even the most important question is it for the good of the country? And that was what Charles and Gole was trying to push Peter Obi on in yesterday's stream that we did. But Peter Obi, of course, he doesn't understand any of these things. He said the people are suffering. Is this where he bets the dollar? The dollar was 400. Now it is 1,500. He doesn't know what it's doing. I am a trader. So it's not that. No, because the economy has been floated. Policies have been put in place to calibrate the economy, and the promise of the government is to turn the economy into a $1 trillion economy. So are the policies in tandem with growth and the ambitious promises of that government? So that is what Rewane Bismarck is speaking to.
Better ignored, but the big picture is that are these policies working?
Yeah.
And are they for the good of the country? Obviously, policymakers and politicians are very sensitive. Everything is seen in the context of a political.
Imagine somebody like this guy on the same panel as Peter Obi. I think at some point, out of frustration, he will get up and slap him.
Struggle, but I think we can discount that. At the end of the day, James Carville said, "Is the economy stupid? It's nothing else." So, are the policies working?
It wasn't James Carville that said that. It was Bill Clinton. That attribution is to Bill Clinton. I think it was during the campaign for his second term. Is the economy stupid? Or maybe I'll make that one of my titles for one of my Peter Obi streams. Peter Obi, is the economy stupid?
Our humble opinion is that the policies are working.
Okay.
One, why do we say that?
So this is one of the it is one of the foremost, if not the foremost, financial expert within the Nigerian space. If there's anything that Bismarck Rewane, if there's anything he doesn't know about the Nigerian economy, then it's not worth knowing. And here is his verdict on the present administration.
Are the policies working? Our humble opinion is that the policies are working.
Okay.
One, why do we say that?
Yeah.
Say that because
are the policies working?
Difference between the parallel and official rates have dropped to like less than 1%. Before it was as much as 10, 15, 20%.
You have to understand what's just been said, because this guy is dropping so many nuggets. A lot of it might pass over people's heads. Certainly, some of it will pass over my head. But I want you to understand what I'm going to scroll it back. I'll explain it so that you can then hear it with a different ear, with different ears. So what he's saying to you is that the two questions is: are the policies right? Are the policies working? And are they good for the good of the economy? That's the first thing he said. And he's saying that from his expert bird's eye view, the policies are working. So that was the second thing that he said. And then he's speaking to the Naira space, especially the forex space. And what he now says next is central to the very is the core essence of free floating a currency. So when you free float a currency, you are telling us then that the state is not going to defend that currency, but that the market forces. So the currency stays in the market. Whoever wants to buy international currency, use the localized currency to buy international currency. However much the sellers of international currencies want to sell it to you, and however much you are willing to pay for it, those two mixings. So that is, they're saying free. When they say willing buyer, willing seller, that's what that means. So however much the currency dealers are willing to sell to you at, and however much you are willing to to buy at, the equilibrium, the balancing of that establishes the true value of the currency. And when you establish the true value of the currency, the schisms between parallel markets, which we call black markets, and the official market, which is the CBN rate, the gap, the chasm between those two spaces cannot be more than minuscule. You know, it's just, it only has to be a little bit of a soupçon, a single digit low end sort of a chasm, so that then you don't have arbitrage, people going to the central bank. Because if people are going to, if the difference is the 1% or 2% that now seems to be the case, the difference between CBN rate and the black market, if the difference is about 2% at thereabout, then anybody that still wants to be doing round tripping of money, they have to be doing it at huge volumes in order then to have profitability. And I don't think the market space will be able to sustain the level of volume that they would need to trip out of the CBN into the black market to maintain a profit. So that is what the policies are get towards, and that is what they're achieving. So just pay attention, follow through.
Yeah. Difference between the parallel and official rates have dropped to like less than 1%. Before it was as much as 10, 15, 20%. Now that has been achieved.
Yeah.
The market and price discovery is efficient. We are no longer saying a bouquet effects and blaming all sorts of shadow people, right? So we have that. 3, the balance of trade is now $18.6 billion. It's the highest level in a long time.
Yeah.
The balance of trade is the difference between your exports and your imports.
Right.
In other words, Nigerians are importing less and exporting more. Why? Because the exchange rate has moved against.
So pay attention to that. I mean, these are all policy led, by the way. This is not all of these things that Rewane is explaining. They did not happen by happenstance. They are as a consequence of deliberate policies and market stabilization movements by the Central Bank of Nigeria in order to tame the financial space. So it's telling us that the balance of trade reads positive 18.6 billion in Nigeria's favor, and that is because of the squeeze on cheap dollars. So if there's that squeeze on cheap dollars, then the trade then has to establish profitability rather than just looking to submit an invoice to the CBN and round trip money. And the removal of that arbitragism is what is now showing positivity in trade balance. And that is what Rewane Bismarck is explaining.
And exporting more. Why? Because the exchange rate has moved against them, right? 2, the policies to encourage exports and to discourage imports, because not just the policies, the market knows that import substitution is profitable, because if you can produce it here, then now, for example, the British have introduced VAT on private schools, 20%. So if your school fees was £20,000, right? Yeah. You are now going to pay at least £4,000 more, right, as VAT. So all of a sudden, apart from the depreciating currency of the Naira against the pound, you are paying 20% more for the. So what happened? The British schools are now coming to Nigeria and Ghana and everything to set up, because it is too expensive for education tourism now. So that's one. The terms of trade of Nigeria, which is the relative price of your exports relative to your imports, has improved, right? Yeah. And that is another thing. Then, extremely important also is this increase in money supply growth, which had gone as high as 55%, in fact, 85% before now. It has now come down to 17%. 17% is maybe 2% above the average growth rate. Normally, people target about 15% money supply growth. So 17% is not, it's elevated, but it's not, it's much better than what it was. Oil price is falling, and now we have projects like the Dangote refinery now begin to do, so we are now refining locally and becoming more independent. As a matter of fact, exporting some of our refined products to West and Central Africa, exporting some of our cement to these countries, and Nigerian airlines are carrying people across the continent. So the policies are working. No question about that.
Yeah.
Can we do more? Yes, we can do more, and definitely we'll do more. But the assurance we are not doing more is when we start becoming so paranoid, right? Intellectual paranoia is a dangerous state of mind. It's a personality disorder.
Yeah.
So when I
So sorry, Peter Obi is being cornered, but he doesn't even have the brains to understand it. He still thinks it's all about this campaign of calumny, dog whistling to ethnicity, saber rattling, and just try to. It's just it's still locked in that loop, but the train has left the station that loop was looping. So, but it doesn't get it. The economy is bouncing back, visibly impacting local people. It's saying, "Oh, was this where you met it? Is this where it is now?" Everybody knows the journey to where we are now, and everybody knows that journey necessarily is a journey that needed to have been taken for the rescue of the country. If Peter Obi does not understand that, then it shouldn't even be allowed to walk in public unsupervised, because that's borderline retardation. So this is where we are, as it's been explained by Rewane Bismarck.
Saw on the internet all of this cacophony. May I use that word again? It becomes it takes a lot of maturity to ignore it.
Yes.
But we have to ignore it because what is for the common good of the country. But now, the last slide here says that the history of currency defense.
Yes.
And I'll take two big examples. One was when Margaret Thatcher in the 1990s tried to defend the pound.
Okay, $27 billion. And then also, that was a lot, right? And
yes, and George Soros attacked the pound. He attacked the pound. And the benefits of that attack, he pledged everything to charity. George Soros made about almost $5 billion or $10 billion. I'll have to check.
Yeah.
About $10 billion from that project of actually hurting the pound. And
he broke the Bank of England, as they say.
Yes, and Mrs. Thatcher, as you know, had to leave.
Yeah.
Right? There was another example. Malaysia. When Mahatma was there the first time, the more he said George Soros was a moron. The more he tried to stop the market attacking because of the currency mismatch, the more the currency fell. And of course, Soros used all of that money for charity as well. Now, look at China.
Yeah. In
2015 to 2016, China used $1.02 trillion to support its currency.
Wow.
Russia, in 2014-15, used $80 billion to defend its currency. Switzerland, in the last 4 or 5 years, from 2011 to 2015, used $480 billion to defend the Swiss franc. And Japan, of course, recently used $135 billion. So if I say that the Nigerian government is using $8 billion, which is peanuts.
Right, compared to the other countries.
To support its currency, an undervalued currency, not an overvalued currency. Quite frankly, that's a good thing. So we need to support that kind of initiative. If they were supporting an overvalued currency, then of course not. That all these other countries, when the arbitrageurs and the speculators attack them, they were supporting an overvalued currency. In this particular case, we are intervening in a market which the value of the currency is undervalued. And so what has happened? I said on November 26th last year that the currency would trade at 15.50 by February. It traded at 15.50.
Yeah.
And it's gone beyond that. Again, like trajectory in last year, we are going again far ahead of ourselves. And I said, hey, wait a minute, don't get carried away. There's still some work to be done.
Yeah.
Right? And so the important thing is that the policies are working. Two, it is the responsibility and your primary mandate of the Central Bank of Nigeria to defend, support, and stabilize the currency. And that is what they are doing. To represent it anywhere, in any other manner, will be doing injustice.
Right.
To one, the goals of the government, and two, to the splendid role which the Central Bank has done, how they've gone so far to achieve this. And the title of our presentation last week was "The Central Bank is Resolute you're only resolute for a good thing. You're not resolute for a bad thing. You're resolute and has been able to, did not yield ground to bringing down rates at a time when it could have been said to bring down rates. You could have justified it. But we said, a data point is not a trend. So I think that I'm happy that I'm here. I have the opportunity to clear the misconceptions and misunderstanding myths being peddled by mercenaries.
The message. So look, and thank you for this. So you're essentially saying, this intervention is not being wasted. It is actually a part of the mandate of the central bank compared to what other countries have used to intervene. It's a much smaller amount. Central bank policies have been working. Fantastic, and we thank you so much for clearing up. So I guess the issue, the cacophony as you talked about, was what made up that 8 billion as opposed to that was.
And I can explain it.
Yeah.
We borrowed 2 billion in 2 tranches, making $4 billion from the Eurobond market.
Yeah.
And it was for general purposes, that is fiscal deficit support and other things. At the same time, we drew down on our reserves also from 42 to 38.
Yeah.
If you add 4 to 4, it's 8. It's not a rocket science. But you have to understand what was that hit. And that is $8 billion, so much compared to an export values in excess of $50 billion a year. No, it's nothing.
Yeah.
Compare when you are supporting an undervalued currency, it makes sense. And if the central bank was very clear that we are not going to be stampeded into doing things that we don't have to do. All right? Yeah. There's a lot of work to be done. And I think we need to applaud them for what they have done so far. And then we also have to call on the fiscal authorities, which I've always called upon, to do their own part by, 1, coordination, 2, blocking the leakages, which we have seen signs of course, already, and that there's a lag between when policies are pronounced and when the impact is felt. You cannot, there's no way you can shortcut that or fast track that lag. It has to happen, and we have to be patient enough to make sure that it happens. So I think, 1, the purpose of this visit is to clarify the issue. 2, to educate those who want to be educated.
Yes, I want to look at it again, and I'm in your camp. It's just not to belabor the point. It's just that with the reserves appreciating to 40 billion, there's a bit of the pushback is, okay, how are you calculating 42 when the high has been 40 billion? And then how do you apply the 4 billion from the Eurobonds as an assumption that it is being sold into the market? Let
me clarify that. The peak, as far as I know, in the last year, was the reserves got to $42.4 billion.
But the CBN reported it as 40.
No, 40, no.
Yeah.
We have it on record.
Okay.
42-something billion dollars.
Yeah.
And it came down gradually. And mind you, it is gross, the weighted average of gross reserves, not net reserves.
Yeah.
The discussion of what is the difference between gross and net is another discussion.
Of course.
But so if we take that peak number of 42 in the last 12 months and take it down to 38, that's 4 plus the 4. But what are the purposes of reserves? Reserves are to be used to intervene.
Right. An import cover.
Yes. So I think we're in a good place.
Right.
And more so, and the most important thing is that what was the position of the central bank before now?
Right.
2-3 years ago, we couldn't talk about this.
Certainly.
Right? Central bank was intervening in things which were not necessarily in their main core mandate. And now, so if in 2025, we are using it for payment of imports, payments of obligations, and not using it to send astronauts to the moon and all of that, which will not be. That's a different thing. If we said that the Central Bank of Nigeria was intervening to send astronauts to the moon or Elon Musk somewhere, then that would be totally out of place. But they are doing it, and like I said, number 3 core mandate is to use your international reserves to support and defend the value of the legal tender, which is called the Naira. That is precisely what they're doing. That is what they have done. And that is what I think they will continue to do.
And there it is right there. So a session for functioning brains. So no brain functions are higher than Midwest people who joins us. So so Midwest people, good to see you. It was only really going to be a short little session, but you cannot turn up and the audience not hear from you. So just give us a little flavor of what your thoughts are, and then we'll round it off. Midwest people.
Okay, thank you, one man. I've listened to the this man talking, but the truth of the matter is that most of the thing he's saying, but Nigeria cannot see the reality on ground. And this kind of false promises has always been there since, I can say, since the history of the country. You can't call any of these our economists, bankers, professionals to talk about the economy, particularly when they feel they want to support whosoever that is ruling. And again, he just presented a figure of the true value. Well, the problem is this. To manufacture figure is easy. Why can't they allow the reality on ground? They are in charge of the dollar, and yet if you want to buy, the price is not like this. So there are a lot of questions that we need to ask them, because they are the ones selling, they are the one managing it, and they are the one in charge of it as government. And now they're presenting the true value before us, but yet people cannot assess the market with this value. So that means something is wrong. I think these are the area we need to work upon. I always come to your channel to challenge the economic system that they claim to be operating all the time, because I'm not really in agreement with them. They need to work on the system that is on ground for Nigeria to see the progress of that country. Now they're talking about business, VAT, this and that. Tell me any business that have VAT in Nigeria. As far as 90% of our daily business is concerned, I keep on repeating it. They are on black market. That means they are completely informal. There is no way you can regulate that kind of economy and have good statistics and data, except you have to manufacture one and announce it either in support of the government, just for you to occupy some positions and continue to deceive people. Before you know it, it's election and the game is over. Another set of people will come in. So this is my submission. I don't agree with him at all. Until I see that price reflecting in the society, reflecting in the daily transactions of Nigeria business, there's no way we're going to believe them. But I would consider as a manufacturer value, dollar value that is presented, and the entire economic system that he's talking about. Well, let us be honest here. He used United Kingdom as an example. Universities and government increase VAT. So that is to say university have a VAT number. And what is a VAT number? It means on monthly basis, any money they collected in that school, the VAT that is involved, they have to account it to the government and return it to the government because it belongs to the government. So let's look at Nigeria now. You have a business, you don't have a VAT number. Let us be honest. The entire street today in Lagos, every state in Nigeria is filled with shops and different kind of business. Some describe themselves as a limited companies. Some describe themselves as a sole proprietors. They have all manners of registration, which are not, even if you want to look at, they are not properly registered, but they just have some paper stamp and sign and give to them as registration. None of them have VAT number. So how are they going to collect VAT for the government? So these are the examples of things, the difference I'm trying to point to you, to people here that are listening to us across the group. Now you talk about schools. Schools have a VAT number because they were registered. They must have expenses. They will make money.
Midwest, which of the number you said was manufactured from the interview you listened to?
I listened to the dollar value he was trying to present, the market value of that dollar.
How much? So how much is it right now? How much did they say it is, and it is, and how much it is? How much do you get it for?
I think currently, I don't know today's. I've not checked today's value, but not quite long. I sent some money home. I think I will rate it at 1,005 or 1,006.
So what did he say? What did he say?
What was the value that I quoted that you say is not?
What was the value that he quoted?
He quoted 1,100 something as the current value.
No.
Wait. Okay, let me summarize.
You are not, Midwest,
wait.
Midwest,
if you want to touch me for me,
I hope you are not one of the people that one man is talking about.
It's undervalued in the statement he made. Do we agree on that?
Do you know? Do you know? Do you even know the concept of undervalue and overvalue of a currency?
It's not a big English. Even common man can understand that. What kind of concept do you need?
Common man cannot understand because the way you are talking, you don't understand it. You are just shouting.
Wait, look.
Let me show you. Wait.
No,
Even the value that I quoted, it's not by shouting now. We're having a conversation. Just to hold on because you have said so many wrong things, and we have to correct you. You said what he quoted is different from what is obtainable. He quoted 1,550, if I'm not mistaken from what I can see from the chart.
1,100 something, yeah.
No, 550. 1,001 was that this time of last year. Wait, see, the 1,100 something that he quoted was this time of last year. He said this time of last year it was like this.
Yeah.
So try to understand what he said this time of last year. If you look at the graph, the thing now went up again to 1,600 and something. Now is about 1,550.
Is that a good record?
Forget about good or good. What you are saying, is
look,
totally wait now. When you talk about the effect on the ground, when you talk about the effect of the ground, let me tell you.
Figure. Because I don't know. You can't wait. Let me land my point. We are all in abroad.
Okay.
Where you
continue
work,
what you are saying.
That place you work as a professional, they have VAT number. They report their expenses on monthly basis. They report the income they make on monthly basis, whatever they spend, and that is how they function. In Nigeria,
don't go away from what we discussed. We're not talking about VAT. Don't shift your discussion now.
Look at where I'm coming from. We must change the way we transact our business in Nigeria. Whether government, whether public, they should be registered properly. We are operating black market economy and manufacturing figures, and that is my submission, and that is the reality. We don't have system on ground to get data.
Midwest brother. Look, I understand what you're saying, right? Though we are third world country, it doesn't mean we're in the bush, you know. We still have some level of technology in that country. You know? It does, just because we are rated as a third world nation does not mean that we are from Sabisa Forest or
Hakim, let me even tell him this. Let me tell him this.
We still have systems in place.
There's no way. Let me tell you, there's no way you even have a business register in Nigeria without having a tax identification number. I have the one for when I register my own business, and it's a prerequisite for you to have tax identification number before you can even register any business with Corporate Affairs Commission. You understand?
Okay.
You know, we are so good. We are so good at just believing that nothing is working. Whatever, you know, I know you. You are always a Ministry of Finance, data, whatever. But what I want to tell you this, even on ground now, ask anybody that is doing business in Nigeria, the volatility that we used to have, that the thing will just be fluctuating and be going up every day, no uncertainty, that one has been eliminated. Now, price of goods and services are stable.
Yeah,
are stable. So people are feeling it. So I don't even know where you now get that. Okay, what is the reality on ground? Which reality are you not talking about? The price of goods and services.
Now let me come in here. Wait a moment. You say you register a business, it has a number, which is very good. How do you report your finance? Is it a limited company? The law globally.
Stop all those. It's not. That's not what we are talking about.
This is where we have problem because your business transaction is unknown to the government. Is illegal.
Midwest, hold on 1 second.
People can give
just do us. Midwest, hold on 1 second now. Just do us a favor, please. Right? Do us a favor, please.
Yeah.
If it's a farm or anything, just get a name, go to Corporate Affairs Commission, just register it and go through the process.
I have a limited company in Nigeria. And I have done limited company. Wait, I'm talking from experience.
You are not saying you are not talking like somebody who has a business in Nigeria. I can't use that one because you are talking from the point of uninformed.
Simba, I want to give you an instance. I have done sole proprietor in Europe for past 6 years.
I'm talking about Nigeria. Nigeria, say Nigeria, not Europe.
I am giving you an example. Now, I'm talking from experience. Please wait a moment. We can do it better like
experience
them.
of
We are just
experience of
we are close. Wait, we are close to them, but that very little gap is easy for them to seal. But because they want to continue to run
Midwest, just tell us what is your point now.
My point
what is your point?
There is no way Nigeria can generate data except they manufacture one. Economically. That is my point. There is no single way. They have to manufacture and continue. Either they deceive the president.
Okay, so
no,
wait.
Money.
Which of the data that you quoted that was manufactured?
Data in Nigeria, the entire economic data in Nigeria is fake.
You are very difficult to have a conversation with us.
I will give you an instance. I will give you the reason.
Hold on. If they tell you now that the unemployment in Nigeria is 30%, would you say it's a correct data or 40%?
It's fake because let me tell you the reason. Even where you live in abroad, if I give you a job today, I did not inform the government through the ministry or institution in charge of it. They call it black job.
So what would you say? What would you call the unemployment?
Let me tell you. Let me learn my point a little bit for you. You ask a very important question. It has to do with employment and data. So for you to understand where I'm coming from, we all live in abroad. If anybody give me a job today, and if fail to tell the government that so person, I employ that person, they call that job what? Black. That means fake, illegal. Because the government don't know what's going on. Now you look at the entire private employment in Nigeria. We are operating like that. So how do you get data of who is employed and who is not employed?
So all the banks in Nigeria are operating like all their staff are not registered for tax.
Okay, thank you. You ask a very important question, but I am not going to say it like this. Okay, let's look at the daily transaction now. Buying, selling, consuming, and everything. We buy from big market like Alaba International Market, shops everywhere, boutique everywhere. I think 90% of the economic activity fall within this space. So when you bring bank in, let's put that one like all this like 10%, 20% of the rest. They can have data about this. But the real transactions that affect common man in Nigeria is in black market. Employment is in black market.
Don't let us generalize Midwest. Okay, let us take all those data that you mentioned now. Which one do you have problem with that you think that it was generated? Just tell us.
The thing is that
forget about it now. Don't generalize. No, don't go to Mama Put or those roadside.
It show a paper and the reflex of data there. So, but those papers I can't see the figure. But I always doubt. I always like the Central Bank of Nigeria. The Central Bank of Nigeria is only dealing with crude oil money, some corporate company finish. But the real volume of economy is in black market. This is what I'm talking about. Those things will look common.
Midwest. Yeah. So when you send money home through those applications that you use, do you think the government captures those money or not?
They can capture that because if I do it to bank and bank.
What did you think he was talking about? Just I don't understand. What did you think he was talking about?
That's why I asked him that.
Yeah,
which of the data does he have problem with?
I did not agree with him. I will tell you. He said Naira is undervalued. According to what, if I understand what he was saying, but I don't know how he arrived in that conclusion. Whether he has value, it doesn't have value.
He's an economist. He's an economist. You are not.
You don't need to be an economist. The market is open to everybody.
Everybody buy dollar.
Everybody change.
Hakeem, I don't think you need to drag this thing further. You can see how we have every Nigerian is an expert. You understand what I'm saying? And that is why we have problems.
You don't need to be an expert.
The issue is when you don't open your mind to learn, when one of the major problem with ignorance is that if you don't know and you don't know that you don't know is a big problem. Because you believe you know, but you don't know. That's a big problem.
It's like you go to the hospital, right? Hold on. It's like you go to the hospital and the doctor say, "Oh, you have this." You say, "No, doctor, I don't have this." How do you know the doctor is
How did you know? How did you know that I have this?
Wait. It's quite different because this is not sickness. There's also a problem that the doctor you mentioned. Good, you met a good doctor like Simba that is here, and he prescribed a medicine. He's not the one manufacturing the medicine. Someone bought a machine, mold white substance, write the same name. I bought it, I consume it. Am I helping myself? Is the society helping me? So there are a lot of things we need to check upon. If we give example, we have to figure out where the problem lies. A lot of people are dying in Nigeria today. It's not because of the doctor. They prescribe. Doctor that is here can agree with me. Somebody will go to pharmacy. Why somebody is making the medicine in his back of his house? The government can trace the transaction of that medicine. So it's part of it.
I did not make that reference for you to take us to another alleyway, you know. I just made that reference.
Come in a different direction. The doctor is treating you and you are useless medicine in the society. Are you helping the society medically?
You have caused another problem now.
This is what I'm trying to say. I want us to stick to the point. I did not make that reference for us to dive into another alleyway.
Okay, Midwest, let me ask you this.
They should help us. What they are doing is, I tell you, once they occupy office, when Emefiele was there, remember Buhari is not an economist. People surrounded him. It is like this, it is like this. Nigeria will enjoy. The man fall in. They always come in to talk to the president. He can't know everything. Why can't we preach the common ones we know? How can a highly populated country like Nigeria, what they consume today, there is no data? Businesses are registered with all manners of number, and none of this number function, whether in analog, whether in electronic form. People will just consume and do everything. Tomorrow you want to help business. The government say, okay, let me give them loan. Which business are you going to help? You don't know what was their sales.
Midwest.
We have a problem here. We have to be honest.
Midwest, before I interjected you, I reminded you that Nigeria is a third world nation for a reason. Okay, so I understand that you're expecting some level of some standard, but we are asking you to be realistic. This is what we're saying. Be realistic.
What I discover, Akim, is that a lot of Nigerian diaspora, they have been disconnected from the reality.
Based on the
we are disconnected, though. We are not disconnected. The problem is that if you are in diaspora, if you go back home now, you will see that things are getting worse. It's not when you left, it was bad. Nothing economically, everything.
Maybe it's not true. That is not true. Money. Okay, you tell me what has got. Tell me what is getting worse.
Midwest. Let me tell you this. Because I'm giving you practical example. Let me tell you this.
It's not true that things are getting worse.
Let me tell you this. As at let's say mid-2023, we were selling a crate of egg for maybe around 2007, 2008. And after that, the price of fees and everything started increasing. We started increasing the price. But in the last 6 months, the price has been stable. Even the feed that we are buying now, instead of the price to be increasing, they are decreasing the price. And we can see evidence of that on so many things, both on locally manufactured goods and even imported goods. So for you to come here and be telling us, oh, there is no effect of that one on if that people are not feeling it. People are already feeling
Simba,
it.
I agree with you on that. I don't argue that. For quite some time, they have tried to stabilize the economy, but the people purchasing power is very, very, very low. And that is another big problem. We cannot dispute that. But what I'm saying is this.
How do you come up with that?
Okay, let me. No, you don't need too much data about that. You have people back home. You can call them. I have someone that.
Listen. I was in Benin.
I didn't even get what you just said now.
I was in Benin in November. Okay, so you tell me now. Midwest, no. Listen,
what did you just say? I didn't hear you. What did you just say?
I said the purchasing power of the people have reduced because why their income have never increased, and as a result of that, he's having a
Let me explain something to you, Midwest. Let me explain. I was in Benin in November. Okay, I want to explain something to you now so that you can understand. You have more eateries, expensive eateries. You have more supermarkets than that you ever have before in history of Edo State. You have more high-end expensive shops all over the place. My brother, who is patronizing those people?
Wait, Akim, I agree with you.
No. Who is patronizing those things? You have supermarkets, you have shop price, you have everything. So we never used to have that. Everybody used to go to the market before.
Yeah.
You remember when you was growing up? Listen to me. When you was growing up, you could count the amount of people that have television in your street. That is because of affordability. A lot of people could afford television.
No. The people, if you are using Benin as an example, there's something
everywhere across the country, people's purchasing power cannot be down. When people are able to afford things.
Hakeem, look at it from this angle. There are so many things that contribute to economic welfare of people in a society. First of all, employment can do that. Business can do that. Perhaps social welfare can also do it. Edo is blessed. We have diaspora economy. And for that reason, you cannot just attribute that to the president. And you can't take that away except you want to argue. And a lot of places in the West, Southwest, the same. Okay, in the East, the same. You see it now. And that is why you see this massive migration for the northern part of Nigeria to our side.
Midwest, I want to say something to you now. Do you understand that diaspora economy? Do you understand the effect it has on the ground in places like that?
Yeah, it have if we have good government. If we have good government,
forget it. I'm trying to explain to you. People who are artisans, right? Bricklayers, welders, builders, painters. These guys are living. They're making a lot of money because you, that is the diaspora, you're going to send money home to build a house. The process of building that house, everybody is going to chop in that place. Both your builder, both your carpenter, both your painter, both your electrician, both your plumber.
I agree. I'm not arguing that.
So you look at the level of expansions that are taking place across the country, and then just imagine from your own side and imagine how people talk about and say, oh, the purchasing power of the people have gone down. No, it didn't stop you from building your house. So it wouldn't stop those people from working.
Akim, you are missing everything. I will tell you.
Okay, tell me what I'm missing.
You see, I mentioned diaspora economy. Thank God for family that have people. It's not everybody that have. Few weeks ago,
diaspora economy Midwest. It's not only for the people. What he mentioned, Akim mentioned now. It's not direct beneficiary. They are not direct beneficiary now.
Hold on, Midwest.
Hold on,
Midwest. Sorry, hold on. Where are we in the conversation? Are we still reacting to what Bismarck Rewane said, or are we?
What Bismarck just trying to present before us?
What's your understanding of what he said?
For me, I don't trust them with their data anymore because the way they generate it is quite very confusing. And it raises a lot of questions that we need to address if we want to help our country. We have to be honest. Take, for example, Simba is a doctor, and tomorrow he happens to be president. It may not be good in the area of economy. He needs these same guys to advise him. When Tinubu was there, we all know that Tinubu don't have background of economics or banking or whatever. Those guys advising.
Sorry, how do you mean? Sorry, hold on. Tinubu worked in finance. For what would you know?
Tinubu case is quite a little bit different. Yes, thank God he has that background. Sorry for using him, and he may have that background, but it may not also be so frequent with that of Nigeria's own. Now, because when you arrive at that very big office,
all right. Midwest, just so we don't go completely out of what that guy was saying, Bismarck Rewane, what he was saying was that as a consequence of government policy, the floating of the currency, it is now forming an alignment between the official central bank rates and the black market rate, and the chasm between those two spaces are establishing at no more than 1 to 1.something%. So the difference, often instances, between the official rate and the black market rate is establishing at not more than a 2% chasm, which is then giving us a true value of the currency. So it's not talking about the currency was at 400 when Tinubu came in and is 2,000 now or whatever. It's talking about
one man.
Sorry, Simba. It's talking about the stabilization of the currency as a result of market forces. So
we ask him. I said, he said the data are not true. We ask him, okay, which of the data He should mention it so that we can explain to him. He was busy generalizing and started, and he now said, okay, people are not feeling it. And we are telling him that it's already been felt. The effect is on the ground. Price of goods and services are coming down. Even the importers, now they have this stability because the thing was not fluctuating the way it used to fluctuate before. So I don't know what he actually wanted.
In fact, we have an on-platform example of that, Simba. Do you remember when Ekene used to come here and he never talked about anything other than the sharp spike?
Yes, the price, yes, dollar is falling.
For the last 6-7 months, he's not saying anything about
he has forgotten about that.
Because the value is now stabilizing and there's predictability.
Even Walmart, do you remember in December? They say in December, because of people that came home for the dirty December, because of the currency that they brought. Now we're in April. So they know Nigerians don't like. I don't even know why Nigerians don't like their country. If anything positive, they reject it. They always like negative things. I don't know.
Wait, everybody cannot just see everything from one lens. He has spoken well, but let the masses feel the impact. If you are a common man in Nigeria,
it's already been felt. I'm telling you. Even me, even the little business I'm doing, we are reducing the price now.
We cannot feel it. We can't feel it. If we change our money, we have enough money in our pocket. But for those who are working for the government, or those who are, employed by so-called private people who are exploiting them, no regulation, you go closer to them and see what they are suffering as a people. So that is where I'm speaking to. And another thing again, when I see them presenting data, I don't trust them because Nigeria can't generate data. We know that. But in the
don't go that route again, Midwest.
Yeah.
Don't go that route again. Okay. Let us
don't even need electronics. Manually, you can do it
now.
If you are serious about it.
You are not a radio. You get. Let me ask you now. He was talking about inflow and outflow. Can that one be generated, or do you think we don't have data on that?
Well, we have a lot of problem on that because one, if we flow through the normal channel, I think they can have data about that. The one I put in my pocket, I landed, they don't have anything about it. So, but they can still try and generate. If it is good,
Midwest, this is your point. There's no need for you to keep in your pocket anymore. Do you understand your point?
Yeah.
Because because the alignment between the black market and the official, there's no difference there. So why would you take that risk and take foreign currency with you to Nigeria?
Yeah.
It makes no sense.
Yeah, because a lot of, to be frankly speaking, I know these days people prefer to send direct with through this electronic means.
This is the whole point. You understand? That is the whole point.
On this inflow, with the bank system of bank that we have on ground, they can generate some data that will be good to talk about this.
Okay. So you agree on that? They have data on. Okay, wait now. Let us be taking it one after the other. So
yeah,
he also mentioned.
I agree on that.
Wait. He also mentioned about exports and importation, and he mentioned the difference between the net export and the net import, and he said we have a positive balance. Do you know whether we can have that one or not? Can that one be generated also?
Well, no, I have to doubt that one because the first reason is this: our borders are porous, a lot of goods are flowing in. They may have data about the containers in the wharf, but those trailers that line up flying our borders have no single data. Even companies that produce those products they are bringing to our country, you can't even trace it. So you see that we have a huge problem. And that's why I always challenge their data. They need to work on it. I can agree with what is living through the seaport. Maybe I don't know everything how they really work completely there. Anytime I took container there, I have to pay. You have to give to agent. Is the one that will go and meet them, process the whole paper.
Okay, the way you are talking, let me ask you now. Wait. Because the way you are talking.
Yeah,
and I believe they can have data about that. The way you are talking, as if
hold on, everyone. Let's do it this way. So, Midwest, be pausing in between so that people can engage with.
I'm not even here to talk anything. One man, you know, he's my friend on the show. Midwest, what are you talking about?
I know you are here, but no, what I'm talking. What I'm talking about is that our government should.
What's going on, man? It's been a long time.
A progressive.
Babati, see what I'm saying here is this: we can do it better if we agree that this thing is not working properly. And what I don't like about these people is that they don't want to admit the fact that this thing is not working properly. Let's change it. Because they cannot continue to
hold on, Midwest. I want to move it around a bit so that other voices can come in. But he never said he said things are headed in the direction that they should, but they are not working properly. That's what Rewane said. But let's bring Akim in and then Sheson and then Abeti. Akim.
Yeah, thank you very much, one man. I think this idea, this notion that every time somebody comes on the TV to speak about certain issue, just because we don't align with their views, then maybe we have this negative conception about the country, then we have to just discredit everything out of hand. I don't subscribe to it, because you have to. Yeah, Nigeria is a third world country. We're not arguing that. We're not saying it's the same. It's the same as where we live. So we have to take that reality into context whenever we're having conversation like this. We have a lot of black economy in terms of the labor market. This is one of the reasons why when people say to me there's a 30% unemployment rate in Nigeria, I keep telling them it's a lie. The unemployment rate in Nigeria, in my opinion, should not be. It cannot be more than 5%, because you have to look at a lot of people. One man, if you do things back home, you have builders who built their own homes, who have cars. You have welders. You have welders who are living lives. You have carpenters. You have people, furniture makers. A lot of these people are not even captured in the system. You understand? So if you have any society where you have 30% of where the workforce, the people who are able to work, you have 20% or even 30% of those people not in work, you have a big problem. So this is why I never believed that number from time, because we have a lot of people who are trading, who are in work, who are self-employed, who are not registered, who the government did not capture one way or the other. So for me, that number I never supported it. So the idea that we have to continue to have this rent-seeking economy, we have to get you completely away from it, because though I don't support a lot of things that Tinubu are doing in terms of the political side, you understand, but the macroeconomy, we have to understand that, look, it will take time, pain and everything for us to get there, but we just have to stick to it. This is the direction that we need to go, and we need to stick to it. Things are difficult for some people, but yet you still go on ground. If you go on ground, if you're in Nigeria, you still see people spend money lavishly. You see people go to the shops, people go to the supermarket. You have a lot of eateries, expensive eateries. I was home in November and I saw all of these things myself. If you don't go home, you will think it's an Armageddon, that everything is in crisis. No, it's not like that. People live their life like normal. Yes, it's difficult for some people, but not. Some people are still riding the cruise. Some people are still living their life. But over time, if we just maintain this direction economically, things will continue to improve. The idea that we're going to start to subsidize the dollar again, we're going to start to subsidize the petrol again, we need to get away from that side. We don't need like that. That one should be like a story to us now. And we just stick on this direction and keep moving forward. A lot of the numbers are good. Prices have stabilized. The Cardoso have been able to handle the currency issue. He's been able to tame the up and down fluctuation. So it's been between 1,005, 1,004, 1,000 in that region. So he hasn't gone to 1,009, 1,001. No, he's been able to hold it stable for a while now, and we are seeing the results. So yeah, maybe after 3 years, 4 years, and we sustain this direction, things will continue to. Maybe the Naira will then begin to find its true value. Maybe it could go down as low as 1,000. We don't know, but first of all, stability, which is what they've done now. So maybe as the economy continues to improve, as people continue to have confidence in the market, maybe that will continue to help the currency. So for me, I think what Bismarck Rewane was saying was on point. So you can criticize the government on every other thing, but in terms of this, Atiku said he was going to do it. Obi said he was going to do it. Tinubu said he was going to do it, because everybody understood from then that that was a problem that needed to be sorted out. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. Sheson, you're up next, Sheson. So, but feel free to speak as you will, but if you could speak especially to Rewane Bismarck's his delivery on the state of play of the Nigerian economy, that is really what the conversation is. Sheson, good to see you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Hello.
Good day to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I've only come to speak to what's it called, Mr. Northwest. All what he's saying has been captured.
Midwest, I mean East West. It's
Yes, I don't
Midwest,
even
not
know.
Northwest.
Yeah, I don't even know. All what he's complaining about has been captured under this tax, this new tax law. Like most people will be get registered, they get tax number, and many people won't be able to escape paying tax like before. Everybody be on the record. So I understand what he's saying. Like, in the Western world, everything is captured. There's no way you can avoid. The data is very correct, but we shall get there. It's not a day job. But
Sorry, Sheson. Sorry, Sheson. Ola, please check private chat. Sorry, Sheson. Carry on.
Okay, we get there one day, but it's step at a time. It's not we can't just it can't be done in a day. We just have to start doing it gradually. So let's wait for the tax bill and let's see how it's going to function, how it's going to affect the economy. That's all I want to say at this point in time. So maybe later I'll have something else to say. I'll let you know. Thank
All
you.
right, brilliant. Thank you, Sheson. Sure, thank you, Sheson.
Yeah.
So BT, the green shoots of recovery is what Rewane and Rewane Bismarck, by the way, it was present under the Buhari administration. It was present under the Goodluck administration. It's been present under several administrations. It's a subject matter expert with non-partisan outlook, only really speaking to what the market tells him. And what he's telling us, it said a lot of things that are quite pertinent, that quite well worth taking note of. He said for his understanding, from his subject matter expertise, that the policy positioning of the government is both right and is working. And he brought out data to back up that assertion. And he's telling us then that the green shoots of optimism is starting to blossom. Are you in tandem with what he said? Do you have any understanding of what he meant? And what's your take on how he's positioned? BT.
Good morning, one man. What happened to you yesterday, by the way? We're supposed to, you didn't show up.
Sorry, man.
You were watching your Black Book again, right? Okay.
No, I finished watching that series.
Okay.
I
will keep hunting you with that until you. Yeah. Okay. Let me. Good morning, one man. Good day, good morning. Bismarck is a brilliant man. We all agree. I used to watch him on channels back in the day when the channel was the first to come online. So he's a brilliant mind, and I can tell you for a fact. I was sharing some info with Kandu. I think Tinubu Ola was also there. And some areas of the economy that are booming right now due to this policy of the government. My own issue with Midwest is that, when an expert is talking, we should just listen and learn. It doesn't mean you will not have your own opinion about what they're saying. But if it's too partisan because you support one candidate over the other one, then you miss the whole point. So I'm going to watch the whole clip. I only saw one man's breakdown of the first, I think 7 or 8 minutes. I'm going to watch it. But have we made a U-turn? I would say we have. I would say we have, based on my own interaction with people back home and my own interaction with the investment class in that country. I did share some emails with Kandu. I mean, we went back and forth on some few things, and we've turned the corner one man. Now, continuity matters. Okay, this is the thing with Nigeria, because I want Tinubu to do well, but I'm not going to come here with my pom-poms praising him for anything. But stability matters, continuity matters. So hopefully, I mean, if he wins again, he can continue from there. And the tax bill, have they passed that already, woman, or are they still working on it? The tax law.
I think it's just coming out of the second reading now, which is the final stage.
Because it ties into it. You know, you want to know what the taxes would be. So I will say I enjoy listening to experts. You know, when it comes to the economy, so I'm going to go over and listen to that. But the reason why I came up with because of what Midwest was talking about, it was too partisan with his opinion about.
One man, can you give me a chance to also reply him?
It was just like no. I mean, you can reply, but you know, you're my friend on the show.
Can I reply you? You give me some time.
Wait now, you reply. You know, hold on now.
Okay.
You know, you're my friend on the show, so it's not like I have anything against you. You know that I'm your friend. But on this particular issue, you were just off by a lot. So that's just my little contribution. So one man, let me use for now. I'll listen to others speak about the interview. So thank you.
All right, have a brief response, Midwest, and then we go on to Man of Prestige.
I'm not talking from a point of supporting a candidate. Don't get that wrong. Between Atiku, Obi, and the rest, Tinubu is far better than all of them. I'm not a supporter of Tinubu. Just get that one very clear. What I hate about our professionals is that for years they have been promising us it's working fine, it's getting better, and suddenly nothing is actually improving. I keep on using nothing because the expatriates are fleeing, best doctors are leaving the country, the best bankers and engineers, they are all fleeing. So that means they don't really have the impact of what they are claiming to be good.
When
it's like it's only working for the
in any economy, even America loses jobs. So the way you look at it, this is how we look at it, Midwest, is the net positive to your economy. You can lose some jobs, but what have you gained in return? If I lose 2 and I gain 5, that means I've gained about 3, right? That's the way you look at it. So when you say you're losing something to A, B, C, or D, what are you gaining back? That's is net positive or net. That's how you look at it. You cannot say because somebody is leaving the country. People are leaving Nigeria, but guess what? People are also coming to Nigeria as well. Like I said, once again, I mean, I had this discussion with Kandu. People are actually moving to Nigeria in their thousands, taking over investment portfolio. My own issue with when I was talking that unfortunately, they are taking over things that we can easily afford to control Nigeria, and the Chinese are just running circles around us in my own state in particular. So it's not about people leaving the economy or we're losing jobs or losing professionals. Who is moving into that space? That's what you look at. Okay, so you can then judge. You cannot just say so just net positive or negative. That's the way you look at it. Midwest.
All right, brilliant. Thank you.
I agree with you. But they are promising us.
We must move on. Prestige up next. After Prestige, Prince Daddy, of course. I bail out. Ola brings it home. Thank you, everyone. See you later. Man of Prestige.
Are you talking about one man? Are you going to show up tonight?
I will show up. Yes.
You can see. I came in and one man just abandoned me. No problem.
Wow.
Okay, Simba. So Simba then Prestige.
No.
I thought I called you first, actually.
I think I've engaged Midwest. You can go to Man of Prestige and Prince Daddy.
Simba, one man. I don't know what's going on with him. All right, go ahead. Ola, our moderator, you there?
The next person should take over. No, I think the same man of
Prestige. Yeah, that is Man of Prestige, and if it's not ready, then Prince Daddy. Prestige, you there?
What are you Americans? What are you Americans doing on? What are you Americans doing on our show today, man? This is our show. It's for the Europeans.
I am here, but only for a moment.
Yeah, just a few seconds. Regarding the Bismarck analysis regarding the, you made a comment that when it's
can you hear me?
You said when the currency is strong, you
can
don't
you hear me?
intervene. Hold
yeah,
on,
we can hear you. Hold on.
yes, we can.
Huh?
You said when the currency is strong, you can't intervene. You should not intervene.
Man of Prestige, we can hear you, but hold on because we can't hear you.
It's on that point. It is
No,
incorrect.
it said undervalued, not strong. Undervalued.
What's the difference? Undervalued, strong. No, it says if it's undervalued, you can intervene. But when it's overvalued or strong, you don't do it. That statement is totally
the
incorrect.
other way around. He said the other way around.
How did he say it?
No, he said if it is undervalued, he said Naira is undervalued, and that's why they are intervening. That's what he said.
Correct. Yes, exactly. Yeah. But if it's strong, if the currency is strong, you do not intervene. And I said that's totally incorrect.
He said overvalue. Strong is different from overvalue now. He said it doesn't make sense if it is overvalued and you are intervening.
What is when the currency is overvalued? What does that mean?
It's like let's say the true value is let's say the value.
If your wife lets you cheat and you get away with it, why complain?
No.
That's the
whole. Get it. What?
No. Like if you're doing more than is expected, why change it? There's no need to change.
No. So what is the opposite of a weak currency? It's not a strong currency. So what? I mean,
no. If it's strong,
no. That terminology is different from strong or weak.
It's not.
You have a true value. Well, okay, let's for example, when Naira is pegged at 460.
Sorry, Simba. Let me just use the example that he used. He said the Naira was the value of the Naira was about 1,100. It was trading for 1,005. So the insulation between that's an undervaluation of about 26% which the economy has to be supported. So if it was conversely the case, then that's strength. So that means the Naira is overvalued. So then the overspill then is insulated by the free market, the international space.
Okay, well, to that point, anyway, you guys, I don't know exactly how you guys are putting it, but if the currency is like, I was trying to make an example of the renminbi, the people's money. The Chinese government, the CCP, they've tried many times, and they still do keep the renminbi artificially weak. Why? Because they have a strong manufacturing base and they sell to the rest of the world. So it is in the interest of the Chinese government to keep their renminbi weak relative to the dollar and some other currency.
Yeah,
so,
it's strong, but it's not overvalued.
But
it's strong, but it's not overvalued. If it's strong and I make it weak on purpose for trade for export is one thing. But if it's already overvalued, then what it is, there's no point to change it. That's what he's saying. Strong and overvalued is not the same thing. I think that's what you're having the time on getting Prince. Having a strong currency and being overvalued are not the same thing.
Having a strong currency and being overvalued.
So if it's overvalued, that means you're exceeding expectation. Like if I say you're supposed to be at 5% and you're at 10%, there's no reason for me to change it. But if I can play it, but if it's strong enough for me to tinker with it, then that is different. But that helps with export, like you said about China. I get that point. But the word itself, it does not mean the same thing. That's what I'm just trying to say.
Okay. Okay, I hear your explanation there, but I'll look into it because yeah. Okay, Greg, who's next?
If I say you are worth $1 million, and for some reason you're getting a loan at 10 million, why will I change it? You're supposed to get it, but you are getting it for some reason. So I'm going to just leave it alone. Okay. oh, what 10 million? But people are treating it like, yeah, what 10 million? Why change it? But if your real value is 1 million, and I said, well, I'm not really up to 1 million, then I can mess with that 1 million.
Okay, Prince Daddy, let me tell you something. Okay, look at it as what they call mispricing. You understand? Okay.
What they call what?
Mispricing. When you misprice something, right?
Uh-huh.
Now, so you have an exchange rate that is lower than it should be. Do you understand? If the exchange rate is lower than it should be, that is, Naira is actually stronger than what we are seeing in the market. That's the meaning of this undervalue you are saying. It should be stronger than what you are
So,
seeing in the
but
market.
for Ola, let me ask this question a little bit. That
Wait,
means, for example, that
we are trying to establish something. We are trying to establish
yeah.
something.
Also,
If you
with me,
get
I'm
that,
trying to understand. That's why.
do you understand? Do you understand that? Now, like you have let's say Mercedes Benz, that the worth of your Mercedes Benz is actually $20,000. Then you are not giving enough for 15,000. Do you get that? The worth of your Mercedes Benz. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. Like, go ahead. I'm
You
hearing you.
understand? You have Mercedes Benz, and the worth of a Mercedes Benz is 20,000, but now people are getting it for 15,000. That's undervalued. Naira is undervalued because the value we are getting for Naira today, you understand? Naira is actually stronger than that. Did you get that point?
Yeah, I get your point. I hear you. But
It's just the okay, Prince. Let me put it this way: if I tell you, Prince, you are worth $1 million, and you are getting benefit that is worth $1 million, but in reality, actually worth 50K, would you complain that I'm giving you $1 million worth of opportunity? Oh, you complain now. If I knew friend that because it'll make more than your real worth. But if it's the other way, I might complain now because it affects you more. That's the difference. So if you're making the other way around, if it's going up, you won't complain because there's no reason to change it on fine because somebody overvalued you. But if they overvalue you, then you're losing.
okay, so you're saying that a currency can be strong, but not necessarily overvalued.
Yeah, so you can be strong, but not overvalued necessarily. Because mean we are overvalued. But if you are really overvalued, that means you are benefiting more than you actually worth. So you complain now. Oh, fine. So why complain? Why change it? That's what he's saying. So if you are way over what you actually worth, you will not complain. But if you are the other way around, then you are losing. Then you will complain because you're actually losing below your value. That's what is going on with the Naira. We are losing our.
No, I think we're playing with words here. I think in the context in which I'm trying to explain, having a strong currency can also be deemed overvalued because there's benefit to it. There's benefit to having
no. Strong currency means you are where you're supposed to. Like, if my value is 50K, then I am 50K.
Because a currency is strong doesn't mean that's the true value. That's my point here. The renminbi is strong, but the Chinese government go out of their way to present it and make it weak. Okay, so it's not to their benefit.
No, but
it's not to their benefit.
The true okay, the true value. Okay, so what is the true value of their currency?
The true value of the currency, it's relative, but we know for sure. With a country that's been growing for like a decade, not right now, but for over a decade, with strong economy, and they expand in every sector that's out there economically, and that currency never really gets strong relative to the dollar. In telling me that no, it's strong, but it's not overvalued, it's not true. They are. By the way, I'm going to jump on Simba later, but see, the true value of a currency is like the stock market. If a great 50% or more of the value of a currency is attributed to speculation and a perception. Okay, it's not by numbers.
But Prince, that's my point. The true value would be if I'm at my true value, say, okay, I'm strong as a currency, right? But if I then exceed what the true value is, net positive, right? If I go higher than that, than the actual value itself, then it's overvalued than the actual real worth. That's the difference. So strong, when you use the word strong, you can equate it to the real value of the currency itself.
Well,
But
when you talk about when you say a currency is overvalued, it's relative to another currency. You know,
no, to trade, I mean,
the renminbi can be strong against the dollar.
Okay, let's look at it from the price index. You see, your 1 naira is supposed to buy 2 eggs, right? That's the normal value of your currency. But when your currency can no longer buy more than 1 egg, that means your currency is undervalued, right? Now you have to look at the fundamentals between
No. It doesn't mean it's not. It doesn't mean it's undervalued. It's just a weak currency. Your currency has become weaker.
No.
Not undervalued.
I'm just trying to simplify it because I think myself and Babati we try to explain it, but something is not getting it. Now the question is this: the exchange rate we are seeing today, it simply means that if it is 1,600 to a dollar, that's not supposed to be the real value. Probably supposed to be 1,000 to a dollar. But there are activities in the market that is causing, maybe because of speculators, people hoarding. It's not
Okay.
because
One
it's not
second.
because of
See what Bismarck said in regard to the Nigerian currency. I'm 100% agree with him. I'm not arguing against that. I'm actually arguing against what he actually said that I don't think is true. So everything he said about the Naira, I totally agree with it. But I'm saying also that a strong
things
currency.
that you see those terminologies sometimes they stand alike, but it's not really alike because you have to look at the fundamentals.
Ola, that terminology, I don't think it should be even be too difficult for Prince Ali to understand now. Let's say the true value of Naira is 1-2, and they are valuing Naira at, let's say, 900 Naira, and you still want to intervene to maintain it at 900. Does it make sense? That's what he was saying now.
Is Nigerian government trying to intervene?
Well, I just said that I'm not arguing against what he
Wait,
said.
let me ask you a
Just
question.
like he said,
Is Nigerian government trying to
it's
intervene?
the government intervening in the Naira, okay, as part of the
So what
central
he
bank
said that it
policy.
makes more sense if it's overvalued. That, let's say the true value is 1-2, and then it's value at 1-5. So you are not intervening to bring it back to 1-2.
right.
Instead of that is what he said. That it makes more sense like that, and it's good economic measure rather than say, okay, let's say the true value is 900, and I mean he said now. I mean, why will I even say it now? That the true value is 1-2, and the value now in the market is 900, and you still want to now maintain it by spending more money to keep it at that
That means
900.
Well, it doesn't make sense.
and that's the point.
It doesn't make sense. That's what he said.
And
Yes, that's what he said. Literally.
I said everything he said. Hold on. I said everything. Hold on. I said everything he said regarding the Naira makes sense, and I agree with it. But on the other side, also that is say if the currency is strong or if it's overvalued. Did he use the word overvalued? Whatever.
He used overvalue. It didn't. It's you that brought the word strong or weak. He said overvalue and undervalue. Those are the two.
Simba, let me ask this question.
You were probably sleeping there,
is
Simba. He said it. I'm not making it up. He said he
Okay, I didn't hear that, but I heard that he mentioned overvalue and undervalue.
That is said, and I heard that, and I agree with it. But I was making a point regarding the renminbi that also the renminbi can be strong or whatever, strong or whatever other term he used, or Babati said. And I'm saying that can be the case, and you can see intervene. You can intervene in a strong currency. Of course,
but why, Prince? Why?
No, but let me tell you, you intervene in a strong currency to bring it down, not to make it more stronger. Is to depreciate it. That's what people do. They depreciate strong currency to be able. Hey, but that is not what he's saying.
Simba,
no. Listen. Simba, you just said you didn't hear it. He said,
Simba, hold on.
Separate the two. You have to separate the two. What is said about the Naira is correct. I just told you.
Simba,
you don't spend more.
Simba,
yes.
It depends on why your currency is undervalued. You understand? you see one thing now. If our currency is undervalued just because some people are holding that currency just to trade, then when government intervene, you want them to drop. You want to destroy what they are holding for them. You want them to keep dropping that. So you just flush the market with enough. So it depends. If it is naturally undervalued, it's understandable. But if it is undervalued by speculators, it's another thing entirely. So the government will intervene
That is
because we
true.
don't want the speculators to see anger around, because what we want to do is we want to bring parity between the parallel and the official rate. That's when government will have to intervene when the currency is undervalued. You understand? So get that point.
And
Fundamentals will dictate.
the strength of it being overvalued or being strong is relative from one currency to another. Just like I said, the renminbi can be strong against the dollar, but relative to Nigeria, to the naira, it can be overvalued. You know, it can be overvalued. It's talking about the same currency. But my point here is that either way, a government can intervene in its currency to benefit its economic policies, in which the Chinese do all the time.
You
To that
can
point,
intervene, but not no, it's not. He's not talking about intervention. He says support. Do you understand? Like they were using money. They are using dollar to defend it, to bring it down to the real value.
you
That's
can
what.
you can support, you can intervene in different ways, by policy, by actually using
But
a currency
I wanted to ask a question.
to
I
bolster
wanted
the
to ask
currency.
a question. Yeah. Is it not our foreign reserve that determine how they use dollar to value the rate of the value of our money? Does it
No,
not
it's
depend on
one of
our
the
foreign
tools.
reserve?
It's one of the tools. No, it's not always
No, it's
your
not only
foreign
foreign
reserve.
reserve that
No,
the value that determine the value of your currency. It's not only your foreign reserve that determine it.
There are
Correct.
different levels, right? There are different levels.
Even your export import ratio can also have an impact on that.
It's true. But
And that's why
I don't really know, because
hold
you
on.
see
Hold on.
is undervalue,
That's the
overvalue.
main reason. No, hold on. That's the main
Because
reason.
Guy, can somebody come in? I need to go. Are we
Sorry.
just having an open microphone or just turn by turn?
Okay,
Please?
can we have?
Sorry.
It's open. Go ahead, Prestige.
Hold on, Prince Daddy. Can we let man of please speak? If
Yeah, that's what you're
Why is man of the blackmailing us for him to talk? Why is he threatening us that he want to go?
No, we called him before, so he wasn't available. So
Prestige, go ahead.
Let him talk now.
Okay.
Man of please fire on.
Greeting everybody. I didn't listen to the expert here. I didn't listen to the speech, but I can deduce from from the narrative here, some of the comments he made. So I don't know the guy name. So what's the guy name? Maybe I can go and listen later. What's his name?
One of our
they have the link in the.
His name is Bismarck.
Okay.
Rewane. Bismarck. Bismarck.
Hold on.
Okay.
They have the link in the private chat, so click on the link. You can watch the interview.
Okay, I will do that. But having said that, I think I deduced some of the talking point, based on what you are talking about right now. But let me begin. When it comes to what you're saying, the way you're like kind of gloating and swaggering about his comment, I call some of this as like a hogwash. You'll come here be glowing up because of the man made some point. Look at where we are, where we are in our economy or in a global space. Trump just imposed about 14% tariff on import from Nigeria. We export almost about 100 and if I have the figure right, 106 trillion to USA. And we only import about 1.6. So this tariff for hold on, I'm coming. Don't interrupt me. This 14% tariff.
Where did you get that fact? 106. Do you know how much 106 trillion mean?
Naira.
How much is even our budget that you say? Yes, now it's a wrong value. Hold on. Do you know what you just said? 106 trillion. 106.
My budget is 50 something, I'll be 40 something trillion.
No, I'm sorry, billion. Sorry, pardon me. I mean, I'm sorry, pardon me. I use the
Billion
wrong
naira
word.
or
I
billion
mean
dollar.
billion. Sorry. Okay, correction. I
Billion
took your.
what? Let us
Hold
get you
on.
right
I
because
took
you
your
want to lie.
correction. I say we export billions,
How
about
much?
1.6 billion naira.
Billion
You know,
what? Billion what?
naira, not dollar. Do you have the money? Just listen to what I'm saying. We do export about 1.6 billion naira to
Even
USA,
that
you
one,
know,
you losing
and
to
we
yourself.
only
Now, how can you
import.
be saying Nigeria? How can Nigeria export 1.6 billion naira? You can see what you
Yes,
are talking about.
yeah, that's what I'm
It
talking
doesn't
about.
make
Go find,
sense
go.
now.
Okay, it doesn't make sense to you, but go and Google and find out what I'm saying. But anyway, that's not even the main point. But I'm just talking about.
Maybe you get the figure wrong, but just
Guys,
Will you stop
hold on.
interrupting me? Let me finish.
Hold on, hold on.
Then you can Google the fact and find out what I'm
Man
wrong
of
or right.
Prestige,
Then
hold on, man
after
of
all, I
Prestige,
will go
hold
and
on.
double check. So let me finish my
Man
point. That is
Prestige,
not
hold
even the
on.
point. But I'm talking about the
Man of
current
Prestige.
space where we are right now. About
Can
what's
you hear
going
me,
on
man
in.
of Prestige? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
No, so there's no even point of argument in what the man of Prestige just said. You understand? Let him land his point. So I don't
Okay.
think it's far from the truth. Okay, please continue.
So having said that, I think I'm just going by the current trajectory where we are right now. What's going on in America? I mean, the Dow Jones is down about 1,500. About 1,500 points. So it's it's gonna affect everybody in the world. Whether Trump is gonna stick to what he did or he's gonna flip flop. If that's what he is. So that's where we are right now. But having said that, let me pivot to Nigeria. We are here kind of gloating and swaggering about what the guy said. We are turning the point. I had a lot of people here say we are turning the point. What point are we turning? What is the gauge? Where was we when this government took over? I mean, Naira was about 400. Naira was about 400. Now we're about 15. So we are stabilized at 1,500, and that's a good point. What is stable? I don't see anything stable about what's going on in Nigeria. I mean, when we come here, we need to say the truth. There's nothing really stable. I mean, where did they meet the economy? That has to be the benchmark. It's not because you raise it up to 300 or 400, percentage, and we are there right now. So things are better. I mean, everything in Nigeria is, just because I'm living a good life here, I'm not going to be concerned about what's going on in Nigeria. Yes, I am. We're not turning the point. Or the president is leaving, or it's already left to France today, and he's going to go to in France and evaluate. You stay in another man country to evaluate your 2 years, in office. What sense does that make? I mean, he can go to France as much as he wants, whether for hospitalization, for treatment. That's another story. But how are you going to go to France and evaluate, the government of Nigeria, and you're going to stay there? You call it a working vacation? What nonsense is that? I mean, everything everybody is saying here. As far as I don't want to go in detail about the economical effect or whatever we're having, it's a hogwash to me.
We are not talking about. We are not
There's no
talking about
turning
travel.
point.
We are talking about. We
You
are
all are deceiving
okay.
yourself. We are not turning the point. Call a spade a spade.
That is your own understanding of economy now. So no
What is my
problem.
own
You've
understanding? Is the
made the
fact.
point.
Is the fact. I'm a realistic. I don't base on conjecture. All you're here just
Hmm.
speculating. It
That's
doesn't.
why
It
you are
doesn't work.
you are calling 106 trillion, quoting 1.6 billion.
Okay, forget about that. You act like you never made a mistake when you want missing word of
So
trillion and billion.
I don't know what you are arguing about, though, but Nigeria exported $5.7 billion worth of goods. So if you convert it, it's going to be in trillion value. So what's the point of argument?
That's not okay. Okay. Like you said, Ola, that shouldn't be the argument. I just made a point. I think I was started. I just started. I just wanted to start my point from where we are at this global. Where we are as of today, where everything is uncertain. We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Whether the
Man
USA
of
is going to.
man of Prestige, can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead.
So, would you like the government to take the naira back to 400 to the dollar? And if you say so, how did you expect them to do it?
How do I don't expect it to be. I will never, and I will never go back to where you used to be. Just because of
Why not? Why not? Because they met it there.
But they're the one that plummet the dollar where dollar depreciate to this to
Yeah,
this
but
level
how
where it
did?
is right now. So, but
But
my point I'm
this is
trying to
what I'm
make,
man
you
of
have to
Prestige. What
stop
I'm trying,
praising.
man of
Wait a
Prestige.
minute, you have to stop praising them for turning the corner. They have not turned the corner.
What I'm trying to say is this, right?
Progressive, please hold on, please. So if you're bleeding, and I stopped the bleeding, I put it and I stopped the bleeding. I'm not praising you. I'm just saying you stop the bleeding. Now you need to do more than just putting a bandage on it. Then you must then go in and find.
You have made a better point. You know,
that's the whole point.
Definitely, I agree with you on that. But I have progressive said, and some other people, glorying, or some people are saying bad, all swaggering and gloating.
It's not about progressive. It's not about. So when you say turn the corner, it means that at least we know where we are. Okay.
I know what you mean by turning the corner. Like, for example, let's use the Naira. The Naira has been stable within this 1500 or whatever in the last almost about 6 months or more than that. It has been, it has been stable. So if you call that turning the corner, that's debatable, but it has not depreciated where worse than it is. It hasn't gone up to it hasn't gone up to 2000. Like people expected.
It's about understanding what the policy is all about. The policy is to liberalize the currency and let it find its true value. So, do you want us to go back to the 400, whereby we subsidize it heavily? We have to borrow money to continue to subsidize the currency, or we do it like you have to be one way or the other. You have to be on one side. Are you for the other side or you're for this side? It's up to you. If you say you're for the other side, then you have to explain to us how we manage that process.
Again, whether they're subsidizing or not, we don't know. So that's another big issue.
Okay.
So sometimes they can tell us anything. And no, they are doing something different.
Intervention is not subsidy, so they're not subsidizing it. So they're intervening in the marketplace. So
I don't know. Don't confuse me with too much English here, my brother. See what I mean is
I like the analogy that BT used for man of prestige. Sometimes if you're always looking for negative, you close your mind. Even when you see the truth, you will not be able to see it. What we are saying, the analogy BT used for man of prestige, he said, okay, he said, now I understood. Now, the Naira, when Buhari came in, do you know how much he met it? He met it around maybe 100 and something. The thing got to almost 400. Even he fixed it at 460, 500 that time. If you look at the percentage, because one thing that you don't understand is that the percentage, let's say Naira is 1 Naira, and then it depreciated to 2 Naira. You see, just 1 Naira now, but that is 100% increment. And that's what you don't know. If you go and look at it, even successful government that we have, they have a poor Naira management than even the present administration. But because people are not just looking at 1 for 1, 1 for 2, you don't understand the percentage. And that's why people are just shouting and shouting. We are not talking about what is actually more important. Let me go and look at the it's not even the value of the Naira that is even matter. Look at China. What is the value of even their RMB? It's not the value of Naira, the value of currency of a country that determines the economy of that country. It's not the value of the currency. But I don't even know Nigeria. Yes. It's not the value. So now, and one of the things that you even mentioned that actually gladdened my heart is that the thing is stable. If it is stable, everybody will know where we are and you'll be able to determine whatever you want to do. And that is what is good for the economy. It's not the fluctuation. That's what we are talking about. And you say we should not be glowing. So the only thing that we should be looking for is negativity. So and that's what will gladden your own mind. We hear good news, you say, okay, we should not glowing about it. We should only waiting. So if it comes out and give us bad news now, you'll be happy because you don't like the person that is there, and you claim that you like the citizen of your country. I don't even know the way Nigerian thinks. He has left.
Simba Novus. I
think I come in, I don't stay here.
May we hear your opinion?
Yeah, no, well done. Now, not say me, I not to get opinion like that, but now advice me, I they give. My advice, because I just entered this afternoon, as I they hear all of them, they argue. I can't dey say I beg now. I want beg una. Una know say many of these platforms, a lot of us, we anchor our life on top of many of these platforms where we dey listen to. They get a many, some way they rant for 90 days, some way they plenty. All of us, we dey always carry our phone. They listen to everybody, both the one way they insult, both the one way they pray. We dey listen to all of una. But me, I dey into this platform more because I dey always dey here. Even though I dey work, any opportunity where I get, I just okay. May I see waiting day to day before I begin listening to other Arise channel and then Very Dark Man, many people. So because me, I dey like attached to this platform, me, I still dey use my own small opportunity where I get. They throw my small advice. I want make una know say both all of us wey sabi this big oyibo, this big grammar. Una know say if una mind everything wey una dey talk for the innermost of una mind, if not be to take the encourage we not dey speak all this big oyibo because now we not know nothing. Now anything wey una talk, it dey affect our life well. So if una mind not be to really bring succor or to bring peace, hope to the people who una say una dey argue for, it's better make una not just they come speak the oyibo at all. But if genuinely say all this oyibo una want to speak, say na to better and to save lives. Because a lot of people, they take a lot of decisions. Some people go listen to all the big oyibo una want speak for channel, for Arise, for One Man Show, for Very Dark Man Show, or whoever. When they don't listen finish, they'll begin to take their decision. That is why you see many people, they go come out from Nigeria, they'll carry their load, go enter Burkina Faso, where they say Nigeria even better pass. Because they don't confuse them. They don't put many fear for their heart.
My phone is not connected, please. Where did you see this?
Sorry, am I still on?
This one.
Hello? Hello? Am I on?
Yeah, Hans. Yes, great. We can hear you.
Sorry, because I hear somebody say it's not connected. Okay. So what I try to talk, we say everybody they listen to now. For example, that man way one man just bring come, wait then they interview for channel. We can't be like one give up to Nigerians. Can't they maybe one open all the whole way many people know they see as they interview the man, they give answer, they tell us where our country day, where our Naira day, where our economy day. And the man way they interview from the way two of them they relate, it can't be like waiting they okay, well, maybe we want to see light, you know, and the way one man can they carry the matter, because they say no want some people made them contribute for this matter, because if they come now, they go come spoil the whole thing. They're not gonna let people understand. So I beg, if anything they way they good, way you want come out from that country, make we beg, make we mellow down, make we they talk as it be. We know say the country they pass through a lot of hardship, things where our countrymen supposed do for the people where then they lead. They know they do one. We all know that one. But anyway, we be say something good they come. If not bad thing they come, una still get right. Una could still use all on intellect, take educator say, I see one bad thing they come up. And if not good thing they come, una still spell them out. Say, see this thing, if they bring good, then the end result, that be the most important thing. The end result, make it be say the end result, it go come be say, okay, everybody will live inside that Obodo Nigeria. Say, some people go the plan now, say, okay, I want to go hijack one girl because of what they tell me, say, if I dismember his body, I go fit take and get rich. You know, all those kind of people. When they hear, say, okay, if not true, if say the country want begin better now, it go give them some kind of patience to say, okay, be like say our country where we say it not good before. Be like say it want begin good, make I just relax more, maybe go reach my turn. All this place where we did so. Now what did the survivors be that? We know say their system good. Who is not better for today? Where me at this so? Many people not get, but then they get that patient because good news they around them. Then they say the government they good, that they do this, that they do that. So if you not reach my body today, it go reach my body tomorrow. Now everybody still say they survive here. For those who not get, they get that hope. Say okay, I not go carry another person picking. Make a carry and go on completed building. Go do that kind of evil thing. They say things go better tomorrow. So make I relax more. As he don't reach this my hand today, if he still reach my body tomorrow. So my brothers and sisters, our Igbo way we dey speak here, make it be say now for the one way we will take better our nation. Thank you very much.
Excellent. So, Simba, are you there? Are you running away too?
No, I'm with you, Prince Ade.
Yeah, I was gonna catch you and Madam Zita 2 days ago, and you always say this. I mean, this erroneous way to look at people's standard of living. You always make a comparison that things in Nigeria are cheap relatively to other countries in Africa, maybe Ghana cities or the francophone currency. And for that reason, you think, well, things are cheap in Nigeria compared to that currency because you're using the exchange rate. But the reality is that people don't live, especially local people don't live by exchange rate. That's not how they determine their lives. So you're looking at converting the Naira to the cities and vice versa, and saying, oh, Nigerians are living,
Prince
things are
Daddy,
cheap in
you
that
can't
country.
sing back today. Oh, you can't sing back. Continue. You can't sing back.
Yeah, if things are cheap, then we Nigerians are not appreciative of their country, or no. It's not a good way to determine the standard of living of a people, and it's not a good comparison to look at the economy and use the exchange rate to be the determinant. It's not the way. It's not the proper way. I think there are other better ways to determine if a country is strong or its standard of living is high. Yeah, I thought I should bring that up to you. I mean, you've used that
Okay, is
example
it
many other
possible?
times.
Is it possible? No, let me ask you. Is it possible to have low standard of living and then the food will still be cheap relatively globally? I mean, things will relatively be cheaper in that same country where people have low standard of living. Is it
Well, yeah,
possible?
of course, it is possible because it's about it's
Okay,
not just looking at.
just hold on. Most of the things that we use to now determine standard of living, can you have them in isolation when you don't compare the price with the global price? When you know that these things are not actually manufactured locally. Let's say electricity. You can't value electricity in Nigeria less than what you can value it globally. The same thing maybe to cost of GSM and some other things that are global things. Is it possible?
Well,
Do you understand my
relatively,
question?
for price comparison, yes, it can do that. For price comparison, you can do that
Can you
across
have
different
it? I
countries.
can. So if we will now see that it is actually less compared to average globally, are we talking nonsense?
Well, you're not talking
No,
nonsense.
I think
You're not
Simba,
talking nonsense. But my point here,
you are missing this thing up. You are missing what the Prince Daddy is
We are
talking
not
of.
talking about. Hey, wait, no, you are not there. So don't. You cannot
No,
comment.
I know you used to use exchange rate as a means of affordability in Nigeria. Now,
I'm not
correct.
talking
because
about affordability in Nigeria. I'm talking relatively. We are talking relatively in comparison with other countries. That's what we are saying. We are not talking about the price to Nigerians. Get it
No,
right.
no, no. Well, that's what I'm talking
no,
about. We're not looking at price, the price comparison of services and product. No, we are looking at price of. We're looking at
If you want us to,
affordability.
Prince Daddy, if you want to discuss standard of living of Nigerian compared to other people, we can discuss that. If you want to discuss price variability, we discuss that. It's a different topic.
But you always look at the exchange rate to determine. This is not the first time you've done it, to determine how things are cheaper in Nigeria relative to
exactly,
other
that's what
countries.
we're
You
saying.
always do that.
You do
Okay, let
that.
me tell you.
And I'm making a point that simply
Prince
because
Daddy,
look, simply order, simply by
wait.
conversion, even if the city is stronger than the Naira, it doesn't mean that the
The
people,
standard of
how people
they are
come across
cheaper.
the Naira is the same as the cities. And you have to put it in the relative terms of the country, regardless of the exchange rate. So you can't say, oh, things are cheaper in Naira,
Okay,
so therefore Nigerians should stop complaining.
no, wait
The
now,
consumers should stop complaining.
We can say, we can check now, because what is the average global price for generating 1 kilowatt of electricity?
No. It depends. So those are tradable. See, when you want to compare local economy, you don't use tradables. You don't use something that some of the components are determined at the international level. You look
Exactly.
at
That's what
the
I'm saying
component.
now. That there are certain things. Let me tell you,
That's not what you
most of the
wait.
Dr. Simba.
That's not what. Wait,
yes.
Midwest, please. What we are saying is this: we've had situation whereby you sometimes you say, oh, it is very cheaper to train doctors in Nigeria than overseas. You understand? Simply because you are converting American dollar to Nigerian naira. The question is this now: someone may be in America and may be able to afford that money, and someone may be in Nigeria, that thing you call cheap, Nigeria, that person in Nigeria may not be able to afford, and they may be doing the same job. You understand? So the point is, when you start doing exchange conversion for local economy, is a mismatch. It's a wrong comparison.
Correct.
That's what we're saying. So a
3
crate of
million,
eggs,
3 million
a crate of eggs that
Naira
can be
is
sold in
nothing.
America.
So
For
what
example.
people are trying to do now is, so she want to isolate Abi? Is it possible to
No,
now
It's not
isolate
what I'm
necessary
trying
to
to
anything?
do is that
isolate some.
you have to understand the market. You have to understand other variables in the economy that determines people's affordability.
We are not talking about, when we are saying it, we are not saying that is affordable to people. What will determine affordability is the purchasing power of the people. But when you compare things, goods for goods, service for service, that is what we are talking. We are not talking about affordability to an average Nigeria.
But that doesn't tell us anything. You have to compare. You have to look at the pricing or the conversion relative to the people that live in that country, how they can afford those
That was
products and
why I
services.
tell you, Prince Daddy, earlier on, if you want us to discuss standard of living, that is a separate topic. We are just talking about price comparison based on country to country. That's what we did.
Dr. Simba, look at it, for example. It is the capital income per head that matters. And if, for example, someone is earning $5,000, now after your household expenses monthly, you are left maybe with $300. And somewhere else, somebody is earning maybe I'm not $500. It's okay. Somebody's earning $300 elsewhere, and the cost of living, household cost of living, is cheaper than that same person that is earning that 5,000. At the end, they are almost saving at the same level, so they can afford to save and buy things, and they will be happy wherever they live. Now, when you look at the capital income in Nigeria, there is a very big vacuum. A bag of rice, for example, I don't know today, at the time was almost 100, something like that. So, and when you look at salary, 60,000 naira, 80,000 naira. So if you compare it, you understand that common man that actually work, except they have to do some mago things in their office, they can't actually survive.
Prince Daddy, Midwest, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
You want to live the same life, you understand? Because that's what we are doing. We want Nigerians to have electricity, to have fiber water, to have everything of life. That
is my wish. May God let us have
no, that is your wish. No, wait now. That's what we are saying. You understand? But so now all these things come at a price. Do you understand what I'm saying? So how do you now ensure that this thing is affordable to people? It depends on your income, individual income and the country income. That's what. But
no,
if you now, let me tell you, wait. Let's say
let me understand that very point very well. If I want to enjoy, it depends on my income. I don't know. Like in Nigeria, we don't even have it. And so
I beg, stop all those things. Don't take us to that route again. Just be simple. Don't say we don't have record, we don't have all these things. We don't want to hear that again.
No, you use electricity as an example. I'm confused there. I don't know what you try to, the comparison you try to make.
What I'm saying is, let's say electricity. Wait. Globally, you can Google it. How much does it take to generate 1 kilowatt of electricity? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
And you want Nigerians to also enjoy the same electricity that you are enjoying in Sweden or wherever you have, or somebody who's in America. So what I'm saying now, if you look at that cost now, you understand, and you look at the cost that Nigerians pay, you understand, for the same 1 kilowatt of electricity and the cost that you pay, you understand, you discover that it's a different ball game whether they can even afford it at that price.
I don't agree with you for so many reasons.
You are skipping the mismanagement, the bad policy, the corruption. You're skipping all of that to compare only price.
Look at it from this angle again.
1 second, Midway. Who knows by now? If things have been done accordingly, we would have constant electricity in that country that is affordable to the people. So just comparing the price right now is not fair. Yeah, Nigerians can afford to have constant electricity as they do in the Western world. What is stopping us from having that?
There are so many things now. The question, that one, no, that is a different topic entirely. What is it? Why can we not?
Simba, please let me also come in here. Let me. I want us to stay on this topic, for example. Okay, now the cost of producing 1 kilowatt globally is not the same. What it takes to produce in Sweden is
there is nothing that is constant. We have average. You can have average global cost. You can have an average global cost.
And that global cost, maybe they didn't even put people like us there, because there are so many things they just count us out of it. So they just count us out of it. There are a lot of things. Yeah, I have to be honest. They just cut us out of it, and sometimes they bring us in. So I don't think they put our own there. If I want to generate electricity in Nigeria, first of all, look at the income, the salary I'm going to pay workers, the know-how, how expensive it is, what it's going to cost me, maintenance, and so many things. So if I'm paying somebody 5,000 euro in Germany to do that job, and I'm paying somebody 500 naira in Nigeria, it's definitely good to have impact on the amount I'm going to sell.
You have 100% right. What I'm now saying, even with that, you understand what I'm saying? You people should separate the price that we are talking against the purchasing power of the people. That is another different ball game.
Nigerians, we are surviving on what I call
we are not saying, I'm not saying that things are cheap for Nigerians. No, that's not what you are saying. You understand? We are comparing price between country and
if you change
country.
your mind
Do you
because I
understand?
accused you, then that is fine. But don't say you don't say that. You always say that. You always say things are cheap in Nigeria when you made the conversion from based on the currency. You always say that. If you change your mind,
Yes,
I
now.
forgive you. That's fine.
I'm not changing my mind. I'm still maintaining what I'm saying. Please, Daddy.
No, things are not relatively. Things are not cheap in Nigeria. Things are very expensive in Nigeria. Sometimes we just want
more
to
expensive. More expensive. No, wait. More expensive than where you are, eh?
No. Say relative. You said relatively. Say no. If you things things are cheap, based on affordability, really. So something could be, so something can be like you think it's like super cheap, like 1/10 the price in Nigeria compared to I don't know Ghana or America, but people can afford it.
Okay, let me tell you. Let me ask you this question, Prince Daddy. You want Nigerians to enjoy electricity, right?
Sure.
Answer my question. Okay, sure.
Yes.
How can you bring? How can you say? Okay, let's say the cost of generating 1 kilowatt of electricity is $1. How can you bring it down to, let's say, 1 cent? I mean, what is the another? Is this cent or what? What do you use?
10 cents. 10 cents. 1/10 of it.
Let's say 1 cent.
Yeah.
Let's even say 1 cent. Let's say 1 cent or 10 cents. How can you achieve that one in Nigeria? Because that is a price that will be affordable to Nigerians.
See, because if the way one second, the way you look at it, that's what I'm saying earlier. Based on what you just said, is an instance of power generation you're talking about. But I'm talking over time, over 10, 20, 30 years, that if we have put in place policies and actually stop the corruption and put
There is not all these things that you are talking about. All these things that you are talking about will have improved the purchasing power of the people.
But
I don't have any problem with that.
What Naira and the dollar were at par. Okay, what about them? If we have instituted or electrified the whole damn country, would you be saying the same thing right now?
But then what you are saying is different from what I'm saying now. You are talking about failed government. I'm not talking about how government failed, how they have not been doing well since for decades. That is not my problem. You came here, you accused me, I said things are cheaper in Nigeria relatively compared to other countries. And you say I'm talking rubbish. I'm trying to explain to you. That is so what you are talking about is totally different.
Okay, Simba, if I may understand you said like producing electricity $1 in United States. But everybody listening to understand that if you produce 1 kilowatts for $1, in Nigeria you may produce it like maybe 100 naira. So forget about exchange rate now, because the people you're going to employ, how do they arrive in that cost?
Wait. Apart from, let me tell you, apart from the cost of labor, what else can you bring? Wait now. Let me ask you. Apart from cost of labor, what else can you bring down in the cost? What else can you remove from the cost?
A lot of things. Where will actually let me ask you something now. Wait, let me put this one. A lot of things.
A lot of things and other fees can be reduced.
Simba,
hold on. Let someone interject too. So the thing is this, Simba. What we'll be saying over and over is it is wrong to do forex comparison. Now, if you can get a bread.
Even companies are doing it, corporate wars are doing it. So I don't know why people come here and you want to be blaming me. Why do companies in China, why do companies in America move to China to go and produce? Why did they move there? It's not because of things are cheaper.
No, don't. That's why you are going to another level now. You understand? They went there to lower cost of production. You understand?
Uh-huh.
So don't
So
escalate
that
to
you can
that
have
point.
comparative advantage.
Don't let us go complex. We are talking
Okay,
of.
go ahead.
We stay for this one.
Look at this
Go
now. I
ahead,
can
Ola.
buy a loaf of wait now. I can buy a loaf of bread for $1 a, right? But can you buy a loaf of bread for Naira in Nigeria? You can't. So it will be wrong for me now to compare my $1 to Naira in Nigeria. That is what we are saying. So
I'm not comparing. Okay, so what are you?
wait now.
What is?
Now, wait now. If I buy a loaf of bread for $1 a, now let's assume the minimum wage in Canada is uh $16. Is $16. National average is $16 per hour. Now, the loaf of bread that I bought for $1, how much is the loaf of bread in Nigeria? I don't know. I don't have an idea. A loaf of bread in Nigeria, 1,000,
It's
2,000.
about 1,000, 1,000 to 1,150.
Okay. Now, when I say loaf of bread, not small one, no, you understand? Okay. Now, let us look at it this way now. What's the minimum wage in Nigeria?
I don't even know why you are taking me to all these things.
No, I'm only asking you, what's the
I'm.
minimum wage in Nigeria now?
You are talking about affordability. Affordability is different from what I was talking about now. You are talking about affordability. It's different.
So what are you talking about?
We are doing price comparison from one country to the other. That's what we are doing. And so we are not talking about affordability to the people.
What's the purpose of comparing pricing? What's the purpose of comparing the prices? What's the purpose? What purpose does it
Okay.
serve? Because the purpose of comparing the prices is where we are talking, is where we are going to. Okay, that something is.
So for the fact that let me ask you this, and that is why we can still not get the basic things that we can get, because we cannot, even as individual and as a country, we cannot afford them. And there's no way you can get it. So whether you compare or no compare, it can't bring it to the table because you don't have the money to get it.
Okay, you see what I'm saying now? Okay, Ford Motors,
What are we now talking about? Meanwhile, you need electricity. You know how much it costs to produce electricity, and there is no way you don't have the money to even get the infrastructure in place. Even if you put it in place by borrowing, your people cannot afford it. So how will you do it?
It's saying that's exactly what we're saying. Things are more expensive in Nigeria than here. That's what
It's not expensive because you are poor. It's because you are poor. It's not expensive.
If you want to base that, we can afford
That
things.
means you cannot be. Let me tell you, if you are talking about affordability, is also a relative thing. Even you that you are in Canada, there some people can afford so many things more than you can afford it. Will you not say because what is costly to you might not be costly to them? So what are you talking about? Everything is relative.
Let me give an example. Ford Motor said even if Trump put 100% tariff, that bringing vehicle from China will still be far cheaper than producing in America. You get the logic. Now look at it this way now. To Americans, you understand, if they can afford the products they buy from they buy from China, does that mean that the Chinese are going to buy the same product? Does that mean that product is cheaper for the Chinese? Did you get my analogy? Now, the vehicle you are bringing to America, that America will buy, even though eventually America will buy, is more expensive in a literal term. In a literal term, just put comma. Americans will buy more expensive.
Ola, don't let us be wasting our time on this. Everything that you are talking about is relative.
Let's move to
affordability is relative. The cost of things being high or low is relative.
1 second, guys.
Simba, let me ask a question.
The notion that because we can afford something, then we should not have it, or we can't do nothing about it, is not true. If that was the case, a lot of people that live in the West, not just the people, not just the citizens, even the governments, for example, in the West, a lot of things that they do, they won't be able to do it if they have to base it on a balanced budget or generating the revenue to afford those things. They can't do it. So my point
No,
here is
I
that
know how you people are printing your dollars now. You are using your paper to go and get resources and come and take our oil. Use paper to get. So forget about this because even every country, they are not on the same level playing ground. We know
sorry,
that.
I want to
So forget about those things that you are talking
you're
about.
making the point that we can't have electricity, we can't have this and that
If
because we can't
America
afford it.
is owing $32 trillion, more than even more than what is their GDP. So how many? If a third world country is having that kind of economy, do you think they will survive?
No, they won't survive.
No, tell me.
And I can explain. See, that's what they call the concativity of the dollar. Essentially, you're right because every time
If people, what people are enjoying there, it's just a cheating. You are just cheating the whole world to enjoy in America.
See,
So
again,
you print paper, you print dollars, then you go and use it to buy resources to come and consume in your economy. Forget about that. You don't even have mouth to talk. Things that they keep
the
quiet.
global economy is essentially 60% is dollarized, and also that the dollar is a
So
reserve
you people
currency
are
for many
cheating the whole
nations.
world. So forget it. So that economy that you are talking about, you can't talk about. It doesn't work everywhere.
Let me ask a question, please. Simba, spread that, please wait. So let me ask a question, please. My question is this. I want Simba, after the question, maybe Simba will just answer part of it. And then, because I want the both argument, the both sides, to just throw their answers. My question be this one. For example, now, if we dey use Naira for Nigeria, if our government now decide today, say, okay, I want to make minimum wage for Nigeria 1.5 million naira, our minimum wage. Waiting go happen because with this question where I ask, so I want to understand both arguments. So if the government decides, say, I want to do my minimum wage, it just announcement tomorrow, breaking news, minimum wage 1.5 million. So waiting go happen for that country.
And in case that the answer his question, but if I want to answer it now, he will not like it. One, there is no government that even do that. Because one, you encourage inflation. Two, you don't even have the means to afford that kind of minimum wage. I think then let me just explain it that way. Is that what you have to say?
No, the reason why I ask, I dey listen to all of you now.
Yeah,
some people,
we can afford it.
Okay. Please, Daddy, go on, please.
Well, I think what Simba said, we can afford it. Based on how we run the government, we can afford 1.5 if they decide to. And just like if they did that, well, again, relatively, if the government did that for the minimum wage for government workers, well, the private sector also have to step up, to try to match that rate in the marketplace. And overall, that would actually even cause inflation. It will cause inflation because that money, pretty much came from nowhere, jumping from what I mean. Typically, see people making 70,000 naira minimum wage right now to 1.5 million. That will automatically infuse inflation in the country, and it's going to be artificial inflation because number one, the government can't even afford it. So things are going to
wait, please. President, wait. You know why I ask this question? If I am a worker in Nigeria and I have 1.5 million in my pocket every month as a minimum worker, I think it will boost my purchasing power. This question of rice is 90,000, fish is 20,000. If I have that 1.5,
do you know what is going to happen? Do you know what is going to happen, Isaac? You just wait. That 1.5 is a matter of time. It will not be able to afford that rise of 90,000 again. That rice will go and meet that 1.5 million and overtake it.
The rice will become 500,000 naira per bag. It will become that.
It means everything you people have been discussing. You are not really telling us the truth. When I tell us truth, I beg. We want to listen to the truth. I beg. When I tell us truth, I beg. You know, we will not know.
They
We
tell the truth
want
now.
to
I mean,
know.
it's not magic. It has to be gradual. It has to be gradual, and there has to be a reason behind it. You know, if you just
And then
like
let me even tell you, let me tell you, Isaac. You know, there was a time that the minimum wage in Nigeria was about during Obasanjo. It was how much was it now? Is it 75 or so?
18,000,
7,500.
13,000.
No. It was during Jonathan that was 18,000.
Yeah.
During Obasanjo, I think it was 75. He increased it that time. And initially, people were enjoying it, but after some time, inflation catch up with the money, and the money doesn't make any sense again. That's it.
well, yeah, because if they increase the salary, okay, and at any point in
Prince
time that
Daddy, let me ask you this. It's like the people, the government in the world now. I think they don't have economic sense again. Because once there is inflation, the only solution they want to find to it is to increase people's salary. It doesn't make sense. And I can see different government doing it all over the world.
because increasing the
And
salary is the
the
quickest and easiest thing to do. What more can it
but
do?
it's
I mean,
wrong.
to alleviate people's pain in the interim. But what happens is that, of course, if you increase people's salary, you don't bring it down again. And that's why it's a bad policy, kind of,
Exactly.
to increase people's salary. Because once you do that, you can't bring it back down. It has to stay
You
there.
can't bring it
So
down.
everything else
Let's say in Nigeria now something magical happen, and Naira is now like, let's say, even let us half it, that Naira to dollar is 750. A lot of things will come down. Then also the government earning will also reduce because it's dollar to Naira exchange. So now the government has increased the salary. Would they be able to afford that same salary again? It's not possible.
no way. No way.
You understand? And if you look
They're
at it,
bankrupt.
the developed world, what they're enjoying is that we benchmark everything based on their money, especially American dollar. You can't tell me that the worth of
Exactly.
$1 today, in 1980, probably that $1 is like 1 cent of 1980.
Well, see, that's what I'm explaining. See, let
Everybody
me tell you.
faces depreciation.
Over the past five years or so, about 5 years now, America has printed a lot of money, a lot of money. And in reality, the value of the dollar, as in terms of America, in terms of a dollar in America itself, dollar being spent in America, the value of the dollar itself has dropped by maybe roughly 40%, actually, in its true value.
Prince, by the way,
But the concavity, hold on, but the
how
concavity
is your
of
401k
the
doing, by the way? How is your 401k doing?
let's get to that later. But as a result of the concavity of the dollar, meaning that countries have the dollar as a reserve currency, and also that the global economy, at least 60% is dollarized. America does not really, the value of the dollar on the global market does not really depreciate. In fact, it gets stronger. It goes strong as the dollar depreciates in America, meaning that the purchasing power of the dollar in America is weaker. Simba, it is weak. I'm telling you, it is weak.
That's what I'm saying
Year
now.
by year.
Relatively,
But on the global, on the global
dollar has
market,
depreciated.
it is stronger. It's getting stronger. It is getting
I
stronger
got your
because of
argument.
countries. Huh?
I got it. Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. Is
because of
because
countries like
we don't have
Nigeria.
any other thing to benchmark dollar against. That's why we are seeing it as if it maintains its value. But dollar is also losing value.
I just told you, dollar has over 5 years now. The dollar's lost its value by 40%. Could you believe that? But it's not being felt around the world. It's not being felt around the world because the world economy is essentially dollarized, and also weak currency like the Naira. Okay, they strengthen the dollar on the global market. So
Exactly.
again, the word is concavity, They externalize the weakness of the dollar to the rest of the world. But America is what, about $37 trillion in debt. Debt from where? Just printing money. And any other country, even the Eastern European nations, if they dare to do that, their economy will go bankrupt. Just like it happened to Germany after the Second World War, where the currency essentially went to toilet paper. If any other country does that, that's exactly what's going to happen to them. But America's dollar keeps getting stronger. So that's the irony.
Is artificial value now?
Well, it is artificial, of course, because it's not pegged against anything. It's not even
Anything,
fractionalized
exactly.
anymore.
Yes, you are not. It's not benchmark against anything.
Exactly, and that's
It's
why.
not. It's not the economy of. It's not the American economy that determine the value of
See,
American dollar.
and that's why. That's why. By the way, if China keep pushing these bricks, we're gonna go to war with China. Because we are gonna go to war with China. Oh, no, it's serious. No, not a joke. We're literally gonna go to like physical, kinetic war with China. We're gonna throw bomb. We're gonna get into that ring and fight it out. Because if the BRICS get stronger, the community and this and countries like Nigeria.
let me say what Prince Adi doesn't want to say. Let me say it in Yoruba. Simba, you know Yorubas will say "Kakaki omode pamilayo mato jorobo." That's America for you. Like, if I'm not gonna win this shit, I've just destroyed the whole thing. But I don't believe. I mean, what Trump is doing is a negotiating tactic, anyways. Prince, you know that, right? He's not really gonna go through with it. All these taxes, most of them will be reverted back, but to benefit America more. They just want some kind of leverage. I mean, the one that
there's nothing wrong with that. But guess what?
Of course not. Of course not.
The European nation, they used to charge like over 25% on the automobile imports. They have actually dropped their tariffs to 2.5% reciprocal. That's all we wanted. There's nothing to it. Trump is not trying to overly tariff other nations. He's not trying to do that at all. All he's asking for, hey, let's make room for American manufacturers or products in your country, and don't charge us exorbitant tariffs for no reason. That's what he's talking about. Can you believe that a rice in Japan is tariffed at 700%? Can you believe that? That's just one of the many products. I mean, it's unfair trade dealings with these other countries, especially the European nations. So he's not talking crazy. I mean, he's looking out for the American consumers and businesses. It's only fair. And you know, if they want to go to price war, actually, at the end of the day, just like we just said, we will continue to print money, because I don't think the global economy is based on euro. We can continue to pretend and print money while if they want to go or do this trade war, the economy will suffer.
So okay, but why there are some countries on that list that surprised me? I mean, why is Nigeria on that list? The 14th.
Nigeria's on that list?
Yeah. Anything coming from Nigeria, they're gonna tax you. So good luck with your African restaurants.
What is the tax free? What is the tariff free for Nigeria? I didn't even hear about Nigeria.
Let me put, because I had to save that tweet. Somebody give me 1 second. Let me pull it up, because I'm like, what did we do to this guy? What did it got to do with us? Give me 1 second. Let me pull it up here. I think I bookmarked it if I'm not wrong. Hold on. Trump tariff, Nigeria.
Okay, you guys. I'm not a Trump person. Where they go?
No. Okay, let's move on to main issue. Okay, I think it's where is it? No, go ahead, Simba. My been more with Trump one.
Well, what you're looking at is just that's just the general tariff schedule for all countries.
No,
So
nígbà ìjọkú tó sọ̀rọ̀ bá mi béèrè lọ́wọ́ wọn pé ìgbà wo náà fẹ́ add tariff sí Canada.
14%. Trump, Prince.
well, that's just a general tax, a tariff rather. So it doesn't. I mean, it doesn't mean anything. But yeah, it doesn't mean much. But the country, the real culprits are Canada, China, and the European Unions. Those are the main culprit, really.
But
I'm like,
Prince Daddy, what Canada do you? What Canada do you?
well, they don't respect us as their big brother. They think we are shoulder to shoulder.
Okay, I beg for them, please.
No, Kimba, why are you begging? I'm asking, when are they going to implement? Because you are not the
No, let me clarify. Let me clarify. It was 14 before. Now they are going to 27% for Nigeria. So Prince,
it does not even matter. It's not going to do anything.
So Amala and Nukwobi is about to go up now.
No, they will still be cheaper. No, yes, Nigerian food may look somehow, but if you have any products as an exporter,
it don't come anyone so get now. But body is gonna go up now.
Need that American.
I don't get it. So I mean, then what is I guess Nigeria's tariffs to America? I think that Nigeria is probably charging 27%. That's why, and America was like at 14%. So Nigeria all Tinubu needs to do is to drop to like 10% or 5%, and that's it. I mean,
what are we even importing from America? What are we even importing from America?
Just say and all these things, and stockfish and all those.
You import a lot from America. Now all those where are they coming from? Like seriously, even most things that used to produce materials in Nigeria are coming from America. We can't even say what Nigeria is importing from America. Abba, it's plenty.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. I mean the other way around. The other way around.
Mabino. Actually, I read it wrong. When it comes from America to Nigeria, we charge them 27%. But when we go to them, they are only 14%. So they're like, that's not fair. So they've been charging less than we've been charging, actually.
That's almost all countries. It's about right. America charges the less. And I remember at one point in time, Buhari,
I beg you, be cheating the whole world now. You want to do the only thing that they enjoy, you want to block it. Okay, you should go. One day you will fall now. Your empire will fall one day. Don't worry.
Canada, all those smiles they be making things. When I was telling you the other time that bully we have, I'm not saying they are not going to do it too, but the question is this: why is he taking time to implement that of Canada? Because you, especially Madam Zita is not saying that used to lead the ringleader. Canada.
Liberation Day was yesterday, and all the tariff schedule they've gone into effect, including Canada. What do you mean?
Which Canada? Which Canada? Please, I want to see the document. Please, which Canada?
Go online. Go to the labor.
I don't need to go online.
So what are you saying now? Why are you asking for it? Are you saying that they are just threatening? They can't do it? Is that what you are saying?
I'm not saying they cannot do it, but they've not done it. Why delay? I'm asking.
And why are you in a hurry to get it? Why are you in a hurry to get it?
No, Simba, you know what I said the other time is this. I said nobody has monopoly of bullying. You say you are going to implement your own. We say we are going to implement ours. You think because you're a bigger economy that the little we can do will not affect you. You say, okay, let us go ahead. You know, immediately Trump started that thing in Canada here, the campaign Buy Canada. You know, some American company here already folded because people will go to the store and they will not buy anything American. If I go to store today, I don't buy anything American. So you see now, because the thing is, okay, this is the
so if you don't buy anything American, so are you guys starving? Is that what you're saying?
Wait, farabale. This is the thing that a country like Nigeria needs to imbibe. You see, once I see product now, okay, if I want to buy anything in America, you see me going to Walmart and look for product that they are importing from America. No, the only American product I will buy here is the product we don't have alternative in Canada. If we have the substitute in Canada, I bet you, because I know if I did not
Okay, hold on.
America,
Give me an example. Give me an example that you went to the store and you bypass American product and bought Chinese one. Give me an example.
What are you talking about? I said there are a lot of local products there that we don't need to. We don't need to buy. We don't need to buy we don't need to buy Canadian products.
Oh, I'm glad he's saying that a lot. I'm glad he's saying that. And when I was telling you that there's nothing Canada has to offer America that we don't have, you were arguing with me. So I'm glad he said that. So, but you guys can afford to have everything, and you don't need America, but it's not the other way around. Is that what you're saying?
You are not getting the point. You are not getting the point.
Okay, what is the point?
The question is this: even if you have something in your country, you understand. Why you are buying from Canada is not because it is cheaper to buy Canadian products, because of the strength of your currency. When it was $1 to one Canadian dollar to one US dollar, it was we are at a disadvantage. Even people were saying we have stronger currency. No, we are at a disadvantaged position. So because the cost of production in Canada is cheaper than America, in quotes, because I'm using the forex, I'm just saying it because of that forex anyway. That's why I put it in quotes, because it's not very variable. So I want to believe.
It's not. By the way, it's not true. It's not true at all.
That's why I put it in quotes. I know it may not be true. You understand?
It's not even true. It's not true.
So, but then over time, you have part of your value chain embedded within America, embedded within Canada. You understand? So you depend on us for so many things. Because it is
we depend on you stupidly, just like China, stupidly for a lot of things. For example, the Canadian timber dominates our market. Why is that? Well, it's quite clear. Due to Americans' government policies regarding forestation and
the environmentalists, right? The environmentalists.
Exactly. Especially the Democrats. And that's why, with all the damn trees we have in this country, could you believe that we are handicapped compared to Canada when it comes to timber? And we have more damn trees than you do. There are millions of acres of land untouched due to government policies. Imagine if they give all this the timber industry the opportunity to now go into those forests and start chopping down the trees. Do you think Canada we have the opportunity to compete against us? No, we have more trees than you do. So the question is, why are we buying timber from Canada? And by the way, over the years, the Canadian timber industry, they've innovated, they've become more dominant, and they have more concept of their supply chain when it comes to this industry. So overall, you built your industry. I can probably say that your industry, your timber industry, is far superior than ours. Because ours has been left in the darkness.
Let me ask you a simple question. Now, today, America is the largest oil producer in the world. Now, I ask you a question: why do you still import crude oil from Saudi Arabia? Why do you still import from UAE and co? Because this is why
I tell you, because UAE, Saudi Arabia, they spend billions of dollars buying America's weapons. You know, they patronize greatly, perhaps one of the few nations in the world that patronize America's military industrial complex. They spend a lot of money. How do you know that?
The same way we patronize you too. The same
way we patronize you. What do you buy from us?
Oh my goodness. Who are the manufacturer of Boeing? Who are the manufacturer of Airbus? Where are the major maintainers for all those things?
Well, because our relationship. Listen, Canada and the U.S. relationship is that of how do I put it? It's that of a sympathy. We pity you guys. You know, it's like when they say you pity the fool.
Many American companies are localized as Canadian company, American company.
Ola.
Yeah.
Kini GoFundMe, Kali Dawo fún ẹ. on the outfit there. Kadawo.
Oh yeah. Whatever. When the economy, oh yeah, that will matter.
I like be only I like be in the country. I like be.
I'm just happy. The thing is,
You
the economy.
Ola, you see, on the more serious note, Canada needs America more than we need them. That's just a fact.
More than 50% of the
It's just-
GDP
it's just- it's just a fact.
is from the US. Are you kidding yourself?
Let me tell you one thing. Do you know this thing you are saying is why we are saying Canada has been stupid too for a very long year. Now,
No,
why is it that
it's not stupidity. No, it's not stupidity. It's
Wait,
laziness.
Canada
It's
has been so
laziness.
stupid. I will tell you why Canada has been so stupid.
No,
You
you've
see
been
why?
lazy.
No, Canada has
Not
been so
stupid.
stupid.
It's laziness.
No. Because see, if it is not the word Canada they are using, sometimes I find it difficult to see the difference between Nigeria that is called a third world country and Canada.
Well, now you're talking.
Wait now. The problem in Canada is interprovincial conflict. Now, from Abata, I want to extend my pipeline to the East Coast so that I can be sending my crude oil to overseas. Suddenly, Quebec will tell you that we want to protect our environment. BC will be saying, oh, we want to keep our marine environment safe. And this same BC, we are using large vessels to import crude oil from Saudi Arabia. Where are you? So are you flying all those things in? Or you are using it on the road? Then Quebec, that is the one assessing the what we call it equalization fund. They are the largest consumer of that fund, and Abata is one of the largest contributors to that. To that, you will say no, but you'll be importing oil from America. You understand? So the thing you have with him. So at the end of the day, what happened to Abata oil? Abata oil is very cheap for America to buy. You and America are not necessarily buying from Canada just because they have to. Our oil is far cheaper than what you get from Saudi Arabia. That's it. There was a time we were basically selling oil to you for about $9, per barrel. Whereas if you want to buy from Saudi, you probably go and pay something around $40 in the name of a cleaner. So the thing is, it's neither here nor there. The world economy depends on one another. A country. So if you want to be producing, if I don't have anything to sell to you, then who will buy your product? So you have to give me money to buy your product. So you have to. There's something okay. You have it. That's what they call exchange by barter. You have this. Okay, I buy from you. Then you buy something from me. But you now, what you are saying now, you want to be producing everything. I want to be selling to everyone. So if everyone we have nothing to produce and sell to you, then how will they buy from you? That's why I say if you want to be doing subsistence economy, you want to be growing your economy within yourself and be eating your economy, good for you.
No.
China
See,
do that.
you're not focused on the problem. See, we have a zero problem buying Canadian goods. Actually, we love to buy Canadian goods. But the problem, you're not talking about the problem. The problem is the damn tariffs. You guys charge us more tariffs than we charge you guys. That's the only problem. That's the only problem. We love Canadian goods. We don't have no problem.
Where are your facts? It's not true. It's not true.
Let
me tell you one thing.
True. Well,
let me tell you one thing. Wait, let me tell you one thing. It's not true. It's not true.
And the trade deficit.
Stop listening to Trump lies. No, if you want to listen, if you want to say that, you bring your facts. It's not true. The question I'm telling you is this: it is cheaper for me to buy a Toyota Camry in Canada than to buy in the United States of America. You understand?
Hold on. I think you don't know what you're talking about. Cars are cheaper here in America than Canada.
It's not true.
It's true. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, it's cheaper. I'm telling you,
don't
cheaper.
forget that. Okay. Now, if you look at the cost of American,
hold on. There are more opportunities to get cheaper car. If we talk about used ones, hands down. New ones, it's about the same, or it's a little bit cheaper here in America. You know why? there's more. You don't know American market, American auto market. There's so much competition in America. The manufacturers, they offer more rebates in America and incentives for people to buy cars here. The competition is so fierce. I'm telling you. And you don't see Hyundai. The incentives Hyundai would give to American dealership and consumers, they don't give to Canada. They don't give to Canada because
Guys,
your market is not that
no,
competitive.
you are
I'm
wrong
telling you
because
what I know.
that thing you just said, that thing you just said is one of the reasons that Trump complained. You know, Trump complained the other time that our bombardier, that government subsidized because he was just angry that we subsidize for our production. What happens in Canada is that
Why do you think guys do it? Why do you think so?
we subsidize production. Is there any offense to subsidize production?
No, you're doing it to create jobs and to keep the industry going. And I don't blame you guys. The Chinese do it also. There's not. I don't. It's fine. It's totally okay. It's totally okay.
That's why our products are cheaper. That's why our products are cheaper.
But I believe
people just leave me. See, hold on. I don't know why you're arguing about America, Canada. They had a free trade agreement before Trump came into office, and Trump decided that, you know what, these Canadians, they are full of themselves. Let's just do something about it. But that said, anyway, I don't know why we are worrying about them. America is actually going to shoot itself in the foot with what it is doing right now with all these trade wars. Because in reality, what does it think they are doing? China is not raising its tariff against all the other nations. So, in other words, the other nations will be trading more with China versus compared to America. America is going to be losing trade. I don't understand the logic behind this.
You know, okay, Tunaja, what is the most preferred market in the world? What is the number one market in the world that everyone wants to sell to?
America is the preferred market because they have a lot of money to spend.
Do you think it pleases the Chinese? See, the American consumers.
It doesn't please the Chinese, but you have to see the actual effect. What is going to happen? It's not going to stop the Chinese from selling to America. They're just going to sell it more expensive to America. At the same time, the rest of the world will be trading more with China instead of them to buy certain things from America now because of the tariff. They are going to want to buy from America. This in China now. So you can see that America is shooting itself in the foot. But this is global shooting itself in the foot moment. Because China is not putting up barriers against other nations.
More, you know, I wish I can explain to you in detail. There's so much stuff that goes into what you're talking about. That listen, right now the Chinese market, okay, is on the edge right now, because of course they own like a trillion or two of our treasury bills, right? And the Chinese market right now, they actually need the dollar more than they've ever needed a dollar prior. They do. So China is somewhat fragile right now.
If it was the first Trump term, I would have said so. But what the Chinese learned from the first Trump term was that they cannot be that beholden to the American dollar. So they diversified. And as a matter of fact, if you look at the period when they started doing all this, currency swap and BRICS, they started energizing the BRICS and trading with southern hemisphere nations. They've diversified so much that whatever America does now, America is hurting itself even more. China is not going to be hurt, just like Russia wasn't hurt economically.
The Chinese economy, the reason why it actually was able to generate so much GDP in a short period of time, over a decade, was because the boom that the Chinese economy experienced came as a result of the value of the real estate market, and that's why a lot of people were able to come out of poverty. A lot of people came out of poverty, but right now, the trajectory of this boom is coming to a plateau, in the sense that China, like many other countries, especially the European countries, they're having a problem with that birth rate right now. China is supposed to be at 2.1 birth rate, but they are actually at 1.1. What is the reason for that? It's quite clear that a lot of young people now are deferring having children because why? It is extremely expensive, just like it is now in the United States, for an average Chinese couple or person to get married
but that
and
doesn't
actually
have
be able to
anything to
afford.
do with the trade wars and whether they are going to keep sustaining their growth. If they have less people, more resources to go around. I don't know why you are thinking that that's
because their growth rate does affect their GDP in the short and in the long run. So China is not really ready to decouple itself from the freaking dollar. That's my point here. As much as China may want to brag
it's
or
a lot more ready
grandstand,
than you like to believe. It's a lot more ready than you like to believe. It's America that is not
no.
ready. See, let me tell you
It's not
something
keep
now.
talking because you don't know what is going on in China.
Hold on, let me
It's
tell you
talking.
something. Let me tell you something. See, look at what is going on. Even Elon Musk is manufacturing these things in China. Many of, I mentioned almost all of America's major companies, their manufacturing is still being done in China till today. Can you imagine America thinking, oh, they want to go to war with China? Do you know the requirements that the West needs to do, the kind of industry they need to open, is so much that even the motors that they use for their drones are made in China. The flight controllers are made in China. So many things are made in China. The West
are you saying that?
Surprisingly, you think China can have alternative supply chain, but America cannot? Right? Is that your conclusion?
No, China doesn't need American products. That's the problem. They don't need American products as America needs theirs. That's the problem.
But they need America's market to grow. That's the point. You don't get it.
Who cares about
they don't need American product, but they need the market.
They are competing. They can be fine. Look at Russia. Russia is fine, isn't it?
Yeah, but
if Russia is fine, what do you think China?
No. Say Russia is a very small economy relatively to what we're talking about here. So don't even bring Russia in. They are a small economy, so they have abundance of natural resources.
The point is that if you are locked out of the Western economy, it shows that you can survive just fine. China
No. China can listen. Unlike Russia, see, keep in mind, Russia's ability to insulate itself didn't happen overnight. Keep in mind, there's always been what you call sanction on Russia for a very, very long time. So the Russian economy has adapted and its consumers, therefore, this recent blitzkrieg, as they called it, did not really affect Russia that much because they've always been at it. They've always been dealing with such issue for a very long time. Not so much the Chinese. Not so much the Chinese. If America goes like nuclear on the China economy right now, China will collapse more readily than you think.
I can't believe you just said that. I really can't believe it's the West that's going to collapse, like completely collapse. If you have actually been in the industry, you will know the parts, the components. Even when they say they don't want to buy stuff from, let's say they don't want to buy a direct product from China, they want to buy it maybe from Latvia or from some other country. What will happen is that this thing, even in that country, the components that they are using within inside is Chinese made. It's a big problem.
I don't disagree with you, but here's the thing. I just told Simba earlier. Listen, if China, we're gonna drop the bomb. I mean, it's gonna get to that. It's gonna get to that.
Okay. Well, I don't see that. I don't see China hurting. What the Chinese with the game the Chinese people are playing now? They are playing a blinder. They just sorry. 15 seconds. They are playing a blinder right now. Their policy is one of the best international policies that you can have. Do business, don't do politics, and don't cause trouble for other people. That's China's policy. And they are going to win this thing if America behaves.
Well, it's not true. It's not true. That was true. That was true. But China, they've been bad. Who wants to talk? Whoever wants to talk, bad. Sorry.
Yeah, what I want to say is this, my own opinion. What Trump is doing, Trump is only isolating United States. For America to maintain its global dominance, you need Europe, you need Canada. If you want to discuss this issue with them with respect, and they sit together and reason together, America will benefit more than humiliating them. Global setting have a lot of secret. It's just like people who wash over their back. I'm washing your back, you're washing my back. And that is how they'll be controlling this world. If the economy in Europe collapse, Canada collapse, they're going to look elsewhere. Tell me where they're going to look. China. And that is going to be a very big problem to United States. And that damages will create a lot of distrust and hatred when it comes to dealing with United States. And that is not going to be good for America. And that is the only worry I have. Definitely what Trump is doing, we don't even know is going to benefit from. But for me, I'm fully convinced the person that is going to benefit from this war is China. It's a matter of time. The year in
It's so obvious. It's so obvious.
But hold on. But Midwest, here's my thing. Here's my question. What do you think the end game is for Trump? Because I don't think from their own perspective, I don't think they're going into this without any game plan. Now, you might not agree with their game plan. What do you think the game plan is from their own perspective? What do you think Trump is actually trying to achieve here?
I think he feel is decline. The United States is declining in so many areas, and he wants to show that strength. Like I'm still the giant. You must look unto me. And in the process, it's going to make a lot of blunder. That's my worry. I don't think any other game is more than that. And the risk is that it's like he's chasing these people away. The danger is this: if you collapse like German economy, France economy, Europeans will suffer. And that is to say, there is already a gap because these people have been working together since Second World War, and it has benefited all of them. Even if there is issue, he should respect them, put them in a tight corner where they can discuss.
Yeah, but when he says, because he always talks about unfair trading practice, like it feels like America is being exploited by other countries, especially their so-called allies. I don't agree with it entirely. But that is what is been that Europe has been.
America strong and rich. There are a lot of dark secret things going on practically, and why they use English economics term to rub it off. People don't understand, but the Europeans understand them very well, and both of them are benefiting from it. All these Western people stay together, and if you decide to kick them, they're going to reveal those things, and America is going to suffer. That's just my belief. This petrodollar, America.
How come America is suffering and Europe is not suffering? I mean, listen, the European economy is artificially propped up. You guys in Europe, your economy is not as strong. In fact, most of the economies are fragile for the most part. See, America, just like I said earlier, the dollar is the concavity of the dollar, meaning the externalizing the weakness of the dollar is shared among many nations, not so much for freaking Europe. How many nations are dollarite or whatever? They have the economy in Europe. I don't think any. Only, of course, the European nations. So Europe is going to feel it more readily than America would. See,
okay, I want to reveal something to you. The international planning. This dollar you measure, to use it based on agreement, is supposed to be pegged with gold. The European turn blind eyes.
I'm gonna forget that. We passed down a long time ago. We passed that a long time. We don't do that anymore.
I don't of revelation. Everybody, the West is supposed to challenge it.
Pegging value of an economy with gold is actually a wrong-headed approach to the solution. America came close to the solution, but they made it, they invented it and kept it for themselves. This fiat method is
let me this one. Wait, the whole world is paying for America deficit. They turn blind eyes. Now nobody peg it with that gold again. America can print dollar at any time, pump it to where they have resources.
Yeah, because we're pegging it on the back of Nigerians, the Ghanaians, the rest of Africa, and Europeans. That's what we're pegging it on. What do you think? That's why you didn't listen to me earlier. I just told you that the dollar over the past 5 years has depreciated over 40%, but it's not being felt around the world, only in America, because the rest of the world carries the dollar on their head.
Yeah. So as I was saying, European, the game Trump is playing is that you know how you try to force your neighbor to do the right thing in terms of, because you believe that there is a threat and your neighbor refuse or your brother refuse, then you try to do things to force them to do what you want in the reverse sense, because like Europeans don't care about their security. They were like, oh, Trump is America, NATO is there to back us up, so they don't normally pay a lot about security. They don't want to decouple from China because they were getting cheap goods, and no, America don't want that, because America feels that China's rise is going to challenge them. So how do you force Europeans to behave? You do all this crazy stuff that he's doing now, forcing them to spend more on defense by conniving with Russia, which he actually wants to bring Russia away from China so that they can isolate China and put pressure on China. If Trump succeeds in pulling Russia away from China, then they might even have a chance. If, let's say, Trump, Russia, Western Europe, and with the power that they already have all around the world, and then look at India that is always playing both sides, China could be in potential danger there. And that is the strategy they are playing. And what he's doing now, because all this trade war that he's doing right now, he's forcing it so that Europeans can start doing their own industries at home, just like he wants to start doing it at home too. So he doesn't care. He doesn't care whether it affects the economy in the short term.
No,
Prince,
it's not so much about the European independence, quite frankly.
Prince,
We would love the Europeans to be more dependent on America as much as possible. All we're asking them to pay is to pay their fair share or buy American products. But these Europeans, they don't do that. You have to see. Let me tell you, worse than the tariffs, the actual tariff figures, is the non-tariff policies of the European Union that's actually hurting America. You guys have so much restriction on products coming from America. I know that, especially when even apart from food, agriculture, even in your electronics, your demand is much higher and stringent. So
yeah,
I mean,
well, the Europeans, they regulate stuff better than the Americans. Americans are just free for all, poison eaters. So I don't know why Americans are safe. Why are you comparing America?
You're right about that, but guess what? You're right about that, but guess what? You can demand certain what do you call it, criteria for certain product coming to your country. But guess what? The Europeans don't even want to do that. They just want to block the products as much as they can, and they don't care. And they have higher tariffs. They have policies to make it more harder for American manufacturers to export, because you guys want to keep yourself in that European Union and pretend that you have everything good, whereas you're not spending a dime on your security, depending on NATO to carry all the damn load.
Was it not the other day they corrected Trump when Trump was implying that America spends more on Ukraine? They corrected Trump that they spend more on Ukraine than the US.
No,
does.
I mean for NATO. No, it was more of NATO that they don't spend enough. If we're going to be partners, and I'm supposed to defend you against Russia, you better come up with more money. So I think that's what he was talking
I don't know
about.
why I think what he truly wants is them spend more on their defense. That's what he truly wants.
But they are not as hawkish as
No, it's more like
because they don't see Russia as a problem.
It's more like give us the money and we defend you. Let me tell you, at the end of the day, it's not a good thing for the Germans. You know the history of the Germans.
Please, hold on, please. America cannot turn itself into a paid mercenary around the world, where you will say, if you don't pay me enough, I will not defend you. It doesn't work that way. It will hurt you in the long run. So that's the danger of saying, oh, pay me. If you want me to defend you against Russia, pay me. If you're going to be that way, you're going to be like a hired gun then, which you lose your position.
And the truth is that that's not what is going on. The truth is that that's not what is going on. America and the Five Eyes, they want to be the linchpins in Europe. They basically call the shot in Europe. They are basically holding Western Europe hostage, basically.
But if you call the shot, if you call the shot, it's because you have leverage, because you are paying more than we are. If I
power, it's just period. You
exactly.
Have power.
But if I say, okay, I want to call the shot, but you are paying for me to call the shots, then that decreases my own influence, because somebody's paying for you to have that leverage. So you don't have that power anymore.
I guess the reason why he wants them to spend more is that he wants them to carry some of the burden of spending
Europeans, you're more than happy to sit back and allow America to spend money on security, on defense, whereas you guys can subsidize your welfare states and your health care. That's what you guys really want. You don't want to pay for it.
Before now, it was not in America's interest for Europe to become self-defending.
Well,
And
that is true. That is absolutely
America
correct.
didn't want it. France wanted to do it a long time ago. France and Germany, especially during the Iraq war period, they wanted to do it. America was blocking
they were conquered. That's why they have to listen to the master. They were conquered. Okay, remember the British and the French?
Start with masters. yeah, I know they were conquered. You see, the Americans and the British and the Anglo-Saxons, they won the First and Second World War. That's why they call the shots in Europe. And Europeans, for the life, for what it is worth, they can choose to defend themselves if they want to. They are even talking about France being their nuclear umbrella now, and that gives France a lot of power and leverage. Imagine America. Even you guys forget that America is across the ocean. It's not in Europe. It's like an uninvited guest. They can just isolate America and forget that America exists, and America will just be engaging with Brazil and all the rest. So it's not in America's interest for Europe to be self-determining. But at this stage, for Europe to be strong enough, to be stronger, I mean, at least be on a more stronger war footing, and Russia joining them, and America on the other side against China, that's what Trump wants. Trump is not entirely mad when you look at that policy, what he's doing. He's kind of acting as if he's crazy, but he knows what he's doing. Europe wants to spend almost $1 trillion on defense now because of what Trump is doing. Can you imagine that? And we as Africans, we are just watching them. Everybody's sharpening knives all around us, and we are just watching them thinking, they're sharpening for themselves. They're not going to attack China. I can assure you that. But what it will mean is that all these nations that used to oppress us before, they're just getting stronger. And we are just watching them get stronger.
But to your point, the battleground would then be those third world countries that are dependent on those powers.
It's already happening
now. You will be the suffering gap, right, of two elephants fighting. It will be Africa. You'll be the one bearing the brunt. Because also remember, they're also competing for resources on your continent.
Yeah.
That will then intensify.
Why do you think I'm having trust issues? That's my problem now. That's why I say, why is that we are just watching all this?
The only bad thing is that Germany, just like they did it twice before, I think they will start a third world war. You know, the Germans, and in their blood, you know who they are.
Didn't they sign that treaty? No. They signed the treaty now.
What's wrong with you?
Prince, remember they signed the treaty that they cannot even do that anymore. Remember that?
They signed the treaty once. They signed the treaty once. So don't worry about treaty.
Yes, now they cannot. They can't mass produce weapons like that anymore now. Did you guys forget?
They're already spending more on their military now.
Any country I respect in Europe are the Germans. I respect the Germans 100%. They can do whatever the heck they want to do, man. They're not like the lazy British and the French. The Germans are serious people. They'll be back at it at no time.
Yeah, see,
if they fight, they will fight. They don't.
Let me put
it away from it.
The thing is that all these fights, while Germans are down, there is a treaty, but there's a condition attached to those treaty, and some of them is what Trump is, toying with, and they are very dangerous. For years, don't undermine European strength anyway. For years, they lie low just because one person have to be on top, and they are working with America in all level, and trust has been there. They have been working together, to keep democracy, to keep the world safe, in a way that always benefit them. And if you decide to lose this nuclear umbrella, like Sweden, it will not take Sweden more than 1 month to get their home. So everybody, not that they don't even need American technology to build. I don't think any European country need American technology to have that. They have the technology.
Most European nations are nuclear threshold nations. They can build their own nuclear technology fast.
They have the technology, and it's just because of agreement. That's what I'm always speaking to. Even if things are not working the way America expects it to be, these are allies you can still talk to. When you came in, you said no, 2% is this one.
It's more than that, man. No. See, these Europeans, they become really lazy. I mean, they only want to concentrate on their EU.
Can you just stop with your talk? You are just sound like Trump. You didn't stop that. They are not being lazy. They are the ones. They are making America relevant. Without Europe, America is not relevant.
For one, I agree with Prince. Look at that. He's a lazy man, and he's already
look at that. Just to have a pop at me, I agree with Prince. Prince that you disagree with all the time.
I agree with him on most of the topic, but we know it's an extremist. Is way out there, so which I'm not willing to jump on. But for the most part, I do agree with some of the things he talks about, but not the.
I don't know why you are picking on Europe. Europe is the best part of the world. It's basically if there's going to be a paradise somewhere, it's going to be in Europe. Because Americans, look at them, they are just loud mouths and eating poison and shooting each other day in, and they just acting as if
before you go ahead,
they are living large.
No, before you go ahead, did you see the imposed tariff on Nigeria by Trump? Is it 21% for our imports to America now?
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So all that 0.01% exports that we do to America is going to be affected.
All gone.
Oh, I really
Why are you laughing, Prince? What's funny, Prince?
I really shut that.
What about all those yams and all those goosey and things that we sell export?
You pay me now. I have to pay more for equal B now. I have to pay more for equal B and Amala.
That's what you're crying for. Eh? They don't bring the equal B from Nigeria. They kill goats in this. They bring it from Nigeria. Look at that. They are all in America.
But guess what, Babati? They brought the manufacturing to America, actually. Hola. I mean, they manufacture most of the Nigerian products here locally. So
exactly. I'm saying, okay, here's my concern. Like, our Nigerian behavior now, they will go overboard and just triple and quadruple the price. And they'll tell you, oh, it's because of Trump. You know how we are now. They just jack up the price and, So I know my people. I know them. They're going to exploit that for their own. Even the one that they're buying from China, they'll say, "Oh, it's from Nigeria," and they'll just jack up the price and
that's true.
So what was this original topic of this stuff with Rewane saying that?
It was just breaking that. Basically, talking about that we have.
No. Sorry, Baba.
Overarchingly, he's saying that Tinubu's policies are working. In the nutshell.
You still coming to that. I just want to say something. If I want to put a plant in America to do gari and elubo, is there a way that I can get cassava or yam in America?
No, you import it now from Nigeria. When you bring it here, then you process it now into whatever.
No, I'm even serious. Is there any place in America where someone can do cropping in terms of yam or cassava? Is there any place?
That one I know people do for vegetable. They do go that in, like they have farms.
You mean they can grow Ogo in
America? No. Go on YouTube now. You see people breed. They have actual farms and they do Nigerian food.
Yeah, if I can do some Nigerian.
I've never seen anybody grow cassava in America.
No. I mean veggies. I mean vegetables.
Why is it that we can grow? Some part of America is quite wet now. Why is it that they can grow yam and cassava?
Maybe they do. Maybe I don't know. But I know for veggies, they do in this country. But they have like I don't know. Maybe but it's a huge market though. If you can do, it's a huge market. If you can,
Yeah, there's a lot of Nigerians out there now. Even
I don't mind coming to America as an investor.
We don't want you. Stay in Canada, please.
I'm coming to America as a Nigerian, I'm not as a Canadian.
You know, people like President, you'll be shocked what the way Trump will pass. I just read on CNN he's really a far right activist. See, one day when Trump would turn on people like you, you'll be shocked. There are a lot of people that supported Trump that have been deported as we speak. So don't be always.
The Cubans are the one that are like the funniest. Those ones like, oh, Donald Trump. Those ones, they even hate their fellow Hispanics. They think they are superior amongst their own race. They're like the white of Hispanics. That's the reason why they didn't want to. So now they're like, why are you deporting us? We are not the Mexicans. I'm like, are you serious? You think he knows the difference between you two? He doesn't give a damn. You gotta go back. So
but this Rewane thing that he was saying, that people like that are the kind of people that make sure Nigeria remains where it is. That face I've seen, when I check his face, I say I've seen this face for the last 50 years. I don't know, since I was born. He's been in Nigeria with that mustache of his.
That is father now. No, his dad was a famous. His dad now, Party One or whatever.
Okay. But
Yeah,
in that phase of his, I've seen it in so many TV stations and stuff talking about Nigerian this economy. For him to be saying what he's saying, you know, many of these people that back the current economic plan, it's almost as if they forget that it's like, you know, when you dig a hole and you cover the hole again, and then they thank you for covering the hole. That is the kind of feeling you get. Like they don't really do a honest analysis of where the true problem came from. They just talk about the solution that is showing up right now. In other words, you're just covering the hole. You've not even built anything really to go up. You know, you've not put it's like somebody gave you a job to build a house somewhere. They gave you a foundation and you dig a hole instead. Then you're covering the hole before you even start laying foundation. That's what they are describing right now. So I don't know why they analyze the economy like that. Some of all these economists in Nigeria, and the feeling I get in Nigeria recently is that there's a lot of chill in the air. People are scared of telling the truth of what is going on, and you can see why a lot of people in Nigeria don't come out and say openly what they think of the current economic situation, why we are where we are. There are so many things that Nigerians don't question. Now, the president, from what I got again, is off to France again, and our economy, in terms of GDP, dollar rate GDP, is still not where it was when he came into office. That is scary to believe, given that we had a Dangote refinery come on stream, a massive plus to an economy, but yet our GDP is lower. It tells you that somebody mismanaged something, and this is what I mean by hole. Somebody dig a hole, and we've not even out of the hole. You're saying they fixed the economy, they figured it out. No, he hasn't figured it out, and nobody's questioning it. I really wish that maybe some of you, even if you support him, you ask him, why is it that you did these things that could have made you, if you hadn't done them, you would have been the best president Nigeria has ever had. He could have been easily the best president Nigeria ever had if he just, even to an extent, just follow some of the policies Buhari was following. Because the direction Buhari was following, it wasn't damaging. He was already removing subsidies. The only difference is that he's not floating the currency. Nigerian economy would have been a lot better off by now if he just left the currency alone, because then he would have been forced to do a deal with Dangote to be supplying Dangote crude oil, and Dangote supply the crude oil, this is the petrol, to Nigeria. And guess what is going to happen? If he didn't flow the currency, the price of petrol will be coming down. At least the pressure of removing the subsidy will be off his back. He will be free to do whatever he has with the money that he saved from having the subsidy. He can do anything he wants with it then. But now, instead, what they are doing is they are borrowing money left and right. They are going to this crude oil, this is swap deal. That's the one that kills me the most. They keep selling crude oil. They keep borrowing money with crude oil that they've not brought out of the ground. When you have Dangote around, so you are borrowing money that you don't necessarily need to borrow, and then you are blocking the chance of Nigeria actually saving money out of it by ensuring that we don't use that crude oil to supply the local refineries. What kind of behavior is that? We can't keep behaving like this. We have to create a situation whereby we can supply local refineries at a discounted price, and so that the Nigerian, we don't want to be spending dollars buying petrol.
All these your abule economics. I want to ask you a question. Just mention 5 countries that subsidize their currency for consumption. Okay, mention 5 countries.
I can't mention. I know Kuwait does that. There are quite a few countries that have fixed interest rates.
No. Don't even go to that Kuwait. Just mention a progressive country that subsidize their forex. So and now tell me a progressive country too that puts subsidy on a major forex earner that puts subsidy there. So on the major forex earner like petroleum that we consume in Nigeria. Just give me as an example of a country. Even on that one, just example of 2 countries. I won't even say 5. Just give me example.
So, do you want me to tell you the countries that subsidize their currency? Now, let me give you the list. G20 countries. Calm down. See, the essence of subsidizing your currency is, in other words, use your foreign exchange to be able to pay off your this thing, reserve requirement. That's the demand for the dollar or whatever currency they are demanding overseas. So how do you think other countries do it? G20 countries are subsidizing their currency. Do you know how they do it? They call it.
Just give me an example.
Oh, let me give you. You don't let me finish.
Okay.
You have to see. You have to learn to see behind the curtain of the deceit that is going on in the world.
Okay.
You know how they subsidize themselves? Through loans. They can give themselves zillions upon zillions upon zillions of dollars of loans, and their currency doesn't depreciate. You know why? Because Standard & Poor's says they are credit worthy. A paper says they are credit worthy. They can borrow trillions upon trillions of dollars that Nigeria doesn't have access to, and their currency doesn't shake. That is subsidizing their currency, and they don't get to pay it back. So if you want to be fair in this world, you can see through the deceit that is going on, the game that they are all playing, and Nigeria is not playing that game. Instead, we are playing a game to shoot ourselves in the foot. Why? Okay, even if you wanted to subsidize, you want to end it. I support ending the subsidy of the dollar. Why should we be subsidizing the dollar? First, you can reduce demand for the dollar.
Nigeria, you start with this your abracadabra economic again.
Oh, why do you call it abracadabra? It's a fact. It's a fact of the situation.
They just want to subsidize the currency.
I intentionally avoided all those stories of
subsidizing. They ask you what do you mean by subsidizing currency, and do you even think your definition even makes sense in the first place? Intervention and subsidies are two different things to Nigeria.
They are technically different, but they are essentially the same things. That's what they actually do.
Everybody, hold on. Babati, they're calling.
Yeah, just saying, I got it wrong, guys. Hola, Prince.
All right, Babati.
Okay, man. Progressive.
All right, thank you.
No, say to Nigeria. Listen, you see when you give out when the government goes out and say Naira to dollar is 200, okay, they peg the price. That is when they have to bring money out to subsidize that rate in which they pegged it to. Okay, it's different from when the government is creating liquidity in the market just to avoid scarcity. They're two different things. So to say these nations are subsidizing their currency is totally false.
See, the term is not subsidies, but it's essentially the same thing. When they need money, they can generate money. When Nigeria needs money, we have to spend it.
You can come down now because I know intentionally I really challenge you. But good that Akim challenge you because I still really want you to come back to the one that I will link to our economy.
Yeah. That's the one I was coming back to. That's the one I was coming back to. So now, if the government wanted to deal with the defending the Nigerian currency, which I am against, you shouldn't have to defend your Nigerian currency, except in extreme situations. First, you cut the loopholes that the round tripping that is going on, that is requiring you to get, because I think round tripping may account for 10% of the extra demand for the dollar. You cut that one down, you cut it out, which Tinubu did by just passing one law. He cut that one down massively. He says Bureau de Change people are not allowed to make more than, I think, 1% profit or so. That by doing that, he cut it down drastically. Secondly, they could have done it. Why didn't they do it? You actually say, why didn't they do it before? That's about 10%. How about the actual demand? You can reduce demand by kind of discouraging your people from buying foreign goods, by patronizing locally made goods, so that they don't buy too many, they don't demand the dollar too much. Your politicians keep going overseas for treatment. So a lot of Nigerians spend, do you know how much Nigerians spend on foreign healthcare, foreign education, foreign this, foreign that? You don't discourage them. As a matter of fact, the lawmakers spend dollars themselves. They are damaging their own economy, spending their own currency into poverty. So that you cut out the demand for the dollar. Now, the rest that you cannot pay for, you can choose to either keep subsidizing it so that you can cut maybe the bill down by about 50% by discouraging dollar usage and by discouraging it, in other words, in so many different forms in terms of really changes and all the rest.
Okay.
Then the remaining ones.
You know where you don't catch yourself.
Okay, catch me now.
Now, you said our politicians, they go for foreign, medical, all those stuff. Now, those were the people that will be subsidizing dollars for overtime. You understand? Those people that want to go overseas, the politicians, the forest you have for petroleum, you end up subsidizing for them. So
Yes.
that's why you still want to continue.
No. That's not, see, it's still there now. So the point is that, let me finish. You will save 50% or so by
It's not
discouraging.
there.
No,
No, the people I'm just saying there. It's not
let me.
there.
You ask me a question and let me finish the answer.
Go
You can
ahead.
discourage about 50% demand for the dollar by changing the local policies. Then you can decide that, okay, now I'm spending this remaining 50% defending the dollar, which the highest amount that they gave us was about $18 billion a year that we're using to defend this is the dollar. So if you cut that by 50%, you are now down to 9 billion. And if you think that the things that they are buying now is what spending the money for, which a lot of them are frivolous still, you can still defend the dollar because it's not costing you that much compared to floating it. Or you can say, you know what, now that it is like this, what I can do is support companies like Dangote that have emerged, so that, because I think 30-something% of our dollar demand is for buying petroleum products. So you can see with Dangote around, you can cut that down to almost zero. Now your currency will appreciate more from there. And then the final policy that you can use to finish the entire thing off is managed devaluation. So now you can decide that, okay, now that Dangote Refinery has come in to reduce the 30-something% demand for dollar that we have, and have discouraged the use of foreign currency in the country, now our demand for dollars has collapsed. The amount I need to spend to defend it is reducing drastically. So now I can decide now, okay, now that we are where we are, let me just do a managed depreciation of the currency, and then we equalize. And when you do that, because Dangote now is now producing petrol that is selling to Nigeria and exporting overseas, Nigeria now is now making money from value-added manufacturing. You can even start easing off the controls that you have in terms of needing to defend the dollar. You can start floating the currency gradually. The people will not notice anything, and the system will be stable. And investors will be pouring in while you are doing all these things. Don't forget, investors will be pouring into the country. But look at what happened instead. What happened has cost us the next 15 seconds. 15 seconds, I'm done. What happened instead? Now, this is the maths. We have spent highest in 1 year. The highest amount we've ever used to defend the dollar is just under $18 billion. But in the last 2 years, the Nigerian economy has lost more than $60 billion in actual revenue. And if you look at the GDP, we've even halved it. So please go ahead.
I don't have to explain that the 50 billion loss to you. If you need a solution to analyze, just because I know you, I have one to sell for you for just $2,000. So I won't be giving you I have tools for you to do some basic analysis.
But what you don't tell me is that where did I get it
wrong? Wait, to Nigeria, wait. You see when you talk this way, you are undermining the systemic thing. Now, if you are not on average in Nigeria, when you want to roll out a forward-looking policy, even if you want to pass it through the National Assembly or whatever, it takes average of 2 decades sometimes for the thing to see daylight. Now, look at all this refinery of Dangote now that we'll be talking about. We've been on this thing now for something of this situation. We've been on it for almost 2 decades, more than 2 decades, for the thing just to just happen, just like about 2 years ago. So one thing about Nigeria is when you want to do something, you have to do it at a particular point in time. And whosoever that is in government, it's better for you to do it, especially if you are going to spend it time, so that that system will be fully matured. You understand? Will have crossed the chasm by the time you are leaving, so that for Nigeria to go back to the way they were coming from before, it will be difficult. Now, we've been talking of floating Naira for more than 3 decades. And this kind of implication of what happened under Emefiele was what people were talking about before. And we never did that. But the thing now went on full blown, right from day one of Buhari, that just because people see that as doing nothing by just getting subsidized forex and getting subsidy, many people became billionaire overnight. People that you and I, in terms of intellectual capacity, we are better than, they just became billionaire overnight. They are not ready any value. Now, you now look at what are the mechanisms that encourage these people to make this money. You know, one of it is giving subsidy, even to the rich. You understand? The subsidy that you think the poor people are enjoying in Nigeria, I said it over time. Even in a private conversation, or maybe when we have time, we are going to discuss this. Nigerian masses were not actually benefiting from all those petroleum subsidies. It is just what they call the false narrative. They just say, okay, oh, I enter vehicle from here to Oshodi for 20 naira. Is that it? The job that the subsidy was taken away, you are not looking at it. Now look at it this way. Because of subsidy, our petro energy industry did not develop. If there was no subsidy, probably we could have something like about 4 Dangote refinery in that country, meaning that we'll be refining for that country and be creating jobs. And don't forget that if you create this particular job, it's going to create another set of jobs. We said this in over time. Now, so just because of
I don't know how your analysis is helping the Nigerian economy, how it is.
It's going to help Nigerian economy in the long term because number one, the job that is being lost due to subsidy will be bad because lack of subsidy we have to force it to produce.
Ola, it's not the subsidy. It's not the subsidy that I'm against.
I'm coming.
It's the floating of the currency. Deal with that one.
I'm saying Nigerian currency forex was subsidized in Nigeria. And that forex that was subsidized in Nigeria was what the kind of Emefiele were using to go to Caribbean just to go and celebrate their birthday party.
So they are not doing it now. They are not doing it now. That's what you think.
Let me tell you one thing. Even if they are doing it now, it's not pronounced. They were doing it before too, but it was not pronounced like how it happened under.
Now the whole world is making money from Nigeria. The whole world has made money from Nigeria now.
You know, we did that in so say that we could not even give the foreign people, the foreign investors that put infrastructure in place, that the direct foreign investor like all those airlines that were doing their business in Nigeria, we could not even give them money to even repatriate their currency. MTN under Buhari could not get money to buy something to expand, and here we said we were subsidizing forex under that. Where were the forex? Because the thing it wasn't a
hold on, calm down. All you needed to do was remove the fuel subsidies, and you have money to pay. That's all they had. They had already done that. They removed the fuel subsidies. They had enough capital now to pay the money that they
maybe I don't know how to explain to you.
No, hold on. Let me just so that I think Ola doesn't understand what happened here. Let me give you an example so that maybe you might relate to this one. When they removed the fuel subsidies, the Nigerian economy or the petrol price went up. Fine, that is normal if you remove subsidies like that. But when he floated the currency, guess what he had to do again? He had to bring the subsidies back because of that. Because the petrol price would have gone from 200 to 1,000 something pounds immediately because of floating the currency. Now you see the danger of floating that currency, what he did. He created 2 problems sequentially. The first problem solved the problem, but instead he went and sabotaged the first solution by floating the currency. Now, NNPC just released that they paid over $7 billion for debts that they used to pay. They paid for fuel subsidies. And guess what happened? Why did they stop paying that money now? Guess what? Because Dangote Refinery is there now. Our behavior is Dangote Refinery was coming on stream, but you were doing all these things damaging the Nigerian economy.
Without floating that currency, Dangote Refinery was slowing down.
Why would he go down? Tell me why would he go down?
No. It's slow. See.
Please hold on 1 second. You see, this is where 2 Nigerian brain doesn't work. Sorry, I don't want to. Let me don't use that word. Okay, so let me explain something to you. The whole point of Dangote Refinery is that we don't continue to subsidize people who go and import fuel into the country. Do you not understand that part?
I understand that part already.
Exactly.
I said so. I don't support that too.
If you do not remove that arbitrage in the foreign currency, the dollars, in the people, for those people that are going to bring in refined petroleum, Dangote is going to run at a loss and is going to shut down the refinery.
No. I'm not talking about the dollar. The floating of the currency is the one I have an issue with. I don't have an issue with.
That is what we're talking about. Because if the currency was not floated, it means that you continue to subsidize those people who are going to import refined petroleum So you give them what at 400? What they're going to go and bring it in cheaper than what Dangote can afford? That's the problem.
No. Dangote can afford it because Dangote is buying from Nigeria now.
Yeah, but we cannot continue. Look, to Nigeria, look, with Dangote requires 600,000 barrels a day. Nigeria only does what in a day? 1.3, 1.4 million. So you're going to give Dangote half of your.
Hold on. So of course, Dangote is supposed to be supplied with petrol and crude oil. But if it's not, where do you think Dangote will get the money to buy crude oil? He will get it from the central bank too at the same rate. So why are you saying he's going to disadvantage Dangote?
But why? Okay, so you prefer us to also subsidize Dangote as well?
No, I'm saying when you have Dangote, you will not need to subsidize anybody anymore.
Why you? Oh my God! So why would you not have to subsidize anybody? Do you think that Dangote?
Because 37% of our imports, of our demand for the dollar, about 33 to 34%, is because of petroleum imports. If Dangote is there, all that demand goes away.
At the time, Dangote was not fully.
Do you understand what I just said just now? Do you understand what I just said
Dangote
just now?
was not fully. Look, I just told you Dangote was not fully upstream, so the government still needs to come back.
But it was coming on stream. Right now, it's fully on stream. Why did the government not plan for that? Instead, they plan for chaos.
No, now that Dangote is fully on stream, there's no need for subsidies. What the government is done is the right thing. Deal with Dangote.
The currency. They didn't need to flow the currency.
They needed to flow the currency as well.
Hold on. If they didn't flow the currency, do you know where the Nigerian petrol price would be right now? It will be somewhere around 300.
Yeah, but you have to pay for it.
No, I just told you don't have to because the petrol is in Nigeria now.
Oh
I just told you. You are not understanding. The demand for dollar will reduce.
Hold on. So if 33% is to import petroleum, that's where we spend our foreign currency. 33%. So what about the remaining 7%? You're not still going to subsidize those ones?
That 33% may even be the total amount you are using to defend the currency.
Oh my God.
So what if that goes away? So you don't need to defend the currency anymore. Don't you get that?
People that are going for education abroad, people that are going to import manufacturing equipment, people that are going for normal travels, people that are, all sorts of things that people need dollar for. Well, so what would you do with that?
My point is that if Nigeria is spending about at the highest $18 billion per annum,
you cannot be thinking of your head.
Calm down. Hold on. Calm down, please. If Nigeria is spending about 18 billion defending the currency per annum at the highest, and Dangote refinery comes in and supplies petroleum that surpasses that amount, now the need to defend the currency goes away. Don't you see?
No,
it goes away.
Oh my God, this guy,
man. You can't beat the arithmetic. It's right there staring at you.
Wait, you're not putting any figure. You said the arithmetic. What arithmetic?
Dangote can supply the entire need of Nigeria. Dangote can supply the entire need. Oh my God, he doesn't understand. I don't know.
Let me put it
I just what about the remaining 50-something%? You are saying maybe that's 33%.
You're assuming that the 50-something%. Hold on. Okay, you are assuming that 50-something% or 60-something% of demand that is remaining is what we are spending $18 billion for. I'm telling you, the $18 billion we are spending is probably less than 20-30% of the entire demand for the dollar. That defense we are doing is very, very low amount in percentage. So in other words, the other remaining ones, you don't need to defend them. You don't need to defend them because you have enough currency.
You're just trying to use nail and hammer to hammer everything together. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't. What you are trying to.
Now, I'm going to get the total number of Nigerian demand for dollar per annum. When I get the total number of Nigerian demand for dollar per annum, then subtract that $18 billion from me. Then you see what I mean. And please, whoever wants to say something can go ahead.
Yeah, to Nigeria, what I want to say is this: whether there's subsidy or whether there is no subsidy, both of them are good. It depends how you want to manage them and what you are trying to aim at. To subsidize a product is very complex. Even in a country where they actually have a system to monitor properly how people consume that very particular product, the movement of that product, who is buying them, is still very challenging. The problem we have in Nigeria case is this: these people always tell us they want to do this so that Nigerians will enjoy. At the end of it, Nigeria will continue to suffer. So for me, I'm not engaged whether they remove it or whether they put it there, because the real challenge we have across the globe, there are specific products that countries have to subsidize for the interest of the economy. Take Europe, for example. A whole European Union subsidizing agriculture. The first challenge they have, most of this East Bloc, their system were very weak, and there was a lot of complaint. Bulgaria, this Poland, Romania, Poland now, anyway, to some extent they are advanced, they have a system.
His audio went off. So from what I can see here, the exchange rate, the dollar demand in Nigeria, some of the highest amount was around $58 billion.
I went off.
Yeah, you went off for a bit. Go ahead.
Okay. So they have to work on the system. Because most of this country in the East Bloc, and later they never throw away, because it was not, there was a lot of loophole, and because they have a aim, they still continue, and they were able to solve it. And I don't see, if a government want to subsidize petroleum, I don't see anything wrong, because along the line, if you have a good structure on ground, you're going to boost the economy, and you're going to tax that economy, and you're still going to make money. If you are also removing in it, you may also save this money, if you know that your people, they have enough in their hand that can enable them to live well. So there is nothing wrong. But the only thing I hate about Nigeria's situation is that every policy that they are introducing today, they are always putting them on the wrong foundation, and nobody want to treat that foundation. Because why? Those who are supposed to treat it, they are benefiting more from this rotten system. If you like subsidized petrol, who is consuming the petrol? We were subsidizing the entire Africa country, even down to Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, because of the system of ground.
You went off again. So from what I can see here, they said Nigerian merchandise import were valued at around $58 billion. If we say those $58 billion, 33% of them is from this crude oil demand. So you are looking at $58 billion divided by 3, so it's around $15 to $20 billion. That, you see that? $15 to $20 billion in petroleum imports. So you can see that if Dangote shows up and cancels that out, that is the highest amount we've ever spent on defending the currency. You see what I mean by, you wouldn't need to defend the currency if Dangote was around and you discourage the use of the dollar in Nigeria.
Please, this is your analysis, eh? Let me quickly put it out.
I'm giving you real number. It's not an analysis. I'm giving you mathematics.
I just listen to you, man. Like,
to Nigeria, this analysis cannot hold water. There are many factors that make them to subsidize our currency. It affects so many areas of the economy. It affects so many things we consume, even the common man, because we used to import all of them. So if you just said only Dangote is on board, yes, of course it is good. I want to assure you that is not going to
but it's
have
not only
any.
Dangote now. We have Nigerian Port Harcourt and Warri Refinery coming on stream now. So these are the headwinds I'm talking about. The things that are favoring this president that came into office. He had all these things on his plate coming to him. But what did he do? He decided to sabotage everything himself. And you have to ask yourself, why would anybody do that? If that person cares about his people, why would they do that? Even to his own interest, he sabotaged it anyway. That's why I said this president came into office with everything favoring him, but yet he sabotaged it.
One second. So now, you said it before, so try to explain again. You said if they continue to subsidize the crude oil or whatever, the petroleum, the fuel, that well, now that they stopped subsidizing the fuel, right? the $60 billion supposedly the economy would have generated is not being generated anymore. How did he explain it? Could you know what I'm talking about?
What I'm talking about is the need to defend the Naira. That was the point I was addressing, because the highest amount I've heard quoted that we used to defend the Naira was about 18 billion. Most of the time it was around 8 billion, 9 billion, never that high. But the highest amount in 1 year, I think it was just before 2023 or so, maybe because of COVID-19, I don't know, they defended the Naira with up to almost $18 billion. And if you look at this for 2022, our total import was $58 billion import. 1/3 of that, if you take 1/3 of that, which is I think 33% we spend on importing petroleum products, of our imports is 33%. So you divide that 58 billion is almost 20 billion. It's almost that exact amount I gave you, which was $18 billion, the highest we've ever spent on defending the currency ever. So if Dangote comes on stream, and the president knows that Dangote is coming on stream, and Port Harcourt Refinery is coming on stream, Warri Refinery is coming on stream, the planning should be that they are going to come and help remove this demand for foreign currency. At the same time, while they are discouraging Nigerians from using foreign currency in Nigeria, and then you can couple that with doing managed depreciation. In other words, if we're selling it for 400 naira to $1, you just increase to 500 or 600. That way, you even have more leeway. But what did they do? Fling it open for the entire world to come and speculate on our economy. And the Nigerian economy shrunk from almost $500 billion to $250-something billion in 1 year.
Prince Daddy, do you understand what he said now?
I hope it's clear, because I didn't.
It was saying that I guess if I understood the Dangote refinery and Port Harcourt refinery that they're coming on board. Those one would have naturally abated the need for the dollar to be used for subsidy, right?
No, it's just making.
I'm not worried about subsidy. It's floating the currency I'm more focused on, because the subsidy, the government needed the wiggle room to be able to settle its currency in, because there was danger that the Nigerian economy could go into some serious financial crisis. So they needed the money to help, pay off all the people that they owe in dollars. Fine. I'm not too fussed about that part, because that part is not the part that really did damage to the Nigerian state, because that part didn't lead to other foreigners harvesting wealth from Nigeria.
Hold on, just let me just ask a couple of questions so we'll get this clarified. So how much did you say we were using to subsidize the Naira?
The maximum is around $18 billion. I'm using that figure, but on average, you're looking at around maybe $10 billion at most.
One second. We were using 18 billion to subsidize the Naira, right?
Yes.
So how much did you say we paid in subsidies as well?
We're not using $18 billion to subsidize the currency.
So
the
how much did we use?
maximum we've ever used. That's the maximum. Let me get the average. I'll get you the average figure.
Let's stick to that maximum 18 billion. Let's just stick to that.
Okay, let's stick to the worst one. Okay, fine.
I'm trying to clarify something. Let's say we use 18 billion to subsidize the Naira, okay? So how much did we use to subsidize petrol that same year?
The subsidy of petroleum, I think, is around $10 billion or so, or maybe up to 12. I'm not so sure.
So where did you get all this your figure from? 12, because you talked about 18 billion going
the one
out.
I'm sure about, I will tell you. The one I'm not sure, I will tell you. I can get the figures if you want me to get the figures now.
No, you were quoting all the figures. Now I'm trying to get clarification. Now you're not sure about
the $7 billion. The $7 billion that NNPC paid to this is for the petroleum was because of the floating of the currency. That is not the normal subsidies that we normally paid. Because of the floating of the currency, NNPC had to subsidize petroleum again.
Okay, so tonight, what percentage of the back then? What percentage of the Naira subsidy was used for the imports of the PMS?
I am thinking now, based on the fact that 1/3, about 34% of our imports is based on PMS, and 18 billion, the highest amount that we've ever spent on defending the Naira. So we are looking at about almost entirely 30-something% we've ever spent defending the Nigerian currency. In other words, they cancel each other out on average. That's at
I'm
the worst.
asking you, how did they cancel each other's house? You've not been able to explain
I
it.
gave you. Oh, I told you now that $18 billion is the highest amount we use for. See, hold on. Let me give you the numbers again because you are not understanding what I mean.
Naja, hold on. Hold on, Naja, hold on 1 second. I'm going to ask you again now. How much do we use to defend the Naira in 1 year?
Okay. On average, I'll get the average figure that I will get it to you. I'm not going to just spout nonsense here. Let me get the average.
Tell me the figure. What's the figure? Give me an average figure.
Yeah, that's what I want to get. Let me just get it. I don't want to give you the wrong number. Let me just get it. Give me 2 minutes, okay? 1 minute, 2 minutes.
Putting all the figures to us since now, so now you don't have the numbers.
I got because when I'm talking to you, I want to use the worst number that is against my argument. That's the why I'm giving you $18 billion. But the average is less than that.
Okay, so you want to go on Google now?
Yes, I want to get the one that favors me more now. Okay, let me get that one.
Okay, one second.
Wait, before Naija come, what I want to put here, let us be realistic, my brother. Now, are you guys hearing me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, we were subsidizing petroleum product. The question is, were we able to account for the total volume we consume as in Nigeria? The answer is no. We're not only subsidizing Nigeria consumers, we're subsidizing Cotonou, Togo, Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, Chad, even Cameroon, even down to Sudan, all those faraway places, Central Africa. So imagine that scenario. For me, I'm not against subsidy, neither am I against removing it. But if we have a policy that we want to implement a policy for the interest of the country, let the leaders look at it carefully, examine areas where challenges lies, and look at the foundation they want to put it upon. Even if we are removing it, it's still the same thing. In fact, removing it created a lot of economic panicking, and at the end, we were having a serious economic challenges. Even the so-called floating as well, they didn't analyze it well. It flew out of their expectation, the range of their expectation, and at the end they have to struggle to start passing. Sometimes secretly behind the curtain they have to spend more. But however, things are a little bit stable now. I'm not saying they should go and put it. If they like, they put it. They don't, but they should at least. Subsidies wasn't a Nigeria problem. The consumer, it wasn't a problem for me. I feel they were not able to manage it. There are too many loopholes that they need to seal, and they have to work on this. This is my own submission. Even though if we know the figure, how does that one add up? The people we want to see economy that will actually grow. Even the sacrifice that the Nigerians are making today, this is Tinubu policy. If 2000
Midwest Republic. So look, you have to, first of all, you can acknowledge the direction the government is going, and then we can also hold them accountable for corruption, for mismanagement, for all of those things. We can hold them accountable. You understand? We can say, look, the money you are saving, what are you doing? It's okay, I give money to state governor, we're giving money to local government, then you go to the state, okay, where are the money? What are you doing with the money? We can do that. That is no problem. Okay, but we have to acknowledge that for the country to even look, when Buhari came to government, right, the country, about 20-something or nearly 30 states of that country could not pay salary. If you remember, Buhari had to give a loan to all the state governors at that time so that they can pay salary.
Yeah.
So for how long are we supposed to go in that direction? Where we're borrowing money, part of the money we're borrowing, using to give cheap petroleum. That cheap petroleum, some of them were going over the border to neighboring country. Some of the subsidies money were just going into the pocket of business people. Why do we want to continue in that direction? Look, what we are doing now is going to be painful, but that pain over time is going to come back. Is going to become good for us. Okay, a lot of this country that we are today, whether it's the United States, whether it's the Ireland, they at the time had challenges. But what they do is that they came with policies and they stuck by their policies and they grew from there. At the time when those policies came, a lot of people would have taken a hit from it. A lot of people would have gone through difficulty in that period. But the whole point is that Nigeria need to generate revenue, okay? And in a situation whereby we are not generating enough revenue, anytime crude oil price plunges, we begin to think of what we're going to eat. What happened during when Buhari came? You remember, petrol price went as low as $20 a barrel. In a situation like that, what can Nigeria do? Like the man even said, "Look, maybe I was cursed." That was what Buhari said then. Maybe I was cursed. For how long are we going to be, as a country, reliant on the price of the fluctuation of petroleum price? It's not even that we are producing as much as we are supposed to, and we are still relying heavily on the sales of petroleum. So let us get ourselves to a situation whereby we continue to diversify the economy. You cannot diversify an economy that you are subsidizing. It's impossible. You cannot diversify an economy if you continue to subsidize that same economy. You know, so you want investors to bring their money in. You want investors to bring their money in. At the other hand, okay, imagine I go to build a refinery. I go to the central bank and I get $1 for 400, and I go to wherever and buy petrol. I can sell it for what? For 600 per liter or 500 per liter. But Dangote, who has put his money to build a refinery, can only afford to sell for 700 or 800. How is that? Who is going to build another refinery? Who will come and build another refinery? Nobody. Instead, everybody will go and ask government for money to go and import the fuel. But what you've seen, since we've passed the PIA bill, you've seen that refineries are springing up in that country. Modular refineries, Dangote refineries, BUA is building a refinery now. Why? Because subsidies is gone. Everybody is playing in an equal market now. You produce, you buy, you sell. If you want to even go and source your crude from outside, like Dangote is doing sometimes, source his crude from outside, fine. Go and source your crude. Go and source your crude from outside. If you can get from NNPC on that Naira basis, fine, get from that. So we're creating a privatized, liberalized market whereby everybody play on equal field. No more. I know somebody in central bank. Let me go and collect some dollars so I can become rich quick. No, none of that. Even with part of the charges. Hold on 1 second. Part of the charges that this Ale Oyema is having in America now. What do you think it was? It was because he went to go and to take money from central bank and try to channel it through the United States on the name that he wanted to buy aircraft. That was what happened. They found out that he didn't use the money to buy no aircraft, fund money back into Nigeria and sell the money in black market. Money that central bank gave him for 300 or 400. He took the money to America, run it back again, and start selling it in the black market for 700. You're making 300 for every dollar that you bought for 400. What kind of life? What kind of system is that? Who does that?
But one thing is this: I don't know whether it violated. It depends. Every country have their law. It's your money. You can bring it into business. Maybe if the law permits you to take it back, you took it back. But
forget about that Midwest. Midwest. Forget about. Do you know the impact? Do you know the impact that?
Let me round up. Perhaps along the line, it might have forced some document to be able to move it in and move it out. Then he has engaged in criminal activity. I think that may be the space there, because
no, forget whether it is criminal or not. The issue is what impact. Forget about whether it is criminal or not. What impact does it have on our economy? That's what we're supposed to be discussing.
Yeah,
we are not discussing where the legality of what is doing.
There was a time when some Nigerians would just go to, they would take like 20 bank cards from Nigeria, go travel abroad, and they'll go ATM and withdraw money. They'll withdraw foreign currency.
Akim, there was a time Central Bank was giving everybody that want to travel $5,000. People will just go and forge whatever traveling document, and they will just take the money and go and sell.
Yeah, do you know how much you make in a day? Like if you just get 5,000 now, you take it to the black market, you sell it for 8,000. You get $3,000 in one transaction. Who run that kind of? Look, did you see? Are you still hearing of those nonsense now? The answer is no.
I don't even know where Tonight has been parading this calculation for only God knows how many months now. But that calculation, I don't know what is giving him that confidence that whatever calculation he's doing is right.
Let me to show you how correct I am. This Rewane that we are. Hold on for a moment now. I've not been talking. Calm down. Who is that now? See, this Rewane that we are talking about, he himself, I just posted a link, was saying that the government, this current one, spent $8 billion defending the Naira. $8 billion after they floated the currency on top of it. Still defending in Naira. So when I keep saying that what they are doing, the way they are running this country, they are running it to the ground, you put it as a joke. What is the point of floating it if you are still spending this much money defending in Naira?
Is that what you went to look for?
No, that's not what I went to look for, but because when I went to look for it, I searched for Nigerian average this in Naira. Guess what is coming up? All the new ones are the ones coming up. The old ones, I can't get to the old ones. I'm trying to get to the old ones. I keep getting the $18 billion, this in the $17.8 billion one for 2022. Don't worry, I'm going to go to 2020.
To Niger, the question you're supposed to ask yourself, why was it increasing year by year?
Because the Nigerian government was running the country to the ground. What else do you expect? They were encouraging people to be spending money willy-nilly, and the round tripping was increasing.
Let me tell you the economic implication, because the only thing you go and read is all this your security. When it comes to economy, your coconut head cannot take it.
Oh, look at that. Now coconut head. You see the attitude? I'm trying to teach him. He doesn't want to listen. You're teaching him mathematics. He don't want to do your math.
Okay, let me say what I want to say tonight. I don't mind me. I'm joking with you.
I'm joking with you. More than 20 minutes or 30 minutes.
The issue is this. That said, where you peg your currency and you have your money is having artificial value, like our own Naira. Naira is stronger than the true value of Naira. Do you know what was encouraging? It was encouraging more, Nigeria importing more things that averagely something that should not be importing, or something that even that time, if you know how much you are spending on education, going for overseas education alone is even more than what you are claiming that we are spending on importation of fuel. It's more than that. So so don't focus on one aspect. Say, hey, oil. It's not only that. Nigeria alone, 2023. Do you know how much we spend on overseas education? $22 billion. On overseas education, that one is not import-export. You won't see that one in all those things. So there's so many things. So it goes beyond all this your simple arithmetic that you're just doing. Okay, if you import $20 billion of oil, petroleum product, and then it's more than that.
You are even making sure you are even supporting my argument then, because if you are saying that the Nigerian economy, let me give him the reason why he's supporting my argument. If you are saying that, let's say we are importing, in terms of imports, we are spending about 58 point something billion dollars importing, and you talk about 20 something billion that we spend on education and other things. So we are talking about a total about 80 billion spending in Nigeria.
What you don't realize, there are so many things that is not captured in. Okay, if I didn't mention this education one now, you can't capture it under import and export now.
But the direction you are going,
is supposed to look. Wait. What you supposed to look at? No, to Nigeria, wait now. What you supposed to look at how much is your inflow, how much is your outflow. That's what you just as at that time it was encouraging more capital flight away from the country.
And floating the currencies is doing what? Is making it worse. So my point is
it's not making it worse. It's not making it worse. If you look at it now, because you are the one quoting Rewane figure now.
Yeah, tell him to go and listen to the Rewane now.
18 point something positive.
Money on that part.
So inflation is sexy. Inflation and deflation of value of materials and everything is sexy. And business losing money is sexy for investment. Seriously, I don't know where your reasoning comes.
No, let me tell you. What we encourage is not your currency. Wait now, to Niger, it's not the value of your currency that we encourage foreign portfolio or foreign direct investment. is the stability of your money.
The stability of the economy. That's what I mean. When you have inflation, how is that stable?
Hey, but now the thing, what we are saying, I don't even know the reason why you come. Inflation now is our wait now. Our inflation rate is reducing. Our Naira is more stable. You two also attested to that in the last few months, even more than 6 months now, it has been stable.
It was stable before they floated it too. So my point is that
is not stability. When you have an arbitrage of like 300 and 400, even that one was not even encouraging investment. Because wait now, instead of people to go and spend money on producing something, they are just doing racketeering. And we buy dollar and sell dollar. Is that what we want to be doing in the economy? How would our economy?
Let me quickly explain something. Have you bothered? No. Let me finish. No. I just gave him way. I gave him way so that I can speak. I gave him way so I can speak. Let me just finish what I'm saying. So if the currency, because we left them to do what they are doing, the currency is costing us about $18 billion at the most that we know of. If it costs us $18 billion at the most, and we are spending in excess of $80 billion, that means it's less than 23% of our imports, isn't it? It's less than 23% of our dollar demand. Hold on now, because so that you know now, so that you see what I'm saying. It means if our demand for the dollar is in excess of $80 billion a year, and we are spending about 18 billion defending it, it means the demand for the dollar the demand for the demand that's defending the Naira is costing the demand for defending the Naira is less than 23%, 33% of our import. If you divide 18, let me just divide 18 by this 80 so you know what I'm talking about.
What are you dividing now? What are you dividing?
18 divided by 80.
80 and 18 for 80 and 18 for what? Exactly.
$80 billion versus $18 billion.
For what? $80 billion for what now? For what?
For total dollar demand per annum. Total Nigerian dollar demand per annum. That's $80 billion.
To Nigeria, please let me come here. This back and front. Look at it from this angle. Even if they are subsidizing us as a people, the country was subsidizing so many rich men pox more than the common people. The neighboring countries, they were benefiting more than the people. So therefore, we can't say subsidy is bad. At the same time, we cannot say it is good because it was taking a lot of money from the government. The truth of the matter is this. If you look at some of the policy Tinubu is introducing today, even down to the Senate, some things, be the debate, you will know that these people have good intention for the country. You can agree to that. But the foundation,
I don't agree to that.
Okay. So many of them, you may not agree for all, because even for your statement,
many of them may have good will for Nigeria, but I think
wait, and let me round up on now. Wait, let me round up this one.
Wait, so I want to pass information to Tunaija. Tunaija, I think you are one of yours, right?
Oh yeah, I do. I do have
access. Please, I want to go for a meeting. It will take me like 1 hour to be back, so please just put for me.
No, I don't mind. As long as you settle me when you get back. And the settling involves at least $1 million per hour.
We are both settling ourselves now. The knowledge we are getting here is
$1 million, and I will donate it to the Nigerian charity.
We cannot quantify. See. I'm even happy that I'm here to learn from everybody here. To be honest, I cannot quantify what I've learned here. That's why you see me hanging around. So I believe that you must have learned from my own rubbish too. So let's keep educating one another. So
guys, I need to work now because I don't have foul yet to tie on my neck. So
I'll be back in like 1 hour. I need to just
let it carry foul. Let it go and carry foul tie around this neck. Why would you tie foul around your neck?
If you want to talk with Tunaija, you go tie foul.
What do you mean tie foul around your neck?
Say, make a your round up what I be they talk. See, all those policies, even the one you agree that they are good, all we need to do is to look at the foundation. Take, for example, they don't pass through, some of them don't even pass through proper law. It's just executive order. So after 8 years, another person is coming. Then we start dismantling things and telling you it's going to get better, because even with some of the Tinubu policy, it's just long term a benefit, to be frankly speaking. And maybe the time the whole thing want to start picking up, another government is in power because of the suffering. Oh, thank God, this one will start dismantling everything. You can see we have a long way to go, because most of this foundation, our greatest problem, to be frankly speaking, the system of grant encourage corruption, encourage all manners of dubious things, and that is what we need to invest upon, or else we are not going to get it. Subsidy is very good. If you subsidize petrol, diesel, for example, you're going to encourage more services that consume it. And if you have more, you have a buoyant economic activities because of that very subsidy, you're going to tax those companies if you really have good structure on ground. Even this food we are talking about in Europe here now, they subsidize food. But if you buy tomatoes, you pay VAT. You buy anything.
I think the bad thing about subsidizing, like the one part of the reason why I don't subsidize, I don't necessarily like the fuel subsidy, was because it was giving everybody blanket subsidy, including the rich. When the people that actually need the subsidy are strategic industries, like the industries that do value added manufacturing, tech, agriculture, all those things. Those are the areas you should subsidize. Don't worry about subsidizing everybody, like people that party day in, day out, they go overseas and you keep subsidizing their petrol anyway. So those targeted subsidies, that's what the West does.
Let me to Nigeria. This is why I always have arguments from people here. Okay, let's look at the pegging. You peg a dollar for businessmen. Somebody is doing business. All you do, they just buy the money and that's all. They don't report to anybody what exactly they purchased, whom they are selling to. You can see bigger loophole. So the door is so open for us to make it fast. And somebody, look at the American example now. Somebody took a lot of money, they want to buy jet. You came back, you did not register jet, you did not declare it. Tell me any government that we allow that.
You see, all these things we are describing in Nigeria, I see it in the West too. Like, you know what they call insider trading, and because all these politicians in the West, they have insider knowledge, so they will use it to go and buy stocks and trade it, and they make billions of millions and billions of this in dollars. They do the same. They are all just as corrupt. The difference with them is that they are not running their country to the ground.
No,
but our leaders are running our country to the ground.
I don't agree with you with European leader on that level. But the thing is this: indeed, they are doing it. If they are caught, they will go in for it. For example, they still make declaration. If you go for outside offshore business, what they normally do, they know they can't hide it. They will be the one to tell the government, yes, I am outside this place doing this business. This is what I've earned. This is what I've earned. Because those countries also look like our country, some of them. So for that reason, the government cannot really assess everything the way it should be. Not that
I think the way they did it was that they legalized their own corruption. Anybody in the West, they will tell you that to the same thing. They will tell you that they legalize their corruption in such a way that even when they do it, they get away with it. While the poor people are being lambasted, like now in the UK, the poor people are being targeted again to pay for the national defense, when the rich people are making more, ever and ever more money. So this is the name of the game all over the world. The elites make money from the system.
If you compare the West life of Europe here for 2 years ago and now where we did, it's very challenging.
You see, based on my analysis of the world, I think we are missing an element of the analysis that all countries in the world, be independent of the type of economic system or political system, the elites always get away with murder. They always, without any doubt, every single one of them, communist, socialist, capitalist, democracy, dictatorship, the elites get away with murder. However, depends on what they do with their country, what they want to do with their country. Many of them around the world, other than black nations, many of them try to build something for their nation. The black ones, they tend to build, they tend to prevent building for their country to please their masters that they are serving. That is the difference between African countries and the West. Because if you think about it, that's why you hear the West, many people in the West will be telling you, oh, the politicians are corrupt. They take money from Israeli lobby. They take this one. They don't speak on behalf of the people. Everywhere you go, you see the same pattern. And if you study through history, elites are always getting away with murder in all systems. To deal with the elites in any system, you literally have to tear that system up. and it's almost impossible
No,
as
it's
task.
not all system. See, the problem is
Give me
this: the
one.
United
Give me
Kingdom,
one.
the United Kingdom, they have made a lot of mistakes. They were following America's style for many years, trying to imitate some things. Other Europeans don't do their things that way because, for example, most of the elite you have, by like some Scandinavia, some places, those ones, it's like they're almost out of politics. They can't run politics by some clause in the law.
Oh, they
So,
do. They do. Come on.
no,
See,
underground. Underground, wait, what they normally do, they lobby underground to challenge some policies anyway. And to really remove their ego as the way they are moving our own is very, very difficult. Even if they are taking it, they can't be able to take it just the way people just, it's like, I don't know whether it's entitlement, I will call it, in our own place. It's like they're already in position, they're just in charge. They don't allow that thing because they will fall. Even with the management, things are changing. They are buckling up.
they do it just differently. As well, they do it in such a way that in many cases it's even legalized theft. That is why you see someone like Trump pay less tax than a government worker,
That
because
is why I
they
said
make it legal.
that is America. Europeans, they don't,
No,
my
no,
dear brother, they
Europeans
don't
do the
want.
same now. Haven't you heard about the Boris
No,
Johnson this thing scandal and everything? Jesus, how can you act as if you
yes,
don't? Look at even our prime minister now. The clothes he was wearing, he didn't buy it for himself. The rich billionaires helped him buy his clothes and all the rest. See, they are corrupt everywhere. Make no mistake about it. If you want to call it corruption, if you want to call it privilege, whatever you want to call it, elites get away with it. Period. This is the name of the
wait.
game all over the world.
So like that.
Point one country
Look at
out of it, and they don't do it.
why they go away with it. Sometimes I agree with you that indeed these people, they are also human. But the thing that always keep them shake, there is already a system like that is hanging them on some certain level. They know they can't go beyond that. And if they do it more than that, there will be an alarm. So that is what we have to fight for. Like in our own case, it's like there is no enough, no matter what you put there. They want to take everything. Like here, even all this contract, for example, awarding of contract, infrastructure contract. Yes, a lot of things are happening. Most of these companies that always take this contract, they create a lot of job. The government have to follow them up, but yet even if it happen, because of how they boost the economy, the government cannot just disrupt them. Unlike our own, you put money into electricity, enough money year in year out, administration upon administration, the same result. They will never allow that in their own place because they don't have enough. I met one.
But this is where this is why I think we are getting somewhere with this conversation. This is where you know the difference between them and our leaders. Because if any leader, in short, any businessman want to make more money, not stupidly, they want to make more money so that they can have more money to eat tomorrow. They want to expand their economy. They want their people to be able to buy more from them so they make more money. That's how Elon Musk became a billionaire. But our leaders, what they are doing is they are governing themselves into poverty. Even themselves too. That shows it doesn't even make sense. These are I told you before the last time I was here. The 2022 Buhari budget was about $48 billion. 2025, 2024, Tinubu's budget was about $28 billion. They are governing themselves into poverty. That is different. No, foreign leaders don't do that. They tend to, what they do is, okay, yeah, we want to be corrupt, but we don't want to be poor. We want to make sure that we have money to be making. We want to make sure that those people don't come and get one over us. So let's make sure we create our defense industry so that it's very, very strong. All those things, because rich people are selfish. They want to survive. They want to survive being rich. They don't want to survive being poorer. But these are leaders, they don't seem to want to do that.
Look at it from different angle. For example, I don't talk about America because if I look at America's system, sometimes I'm very confused. Trump want to contest election. They are saying he didn't pay tax. I don't know how that was possible because Europe here, that is not possible. You must declare your year in, year out. Everybody. No way you can escape it. Even someone they employ, not talk of businessmen. So sometimes if I look at that system and our leaders all the time, they always claim that they run in America's system. I just laugh at them. That system is very deep. There's a lot of things going on behind the curtain. But however, they are pushing forward. That's why if I look at it, our system is encouraging this evil. They must work on it. There's no place where you don't have bad people. That is why the leader here, they crack their brain to put a system so that these things don't go out of hand. And once anybody,
I think it's not the system. Don't blame the system. Blame the people themselves. The people that are within the system are choosing not to fulfill the. This is why I say this conversation is important, so that it's telling you that it's not because our coalitions are corrupt. It's why our nation is where it is. It's not because our system is corrupt. It's why our nation is not where it is. It's the people and the leaders themselves. The leaders don't think they have independence of mind to create an industrialized economy. They don't believe that. They believe that they have to cut out to the West. They have to do what IMF tells them. They believe that if they don't do that, they themselves will not make it into power. They will get somebody else to get into power. That is why they go to Chatham House. That's why Tinubu is in France. They keep going there. How many times do you see them in China? How many times do you see them in Russia? They keep going there repeatedly because they don't believe that they are independent people. That is at the crux of our problem. Do you think this election that they keep talking about that it was rigged? No election can be rigged in Nigeria today with this electoral system that we have in place if everybody was doing their job. But yet, people bypass it. People cheat.
I don't agree with you. I don't agree with you.
If your electoral officials of any party does their job, they cannot cheat that election. But because they are present when they are voting, they collaborate with the opposite side that has paid them and they cheat their party. That is how electoral fraud happens.
Yeah, electoral fraud happen in our country because of foundational issue and the system itself. First of all, the citizens, they are free to document us properly, and that is a very big loophole. Now, for INEC to be the one to register us as a people, it don't supposed to be so. The national population supposed to, invite everybody to come and vote the way it is in Europe, whether you're outside the country, as far as you're a citizen. So they will send you the letter, election is coming. And within that letter, there's already a code.
Yeah,
So
but that is not the reason why we don't vote. I am telling you, okay, you tell me now. Labour has its own party officials. APC has their own party officials. PDP has their own party officials. They go to a polling unit and everybody's casting their vote. At the end of that vote, all of them are supposed to take a picture of the count of the vote. They are all present there. Nobody is missing. They take account of the vote. The police officer is supposed to take account of that vote too. How do you rig something like that if the people are not corrupt? Tell me.
The reason why it is easy to ring election in Nigeria, first of all, as I said, the people are undocumented citizens. Let me just put it that way. And that has created a very big vacuum. And
but you can't vote. Undocumented citizens cannot vote if the people that were voting, that were present, all three of them exchange the same information. They all have image of their own this that they captured. How do you go and change it?
Wait now, citizen documentation matters a lot wherever they are. Then
including that of police.
We have missed that now. Secondly, when you look at the electoral law itself, they said they want to do it digital. The law itself creates door for.
They will even make it worse. If you break it digital, it will be worse. As long as the people are still corrupt, it will be worse.
Yeah, no, digital. If you do the rifle digital, the people will run away.
They will change. They will use people that can hack it to disrupt the system.
No,
they will
it's not
disrupt it and
easy.
you have no clue.
The way you are describing it is not so easy, and it can happen. And if they operate a system that is highly secured, and the interest of the people in charge, as you said, there people really come into some extent, and the government itself is that I don't want this thing to be compromised. The government himself, they will look into the law critically. How everybody should behave should be defined. Simple terms. But in our home, the responsibility of everybody is filled with ambiguity. Until you see the case in the court. He shall do this one, he shall do that one can do this one can do, and they start conflicting themselves. So you don't really have anybody to hold accountable. So in that's another big problem.
That is, oh,
Because
you are saying exactly what I'm saying. You are saying they start pointing fingers at. I'm telling you, if the people themselves are not compromising their own party, they will, because if somebody goes and release the wrong result, they'll say, no. I have the result where that shows where all three of us were there when we took the picture. This result they are
okay,
giving is wrong.
like
And
here
two or
I am
three
now.
people come together.
See the way
Sorry.
we vote.
Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about here. If 2 or 3 people or
Okay.
5 people take a picture of one event, 3, 4, 5 people take a picture of one event. Let's say 3 political parties, 5 political parties take a picture of one event. Everybody shows that okay, APC gets 50 votes, PDP gets 50 votes, Labour gets 30 votes, whatever you want to call it like that. If that is how it shows up in the image, then tomorrow they go IREV is showing something else. You know you can dispute that easily locally. You can tell them, oh no, look at the image here. Everybody can bring their image and show it. That hey, look at it. The actual result. This is the actual result. That one you're showing there is not the correct one because they have real proof of what they've done, including the police officer that was there. But guess what? In Nigeria, that never happens. Why do you think it never happens? Because
Okay.
they
I will tell
very
you why it
betray their parties.
in Nigeria, these people they are we are very intelligent people. It's unfortunate that the government have allowed that us to turn that intelligence to criminality. I have to be honest. You see, these things they are all foundational something. If you tell them to come and do something, they will lay foundation that will enable them to compromise those things.
Yes, they want to make money out of it.
Yeah, they want to make money out of it because they will not decide to do the system to suit their own. And that is the biggest issue as far as the whole thing is concerned. I said undocumented citizen, undocumented ballot papers, because they are not tied to the citizens, and it's not going to work. For example, now I have voted in this place. I was in my house. I saw a letter that I can vote so time, and they put one paper there with some certain code on it. Some, these Q code something and all those kind of things. I know how I will follow to go and vote. I went there. How many people I met? The people working there. It's as if about 3 or 4 people were inside there for the entire party. The party don't have to go and put their person to come account. It's not even allowed. So the government have put structure in place where they have the level of camera that is there. You can't hide anything or any behavior. So even that paper that I want to use to vote, once I have submitted it, I have done what they want me to do, put it in envelope, and do the normal thing. The government knew very well that social person have voted. So you can't even influence the figure. If the figure more than the people that voted, that result, because they don't go to court here. There are laws that allow them to do that, but everybody understands it's not possible because they've been able to study human mind. You must make things difficult for
You
human to compromise.
you make it sound as if you see the people themselves want to oppose rule of law. The politicians want to oppose rule. This is uphold it to an extent. They want to uphold it. The problem with our own system is that
It's true, but they don't do that. They don't do that in the place of voting. They do it by
they try not to do that in the terms of voting.
No, they do it by questioning the system. Does it guarantee us to run it free and fair? I don't know whether you understand. They will not put
their own rigging. If you want to rig in the West, their rigging happens before the vote. In other words, the way they campaign during the election, the people that they give favorable coverage, in a way, that's how their own rigging occurs. And this is a gentlemanly agreement that they've had in the West because they know the more they are stable, the richer they become. The more they are stable, the more they have power to influence countries like ours that are weak. They can do whatever they like with other people while they are stable. They know that it favors them. That's why they behave like
for
that.
Example, even if there's rigging, because of national interest, they will just turn blind eyes and go and block it not to happen.
Yeah, exactly.
They will not. Yeah. They will make sure it doesn't happen.
You know what they will say? Because what they will decide is better to have peace than chaos.
They will
better to have peace than chaos. Because as long as that person, like Trump now, as long as he's going to leave office, they will let him do whatever he wants to do for now. long as he's going to leave office when he comes. If he chooses not to leave office, then he's going to have a problem with the
leave the office to go where?
Oh, look at that! Look at that! Look at that! He has woken up the moment I mentioned Trump.
The thing is, that if that guy, by the time that guy is done with United States, America will never be the same again. I'm telling
there
you.
you go again. No.
America is in trouble already. America, people like that they don't know that they are in trouble. So one of these days, you're going to be running around. Americans will be running around the world for as refugees because they are busy.
You live in United Kingdom. It's just like when they were leaving this EU. You know the way they castigate EU like is the greatest problem to United Kingdom. Now they want to come back.
Yeah,
that is what Trump is going to do to him. Huh?
The UK people, their eye don't clear by force now.
Yes,
they don't
that's
see
what's going to happen. That's what's going to.
You guys want to join the EU?
No. They're not coming out openly through the back door. They are basically negotiating so many things and agreeing with the EU. Being part of the inside the EU.
It's not a matter of UK joining EU. The European Union new UK is an asset inside as well. So they also need us. They realize it, but there's a way they want to do it. But I hope it works because the way Trump is pushing everybody, everybody needs to come together. If not, there's going to be a serious problem anyway.
No,
but
Trump is not pushing anybody. The British are crafty and cunning. The European Union in general, you guys are just a bunch of I don't know how to describe you guys, but you don't want to be responsible for anything. So you listen, you guys. I mean, it's amazing. We all know your record, you European and British. We know your record around the world.
Trump doesn't see you as we. This we thing that you keep talking about. You are one of those people that he wants to kick out if he gets a chance. I don't know why he keeps saying we. Trump is not on your boat.
You're a typical. Yeah, the same accusation you laying against me right now. Same thing. Aro Gidigba was saying. Why do I say we? Let me take this opportunity to explain. Right, I think Mike was trying to help explain the other day. See, I know you guys in Europe, you're disenfranchised in every way, in every form, ramification. You don't feel that you belong. You ostracize one way or the other. So you like orphans. Hold on. You like orphans and abused children. You don't know any better. So let me land. You guys have so much abuse. You don't know what to look at. Our friend Tony from Germany. Look at the way he laments. It doesn't feel it belongs anywhere. It's pained every day. But here in America, we don't have that problem. But he can tell you, Mike can tell you, you can see
Please, is it my system that is failing?
You can see it. Huh?
Is because it's echoing. Is it from on your side, from Prince Daddy's side, or what?
It's fine on this side.
Is it better now?
Prince Daddy, for your mind, you mention my name and I no go hear you. I get that. If I
Prince Daddy,
mention my name, I go hear.
You now let your back make pom for my side. I don't know.
Am I clear? Can everybody hear me?
It's not clear for me. I don't know of the rest people.
We can hear you.
Okay, it's your problem. So I was trying to explain. You said we see. See, again, in America, you can fit into so many, cultures or community. It is that free. So you can see an Hispanic person that can maybe barely speak English, but it doesn't stop him from using the collective word "we" to describe himself in relations to America. We don't have that what do you call it? Cognitive dissonance, if that's the right term to use. We can belong. We can belong. Unlike you foreigners, like you Africans in Europe, you don't belong anywhere. Again, you're abused children, disenfranchised.
No wonder you can't even speak English. The English that they borrowed you from Europe, you are massacring it every day, and you say we can't do anything. See, let's face it. You Americans are in trouble. If America doesn't go to a big war, they are going to start fighting themselves before long. That's why they are going to look for a big war to start, either with Iran or with
No. Tonight, guys, don't derail. I didn't know what you said about English, but let me land my point. I'm trying to explain to. I think it was Midwest or who said it. Progressive. Just I was referencing that I wrote also. It feels that way. That why do I say we that I don't belong? And I'm telling you that mental slavery that you guys have in Europe, we don't have that here in America. Believe it or not, we don't.
Yeah,
You guys don't.
congratulations.
Hold on. Let me land. You don't fit in. You always feel disenfranchised and
Mental
abused
slavery
like
are you
abused
talking about?
children.
There's no mental slavery here. We are warning you that you are not free. That's what we are telling you. You are under
Okay.
the illusion that
Well,
you think that
Can
you
you
are.
believe someone that is
express yourself.
deluded,
You can express
that is
yourself the
deluding
way you
himself,
feel.
accusing others of mental slavery?
Exactly. How can you
Well,
think that you are part of Trump's club? You are not. Just
no,
make your peace with it.
no.
You
It's
might be
not about
begging
being
them
part
to
of.
let you
Listen,
in.
it's not
You might
about
be
being
begging them
part of
to
a
let
club.
you in, but
Say
they won't let you in. Okay? You
no.
don't belong in the club.
Yeah. See, I know you watch a lot of CNN and MSNBC, so
But it's
your
sad
source of
though.
news is combabulated. You don't have a clue what you're talking about.
Things
Anyway,
is it not sad?
after
Is it
all,
not sad?
are you not British? Listen, I know how you guys feel. I know I see your pain and I feel
You
your
want to join
suffering
the
back there
club that you are not
in Europe.
welcome. You are begging to join the club that you will never be welcome. It's
Well,
sad, isn't it?
I'm not sure. Listen, I'm not sure what club you're talking about.
White
Here in
supremacy
America,
club.
we have the right to exercise our franchise in voting. So I don't know what you're talking about. Is quite foreign to me. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm
Emancipate
talking
yourself from
about.
mental slavery.
I don't even know what
Emancipate
that
yourself
means.
from
If
mental
I
slavery.
knew what that meant, I would explain
All this
to you.
mental jingoism that you are involved in. You have to,
If I knew what you were talking about, I
you
would
have to
explain to you,
banish it
but I
from
can't
your,
help you.
we have to, in fact, this year is your year of deliverance.
Trump support the removal of affirmative action. Is against
I don't.
Then tomorrow he's going to be against this thing.
To Nigeria, I don't care about this.
Yeah, no, I hear what
Let me tell you.
Let me actually get to my point. The point I'm trying to make here is that listen, I want tonight. Hold on. I want tonight, and I want to listen to this. Allow me a few seconds, please. Allow, guys. This is the point I'm trying to get to here. Part of the I'm trying to get to the point about Nigeria. Actually, see, what did I learn? That love, if you have love in your heart, love only comes from one place. It is not true that you say you love this person and you hate that person. It's not true. I mean, you can dislike what somebody does, but to generally have a love in your heart, it comes from one place, and that's why in Nigeria, when people pretend that I love this person, or rather when they live in a different community in a different country as we all do, and you claim that maybe you love your neighbor, but back home you can't love the Yoruba person or the Hausa person or the Igbo person next to you. Okay, you can't love them. You have that problem. So when you go to a place you can assimilate, appreciate the people that you live around. How much more when you go back to your home country? You're telling me you're gonna love the Igbo person next to you or the Hausa person you're about? It's a lie. It's a lie. So I know you guys pretend a lot in Europe.
Why you're having trouble with the idea that you can love some things and not so much others? It's not confusing. Even food is like that. So
I'm trying to make a point that listen, you guys have that problem, especially people that live in Europe. Okay, you can't love because the way they treat you guys in Europe. It's kind of tough for you to guys to go back home to love your fellow Nigerians. It's not possible. It's not possible. So you guys are more likely to pretend a lot that you care about your fellow brothers and sisters, but you don't. And I can see that trend a lot amongst the people that live in Europe. Okay, more so than other parts of the world. And
To Nigeria,
you
again,
guys
why
want to break up the
are we
country.
talking economy?
really
How
don't
do we
understand
get on?
what
How do we bring ourselves to this Prince Daddy rambling?
Well, it should allow me because you guys are trying. Somebody made a point about me using the collective word "we" to
And
describe
Prince Daddy, for your
myself.
mind, I mean, you got yourself to think that it's possible that you will mention my name and the jazz that I have will not wake me up. I was sleeping. I was
didn't know you were packing like that. I didn't know you were packing like that.
Yes, I'm packing like that. I have jazz.
Yeah,
He woke up
And I have my
immediately and
eyes on
stepped
you.
up. Oh my
yeah,
God.
jazz. Okay.
That's quite true, though. He just got up immediately and popped up here like like you called him up. So
No. Let me tell you, and I hope you guys know. Anyways, in America, America is not like Europe at all. See, I can comfortably use the word "we" to describe myself. And by the way, I mean, I wish Mike was here to kind of back me up. It doesn't hurt, nor does it diminish, or do I feel disenfranchised in any way. It doesn't do that. But I know in Europe, I know you guys don't belong anywhere. You just don't belong anywhere. I mean, the white people, of course, they look at you guys as
What makes you think that some of us want to belong? I mean,
leave him now. Let him give the we don't belong anyway.
All this we they go
I don't understand it.
And just like I said before, if I was living in China,
you know that Delta do a direct flight. They'll charter a bunch of Delta flights and ship people over to Nigeria, man.
No, if I was living in China, I will use the same selective word "we" to describe myself. Because wherever I go, unlike some people, I like to assimilate as much as possible to learn other people's culture, and not only that, but to appreciate and respect them. You guys don't, in Nigeria, that's why you guys fight a lot. You don't respect other people's culture and space. But here, the way I'm trained, I respect people in their culture. There's no way I'm going to go to somebody's space, okay, and be disrespectful and condemn their culture, the way of doing things. We don't do that.
Fantastic.
So
Thank you very much. All I know is Delta, I'm sure whenever you hear the word ice these days, you start trembling in your boots. So, it's fine.
Which word is that?
Ice. When you hear ice, you just start trembling in your boots. Please, that is cool, man.
He knows now. He knows. Do you think when he hears ice, he just
this fellow comes over here and starts using the word we so carelessly? Yeah, you're bloody Nigerian, and they'll ship you when they're ready with you.
Oh, leave him
listen, it's okay. That's not a problem. Not a problem at all. If you feel that way, that's totally okay. It's all about MAGA at the end of the day. Make America great at the end of the day. It doesn't matter. As long as America is great, it doesn't matter what happens. Trust me.
You know what Americans call FAFO now? You keep messing about. You will find out one of these days in America what you are playing with, man. It's not a joke business, man. These guys.
You know what? The thing, Daddy, one funny thing. I really don't care about your America, okay? Unless the only problem is your guy over here, okay? Trump is fucking up with my shit, okay? He's fucking up with my shit with all these fucking stupid tariffs. Is fucking up my stuff, okay?
Your shares like stocks.
Yes. Yeah, if it doesn't mess up my stocks, it doesn't mess up with tariffs and mess up my employment, it's fine. You guys can do whatever you guys want to do.
I mean, you sound like you don't have options. Why don't you withdraw your stock and go put it in the Irish market or in the Nigerian stock exchange? I mean, you have options.
No, I have stocks in multinational companies that do business in America, and these tariffs and is
okay. So we're doing you a favor, and you want to be arrogant at the same time.
You ain't doing me a favor. I'm taking advantage. I'm exploiting the situation. That's it. And you're trying to sit tight and behave himself.
Well,
that's all.
Then if as long as you depended on us, then
I'm not dependent on you. I'm exploiting. I'm exploiting you.
The ship wherever we want to take it to.
There's a big difference. I'm not dependent. I'm exploiting. Okay, there's a big difference.
Okay, well, so it's part of the game. If you're exploiting, if you're not dependent, I mean, whichever way you want to put it, that's fine. But if you're not calling the shot, if you're not the shot caller, then you just gotta sit back and
tell your boy to cool down. Okay, tell your boy to cool down. That's what I'm saying.
No, my boy's doing the right thing.
By the way, how much are eggs at the moment? Are you guys buying eggs at decent prices now? Or are you still paying extra?
The price of the egg is gone up by 60%. Absolutely.
So, when was the last time you had an egg? What's the last time you had an egg? When was the last time you had an egg?
Just yesterday.
Just yesterday, just one, yeah? Are you splitting one across the family or something?
Oh, he's shedding
actually, to tell you the truth, actually, I bought 3 eggs and I think I fried 4, 2 different times on the same day. We don't have that problem. See, let me tell you one thing. You Africans, you are used to admiring your problems. That's what you do. You love to admire your problems. Well, we don't do that here. We're solution oriented. You know that.
Yeah.
There's a problem. We try to fix it. But you guys want to sit down and tell us how the Europeans did this and that's your grandfathers and how they control your economy. You love to admire your problems. But we don't have that problem.
Tell me this. How come eggs have gone up 60%? What's the story there?
I think it's gone down, not up. It's gone down.
Okay, what brought it up? What brought it up to start with? What's the cause? What's the cause of the inflation?
Well, it's quite. Listen, the evil last regime of Joe Biden and his cohorts, before they left office, literally like days before they left office, they murdered over 100 million chickens. They did.
Why they murder chickens? They just couldn't let the chickens live.
They claim was
are
like
the chickens Republicans?
Huh?
Are the chickens Republican or something?
The Democrats. Oh, no. They are probably Republicans.
Yeah, they murdered Republican chickens. Is that what it is?
Well, there were 100 million of them. They literally did. I'm not making it up. I know you know that already. They did that because of bird flu. Because of bird flu, and this has never happened before. It's never really happened before. And
so
that's
are you
why
saying the bird flu? Are you saying there was no incident of bird flu? Are you saying there was false flag?
No, well, there was isolated, and in reality, according to the people, the scientists and whatnot, they say it's something. What is the word? It's something. The virus or whatever could have easily been
controlled. Controlled. They could have controlled it.
What happens to virus over time? They become their strength diminishes, right? Yeah.
Not really. No, not necessarily. We know that avian viruses, avian, they mutate. Like avian viruses are notorious for mutation.
Well, and so just like COVID, when they mutate, they can become less and less,
not necessarily. It becomes worse. It depends. I mean,
but based on the strain of this avian, whatever disease, bird flu, it was determined much earlier that they can allow these chickens to live, and over time, the strength of this virus is going to diminish. They knew that they disobeyed, so to speak, the orders, and they ordered the killing or the murdering of 100 million chickens. It's like evil people. But anyway,
massacre. I think that'd be more appropriate for your. Hey, Prince Daddy, no one's buying this stuff they're selling. No one's buying it. I'm not buying it.
Of course I know, but you don't have to listen to me. All you have to do is just do a search.
I'm not stupid, you can't possibly sell me lies,
Well, why don't you do a little research and it's gonna pop up? Why should I be making it up? I mean, okay, tell me then, why did the price of eggs just suddenly went up by 30%, 40%, 50%?
Look, I understand that there was avian flu. I believe that part. To the best of my knowledge, historically, when there's been like some foot and cow disease, avian flu, the usual way to contain it, the contamination is to destroy the animals.
Not true. Not true.
Please, Daddy, I have some historical knowledge about this.
I also know when it happened in England, there was one point in time.
We've had foot and mouth disease in this part of the world, and we've actually had avian flu. And I know farmers, that have actually lost a lot of livestock.
That's what
there's been an outbreak of disease. Destroyed the animals. That's the rule. And you know about chickens. Prince Daddy, I don't know if you've actually been to a chicken farm, especially the way you guys raise chickens in America. The way people raise chicken in America is even terrible. You guys have the system of raising of commercial chicken.
Yeah, you're one of those Europeans that like to condemn everything that we do in America.
No. Wait. The reason it's actually a lot more stringent in Europe is because of the EU. The EU have a lot of stringent laws, and in America there's actually a lot of deregulation. But beyond that, if you've ever been to a chicken farm, they could have as many as 300,000 heads of chicken. In a small area, they have them in this heat controlled, humidity controlled houses. And the problem with the humidity and heat is that it encourages the transmission of viruses, especially avian viruses that are airborne. Okay,
Well, we have what they call free range chickens. We have what they call organic chickens, and
Prince Daddy,
eggs.
do you have an idea of how many eggs a free range chicken is going to lay a day? Free range chickens don't necessarily lay a lot of eggs. You know that.
Well,
I hope you do know that.
that's why they're more expensive. That's why they're more expensive. They're not the same price as the regular
Exactly. There's
chicken and egg.
no way, and there's no way I mean, you couldn't satisfy even 5% of the demand for eggs in the United States of America with free range
So
chickens.
are you saying we don't have organic chicken or eggs in America?
You don't have enough to satisfy even 5% of the demand. Remember
Well,
that eggs. Remember that eggs are not just consume. You're not just consuming the eggs and when you go to fry them. So you have to think about egg powder. You have to think about all the products that are made using egg powder, stuff like that. I mean, you don't have enough. You couldn't possibly satisfy the demand using free range chickens. And no one that makes products using
there you
egg
are
using
talking
eggs.
down on America poultry industry. Now we are incapable of I guess raising chickens or hens and
I never said you're incapable of raising chicken. I'm just letting you know, avian flu, okay, the tendency is destroy all animals. That's it. Even the
not
animals that have not been...
I just repeated myself. Not true. It's not always true. It is not always true. Don't make such an assumption. I'm trying to correct you.
Prince Daddy, you go talk to anyone, zoologist, not zoologist, but anyone that, veterinary experts. They will tell you that even bovine flu, they tend to destroy the animals. It's not even anything.
Sometimes, when you have of course, you sell it to the public. Those commercial farms and as such, they rather be on the safe side to destroy these animals or these birds than to maybe risk anything because they can trace their product back to the farm to the exact farm where this an outbreak may come from. So liability for that reason itself is sufficient for them.
Simba has raised chickens now, or is it Mr. Remy that raises chickens?
Simba.
Yeah, Simba is over here now. Simba is here and he's listening to you say this stuff.
Because he knows I'm saying the truth now.
You're not saying the truth.
How many? Do you think they murder chickens in Nigeria or in Africa when they get sick, or they never get sick?
Simba, either way, Simba knows this. Okay, chickens are very, very, very sensitive animals, especially when you're raising them in confined spaces and you're raising them in the tens of hundreds and tens of thousands. Very, very sensitive. And they do spread. Airborne diseases do spread like a wildfire in chickens. So either ways, enjoy the eggs. I mean, I can ship eggs to you, DHL. I'd say it's even cheap. I can DHL some eggs to you. Like I get a crate of eggs for like a crate of eggs, a dozen crate of eggs about €2.59 over here, man. I can send you like a care pack in DHL. Fragile.
That's kind of I appreciate it, but I think we're good now. Trust me, we're good now. We got plenty of eggs now. It's the price is stabilized and it's actually going down. And I appreciate the offer, but we're good.
Yeah. That's cool, man. That's cool. I'm just watching out for you.
Yeah, I know.
But be careful calling my name next time, all right? I have jazz. I really do have something that tells me, And actually, I told my jazz to keep an eye out for you. So that's how it works.
Well, no worries, man. I'm covered by the blood of Jesus. I'm good.
Yeah. I mean, I'm covered by the blood of Shango. That's good as well.
Blood of Shango. Let me tell you, Shango blood doesn't save anybody. Trust me, and I know you know that. You know better than I do, actually. Give me your background.
It's all good, man. It's all good.
Man, this issue with Akpoti that is going on in Nigeria, it's revealing how, it's been there all this while, but it's revealing how politicians use the state against individuals so strongly. Anybody that wants to defy them, they use it like crazy. Because this official came on TV yesterday and was talking, and what he said I found very, very astounding. that his family members have lost their lives in that state where Akpoti is from. I think, what's it called again?
Kogi State.
Yeah, Kogi, but the town, the area where they had the steel, Ajakuta steel.
Okene, I think it's Okene side.
Yeah, so he was saying that they have been killings in that area, that the state governor have never declared this thing curfew or anything, but somehow, because Akpoti is coming to town, to our own residence, not even stadium or anything, our own residence, and people are going there, you want to suddenly declare state of emergency and all kinds of fake security situation. It's like, why do we all this sort of stuff is the reason why people think, in short, people now know that even the judges, police, everything is being manipulated by politicians. Because these are the same politicians that didn't declare state of emergency when people were killed.
You're a typical European that has a plank in his eye, but you look at the African with a little speck in his eye, and you want to row and complain. Judicial corruption, political corruption, it's everywhere, and Europe is not immune from it. You know what just happened recently, right? To the leading candidate in France. You know that, right? Marine Le Pen.
Yeah. What happened to him? Yeah,
Okay.
I saw she was imprisoned, or that's convicted.
Well, not in prison yet,
She's
but
been
she was
bad
banned from running.
She's been bad, but she stole money. She shouldn't have put out. She shouldn't have stolen money.
There you go. No.
She shouldn't have stolen money. If she did not,
she didn't steal any money.
To get convicted of anything, they
She
always
didn't
cover
steal any money, and I can tell with your liberal views.
Come on, please, Daddy. This stuff is already played out. Yeah, Marine apparently she misappropriated money, EU money. Okay, she misappropriated EU money. It's a case that's been going on for a long time. I don't know what you're talking about.
She did what our opponent did, but how come they single her out to be barred from running for 5 years?
I mean, she wants to come to equity. She should have come with clean hands. Okay. So she should have been. If she behaved herself, she would have gone.
That is political persecution right there. No, there's no doubt. There's no doubt about that. The absolute doubt. She's a leading candidate. She's a front runner, and guess what you guys did? So don't point a finger at we do this and that. What I'm saying, by the way, it also happens in America.
If Marie had a way, she'd argue. She should find a tree, a whole tree, find a rope, and you'd be an ideal candidate for Marine.
Yeah. So the point, I don't want to shift it from the Nigerian space. Regarding this Akpoti, this thing, and this is one of the reasons why I like that woman, because I didn't like the fact that she went to the UN to do what she did, because I know that she didn't need to do that to be able to fight these Nigerian politicians. What I find disturbing is the level at which they would descend, and they didn't just do all the declaration of security situation. Then they went on to try to recall her.
Well,
after
it's quite clear that you one-sided. I mean, she rather
I agree with the idea that you can make a plausible argument that, okay, maybe she broke the rules some way or the other in terms of the way the Senate was run and all the rest. But the rest of the stuff that happened after that was revealing the hands of Nigerian politicians. And more sinister, I will finish now. What I find more sinister about it all is the confirmation of my suspicion of the Nigerian politicians. People think they are going after her because she's just stubborn against them, or because she's a woman. They're going after her because of what she stands for. That woman is fighting for that Ajakuta steel to be completed, and they don't like it.
Was that before after she collected money to be a legal representative?
Let's understand to Nigeria. So it's okay for her to make false allegation against a sitting Senate president because of a contract regarding Ajakuta steel. Is that what you're saying?
You can't accuse her of making false statement because you don't have any evidence that she made a false statement. She's telling you
allegedly.
Yes, she's giving you her own side of the story. Akpabio hasn't given us his own side of the story. That is, he said, she said. I've actually said that myself, that there needs to be more evidence. If I was her, I was making such an allegation, I will have concrete evidence.
Well, because she has, listen, if you my position from the onset about this case is that I was actually not really in support of her, but I was quite careful treading that. Look, they should allow her to express herself and bring forth any evidence, and they don't have to muzzle her. I've always stood by that position, but it's quite clear right now the way this lady Akpota Natasha is going about it shows that she's quite a careless woman actually, and it appears so far that she has no substantial claim to lay against the Senate president, because if she did, I believe she'd have voted out by now. So she's a shyster.
It's a
That's
fair
all I
point
care
to
right
make.
now.
It's a fair point to make. I said it myself that she too should have produced some evidence, especially in the context of the previous accusations and all the rest. You have to produce concrete evidence to lay
Well,
on.
it's quite clear she has none.
And even if there is
It's a
none,
word
hold
against
on, hold on.
his,
Even if
and
there's
vice
none,
versa.
it's going to damage her too. So, but given their behavior, their general history, you can actually see that there is a chance that, in short, there's a far higher chance that Akpabio did what she's accusing him of. And I don't think because Akpabio is blocking
Okay, now, okay,
that's what she's
so
accusing.
Naija, that's the reason why also I kind of jump on that bandwagon in the general context of men and women relationship in Nigeria, in Africa in general. I understand that, but now at this point in time, we're becoming more granular, more specific. Okay, so we're past that stage.
It's not about stage. It's not about stage. It's about his own personal history. He's had a history of doing this, and people that are within
But,
the
this is a unique instance. This is a unique instance. Now we need to now.
It's not one person that says that he does this. They say it's something that he does, and the Niger Delta lady that they said slapped him did the same thing. So it's not new. And I've seen Akpabio,
at the end of the day, Niger. Let's look at it. Actually, let's look at it. This man, what's his name? Akpabio. He has not been accused of raping anyone, grabbing the woman, in a private part, or he has not been accused of doing that. So far, what we have and what Natasha has alleged is simply exchange of words, or him saying something that she was not a fan of or displeased about, and that's all she's claimed.
You know what?
And if that was the crime, that crime is not egregious in any way, shape, or form at all.
Okay,
am I missing something here?
Let me confirm something that what you said. I think I am leaning towards what you said. If it's about just grabbing a hand and saying, "Oh, we can come and have fun somewhere in this place," or like when they said she came to work and they said, "Oh, your husband must be enjoying, must be moving that waist a lot," or which other one? Most of the stuff I've heard so far is not at the level where you say, "Oh, it's a prison sentence for this." It's not honorable. It's trying to undermine objectivity, conflict of interest, all kinds of stuff. But I don't think it's dropped to the level of where you say sexual harassment, where you would jail somebody.
There you go.
I don't think it's reached that. Except there's something else that I'm missing. Maybe I'm forgetting something.
But we also know, unless I'm mistaken here, we've heard a lot of stuff about Akpabio and the family, the husband. They have a relationship, as in cordial relationship, and it's not a strange thing in Africa for a man to hold another woman's
it's strange. It's strange, actually. Not in Nigeria. You can't hold another woman's husband, wife's hand like that. If you try that in Nigeria, that your hand will be taken off.
No, not a stranger. I mean, are you serious? They have my understanding actually is that Akpabio may be the godfather. So is that right to one or some of their children?
Yeah, but it's still a little bit pushing it when you start grabbing a woman's hands, that especially in the presence of her husband. It's still pushing
not grab. It's hold. You're not grabbing.
Yeah, hold. I get what you mean. You just can. I've never seen it before where a man holds another man's wife.
Well, that incident has been debunked now. That incident has been debunked that it never happened.
Yeah, even
because
if
witnesses,
that incident is not a crime.
the witnesses have actually debunked the fact that that ever happened.
See,
So
that
anyway.
incident is not a crime. It just states that okay, from the point of view of Akpabio, this is Natasha, she is saying that because of those approaches that Akpabio made to her, and she spawned it, that is because of that Akpabio is trying to humiliate her and block everything that she's been trying to do in the House of Senate.
Wait, I
Go
want
ahead.
to come in here. Look, first of all, you have to know the position of these people. At times, they do need help from one another. And as a result of that, they can even go to the extent of meeting themselves in the midnight. Somebody was talking on telephone. He said, she went and go and meet Natasha. I think Natasha came to our hotel, I don't know, 12 o'clock in the midnight to come and plead for assistance. That guy is in support of Natasha. That is the relationship. Now, they have a very strong family relationship. We have to be honest here. But that family relationship dropped when that woman was removed from that position in Senate. And she won that position back. And her husband personally went direct to Akpabio to plead, to negotiate, to talk as a friend, to tell you how close they are. The need for that woman to remain in that position. But those talk failed because this woman was in a different party. A campaign is not like when you go to street and be shouting, I will build this, I will build that. The real campaign is already going on as far as Nigeria system is concerned. And some of those structure, they have to drop her. And that is where the grudges started from. Let us be honest here. You are a man. When this rumor came out, I supported you. Even Prince Daddy, when we were in a hot argument here, it was inside of this woman like, yes. But what we were waiting for is evidence. Not that it touched my boo, it touched my hand. These are so
Exactly.
shy.
I'm glad you remember. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite childish, man. For example, let us be honest to Nigeria. Can anybody approach opposite sex these days without any telephone chat?
Midwest. Midwest.
Yeah.
Remember, there were 42 or 45 senators where she was speaking, saying this, and all the senators said Natasha did not even get close at all, even had a one-on-one with the Senate president. So even between ourselves here, does it make any sense that we just walk up to a woman and be grabbing her hands in the middle of 44 people where you have your children, where you have your wife, where you have church members and all of them that came to celebrate with you, and they are asking her, where did this actually happen? All the videos are out. If you've not seen it, Naija Watch, to Naija, go and find it. And then you were laying the foundation of your argument, because this is one thing that people are actually not speaking about: the double standard, right? The bias, the sentiment. You are talking about the credibility of pattern, right? Of Akpabio being accused by a lady who was former MDs of Niger Delta Commission, but you were silent about the same Natasha having accused Reno wrongly, and this was not just an allegation; it was not an accusation. It went beyond that. That Reno filed a lawsuit, right? They had to settle out of court by virtue of elder statement from the Niger Delta, including this Natasha's husband now when they were fiancé or whatever. They had to pay Reno out of court. So if you want to talk about credibility, if you want me to trust the credibility of Natasha, right, with that experience, and then you want to speak about the credibility of Akpabio with an unsubstantiated yet accusation, then the same Natasha, do not forget, when Fayemi was the Minister of Steel, she misrepresented and she lied against Fayemi that Fayemi had a full publication in three distinct. Then she came out to apologize. The same Natasha Akpoti, she lied against the Senate leader Opeyemi Bamidele, misrepresenting his words. The guy said it in the floor of the Senate. The same Natasha Akpoti, right, lied against Dino Melaye, misrepresented his word, had some other accusation against Dino Melaye, against Yaya Bello, And then recently, she has claimed that some people, the governor, Yaya Bello, Akpabio again, they are trying to buy her. Do you know what it means for you to be pointing fingers to people that want to buy you? It means if they file a lawsuit against you, you must bring that evidence of that thing. So when you see all these things and you guys are still closing your eyes as if she's an angel, right? As if she's coming from nowhere, that we cannot trace her experience or her past, right? As if she was not the same lady under the same ministry that Akpabio was a minister of NDDC, that she got
Can you tell us? Can you tell us about her past so that we can understand what is so
I'm not
bad
going to
about
be
this
the one
woman?
to tell you.
Because
For you to be an analyst,
if you ask me, hold on, don't just come and just say stuff and you don't want to back it up.
That's
see, hold on now. See, if Akpabio has a history, we know his history, or the others have a history.
Why do you have to?
It's
Why do
only
you
fair.
don't try that again? Don't
No, because I'm asking you to do something, and you can't be. But why would I meet you when you don't want to listen?
Who the hell are
You want to make
mute me?
assertions and you don't want to jump back
Who
yourself
the hell
up.
are you to mute me? Who the
I
hell
will
are
mute you if you don't want to. You don't want to discuss in a civil manner.
Go and do your homework, man. I'm not going to do your
then,
homework.
okay,
for you.
fine. You don't want to.
But Enigma just delineated Natasha's
Okay, fine. Fine. Hold on. Let me say my piece. Let me say my piece. No. I wanted to give you a fair hearing.
No, I don't need your fair hearing. Go and do your fair assessment.
Can you just be quiet for a second?
You've been quiet, talking, man. Who the fuck are you? You are muting me.
You've been talking because you don't want some other person to talk.
You be talking. I've been hearing your voice for the past an hour.
I've not been talking now about this topic.
Less than 3 minutes.
No, it's okay now. It's okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Less than 3 minutes.
You made your point. You made your point. Let me say what I want to say. Let me say what I want to say.
You shouldn't be speaking.
Can you just stop talking?
Wait now, Saloko logo. Okay, make I take the floor. Mona, wait, make a round up. You took it from me. Let me just look.
Let me finish what I was saying.
Let me
not encourage him to behave that way. You are taking over after he has stopped me from talking. So what he said just now, he's saying that
you are the host. You shouldn't even be speaking.
If somebody, who told you that?
Wait now. No, let us be civil now.
You are saying that
we'll come back to you.
If you are saying that Akpoti made allegations, then let the others take her to court. Let them prove themselves what they are saying, whether it's wrong. Then they will force the information out.
I just told you about Reno Mockery. Were you alive or you are just coming from the grave?
Reno Mockery.
Go and find out about that.
Why didn't he go to court? And
are you deaf? You didn't hear what I just told you. Are you deaf? You didn't hear what I just told you?
I am deaf. Can you say it again? Because when I ask you,
deaf?
Guys, this is the person I asked for history. He refused to give us. But now he's giving me history. I asked him genuinely to give us a history of Akpoti that is bad. Now he's bringing information back when he could have just said the same thing.
Wait, Mona, listen. I want to say something. To Naija, Mona, wait. To Naija, you were wait. I beg. To Naija was out of the show. He was wait. To Naija was it hearing you because he was out of.
Wait, Tunaja is the one moderating because I asked him to help me moderate. So please, Enigmatic and Tunaja, please just slow down the tempo of the exchange, please. Because
I don't go, sir. I just have some little coffee break.
No.
You guys do they lie. You don't even know what you're talking about.
No, Enigmatic. No, wait, Enigmatic. Even if it's lying, you understand, we just have to take it as his opinion. You understand? As long as is whatever he says is on him. Sometimes whatever you are saying is on him. So to me, there's no big deal in someone saying whatever his opinion. The opinion may be false. Then it's on his reputation. So what I'm just saying is that let's just tone down the tonality because people are listening to us too. Even though I'm away, I'm enjoying what you guys were saying. I'm unable to join just because I'm facing something. So please, I am enjoying you guys, but let's tone down
Ola, just a second.
He came to start a fight.
Ola, just a
He came to
second.
start a
I'm
fight.
talking to
Why
Ola now.
are you giving him a hearing?
Ola,
He
just a second.
comes here
I'm
and
not
he's
talking
rude
to
to
you,
people and he
Naija.
expects you to
Ola,
get away
let
with
me
it.
address Ola now before I leave. Ola, the thing is that he has continued to say the same thing all over, and they keep correcting him. They keep correcting, but it's just like you are a lawyer, you are going to the courtroom, right? You are speaking to a certain issue, you are advocating for an issue, you don't even know the background. Then what are you talking about then? You say I should go, every time you go and bring stuff, if you don't know it, why would you be telling people to go and bring it for you?
Okay,
Go and
let us
find out
wait.
yourself.
Wait.
You have the brain to do it yourself, you keep quiet.
You are hungry. Don't do that. Just calm down.
Midwest, wait, see. Enigmatic, I got you. But what I'm saying is this: whatever anybody is saying, it is the opinion of that person. So we can allow everybody to say whatever he says. So we don't have to start calling ourselves names. So that's what I'm saying.
He just came here and was maligning Akpoti. Then I said, okay, if that is the case, just give us a history of her, because maybe I'm missing something here. And he was like, why should I have to give you a history of her now? It's like, what is what did I ask you that was so offensive?
No, to Naija, the problem is that he gave real history of that woman, and then you were off from the line. You weren't here.
Yes, I was off. Then I came back and I asked. Then you say, okay, were you not here? Okay, let me repeat it. Because if you really want to share the truth, what is so offensive about somebody asking you a plain question like that? If you get angry for that, then what else? What will happen when I actually start attacking him?
He gave almost 4 or 5 incidents related to this very issue concerning this same woman.
Can you give me a breakdown of what is bad, what she has done that was so bad?
No, Reno Monkri, I think about the former Senate and other colleagues who were in that Akpabio birthday parties. They said she was not even close to Akpabio as far as they are concerned. So almost 4 or 5 guys. So he gave a very important a little brief related to this very particular issue, history related to this issue, because that woman have accused somebody because her husband was close to this same Akpabio, and Niger Delta something, this man was fully inside. They were able to talk to Reno Monkri and take the case out of court and all those kind of things. Just similar incident. And what saved Reno Monkri is that Reno Monkri was in United Kingdom, and why within the period she was the space of period she gave that incident happened, Reno wasn't in Nigeria. Can you imagine? So if you look at the whole thing, the game she's playing is just a game of emotion. And because many youth today are so emotional, they are trying to clap hallelujah for her. I don't think she's going to end well with this issue. I'm just telling you the truth. If she failed to prove it, she's going to go in for it. They are coming. This is to be frankly speaking.
If she fails to prove it, then so be it. Let them bring their this in case, because
but she has failed to prove it so far.
Yes, I have a problem with that too, and I've said that repeatedly.
For me, I cannot demand for a proof from her. I think under normal circumstance, this case is a criminal offense. It is Nigeria police what are supposed to investigate.
It's not a criminal offense. I don't see what part of it is criminal offense. Can somebody enlighten me, please?
The allegation she made is sexual harassment. It's a criminal offense. I don't know how she want to describe
Remember,
by a man approaching another woman and saying, I guess because it's of higher office, that's where the harassment comes in, because it's somebody of a senior office.
It depends on the country you find yourself. As far as Nigeria setting is concerned, with what she has been saying, I don't see criminal offense there. But if she define it as sexual harassment, it becomes a criminal offense.
I think it becomes sexual harassment. It becomes sexual harassment because of their official relationship. Because
it's for her, because that's what she put on the media, and that's what the police have to treat.
No, it's not about media. Akpabio is a senior politician compared to her. So if it's like student now, a student cannot consent to sex with a teacher because the teacher is in a position of authority. You see what I mean? So that is why it will become, otherwise it's another man approaching another woman. Yeah, it may be distasteful, it may be insensitive to cultural norms, but it's not a criminal offense. You see what I mean? And personally, I think that before she makes such a serious allegation, she should have had her evidence lined up in a row.
According to what I heard, she's a lawyer, and the way she defined what she's claiming is a criminal offense. But Akpabio have right to go straight to the court for defamation of character, and that's when higher authority will demand.
He didn't exactly break any rules. He didn't grab her backside. He didn't do anything that you say.
We are on Nigeria. Let us look at our style. Do you just see a woman because you like her, you want to, go into her, you're going to be touching her, but you're going to cause problem.
Yeah,
she's
going to be a tough place to do that. I don't think. See, personally, I don't know why she decided to go in this direction. If truly they were trying to shut her up in terms of Ajakuta steel plant that she's going for, if they're trying to shut her up, that's what she should fight on. Nigerians will be backing her by now. I don't think any of you guys will be against her if she was fighting for Ajakuta steel.
That one is a propaganda. This person want to do it good. That's why they are fighting. Those are propaganda. She's trying to play.
It would be propaganda if she hadn't been doing it even before she became a senator.
If not for that position that they took from her, all this drama wouldn't have been there. She was very upset by losing that position.
What position?
I think she was something local government content, something chairman.
Local content chairman.
Local content. So that, according to people, that position within the Senate space, it was very juicy, So
see,
if she was corrupt, they wouldn't have accused her of corruption.
Midwest, let's be factual. See, all this confirmation bias, or maybe you just people just have a mindset. See, yeah, I agree that maybe Natasha lied in the past, right? It is not sufficient that if we have new allegation that we just be using that one. Let's see. Let us verify. We can't be talking on behalf of whether Apabio did something or did not. See, this is allegation. We know that it's allegation. Myself, I disagree with, because as a man, I don't like it the way women get away with accusing men of all this kind of assault. So, but if someone is raising an allegation, that is why we need to say, okay, even the thing may backfire on Natasha, but it is not for us to just sweep the thing over and just say and start defending Akpabio. We don't have business in defending Akpabio, but we have a business in calling for Natasha to bring evidence and take the case to appropriate quarters. So we
that is
concluding
fair
on our behalf. It's not good.
When you think about it,
I don't think I'm defending Akpabio. I'm speaking into the subject.
No, that is what most of us do here implicitly. We will say we are not defending, but all the utterances. Sometimes we say we are not doing anything, but the body language will be speaking differently. The question is,
no,
okay, Apabio, no. Apabio, they said this one against you. Okay, come out and defend yourself. Natasha, please bring your evidence and go. But saying this with the woman has this kind of attitude, it's not even fine, all those kind of things. To me,
I've never said that.
To me, no, not you. Generally, I've listened to different people. It doesn't make sense. Whether it's beautiful, whether they have done that thing in the past, whether they take a juicy position away from her, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Prove yourself.
Wait.
And if you find guilty of false accusation, then deal with that. So, well, I don't want to hear that.
Isn't that the way to do it? Instead of that, what did they do? They go and suspend her for 6 months. Something that is supposed to be against the rules, even.
But suspension is for behavior, not because of any
state.
Okay. It's because of but the suspension is against even Senate rules. You're not supposed to suspend
I think 6 months. I think 6 months is a lot far too much. I think 30 days should have been ideal. 30 days is more than enough.
It's supposed to be 2 weeks. That's the way the rules were supposed to be applied, but they abuse it. And one other thing that they do that I really find peculiar, these senators, they will vote using voice. Why? Because that is a corrupt practice. One, because you can't trace who voted for what. Why is it that you cannot? In other words, there's no transparency. Why do we support this our system where the system is designed to be opaque so that people are not held accountable? Because if people vote for something and tomorrow you find out that they voted for it, next time you hold them accountable because you can trace their vote. But when they do this voice this thing, you can't. Tomorrow they can lie to you. There's no way you can trace their fingerprint on what they've done. And that is a serious incentive for them to go to that Abuja. When they get to Abuja, they become a cult because they know they can get away with it. They can lie, they can cheat, they can pretend as if they are supporting you when you go to, because remember, this is when they go to the local constituencies. But when they go, they can say, I was in support of Akpoti. She was my woman. I tried for her, but it didn't help me. Even if he was there doing I with everybody else, because there's no way to track their vote. In America, you can track their vote. In the UK, you can track their vote. You can know what your MPs did nationally. And this is it's an affront to democracy itself, where people can come into this in politics, go to the House of that represents the people's voice, and you don't show the people that voted you what you are actually voting for. That is against democracy itself. The Akpabio is heading that kind of system. I don't know when this started. If it's something that has been going on before now, then you wonder why your democracy is not working for you, because you cannot hold your lawmakers accountable. Because what you find with the lawmakers, what I see in Nigeria, the phenomenon is that everybody seems to like their local lawmaker, but when they go to the center, they are betraying the center. So which of them is the one betraying the country then? If everybody loves their local lawmaker.
See, to Nigeria, take it from this way. For everything that is happening in Kogi, it's just like in the Senate. Akpabio have a lot of enemies. It depends on the proof, and that is why he's still there. Now in Kogi, Natasha has a lot of opposition, and they are trying to seize on this moment to hurt her. That's also a different game. I don't know whether you understand. So we can't just say because he's having this is what they are planning. People have their own plan. They want to take a seat. It was not easy.
I understand about people hating her. People are meant to
Yeah,
hate you in politics. People don't like
our
you.
own people. I'm not saying the same.
No, the question is more of a constituency supporter, clearly. The question you have to ask yourself is, the people that what she represents, does it help the people? You see, I'm not a politician. What I care about is what helps the people. And everything I've seen Natasha do so far is to help the people.
No.
Okay, give me an example that doesn't help people.
All of they are just there for their interest. It's when their interest is being taken for them, you see them trying to fight. Which help? We always describe those things.
If she would become a senator now, you will be saying he is also there for his interest.
So,
is that how you're going to describe it?
No, I will not describe it that way because he's not a senator. I've not seen as a senator.
Showore is not so different from Natasha Akpoti.
The question is to ask yourself, where are those people who went there with Labour this thing? Are they doing
Akpoti was an activist before she became a politician like
what
this.
What of the activists that went there through Labour Party? Where are they today?
No, those were not normal activists. It's not. We are not talking about Aisha Yusuf here. These are just low-level people that just joined Labour Party for the good ride, and they all went into their seat. But Akpoti has been to the House of Assembly in Nigeria before.
Okay, let's be honest. Let's not go into our own achievement. Whatever she has achieved it for her own people. Now the thing
for
is
Nigerians too. Why do we shy away from somebody that's actually doing something good for the country?
All of them.
Why is that when people do something good for your country, you don't praise them? The ones that are killing the country are the ones people praise.
All of them have praises. It depends on how you want to measure it. If you come in contact with
that defies the grain,
you listen to me a little bit. If you come in contact with people that are from Akwa Ibom, the way they will praise Akpabio, you will never believe it. So likewise, it depends. That's why I say it can't be for everybody. There must be people. There must be some people that will always oppose. But the truth of the matter is this: you are a man. You look at what Natasha claim. Let's go and have a cool place to relax ourselves. He grabbed my hand. He touched my buttocks. Are all these things adding up any weight to this very matter? The answer is no. She's a lawyer. She's a senator. She have to do it in a way that we protect all our Nigerian women. Not this kind of emotional behavior. It doesn't add up. The time is ticking. She should present her evidence. A lot is really going on related to this very issue in our country. Employment places, working places, people, women trying to get some certain favor, they are being abused. And if, for example, the Senate president become an example to it, I think it will send this very clear message to the rest people. But he can never send any message through this, it touched my boot. Nigerian men are not so dull that when they see a woman they like, without proper arrangement and, due process, you go and touch her. Are you not going to upset that woman? Let's be honest.
Yeah, if anybody touches a woman's backside, then that's clear sexual harassment.
Okay.
But that's not what Natasha is alleging. I think it's something to do with touching her, holding her by the hand, and saying stuff about her husband and her and stuff like that. So yeah, it's a form of harassment. You can call that, but it's not. I don't think it's something you jail somebody for, really. And I don't think that is alone should bring somebody like in a high position like Senate president down. I don't know why people keep saying he should step down.
In Nigeria context, that does not bring it to Europe. That is not even an harassment. It's normal.
By any standard of fairness, that is not enough to bring somebody in high office down.
In our culture, the men are the one to approach the woman. Not like the riverside in Europe here, where the woman sight eyes on you, gradually she start coming closer and try to establish some relationship. Then you continue from there. In our case,
he's trying to tell us how women approach him now. That's what he's trying to tell us secretly.
No. I mean Europe standard here. But in our place, the men always go for the woman. I went for my own wife when I saw her. I think my own dad went for my own mom. You did the same thing to your wife. So, my dear brother, which one is sexual harassment? They're just approaching it. If you do it politely, the only moral ground, because they are friends and knowing very well this woman is married, then it's wrong doing that.
Yeah, it's wrong, but it's not step down.
That is just
you can't step down because of that from a church.
Okay. There is nothing, no claim here. That is why it's so painful for her to use that word, sexual harassment, which is very common in our country. Many women are suffering it, and she could not be able to.
You can also argue that Nigerians, I think, see, to an extent, Nigerians, many of us have this disease that we do. You know how Rufai Husseini, not Rufai Husseini, when he encountered that driver, policeman, he was saying, "Do you know me? Do you know me?" So Nigerians will have this, even the best of us. You see these things that we do sometimes that is not very edifying. Like someone like the state governor of Kogi doing all those security stuff just because Akpoti is coming to town. Then Akpoti herself, just because you and Akpabio have some issues, maybe it has to do with the Ajakuta state, maybe not. But if it has to do with the Ajakuta state, that's the one I back out on. But if that was the issue, then why bring sexual harassment into it? If it is true that he sexually harassed you, bring concrete evidence. Then you knock him out of the park and move on with what you are trying to fix inside the country. The entire thing, to me, I feel like Nigerians, we shoot ourselves in the foot when we don't have to, when we can actually get things done the right way. Why are they fighting even? As if Nigeria not have enough problem. As a matter of fact, this entire country should be in a government of national unity. This country should be rallying together to build something powerful. But we are busy fighting stupid fights. That's how I see it. That doesn't make sense.
At the beginning, they set up a committee to look into it. Even our own conduct becomes something else. That was a very big privilege for her, an opportunity for her to present her evidence. She mishandled it till it now becomes suspension. The other day, I see 2 women standing there. This woman bring back our girls and the rest. Even from their body movement, you can see how loaded they are with emotion. Why the Senate, the committee they set up, you can see the senator talking like real human, trying to approach this thing from civilized direction. The lawyer that represented Akpoti tried, but the other two women, particularly this bring back our guest, she messed up that place. Everything is just emotion. It doesn't work that way. Don't use politics to miss this very particular issue. What is going on in Kogi? People want to grab opportunity. It has nothing to do with Senate president. Everybody, even just some group of people, want that Senate president.
So you think he's behind, even though
Are you
it
seeing
doesn't
this?
look like he's the one who apportioned security of this?
That's what.
You know, whatever is being determined on the floor of the chambers is just like a law. It's binding. So he probably instructed the clerk of the National Assembly to communicate with the Inspector General of Police office, and they did recall my security 2 days after my suspension.
I'd like to know, why did you raise the issue of sexual? Didn't you raise the issue of sexual harassment on the floor?
How do you mean? I should have just mentioned it
No,
on the
I'm
floor?
asking because, you know, the issue of your seat was the contention when that altercation happened. But when you went on television, you raised the issue of sexual harassment. So I'm just curious, though, why didn't you raise it on the floor?
Okay, Sharon, you know, I had told you I didn't want to go in details into the sexual harassment part because, you know, there's been a whole lot of conversation, but I will do touch a bit of it. The issue of my seat, me refusing to move to the seat, was born because I perceived that as a result of the malice I have suffered from the Senate President, one of many that I've suffered over the past 1 year. And I knew that it was coming from a point of anger and hate from the Senate President. And he decided to move me from my seat in order to kill my visibility. He moved me to a far corner near where the chamber staff sat. And that place, the cameras hardly get there. So I knew that it was a tactic that he was deploying to kill my visibility in chambers. And I know that he did not follow the normal process because I ought to have been notified by the clerk of the National Assembly. Now, before where I sat, where it used to be my seat in these new chambers, we were all notified 4 days before then. And I do have the notification where it's like a little chat and every senator's name is written in their boxes. So you get to see your allocated seat. And then senators are given a chance to argue and say, you know what, I don't want to sit here, move me to this place. They could have one reason or the other, you know, and they were given a chance to argue. I wasn't even given a chance. I wasn't even notified.
Thereabouts that seats were changed.
Well,
so you were not the only one.
If there are 10 of us that our seats were changed, I was the one that was moved to the worst part, while others were moved to my own seat, which was they progressed while I regressed in position. Do you understand? So I believe that I was the main target, while others were just made to seem as if we were filling in some. The excuse he gave, or they were saying, was that because Senator Ned Nwoko and someone else, they camped. Senator Ned Nwoko sat right in the very front. If they are moving me to Senator Ned Nwoko's seat, that's fine. I mean, if they're saying they want to fill in the vacant seat, so move me right up front. I don't mind there. But why do you have of everybody? Why you move me there? And let me say this. You know, I did mention that there is nothing that happens or is being spoken of, even in whispers, that you don't get to know. I already heard 2 days before that the Senate President complained to some senators that each time he walks through, because I was sitting by the aisle, the first seat at the top aisle near the door, that each time he walks through and he passes that, my presence angers him. He has complained about that. He had even told some people that I gave him the bad eye each time he walked past, and sometimes I don't even stand to honor him.
Why don't you
and let me say this. Since I resumed as a senator, I always observed and respected the protocol according to the Senate rules, and I always stood to honor. You will have see lots of pictures I stood. The only 2 times I refused to stand were the 5th and the 6th of March, which was when I already moved to my new seat. These were the only 2 times, and that was out of protest. I said, you know what? We already had the heated conversation and the problems, and I did not stand to usher him in I didn't join the procession, ushering him in on the 5th and the 6th after I have moved to that seat. But while I was sitting there, I always stood to observe the procession. So, but basically, what many people, some people thought that, oh, she was just rude. She didn't want to, she broke the Senate rule. She should have just moved to the seat according to that. But I knew that that was an attack, a further attack of many others that I have faced in a continuous manner. And that was why I refused to move, because I knew it was born out of malice. I perceived the Senate President was hiding under the Senate rules to exercise his vendetta on me.
But you have a family relationship. Did you ever approach him to say you didn't like what was going on?
Earlier point, yes, I did. That was last year. That was at the earlier part of, you know, I said I didn't want to go specifically into that. But when the whole relationship started, when I started rejecting the advances, when I rejected the advances and I experienced the hostility, you know, I did mention a number of times to my husband, who would then speak to him. And there was a time we were also in London last year, January, I think January 12th. We visited him, his wife was there. And my husband was like, oh, why is it that you're a bit unfriendly to her and that she's complained? And then he right there, he was like, oh, why are you always reporting me to your husband? Why don't you tell me directly? And then when we resumed chambers, and the next time I saw him, you know, maybe not allowing my emotions or something, and I was like, oh, dear SP, I've tried to present this a number of times. Why don't you allow me? He goes, Natasha, so you now see that no matter how many times you report to your husband, you have to meet with me. This is my space. Talk to me, blah, 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 make me happy and all of that. So I don't want to go into this, but the point is, I have a number of times met with people, even some senators.
Did you regret telling your husband about the sexual harassment when it started?
No, I didn't regret not telling him. The first thing is, a lot of women find it very difficult to speak about sexual harassment. Even women who are raped, many of them don't speak about it, and that's the worst part of it. Because there's a burden of shame that comes with speaking of sexual harassment, especially in this part of the world, whereby it's a taboo for women to speak about any violation of her body or interests, you understand? As a society, we have not developed to a point whereby certain conversations are allowed. And I think maybe probably it doesn't mean I don't trust my husband, but I think I was looking at preserving the friendship between himself and the Senate President. I did.
The
I didn't
family
want to
relationship is totally collapsed right now.
Well, I think as for me, I don't think I would want to maintain any friendship with a person who does not respect boundaries, and I don't think we would have.
They're claiming that there are no evidence, no evidence that you can prove that Akpabio harassed you sexually.
Is this the court?
No, not the court.
Exactly.
So
no. Let's leave that part.
And I've come back to the fact that you're a lawyer.
Yes, let's leave that part. At the right time, I will prevent at the right time and in the right space. I will present the evidence that I have. But let me say this: while I was illegally suspended, I was not given a chance for the matter to be investigated. And then the committee that was set up, which was headed by Senator Neda Maswen, they did not invite me. The first time the invitation was sent out, it was on the 5th. That was the very day I submitted the petition. There was a court order that the committee should not sit for 72 hours, but explain to the court the reason why I should face that committee. They went ahead, had the session, had the meeting, came up with the suspension, and there were also complaints by some senators that their signatures were, it was the attendance sheet that was used to endorse the report and not the senators themselves, which also amounts to the report being fraudulently conducted, which also again means my suspension is void ab initio as well. So a whole lot of irregularities surround my suspension. And then again, when I asked, why was I suspended? They said, I was not suspended for the sexual harassment. I was petition. I was suspended for gross misconduct. And then you ask, what exactly was my gross misconduct? What did I do that amount? They say it's because I violated the Senate rules. But are they not in violation of the Senate rules? The Nigerian Constitution does not allow an elected officer to be suspended. But then the Senate says they are bound by their own Senate rules. The Senate rule says that a senator should be suspended for a maximum of just 14 days. So where did they get the 6 months?
I have just about 60 seconds. I'd like you to answer like 2 questions quickly for me. And the one is about the interparliamentary meetings that you went, and the Senate president was also there. And the fact that you were also removed as the chair of the Senate Committee on local content. These were issues that some people thought things were rosy. You were there with Senate President, but after you were removed as the chair of the local content, that was where you got upset because you were protesting your removal.
Now let me say this: I believe that removing me as one of the senators participating in the IPU and denying me participation in some United Nations activities and many other, not allowing me to speak on the floor of the Senate, participating in debates. I was silenced pretty much for 7 months from July last year.
Even though you were judged as one of the best senators.
Yeah,
and you have a long list
most of my activities were done because I found a way of lobbying around my colleagues, lobbying around ministers and agencies, and I was able to attract this project. I was not given on any gold platter in the chambers. So removing me as a chairperson committee on local content and all of these other things were just, like I said, a lot of malice. It got to a point whereby he didn't want me to thrive. He was frustrating me and trying to break me down. So I would succumb and fall into his whims. But again, let me say this. The reason why I speak about the sexual harassment is because a lot of women do suffer. It's a very common societal vice that many people don't speak about it. And I hope to give you a voice and give courage to many women, not only in schools, but in corporate arena, in political spaces, so that women in Nigeria will have safe spaces to be able to thrive.
You are embarrassing the nation.
I'm not embarrassing the nation. I'm just bringing awareness so that there can be better reforms and women like my daughters will feel safer.
Senator, we're going to go. If there's someone who can resolve this politically out of the court, who would that be?
I haven't thought about that, but if there is,
would you like this to be resolved politically out of the court?
It depends.
This to be settled.
It all depends. Let me tell you, when I spoke up about sexual harassment, I was not seeking financial compensation. I just wanted to put out my story and have the Senate president leave me alone so I could walk. Right. That was all I wanted.
Senator, we are on the top of the hour, totally out of line. I have really got, but thank you so much.
Thank
Senator
you so much.
Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan.
And I'm going to tell people, stand up to bullies. Find the courage to speak your truth.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. She's spoken. And everybody should start begging and kneeling down for their sins. All right?
I mean, it's ridiculous. I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Ridiculous.
I didn't know a senator is entitled to a particular seat of their choice. I mean, the Senate president is at liberty to assign you a seat as he wills.
But I think that her point regarding that is that first, there are two sides. I didn't like the idea that she said, "Oh, they want to put me in that seat." I didn't know human beings are still there.
No, guys. Let's just refresh it. Okay, the Senate president can assign it, but communication is key. It's just like we are going for work. We get to a place for work, and someone just told us in the morning, "Okay, we don't want you here. We want you to sit down in that place." See, if your boss is doing that, it's okay. But you now heard later that, okay, the HR is saying you should sit somewhere. The first thing you fail for do, you'll be nervous because if you are making the arrangement, you communicate. You don't treat
exactly.
Your employee like
another person. To her a lot earlier.
If you have done that to me, I'm telling you, I won't be comfortable. I will stand up. I will ask why. Trust me.
I beg you, Allah keep quiet. You think? Let me tell you, don't let anybody lie to you. There is any time they change a seat, by the time they are coming in the morning, that is when they inform everyone of them. So they cannot, because of that, change the rule. So what are you talking about?
Mr. Let me tell you what happened.
Simba, I don't want us to take sides. That's what I'm saying. Look,
it's not
it
about
is
side. Let
normal.
us talk
Wait,
what is
now.
It's
about
supposed to be
the
standard
wait,
that
wait,
everybody knows
wait.
the process now.
Let us
I,
talk about standard.
wait. I work in a corporate environment. If things going to change, they
Corporate
will send
environment
mail.
is not what a Senate house is different from corporate
Corporate
environment. You can have
environment
a
now, it doesn't
permanent
belong to
in your
anybody
corporate
now.
Hey,
environment. You can have a
guys,
permanent seat that is
what are you
assigned for
talking?
yourself.
Hold on,
What
hold
are
on,
you
hold on.
talking? This
Let me ask.
is
Let me
this
ask
is
the
a public
question now.
place. This is a public institution. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? It's even supposed to be more serious. I even be more
Mr.
stringent than
Ola,
the
let
public
me
place,
tell
than
you,
the
let me
corporate.
explain. Mr. Ola, let me
Are you kidding?
explain what happens. Let me explain to you what happens when a senator comes in. As a senator is coming in, okay, they have the senator arms, okay, and they have like attendants, okay. As they come in, every senator signs in at the entrance, okay. As they are signing in, they'll be actually ushered to their assigned seats.
Yes, I
If there's
agree.
been
But the
any
question
change,
is
if
this:
there's been any change since the last
if
sitting,
the
you'll be told when
see,
you are signing in that there's been
you
a
see,
change of your
then
sitting. The
this
seats
is
are
a
the same now.
lesson
The seats are
learned.
the same everywhere. There's no
No,
particular advantage sitting anywhere. You'll be heard.
no.
Anybody can be heard anywhere they sit.
There's nothing. Let me tell you one thing. There is nothing wrong for you to know where you are going to sit ahead of time, except you make it the secret.
So they
Now,
should
if
call,
it's part of the
they
rule
should
that
send a
okay,
mail. They send a mail to you in your house,
Mr.
or
Ola,
to
the
call
seats are
you
not
say, oh, your
numbered.
seat
The
has
seats
been
are not
changed.
numbered. The house are not numbered. That's what I think to understand.
I don't even understand what Simba is saying, because the thing is this: don't let us be sentimental in this thing. See, this is a public environment. We say corporate as if the public is not an image of corporate. You are doing official thing. There's nothing wrong in informing your members through email. That is why you have
The
business
question,
mail.
the question is supposed to ask: how have they been doing it before? Did they change the rule because of her? That's the question you're supposed to ask. You
The
cannot
question,
say because it's
why
public.
I'm taking this
Hold
position
on.
is just because you're biased.
Ola, let me, because I'm on your side too on this one. There is this question she raised. She said Senate members are supposed to not be suspended up to 6 months. Is that true? If that is true, it means that they went above their remit, their power, and they suspended her for 6 months and put all kinds of restrictions on her. This Senate is out of control if that is the case.
Wait, is it the first time you are hearing that senator have been suspended? We are even has one that is suspended for 2 years. So what are you talking about?
No.
Even
Which one was suspended for 2 years?
think about that, the court has ruled that you cannot do that one more than 14 legislative days.
That
Even
one,
when we're arguing,
wait, Ola, most of the time we argue out because of lack of information. Even that one that you are talking, the court has thrown it out. So what are we talking about?
No. The one we are talking about
we always talk.
No. I don't.
Because of,
where did you get that the senator was suspended for 2 years? Which one?
all these you people,
Which senator was suspended for 2 years?
emergency
I ask you a straight
political
question.
analyst. When
The senator was
have
suspended
you
for
been
2
following
years.
Nigerian politics?
Where
Go
did you
and
get
look
that
at
the
what
senator?
happened during
Because
That
do
was
you know
suspended
that?
for 1 year now. What's his name? That guy from Kano. That Kano guy that was
when Debo was suspended,
Simba, Simba, please.
did not even come back to the house.
Simba, please give me 2 minutes. I will soon chop out again. The problem is this: I just want us to be a neutral analyst. That's what I quit for from my own side. Because the way we've been discussing things, I think we are biased. Like I said, personally, like when it comes to women accusing men, I think I feel shortchanged because I'm male. Whenever a lady accuses a man of wrongdoing, if the thing was proving that okay, it was a lie, the women they go unpunished. I don't like that because I'm a man and my children are men too, right? So I don't like that kind of bias against my gender. But at the same time, it doesn't mean that if someone is making accusation against you, that we should outrightly, without we having evidences, just start doing public condemnation. That is what I'm fighting against. So I think this bias is what we are carrying to the point of saying something we are supposed to do rightly, officially, that is not being done rightly, that we now say, okay, we should do this, we should do that. Man, at least we discussed this thing severally. You understand? I'm almost 30 years in the labor market. We said this in over and over. And I tell you, the only place I've ever worked that they didn't do something rightly was NEPA when I was working. Other than that, every other places, the reason we have businessmen is if anything is going to change, they will inform you ahead. Except maybe they want to fire you in the office. Maybe, yeah. So when they want to take
Ola, the question I want to ask you, even from my comment, did you hear that? Did you hear her saying that she was not informed?
Okay.
No. Did she ever say that she was not informed?
She said she was not informed, though.
You are accusing her of bias, but you are also biased in the name of being neutral. Did not say that.
Simba, I heard him that she was not aware before that time, but I just because
there's no time that she said.
In her first interview, Simba, calm down. In her first interview, she said she was not informed, that they were supposed to communicate to her that this is what was going on, and she was to be able to reply to them even before they got into the hall. You see what I mean?
Let me tell you. If you want to, let me tell you, I can pinpoint so many things that these ladies have said that she has even contradicted herself. Let me give you, for example, when she started this story, she said that when they went to Akpabio house, you understand that when Akpabio was holding her hand and was saying, okay, if we can come back here and then we can come and enjoy ourselves. She said that her husband asked her, that her husband heard about it and asked her. And then later she now said that, okay, she told her husband that no, nothing like that happened. But later the husband came out and said that, okay, that she informed her about the incident. So what are we talking about? There are so many contradictions. And then why is she even coming out peacefully? Today she would say this, tomorrow she will say another thing. We went to London. She this. Why is she bringing that out in piecemeal? They ask her for evidence. They say, okay, when the right time comes, she will bring out the evidence. They ask her, okay, if they bring out if they now provide a political solution, she says she's going to accept that. The reason why she's even saying it is not because she wanted anything. What is all this rubbish? So what does she want? Why is she saying it? She says she doesn't want anything because she just wants to make sure that people can talk.
She's making it up as she goes along. That's what she's doing.
How can you be talking to us as if we are kids? And you people will be here, you'll be defending the indefensible.
She's making it up. She's making it up as she goes along, without a doubt. I don't agree with the 6 month suspension. I think it is inappropriate. I think it's too plenty. But she's making up the story as she goes along. And she believes she's using the sentiments of Nigerians to act as a shield from scrutiny.
Aro, let me tell you, Aro, if you want Nigerians to support you, don't say anything bad. Body will be on your side, no matter. Yeah, nobody is talking again.
And we are hearing you now. You're the one speaking.
Yeah, I think what you guys they have exhausted themselves now. Hold on now. The moment I want to speak, Simba gets energy. Stop. See, point is, this woman, allegations that she has made, and given what she said today about the suspension that she was
but she has failed to substantiate the allegations. She's just making storytelling at the moment. All she's doing at the moment is telling stories.
He did say that it's not a court, that when he comes to the court, then she can make
well, we should be in court already. What's the nonsense?
This is a very, very serious allegation that you can make without evidence. See, I don't think she doesn't have evidence. You see, because she knows she's going to be in serious trouble if she doesn't have evidence.
In court? Why is she not in court? If she really, if she's
already in court now. What are you saying? She's already in court.
She's not in court.
I think there is a case.
There's a case that's been brought against her for defamation, but she has not brought any case to the police or to. She's not instigated even a civil case.
That she's in court now. One is already going on.
No. You don't get it. A case of defamation has been brought against her. The reason a case of defamation has been brought against her is because she has failed to substantiate the allegation.
Then when she goes to court and she substantiates it, then what happens then? Is that not serving the same purpose?
When she goes to court and she substantiates it, she'll avoid civil damages.
To Niger, you can see how ridiculous you are. You are the one that made the allegation. You could not go to court and make your allegation. So the people that made allegation against. So what does she even want? Why did she make that allegation? What was her intention?
If I'm not mistaken, the case is in court, not only one-sided. I think she too is going to court.
No, she has been joined. She has been joined in the case. She has been joined as a defendant in the case.
She has not sued Akpabio on the sexual harassment case. She has not sued Akpabio.
Okay, it's something that we will need to find out, because all this stuff you are saying, I don't have the facts.
Knowledge now. I mean, when the case is brought up forward, I mean, it goes to the clerk of the court would write it. It's public now.
Let me read this now. It says, yes, Senator Akpoti pursued legal action following her suspension from the Nigerian Senate in March.
Yes, her suspension.
Filed a lawsuit at the Federal High Court in Abuja challenging the senator's decision to suspend her from she sought an order to prevent. So one other area that I need to highlight is that the rate of suspension that has been going on since APC came into office has accelerated significantly. It was coming down.
Who else has been suspended?
Let me give you the rate of in the last 20 years they've had 4 suspensions. This is total 4 suspension, and all of them were under the APC government.
Okay,
2 of them occurred under this government. 2 of them under Buhari.
Who was suspended under the government?
Akpoti, Abdul Ningi, Ovie Omo Agege.
Agege is not in this. Agege is not in this. It's not in the.
That's what I said. 2018. That's under APC.
Okay, and
2018, 2017, Ali Ndume.
Okay. Now let me give you a rationale behind all the suspensions. Okay.
No. Let me even ask him of what. Let me ask you of what importance is all those things that you are talking about.
The importance is that it tells you that there is something going on in the Nigerian assembly.
No. Should there be law?
And the reason why they suspend them is something you should be worried about too.
Give me a second. Should there be law? Should there be law and order? And should there be decorum? And should there be consequences in the Senate?
Even when you look at it,
give me a chance to interrogate Nigeria.
Most of them are the same ruling party.
Yeah, exactly.
All of them are
give me a chance to interrogate. Give me a chance to interrogate to Nigeria. So I'll tell you the order of the suspensions. Okay. Obia Omagege was suspended when Saraki was the Senate president. When Obia Omagege actually sponsored thugs who actually brazenly broke into the Senate during plenary. Just before the Senate leader actually entered the chamber, and those thugs actually physically, we saw it. The video is still available online. The thugs went there and stole the mace, and the mace was taken away for a number of hours. So that was Obioma Agege. Senator Ali Ndume, who was the Senate majority leader at the time, was suspended because he had actually gone publicly and made some comments which he claimed were on behalf of the Senate, which was not on behalf of the Senate, and which angered the Senate, General Senate. So, this was the Senate majority leader that was suspended and demoted at the time. Abdul Ningi actually as well done something similar to what Senator Ndume did. Again, I don't believe they should have been suspended, but even those 2 individuals were able to seek forgiveness and their suspensions were actually withdrawn, although they also sought legal recourse. And then we have Senator Natasha Akpoti. So look at it. It's not like those people are being suspended left, right, and center for no good reason.
For no good reason. The other one was because of padding of the budget. The other one was because she decided not to.
No, pardon of the budget. Which one is pardon of the budget?
The one that
Ningi. Yes, Ningi made a false accusation now. It wasn't long ago.
They padded the budget. It's false allegation. It's a fact.
He wasn't able to defend this.
Oh, because
this senator from Yayi.
Oh my God!
Yayi stood up and countered him.
Can you just calm down? Defend it against who? The Senate that you are accusing. What are you going to defend? They're going to suspend you before you have a chance to defend.
No, Ningi apologized though. Ningi apologized to the floor of the Senate.
That's the problem with Nigeria. The gang of criminals force the other ones that are trying to call them out for what they are doing to apologize for their criminality.
No, tonight, here's the problem with Nigeria. Nigeria can let hope with him as a governor. Nigeria's a fool. Nigeria's a zoo.
These charges are not committed in nonsense.
They behave like a cult, where if somebody stands up against them, they force that person. They all gang up against the person. And look at now. Let me read that this in Ngige 1. Let me see. They suspended him for 90 legislative days. 90 legislative days. While this is somebody that did all that kind of stuff. 90, but Akpoti is 6 months. So this is the craziness of this is House of Assembly that we are dealing with right now, and the amount of days that they are suspending people is going up for flimsy reasons.
To Niger, let me ask you, because I said it earlier. Most of us will talk without having knowledge. What is your understanding of 90 legislative days? What does it mean to you?
When the Senate is on when they are on.
So do you know that
like 90, I'm sure is that it's not up to
days
6 months.
Can be more than 6 months?
No, it's not.
That's it.
It's not. It can be more. See, depend on when you say Senate. Did they suspend him from being a senator? They didn't suspend him from being a senator, like what they did to Akpoti now. They told her that you're not allowed to be a senator too.
Let me tell you, all those things just like they just want to pay something. Once you are suspended from the Senate, can you still parade yourself as a senator? What will you be doing?
Yes.
So what will you be doing?
Because you have constituencies. You have constituencies that you can be listening to their problems and helping them solve their problems. Don't you know that's what senators do?
How will you solve the problem when you are not a senator?
Because you have other authorities and the work that you're already doing, the projects you're already doing. Let's say you are already doing a road project or light project. What is your problem? I'm not saying you now. I'm telling you now, they do different projects for their local areas, their constituencies.
That's true. How did they get it done?
The source of that local project is some of the funding that they get from the center. Which, if you are suspended, you don't get more funding. It doesn't mean. Oh my God! See. I hear what you are saying. Even if when you are suspended, you don't get no money in again. But the ones you are working on, you can keep working on them while they are under suspension.
Oh, in Nigeria, they suspended one person. Like, why is he suspended? Why is he in jail? That's the problem with Nigeria.
I don't even know who is this one that is just grabbed me underground.
Why is he supposed to be in jail, but he's not?
Let me tell you,
let me put it out there. The suspension, I think, is over the board, and the length of it is over the board. I think it should have been nothing more than maybe 14 to 30 legislative days, no more.
They were not even supposed to suspend her for up to a month for just because this is something that Akpabio himself has done. Nobody suspended him. This is something that Tinubu has done. Nobody suspended her. This type of behavior.
No, Remi has actually never. There's never been the video that was being shown. That one man erroneously showed a video and claimed was Remi Tinubu. That wasn't Remi Tinubu.
It was even Dino Malaye that embarrassed and
on the
club. Yeah, you can see
you take advantage of her.
What did she do?
And she didn't even respond. She didn't even respond to it.
Not even. Somebody say it will rape her and even impregnate her in the floor of the house. None of you say anything like that because it was opposition.
And that is actually sexual around. That's harassment.
Did they suspend that person? Hold on, did they suspend that person?
Yeah, Saraki is born. His friend Saraki was the Senate president, so they didn't suspend him.
No, they like what Saraki was doing.
This is exactly the same thing we are talking about now. When other people do something, when other people do something worse, they spare them. But Akpoti, 6 months.
Saraki was Saraki in APC.
What does it matter? The point is that they did something worse.
It looks bad for Nigerian image. How can a girl who's guilty of sexual harassment say no? What are we doing in Nigeria?
You sound like you are far away.
Thank God it doesn't, because is it coherent anyway? So there's the this spin here doesn't it makes it not advantage.
I don't care. I play any woman who are sexual. I play any woman. I don't care. Come on, man.
Charles, you have never been coherent before, so I mean, you just come over here and just rant. You
have to support the criminals in Nigeria. Come on, man.
You don't need to be a Nigerian. Hey, Charles, if you don't want to be a Nigerian, there's actually a process to actually relinquish your citizenship, okay? You can easily relinquish it.
Can we listen to this?
Mr. President, you can't speak from there now. You can go to your seat. Then when you get your seat, I'll recognize you. The situation is correct.
So did he not make more ruckus than
to the end to Nigeria? Don't be smart, okay? Don't be smart.
What is there to be smart? It's the incident. That's what matters.
Okay, play the incident to the end, because you know too well that Akpabio actually offered apology on that same day within less than 5 minutes.
Oh, he offered an apology for his behavior.
He offered an apology for that. In that right there, within less than 5 minutes of that incident, within less than 5 minutes, he offered an apology to the Senate President and to the body of to the whole entire Senate.
Okay, so offering an apology means that you don't get punished anymore.
If Natasha offered an apology on the day of that incident, of the sitting incident, okay, and she did not go to Brekete TV, and it wasn't actually the incident that actually angered the Senate, it was all her actions afterwards.
Oh, so how about the one that apologized for accusing them for pardoning the budget that they still suspended for months? So there are specific people that they go after for these things. And we also remember the one that dishonored the Senate by slapping a common taxi driver, beating him up for doing nothing. You have Senate lawmakers attacking public members.
It wasn't a senator.
It was a House of Assembly member, isn't it?
Yes.
It's a lawmaker.
You might however be speaking of Senator Abo that assaulted a pregnant woman.
Yes, so you can see that many Nigerian lawmakers do all kinds of things. Those ones, they forgive. But the good ones are the ones that they don't forgive. Even this Akpabio, during this period when he was doing all this stuff, this is a guy that has faced accusations of financial embezzlement and all kinds of stuff. They forgive them. But the ones that are performing, they're doing the right thing. They make sure they punish them, that they don't go near the House of Assembly again. So that they can have all these their parties where they keep doing blessing and giving people money, dollars here and there. We can't keep supporting this thing. They look at our country. They are not governing us well. If they were doing well, I'm not going to, believe me, I'm not going to be complaining. Why would I complain? They are doing well. Even if they fight each other, they start doing wrestling match there. I don't care. As long as they perform. But they are not performing. All they are giving us property, and they keep forming this gang of leaders. Why don't they gang up to do good things? You know, if you gang up, at least I like when you gang up to do something good. Not gang up doing rubbish. They get it. If you get it Akpoti now, who else are you got there that got a voice for saying the right things for this country? How many?
Really? Come on. There's more than a share good. There's more than if Natasha is not even one of the best senators when it comes to
okay, give me names. Give me names. I will search them.
If you are talking about a senate that has someone like Adams Oshiomhole, I mean Natasha has not. Come on.
That are gathered that has sold out like crazy. That has taken money like everyone else.
Do you even watch the plenary? You know the Senate plenary is actually broadcast live. You know they have a YouTube channel.
Did he not take money? Did he not take the money when they were sharing it out?
No. What money
are you talking about?
What money?
When they are sharing money for cars and money for
did you hear that Natasha refilled her own truck, her own Jeep as well? Did Natasha refuse her own Land Cruiser?
See, we don't know that. I'm not sure. Maybe she didn't.
No, hey, don't say we don't know that. We know she didn't. Okay, because we know the people that refused to accept the Land Cruisers. There was only 2 people that refused the Land Cruisers: El Rufai's son and some other fellow in the House of Reps. Every other individual accepted the Land Cruisers. Every single other individual.
It's graceful. To be fair, if Natasha Akpoti accepted it, she was wrong to do that.
And there's not a single one of them doesn't accept
They are
the pay
every single one of them. Every single one of them that accepted that car are a disgrace, because they know that the country needs the money, and they also know that the country is going through a lot. They are busy accepting new cars. They could easily got a Nigerian-made car to be driving. Where are they driving to? It's not just Abuja most of the time. Just drive around Abuja. But no, they will spend all the money living large for themselves, like they form a cult when they get there. Maybe Akpoti is one of them. I don't know that. But all I know so far is that what she's done for our locality, what she has done before she got into office, what she has done while she's in office. Nobody's accusing her of corruption. If they accuse her of corruption, then I can change my mind.
Yet. Okay. Yet. No, don't say no. They're accusing her of corruption. Okay.
Yes. Nobody has yet.
All right. She's not some saint. Okay. We know we all have a club. Our husband came into money. Okay.
Oh, she's not a saint, you know.
And we have a club. How she came into money as well. Okay. She's a 42-year-old young lady that we so don't let us
No. Tell me where she's corrupt then. You don't have
no. Trust me, Natasha is in a very best interest to just keep doing the nonsense she's doing. Okay. Hey, there's both her and her husband, they are not clean. Let's just put it straight like that.
Okay, if they are not clean, then come with your corrupt accusations. Because if you don't have anything, then you stay silent until you have evidence. Just like even I urge her, she could have just stayed. When I was saying it before, some people that supported her so strongly, they were against me. I said, what is the point of talking about stuff when you are not presenting evidence? I don't like that. Like me
so has she presented evidence? I mean,
and I don't like it. I don't like that she hasn't provided evidence about the sexual harassment.
She has provided evidence about nothing. This is more than 30 days now. There's not a single shred of evidence. She went to UN. She went to the UN thing, and we've not heard anything about it since. Okay, she went to UN. All she has been doing is doing all these public showings, thinking that she can manipulate the public. Okay,
let's hear this now. Let's hear what she's going to say here. This is one of the reasons why I support her, because this woman has been one of the few people in Nigeria that are fighting for the right thing. Let me play it.
President, you know how important this Ajakuta Steel Company to me is. You know how important it is to my people and to Nigerians. I've noticed that you have stepped down this motion. As a matter of fact, a number of senators told me, go and see him and plead with him so that he would take it. I was like, sir, please, why can't you take this motion? It's very important. It's been listed. Then it was listed a 3rd time and stepped down. He then said, Natasha, I'm the chief presiding officer of the Senate. You can enjoy a whole lot if you take care of me and make me happy. At that point, I said, sir, I'll pretend that I didn't hear this. He said, well, the ball is in your court. I left his office. And when I got home, I told my husband, I didn't tell my husband what happened. I just told my husband, please, can you speak to the Senate president to allow my motion scale through? I think I also spoke to the DSP, to the leader, Senator Pemi. I spoke to a number of senators that they should please intervene and allow him to laugh. I never told them what happened. My husband had to take a trip to London. Then the Senate president traveled to London. My husband met with the Senate president in London.
So that is irrelevant in terms of going to London. I don't care for that. And personally, I don't like all these our politicians. Why? You see what I mean? They always in London. They are always foreign countries. They don't rest with foreigners. These crazies. So now I'm not happy about. But in terms of this going to him to plead for Ajakuta Steel, is something that they shouldn't have to do. He should.
Let me tell you, okay. Wait, to Niger. Natasha is an interest. She has an active interest in the Ajakuta contracts. Do you know that?
It's not the contract; it's the construction.
No. Ajakuta Steel has been completed. Okay, there's give or take. She has an interest in the contract because she's a legal representative of one of the different Divergent interested parties.
What Divergent? Are you talking about the actual builders of the Ajakuta Steel, the Russians?
Yes.
How is it divergent? That is like really, really coincident in terms of the
they constructed it. Okay, so when they constructed it, it was a construction project. It wasn't a construct and operate.
Yeah, but they are not they have not finished construction.
And the construction was done. I mean, Ajakuta, when the Russians done that contract, we're talking about the 70s.
90s was when it was abandoned. 90-something% complete. It's still not completed.
Ajakuta has never been. It has never been operational.
Yes, because it has not been completed, and that's what she's fighting for. You keep saying she wants a contract for something that hasn't been completed.
Wait, I'm saying that she's an interested party. So I want you to take into account.
I'm an interested party.
No, I want you to take into account that our interests go beyond just I want my people to benefit. No, she's an interested party. She possibly stands to gain financial a great deal financially.
Let me tell you this. If Tinubu was interested in Ajakuta Steel and he gets his son to head the company that gets Ajakuta Steel working, I don't care.
No, that would be conflict of interest.
No, I don't care.
You don't care, but that's conflict of interest.
See, the problem, we miss the picture. Why should you care about that? Because Western countries, they do it too.
I work in the corporate. Every single year, I spend almost 2 hours doing this nonsensical corporate culture trainings. And conflict of interest is a very, very, very delicate matter. So please don't let us talk about it like in the foreign countries. No.
Only delicate in a specific area. Like if you work in an oil company now, you can't be doing stuff that is going to benefit another oil company. Those are the only areas. And
not just that. You can't be insider trading. There's several things. When it comes to corporate culture and all this kind of stuff, conflict of interest goes beyond just that.
I understand what you are saying on paper, but they do it all the time and get away with it. But in terms of a nation like
people do go to jail for a long time for these things. And there's been a few very big cases where people have gone to jail for quite a long time.
Conflict of
when it comes to corporate culture, conflict of interest, and all this stuff.
I know what you are saying. I don't know why we like to think like the West is perfect. Even the Trump this thing, when he left office the last time, he got $2 billion from this is Saudi Arabia. There are so many conflict of interest all over the place. The point is that what you use it to do for your people. If the Ajakuta Steel coming online is going to make one Nigerian a billionaire, I don't care. See, if Dangote become a millionaire, what should you care? Would you not rather have billionaires in Nigeria making a lot of money, building the economy than this thing? I think one area I think many of us miss about capitalism is that we seem to forget that. Let me put it this way: we seem to think that capitalism is built by the working class and the middle class that are working for companies, and the companies make money and they pay the people, and that's how it works. No, you tend to create gigantic monopolies. That's how capitalism behaves. Capitalism creates gigantic billionaires and monopolies that change the face of that country. If you look at America, it's the same thing, like the Carnegies, the Rockefellers, and all the rest of them. Big families, multi billionaires and monopolies. In the ones that even enslaved the world, the ones that traded slaves in Africa, the East Indian Company and the Dutch something company. Most of those companies, there was a time they were larger than nations. They had more soldiers than nations. Companies had more soldiers than nations. That should tell you how large some companies get in capitalist systems. So we don't seem to understand how capitalist system behave. We think that it has to be the way these low-level ones behave in America right now. But yet you see Elon Musk, it's a monopoly in space internet. It's a monopoly in electric cars in America. It's a monopoly in many, even the people that own this YouTube is a monopoly. So why are we surprised? I don't care whether it's Tinubu's son that produces steel for Nigeria, that allows Nigeria to become steel producing. I don't care if it is Akpabio's son that goes on to start doing massive mining that is going to, and then start processing the lithium and start producing electric batteries, car batteries in Nigeria. Why should you care? It's what this enriches the nation and allows the people to have access to those things. That's what you should care about, because the truth is that's how all the other nations have been built. It's because people don't observe those things closely enough. That's why they don't see it. The other nations have been built by massive, you can call it corrupt police.
I find this very, very convenient of you to do this, because I'm pretty sure I've heard you criticize the contracting of the Lagos Calabar highway. Okay.
I see I don't think I don't think I criticize it from the fact that it was just assigned. No, I didn't criticize it for that. If I am going to criticize it, it's because they didn't handle the building very well, or what I'm worried that they're not even going to complete it. They're just looking for a way to make money out of it. That's my only worry. I don't care. Why should you care whether somebody's making money? That road they're going to build, are they the ones that are going to be traveling on it? It's the people that will be traveling on it. They are helping build the country up. That is how I see it. And sure, that's how capitalist system behaves. We like it or not, it's just how they are. And you can't pretend as if you are in capitalist system and at the same time behave like a socialist. You are just going to be killing yourselves. Nigerians sometimes they do that a lot. Even Showore is a socialist. I'm like, how are you supposed to be a socialist and you go to America all the time and you pretend as if you want to be a socialist? That's not how it works. You have to either go with one system, and if you see somebody that is doing it and you see that that thing is going to benefit your people, go for it. If somebody is doing something socialist that you know is going to benefit your people, go for it, because that's how the West behaves too. When the West see that healthcare, if everybody get healthcare is going to benefit the country, they went for it. They didn't say because we are capitalists, we are going to stick to capitalism and the God-forsaken this is healthcare. We don't want it. No, you do what is best for your people. If whatever your rich people are doing aligns with what the ordinary people are going to benefit from, you support it. If it doesn't, be against it. Believe me, because there's no point backing them. If they are doing something that is not going to benefit the ordinary people, be against them. As long as it doesn't benefit, why should you back them? The whole purpose of being there is to help the poor people, is to help the general population of the country, not only the poor people, to be fair. But these are our leaders. The way they are there, they're just there to help themselves. That is my only criticism of them. I don't care whether it's Tinubu that is a billionaire, whether it's Okpabio that is a billionaire, or Natasha. Who cares? If Ajakuta still start working today, the people that are going to be working there are Nigerians. The cars that are going to be made are Nigerians. The bridges that are going to be built are Nigerians. The armored cars, the military that is going to be this is supported by that steel this thing that is going to be manufactured there are going to be Nigerian military.
Please,
Why
I have
should
something
I be
to
against
say
that?
real quick, please. Just a second before I leave. I want to put something straight again. First of all, any one of you here, I believe you have senators, right? And you did not just fall from tree. Go back and ask your senators, how do they communicate with them? And anything that I want to say now, and everybody to underline it and fact check, right? 24 hours before you resume the following day, if there are any changes at all. Because two of the senators are actually 6 of them or 7 of them that had their seats changed the same day that Natasha's seat was changed. They confirmed that there's a rule, there's a procedure that they will reach out to you with an official email, 1. And number 2, the sergeant at arm will officially reach out to you about the changes on your seat. That is a fact. People can check that one out, number 1. Number 2, Otto Nzeribe, he was a senator in Nigeria, right? He was suspended and he never came back to the Senate until the tenure of his time expires in the Senate. 2, number 3, she said she's not going to bring any evidence. She's a lawyer, and this is the problem again that I have with most of these are journalists. They don't follow up questions. They don't interrogate. They don't fact check, particularly people they have bias towards or against. I was expecting, what about that Renault thing? Bring it forward. Since we are talking about integrity, why are you not talking about the evidence? Because you are a lawyer, and the sine qua non of any sexual harassment issue is evidence, ironclad evidence, irrefutable evidence, right? So you cannot be saying everything you've been saying for the past 1 month or for the past 2 months, and you are still saying the same thing without bringing a scintilla of evidence. You are just dramatizing, and then you are having people like Niger, right, walking them around like dog, as if they don't understand how things work. So once again, before you speak on certain issues or certain conversation, go and find out, go and get your facts right before you start pontificating and misleading people. It's not about emotion. And about Ajakuta steel that you are always talking about to Niger, go and find out about the Ajakuta thing. Ajakuta steel and whatever it is way above Natasha's pay grade, right? Previous living presidents in Nigeria will have to be involved. It is a national security issue, and she's always pushing it because she had an interest. She had an interest by virtue of the fact that she was on a long-term retainership, right, with the company that was handling it, who had ties with Russia, and then she was on the representative list of that company as well. So she has a bias towards that, and there's a conflict of interest that they've actually identified, and they've repeated it almost 5 times. What is so desperate for her to go to ensure that her husband travels to London for the same Ajakuta thing? She's been pushing it, and the National Security Advisor, they've told her this is something that will have to involve the Buhari administration, the OBJ administration, the previous administration. It's even bigger than Ashwaju administration. Only you, a little girl, want to bring Ajakuta for what reason? So if that is what you want to talk about, once again, go and do your findings. Don't just come to social media platform, right, and be ranting and be pontificating all over the place without knowing the
enigmatic. Let me even tell him, because he was quoting one useless statistics earlier on that it was only APC. Now, Otto Nzeribe, as we mentioned, was suspended in 2002. Joseph Waku was suspended in year 2000. Femi Okuromu was suspended in 1989. There are so many senators that have been suspended.
This same Akpabio.
I don't even know why. That is the way when they get to the echo chamber, that's how they deceive themselves.
Yeah, this same Akpabio, he was on the side of caution. He heard, he misbehaved, he had misconduct issue, but at the end of the day, he openly apologized to the entire Senate, to the institution of the Senate, right? And to Saraki as the Senate president and presiding officer. And they ironed everything out, man o man. But they've given this lady a wiggle room to wriggle herself out of the situation. Apologize. She says she's not going to apologize. Present evidence. She says she's not presenting evidence. Go to the judiciary. You are not going to judiciary. Go to the police. You are not going to the police. You are rubbishing the entire Senate, and because at the end of the day, you still have a second nation called Russia, Ukraine. You cannot rubbish Nigeria for people like us because you still have a second nation, and you have a simp as an husband who doesn't know his life from his right, urging you on, throwing his own political allies under the bus because of Okwe. And I'll say it again. So once again, when you want to come to social media or social platform like this where people can listen to you, don't tell one of the people on the platform to go and get your evidence. Get your evidence before you come. And if you don't know how to get the evidence, go and find somebody to do that for you. Nigeria does not start yesterday or today because of Natasha.
Thank you for your very, very enlightened, well-measured statement.
Look at
that. Just what they call it? What do they call it? Yoruba again? Not not jackpot from here. If you want to jackpot, see, all you've said here is a kind of I don't even know where to start from. First,
you are meant for an echo chamber.
Let me start from where
do you agree?
Can you let me finish?
Do you agree to Niger? You are meant for an echo chamber. Where everything goes, where you don't have pushback. Where
do I look like I'm crying that you are pushing back?
No, you are meant for an echo chamber.
Am I crying that you are pushing back?
Go on a rabble rousing.
Calm down. Let me finish what I'm saying. See, I said for the last 20 years, I checked for the last 20 years, the senators that have been suspended. It's only fair
She has a, you know, she has a right to go to court to challenge whatever.
Let me finish what I'm saying now. Let me finish what I'm saying. I checked for the last 3 years.
You know, she has a right to do that instead of crying all over the place.
Fine.
She has a right to do that.
Can you just exercise some decorum, please?
No, you should exercise some decorum.
You are beginning to stunt the conversation.
You are supposed to be the host.
I allow you to speak. I allow you to speak, and you allow me to respond. I'm not. I'm a host. Yeah, one man doesn't talk. Do I look like one man? I don't look like one man. Eh?
Yeah, but keep quiet sometimes. Don't you have?
No. Why should I keep quiet? Because you talk.
Because you are.
So that they don't report what you said. People like you are the ones that keep
you are a host. Don't you know how to
I don't care about being a host. I'm here to call things what they are.
You are not calling
if you are
go and call your state government.
Go and find somewhere.
If you want to call somebody,
call come on, let me talk. You can't just keep interrupting people constantly.
Let him talk. Just let him
talk. If I use my power against you now, if I use my power against you now, he's going to start crying that I'm using my power against him.
It's okay.
I give him the privilege, he won't let me talk.
So okay, you can talk now.
I use the last 20 years as my my matrix, because this government has been in office. This party has been in office for the last 10 years or so, and I gave it 20 years gap. So 10 years for both sides. So when I put it 10 years for both sides, if you look at it, almost all the senators that have been fired for the last 20 years are all from APC. In the last 10 years, there are 10 years of each of their parties' terms. So that's the only fair, because if you go beyond comparing apple and oranges.
Tonight, let me tell you this. Whenever you want to, don't be putting emotion. Okay, I just mentioned all the senators that have been suspended since 1999. The first three that I mentioned, Waku, Auto Nzerebe, and Femi Okoromo, they are all PDP also.
Yes, they are all PDP from their own parties, and that was just after the listing,
afterwards,
the resumption of the democratic process. So, and like I said, because that if you want to put up to 2000, then you're
in fact,
calm down now. I people just try to interrupt people. Okay. If you go for 25 years, you are not comparing apple for apple, because PDP ruled for 15 straight years or so.
Okay, if I tell you now, if I tell you that the first three, if I tell you that the first three that I mentioned was within 4 years of PDP rule,
yes,
what can you say about that?
What I would say about that is it's PDP that did it, and it was in the early stages of democracy. So if you look at hold on now,
why are you shifting goalposts? Why are you just
no, I'm not shifting goalposts. I've also acknowledged it. See, I'm not shifting goalposts. I've acknowledged that it was them that did it. And what do you want me to say? Is it not APC that did it?
There's no need for you to even be going down.
And the offenses. Okay, look at the offenses of the other. The offenses are different too. The offenses of the other ones were more egregious offenses that they committed. But the ones against this one is when you say something against this Senate. That's the biggest offense you have.
Let me tell you.
Which offense?
Which offense does Okoromo committed? Which offense did he committed?
Okay, look at what they said he did now. It says Senator Okorolu was suspended in 1999 after alleging the fellow senators were planning to impeach President Obasanjo. He was later recalled after rendering.
So is it not against the fellow senators?
Yes, that's one of them.
So why is it different from what we are saying now?
So Simba, ask him what is Natasha's offense? Why was she suspended?
Because she wasn't obeying the Senate rules in terms of the sitting arrangement.
No, what is it called? What is it called under their rules? What is it?
I'm not sure what it is called actually.
It is misconduct and disorderly manner.
Disorderly manner. That's the one. The disorderly manner.
She has a right. If she feels 6 months is too much for her, she has a right to do what she needs to do as a senator. And they've given her a wiggle room.
But she knows they own the court. So what is the point?
She says she's not going to apologize because she's the queen of.
Okay, Joseph Waku. The reason why he was suspended was Senator Waku suggested that a military coup would be preferable to allowing former President Obasanjo to continue ruling as a dictator. The statement stirred a major controversy. Yes, you can see why.
That is a very, very serious allegation at the time when the military was just leaving.
According to you now.
No. That is very, very serious allegation. No. That is serious stuff. That is on the level of treason.
Okay, no. So what is your point now? I just want to.
No, my point is that the one. Okay, now look at the last ones that were suspended. Senator Akpoti, the lawmaker representing Kogi Central, was suspended for 6 months over alleged misconduct in the Red Chamber. Misconduct in the Red Chamber. So now in Gigi, in Ningi, Senator was suspended for 3 months in 2024 after alleging that the National Assembly padded the 2024 budget by.
So how is it different from what? Waku was suspended for?
Hold on, calm down now. Let's keep going backward now. Since you asked for it, let's keep going backward so you see the difference. Wait now. Let me give you the other one, star. That's Ningi one I've given you. Let me give you that of Senator Ovie Agege. This one is very, very serious. Where 2018 he went and they say, however, despite apologizing, he said he was opposing the reordering bill. I don't know what that means. Opposing the election reordering bill. I don't know what that means. But is he not the one that they said they went to this House of Senate and took some stuff away from there? So that is yeah, that one deserves to be suspended, definitely. And it deserves to be suspended. But how long it was suspended, I'm not even sure. I think it was 3 months. Yeah, it was suspended for 3 months, which was even far graver. Those kind of stuff is at the level of almost treasonous behavior. Ali Ndume was suspended for 6 months in 2000 after calling for an investigation into allegations involving the Senate President Bula Saraki and Dino Milaye, a former this thing. So you see that one, you shouldn't suspend somebody for that, for calling for an investigation.
Are you the one setting the something for them, eh?
No, you see, because there are actually I have my own judgment.
Have you ever look at the Senate's this their red book? Have you ever read it?
See, he was suspended for 6 months for that.
That is crazy. Initially you are saying that no senator have ever been suspended. So you can see that somebody before, even more than that, people have been suspended for more than that before.
And this man today is still calling. He's still one of the few people that call the politician out for what they are doing. He's still one of the few. Any good person in Nigeria, Ndume.
No, Ndume, to Nigeria. If you want our country to be good, you understand, this Ndume has been in that Senate. He's one of the most corrupt senators that we have. But you know what we normally do?
Do you have any evidence for this corruption allegation?
Let me say what I want to say. We normally look at whenever anybody, let me say, it is like if you are bad and now you are opposing the government, then people will forgive all your sin and they will be looking at you as if you are a saint. That is what you are just doing. You are telling me that Ndume is a good senator.
What did he do now? Yeah, you see,
because let me tell you, most of the time you don't have information. You understand? And that is
why is it that I have information about Natasha, but you don't have information about Ndume? You say he's corrupt, you don't have any information about him.
To Nigeria, that's Ndume you mentioned, I beg you. No, just let us stop the guy. See, if not
he was removed from office because he called for an investigation.
What we normally do in Nigeria is that once you are talking, even go and bring the most corrupt person. Now, if he's talking against the present government or any government in Nigeria, people will like him. They will forgive all his sin.
Tell me what he has done. I don't care about what tell us what he has done.
See, Ndume doesn't have that credibility, I beg you. See, he's just one of them.
Oh my God.
No. You see one thing. You see my position.
Do you know that this same Ndume, you have forgotten that he was one campaigning for Akpabio that time. He was one that carried everything on his head. He was one talking all those rubbish that time when they were contesting for the Senate presidency.
Okay. Which is this is a terrible thing for him to do, to be supporting Akpabio, but maybe he has his reasons. But where is his corruption? Where is the corruption? You keep saying somebody's corrupt. Where is the corruption?
Let me tell you, we are all talking now. There is none of them that worth actually killing ourselves for. They are all the same.
But it's only that when
they
they
are
are
not all
speaking
the
to your
same. No,
sentiments.
they are not all the same. They are punishing the ones. You see, what you are doing here, you are covering the fact that they tend to punish the ones harshly that are
Let me tell
calling
you
for
this same.
probity in
So
that
let me tell
senator,
you.
that
Let me tell
senate.
you this. Let me tell you. Do you know the post this same Udume that you are talking about held during when Saraki was the Senate president?
He did what?
His post in the House in the Senate. Do you know his post under Saraki Senate presidency?
I don't know his post, but he was in Senate. He
I think
wasn't
he
the
was
Senate
the
president.
majority leader. It was part of the people that suspended Ningi, what did they call her, and Ovie Omo Agege that time.
Did he vote for the suspension of Ningi? Ningi wasn't in. I don't think he was in office at that time. Ningi was suspended not that long ago. This was just last year.
No, I'm talking about the one that happened during Senator Ovie Omo Agege.
Omagege did something crazy. Even though I say he should be suspended. Even though I support that one. What are you talking about?
Let me tell you this. Don't go that route.
Why would you carry the mess of the Senate and you say he should not be suspended?
In fact, if you are looking for one of the senators that you're supposed to stone, for the fact that he just like somebody defended Dino Malaye now, say Dino Malaye is a good senator. It was this because he's talking against government. That's what we do.
The Electoral Act, which guides the activities of INEC, so that it will be in line with what is expected from us or what the general public or Nigerian public is expecting. So I don't know what you are saying about INEC's problem. I don't have problem with INEC or the way they are doing. They're just doing their job. 2019 election. Yes. Our opinion? Your opinion on the game plan of 2019. Well, you see, I'm one of the what you call even the Buharis, those that believe in the president, and we are very hopeful that we win the 2019. President Muhammad Buhari will win the 2019 election, inshallah. We are banking on 3 zones: northeast, northwest, southwest, and those ones. South will get what we can get there. Southeast will get what we can get there. But I assure you that now that the candidate of PDP is known, our candidate is known, Nigerians know them, they know their personality, they know their credibility, they know their integrity. So Nigerians know that it's PDP against APC. It's a PDP that is responsible for the problems that Nigeria finds itself now. For 16 years, they have concentrated on destroying and stealing Nigeria. Now they want to go back. Nigerians are aware, and even PDP is aware. That's why they came out and apologized to Nigerians, but they didn't return our money. So when you apologize to somebody that you stole his property and you say, okay, give me the house again to manage, unless that person is crazy, he will not give it to you again until you bring that one that you have stolen before. When the government is trying to collect that one that they have stolen.
So he's a man of APC. And from what I can gather, all he seems to care about is that people are corrupt. And now he's even talking against APC's corruption. Because it looks like people have to get into office before they show their true color of corruption for some reason. But that said, anyway, I think today has been quite a session.
What are you saying? Did you hear? Am I hearing you well? That is talking about APC corruption.
Yeah, he's talking about PDP corruption. He's saying that PDP is corrupt and they shouldn't have to.
Do you know that he was actually a former PDP senator?
And he turned on them because he doesn't believe in this thing. See, Simba, my issue is when people start calling for probity and they start firing them, you should start asking yourself questions. Why they keep firing people that ask questions about the way?
In fact, let me even tell you a story. He was a member of all Nigerian or APP. between 1998 to 2010. He joined PDP between 2010 and 2014, and then he became APC from 2014 to date. Can you see? Can you see how it's been flirting around?
Yes.
And
See,
so this is your hero now.
No. I'm not saying it's my hero. I'm not saying it's my hero. I'm saying that the people that they are going after, maybe they were corrupt before, but the moment they start asking questions about the way,
I think what you're supposed to be talking about, if they are going after opposition, you understand, that should have been your point, but it's between them and their members.
Since when do Nigeria have opposition?
To Nigeria, what you are failing to understand there is this. There is a difference between someone raising genuine concern and those person playing politics. Look at when the ministers are saying, okay, there are some positions in Abuja that were supposed to be in Lagos because of the operational cost. Now, because this guy has a shy there, you understand, the next thing he started politics. See the way he was manipulating the public that, it's just like some people were just marginalizing them. Because the question is, they say, okay, a position that is supposed to be in Abuja or in Lagos, you put in Abuja, and those people will be traveling from Abuja, will be getting extra, they will be spending billions of naira to maintain that thing. Okay, the minister says, okay, I'm taking this position to Lagos, and the next thing you see the like of Udume shouting. And now, if it happened that it's sanctioned because of the way he's misrepresented the situation and misleading the public, you will say, oh, they suspended him because he's talking. No, when people talk, look at what they were talking. Were they merely playing politics, or they were really telling you the truth? So when it comes to people like Udume, I beg, pass. That's just my personal opinion. Pass people like that. I never trust him.
I don't have a. I understand if you don't like what he stands for in the Nigerian politics. I don't necessarily worry too much about the long range of their general politics. I look at the behavior of the Senate and the House of Assembly, the way they are behaving. They don't like people calling them out for what they are doing, even when they are doing a terrible job for the nation. The governments don't like people calling the president.
No. The question you will look at when they suspended him under to Nigeria, was his allegation, was it something was it concrete, or was it just
yes, it was probably personally. If somebody is calling for
was he playing politics so that he can position himself to taking over the position? See, two different things. I'm interested in a position, and I'm engineering people. Just allegation that was not I could not substantiate. You quickly use that one so that you can create situation for yourself. It's totally different from when someone is beaten out of patriotism. Now, okay, now you may not like. Okay, we know that the man was rash, was this, but you cannot deny the fact that I think he sponsored the most bill in that house. Even you may not like him. That's another person. He was still a kind of person that, okay, he has some kind of bad behavior. But you cannot hate him for doing his job. That's
what
kind of people we are talking about.
What bill did he put that was so helpful to Nigerians? Can we give us one of those many bills that is so good?
You are ChatGPT person. Can you pull it out now?
See, this is what I like. I like to know the good people have done. If they have done so many good, do you know Milayo? He said, you know, Milayo. He say he has sponsored a lot of bill, like you said, Milayo. Sponsored.
Yeah. He was very active there. Was sponsoring beef. Very active.
And let's see which ones of them are actually useful. That will be
True Nigeria.
A lot of bills in Nigeria.
You're a terrible host.
You look at that. This year, man is coming here to come and call me terrible host. Who are you to call me terrible host? Do you know? How dare you?
You are not objective at all. It's always one way road traffic.
You know who I am?
How dare you come terrible
host?
Okay. Let me be listening them to. Okay, look, Economic and Financial Crimes Commission Establishment Act. You understand? Aim to strengthen the legal framework of combat economic and financial crimes in Nigeria. Disability Integration Bill, 2015. sought to promote integration and protection of persons with disabilities within Nigerian society. Anti-Jungle Justice Bill 2016. You understand? Proposed, but you understand?
Anti-Jungle Justice Bill is a good one.
So disability integration is not a good one.
Which one?
Disability integration.
Disability integration.
Yeah.
It's a good one, but the anti-jungle justice one, I think I rated that one higher because it's a barbaric act when people just go out and start killing people, even if they still haven't stopped it. But I think it's something that needed to be done.
So, you know, we know that.
Oh my God! It passed the National Lottery Bill. Okay, that one is not the best. Federal University of Agriculture Kaba Bill. Okay, I don't think that's a very, very high level bill. Economic and Financial Crimes Commission Establishment Bill, aimed at strengthening the legal framework of the EFCC to enhance its effectiveness in combating economic and financial crimes. I don't know. It looks like 2015. That's when our health started getting worse in Nigeria.
Ethnic and religious hatred bill. You understand?
When is that? When is that ethnic and religious hatred bill? I didn't see that. You know.
Look at your use another.
Yeah. Let me say list more. Let me
another one.
Please list more. Yeah, you know that ethnic and religious bill. That one sounds like something I definitely would like. It depends on what teeth that they gave it. It just passes as a bill, because if you look at Nigeria with their ethnic divisions right now, you can see that bill is not exactly very, very strong. That is a problem. But the idea behind it, I think I support the spirit behind it.
Okay, look at price control and anti-protesting bill.
Price control. Anti-protesting
bill. Yeah.
Why would
people,
stop people from protesting? You should allow people to protest now. Why would you stop people from protesting?
Did you read it? So the lobbying regulation. There are national orientation agency.
Okay. Let me find out which ones Akpoti listed. Let's see. Well, I think you said Akpoti passed some. Has she passed any at all?
No, I think Akpoti is okay too, but I don't know much about that.
Has Akpoti passed any bills? And if so, list some. All right, let's see. Yeah, it will be interesting to see what she has done so far. Okay, Nigerian gold. Oh my God! Hold on.
You are using desktop. Is it desktop that you are using?
Yeah, but you know, this is somebody that found foul though. He's still finding foul in Nigeria somewhere, and he's telling me that I'm using desktop now. Yeah, am I supposed to be ashamed of that now? I'm using desktop, of course. What did you expect? So let me read what she has passed in the short time she was there. Nigeria Gold Reserve Industry Framework Bill. This seeks to establish a structured framework for harnessing and managing Nigeria's gold reserve. It aims to create the Nigerian Gold Authority to oversee the exploitation.
She didn't pass any bill. Sponsor. No, that's the normal word. You don't pass. Senator don't pass bill. It's sponsor.
Okay, so that's what Milai did too. Okay, that's fine. Okay, I take that one on board. Yes. Okay. The bill seeks to establish a structured framework for harnessing and managing Nigeria's gold reserve. It aims to create the Nigerian Gold Authority (NGA) to oversee the exploitation and marketing of gold, thereby enhancing Nigeria's economic stability and diversifying its reserve base. Now, the second one, there are two that she has passed 2024. Nigerian cottage industry. This proposed legislation focuses on promoting small-scale industry across Nigeria by providing a legal framework for the establishment and support of cottage industries. The bill aims to stimulate local entrepreneurship and create employment opportunities and boost the economy at the grassroots. So, you see, what she's doing seems to be on the grand scale. That gold one is, for me, I think that's solid because it's causing a lot of problems in the north. And maybe some part of the southwest, actually. There's been good exploitation that has been going on and leading to instability in the country. And Nigeria doesn't seem to have, gotten a grip of it. So that I don't even know why we've not created a billionaire in gold in Nigeria. I don't know why. If I was the president, I would call one billionaire in and say, you know what? I give you control, total control over this industry. Take it over and make sure you produce so and so and so for the nation. That's what you do.
It doesn't work that way, Baba.
Yes, it works.
It doesn't work that way.
How do you think it works? That's how it works. They always do it. This is how they do it. This is how all these billionaires are created. They give them a
look at what they are, look at the fight they are even fighting on Dangote only. Despite Dangote showing competence.
Because they are people. They are people. They are wicked people that don't want the country to progress. That's why they are doing it.
If it were to be Dangote issue now, you understand they will shut it down immediately. So it doesn't work. You can't give the good of the country to one person, except you license, right?
No, you don't see. Okay, you can say okay, maybe not one person, but you have to favor some more. You can say 5. If you guys are ready, you guys go in, do this business, and whoever does well, I'll favor you. If you do a good business, I'll favor you. If you are not if you're not doing a good job, I will not support you. And that's how any capitalist system behaves. Your aim is to create as many billionaires as possible in a nation. Look at only one Dangote, how much it is benefiting Nigeria. We should have like 20, 30, 40 of them like that. I will just call one person, you want to master this industry. That's why they call them in America. They call them captains of industry. If you want to master this industry, call them in, take over. Make sure, and I will back you with government policies. Anybody in your way, let's send them to me. Get these things done. You will see that you are good. Dangote will just be a drop in the bucket. You create billionaires in various sectors in Nigeria: pharmaceutical, mining, this in which other area is out there? This in agriculture, education, so tourism. Give them the power, and people, because a lot of people want to make money. But the good thing is that some of them want to make money without working, while others want to make money with doing some work. They want to be known that they've done something. If it is textiles, empower them, because they have an interest, because now they are spending their money while you are using government capital and authority to back them too. So you are spending political capital to back them, and they are spending their money to succeed. If they need any financial incentive, you can guarantee them insurance. You can give them peace of mind and knowing that if Nigerian youths or Nigerian criminals decide to go and damage their equipment, you are going to support them to replace it. That's kind of stuff governments do. You give them guarantees and let them know that no matter what, they are bulletproof. Their business is going to succeed. Then watch Nigeria. 10 years, 20 years, you are going to see billionaires start sprouting out everywhere. And the Nigerian people are going to be better off for it, because all those businesses they are creating, who is going to be working there? To run a country is not that hard. The problem is, and I know these leaders know these things, they know it. The only reason why they're not doing it because they don't want to do it. They are busy running to France, UK, and America. That's all they keep doing. It's not because they don't know all this things I'm saying. It's not rocket science. It's not hard to make a country succeed if you truly want it to succeed. Look at Dangote, they want to drown him. They are looking for every excuse to drown Dangote if they get a chance. How dare you try to come and help Nigeria get petrol when we are buying it from overseas? How dare you? And not only Nigeria that Dangote is helping, it's also helping African countries that have to travel further away to buy petrol, and those people hold them at ransom. Many of them can buy from Dangote now. Come on. Running a country is not so hard. Our leaders are not just serious, and our people too are not serious. They too are also part of the problem. They join and make sure nothing works. They rig elections. They do bribery. They do all kinds of nonsense things that are making sure the country doesn't succeed. And then when any good person emerges, they start acting as if they can't see that person is good. Somebody is telling you that, oh, we don't want corruption, and that person is the one that is being hung in the country, and they let it happen. Good people in Nigeria keep getting destroyed, and the useless ones are the ones that run the country. We have to make a space for good people to actually succeed. It's just common sense, because it's just against our own interest. Look at me, I'm stuck in the UK here because the country is not functioning very well in Nigeria. And it's a very shameful thing, because you are here working for them, and they know full well that the reason why you are here is because your country is not so good. It's embarrassing. I don't know why we are not even embarrassed that we are in foreign countries. We should be embarrassed, because by our showing up in the Western countries, we are telling them, you know what, our country is so useless. It's so bad that we have to come here and do all this work. Otherwise, we are doomed. We will not have a future, because we are so terrible at governing ourselves. But that is that anyway. I think we've had quite a long conversation. We better make way for one man. One man is probably going to be coming on sometime soon, and so that we don't overcrowd.
One man that will keep changing time. One man would set time for 11:55. By at 11:55, we'll switch. Move it again to 12.
It's not easy. It's getting ready for election period. When election period comes, now 2026, 2027, things will get hot. That's when things get hot. That suddenly nobody wants to talk to each other in Nigeria anymore. Look at even today now. Look at the sign the Allah put here. Obedience are not welcome. This is not even close to the election. Are you already talking like this? What happens when the election comes?
Because the obedience are a nuisance now.
They are not entirely a nuisance. Even though Agbado Igbo are actually worse, actually.
I'm not Agbado. No, me, I'm not Agbado. I take exception to that.
Yes, the Agbado ones are worse because there are people who are actually in office causing damage. At least the obedience ones are there are people their officers are not in office.
I really struggle to see who can be who is an Agbadorian, really. Who is an Agbadorian on this platform?
I think the ones they call obedience are the ones that support Peter to be do or die.
Yeah, but blindly, yeah, exactly. But who supports Tinubu do or die in this platform? I can't.
Oh yeah, some of them. They will find a way
Kulata is a person that usually been accused, and Kulata.
Tinubu now.
Silva doesn't support Tinubu like a singer.
Actually,
hook, line, and sinker. He doesn't.
He's more like hook, line, and chicken. He supports Tinubu 100%, and he will find it. Remy is worse actually. Remy
doesn't either. Remy doesn't support Tinubu all the way.
I don't know. They seem
even Baba doesn't. Baba Kulata is the one that has been accused of being Abadoria, and Kulata has already, in fact, Kulata has already started lambasting Tinubu since God knows when.
No, in some areas, Kulata by and large is in support of Tinubu. Apart from some economic policies that he's done here and there, he will criticize him. But he's by and large.
Who's the Abadorian? Really, no one's an Abadorian. But the obedience are blind followers.
They will find every excuse to make excuse for what Tinubu is doing when it's obvious that his policies are killing the country. They will say,
I heard all your postulations today about the economic policy, this and that, and you couldn't really use. You are bringing different data points, and you are even then moving the goalposts from time to time.
I was trying to be more detailed. But
and then you are saying, at one point you said you are underestimating the data at some stage. At some stage you said, no, you wanted to go and bring the real data. No, come on.
No. I brought the data that favored them the most. If I wanted to bring the original
data, don't do that now. Just bring the data.
So, but the point is that it's very, very simple. The policy of the president, the current president, what he did was he caused the economy more than he solved. He created more problem than he solved, and that is the thing that many of his supporters don't understand.
Okay, which of the candidates, the front runners? Okay, I think because I can't say I understood Kwakwaso's economic policy all the way, but at least the other three, Tinubu, Obi, and Atiku, they articulated quite somewhat publicly their public policy, their economic policy. I think Tinubu did more so than the rest. I mean, even it's been said that Atiku and Obi just plagiarized Tinubu's 80-page agenda, whatever he did.
Tinubu came to want to save Nigeria about $15 billion a year, but he cost Nigeria over $60 billion.
And how did he say was going to go about this? Did he articulate what he was going to do? Ahead of the election,
saying that because he doesn't want to defend the currency, so that's why he flew. Okay. But he ended up costing the Nigerian economy.
Okay. Did any of the other candidates actually, in their policy, their campaign policies, what was their position when it came to the currency?
They were going to remove the subsidies, and they were going to I think some of them said that they were going to stop round tripping. Not necessarily that they were going to float the currency the way Tinubu did it.
How do you stop round tripping if you don't?
Do you know how Tinubu stopped round tripping? And he didn't stop it fully. It's still going on. Remember, this president still spent $8 billion for defending the currency. Make no mistake, they did still, and they are still taking loans.
You know one thing, Tinubu is the one that did it. Okay, so it's obviously convenient for everybody, for the other individuals that are spectating, to say, "Oh, if it was me, I would have done it a different way." When we know very well that all of them in their campaigning made it very clear. Okay, it was absolutely very, very clear. In fact, I don't think there was any. There's a few things that all Nigerians agreed on. Okay, number one, let's forget about fuel subsidy, because fuel subsidy was already a done deal under the Buhari administration. Uh, by law, okay, the PIB Act already made fuel subsidy a thing of the past. Okay, and going into the budget cycle for 2024, there was actually no budget for fuel subsidy. That was a done deal. But when it came to the currency, to the multiple exchange window, okay, every single candidate and almost every single Nigerian made it very clear that it was not a tenable thing to continue to have a multiple exchange window. Tell me, who can anybody is saying, "Oh, Tinubu did this, Tinubu did that"? When it was very clear, it was a pill that had to be swallowed. And I think that's the problem with Nigerians. Nigerians do not want to swallow the hard pill. It's a hard pill, okay?
I can't believe. I don't know what you are saying. I see your audio is shaking up a little bit. It's very, very simple. It's very, very simple.
Okay, for me, the way I see it is this, okay?
No, hold on. It's very, very simple. If you want to solve a problem, let's say you have a leak in your house that is costing you $100 a week, and you go and say, "I'm going to solve this problem now," but it ended up costing you $500 a week. Is that a solution? That is what he's done, basically. I don't know why that it's not confusing. That is very simple. The measure that he has put in place cost the Nigerian economy more than even round tripping was costing Nigeria, or defending Naira was costing Nigeria. The job losses, inflation, capital flight, instability that he introduced into the economy, and the way he did it. Even the CBN governor is not even in office when he did this. He rushed the whole thing through.
Tell me now. Tell me this, okay? Given the opportunity, how would you have done it? Okay. What would you have done differently?
Answer this, but let me tell you what I would do. One, I will reduce the demand for the dollar. One of the ways I will do it is first, the things that we don't need in Nigeria.
Don't ask him. He will start telling you about Dangote now. He will start telling you about Dangote. Just leave him.
So you are going to reduce the demand for dollar by actually banning putting a levy, putting a tariff.
And Nigerians, and also encouraging Nigerians to be patronizing Nigerian-made goods instead of importing these goods from the foreign countries. And then you can now go and
how will you encourage Nigerians to be buying Nigerian goods?
By buying it yourself. Like instead of buying all these Nissan and Toyota from China to give all senators, you get from this what they call Innocent, and you get from
Innocent couldn't even satisfy. Innocent cannot satisfy the
yes,
it cannot satisfy even 2% of the federal government's automotive needs.
See, if they have not calm down. If you have not given him the challenge, why would he succeed? That's how it's built.
Innocent does it also make up to 20 vehicles a day?
They make at least, from what I got, 5 or 10 a day or so. They can. Yeah. But see, let me explain what I'm trying to say. That if you want to support your local manufacturing, you fund them to scale up. They can scale up and make 100 cars a day, and Nigeria will be able to sell out those cars around West Africa and other African countries. Imagine if Tinubu started it, and this in Buhari started it when he came into office. By now, we'll be selling those cars in other parts of this is Africa. That's one. You've reduced
what's the price of it? What's the price of a mid-range Innocent Jeep? And it has a number of vehicles there. What's the price of a mid-range model?
I don't know the exact price, but I know that it's not
it's not cheap.
The forest
it's not competitive.
But it's not competitive price. But it's more expensive than the Western ones that they're buying. I mean,
it's not competitive.
Sorry. I mean, the Western ones are the cars that they're buying, like the Toyotas they're buying, is more expensive than Innocent cars.
Yeah, not really. Let's look at
The innocent cars.
the innocent cars. For me, they are kind of like the funny proposition. The, he has a number of kind of crossover style vehicles. He has these kind of small, very small economic runs. They are not competitively priced compared to
Okay, now
because really what the innocent brand really is assembling is just doing assembly really of Chinese
let's not get dragged
vehicles.
into the innocent argument. First, then you encourage Nigerians to also start supporting locally manufactured goods. One of the ways you can do it is also limit the speculation in the market, which means that all these bureau de change will get a lot of profit from it. Just like what Tinubu did, you pass a law first to curtail the profit that these bureau de change companies are doing. Tinubu has already done that now. And then you pass rules to curtail the market in terms of the way they are causing fluctuation in the Nigerian currency. That is just another measure to reduce demand for dollar in that area. And we have talked about this thing, what they call it, this in the tariff that you can add and do export exchange. In other words, the tariff that you put, substitute import, I think that's what they call it. I've forgotten the name. So when you import stuff, and you charge them tariff. That tariff, the money you are getting from that tariff, you use to fund local manufacturing. So that one goes in that direction. Then, because you now know Port Harcourt refinery is coming on stream, Dangote refinery is coming on stream, Warri refinery is coming on stream, and we know petroleum imports cost Nigeria about 33% of Nigeria's earnings in terms of dollars. So we need to cut down on that too. The import that we are using, the money we are spending on imports. So you are going to plan that, okay, from this period now that I've removed fuel subsidies, I have money in my pocket. So my job now is to support Dangote as much as I can, support the Port Harcourt refinery as much as I can, support Warri refinery as much as I can for them to come online. So that when they come online, we don't have to be buying petroleum from overseas anymore. 30% of the demand collapses. Defending the Naira is no longer required. We have enough income to back up the Naira. So you see what I mean? That is the path he could have gone, but he didn't choose that path. You know what that path would have done for Tinubu? He would have been one of the most popular presidents in Nigeria history now. But why did he choose not to go in that direction? That is the mystery itself. My own theory is that these leaders are not governing for you. They are doing the bidding of their foreign master that are telling them what to do. Because they don't even care for themselves. They don't even care for themselves. These are people that used to spend $48 billion nearly 2-3 years ago for national budget. Today, they are spending $28 billion. That's almost their own money that they have to spend every year has halved. What kind of people govern themselves into poverty? It doesn't make sense.
So,
that is what they are doing.
let me also.
So, Nigeria, you just.
No, tell me now. What did I say that was? If you see a flaw in my this plan, tell me. But yet this president didn't do it.
The flaw in your plan is the fact that essentially what needed to be done is what the president has done. All you have put forward is a theoretical approach that is actually not far from what the president has done.
It's not theoretical because he did it.
They have the numbers. They have the numbers. They have the real numbers. They understand the reality. Okay. They took an informed decision.
Hold on. He let the currency float before he allowed Dangote to come on stream. It's almost like he was in a hurry because he didn't even let his CBN head get into office before he floated it. He was in a hurry because he knows Dangote refinery was coming on stream. They wanted to sabotage the Nigerian economy before Dangote refinery comes in and Port Harcourt refinery come on stream. Because do you know what would have happened? He wouldn't have had any excuse to float the currency. He wouldn't have had any excuse. Because
why would you not have an excuse to float? Why would you not have an excuse to float the currency?
Because defending the currency will not be required anymore. Don't you see?
Would he stop round tripping?
No, yes, because he passed a law to stop it now. Didn't he not? He passed a law to say that the bureau de change cannot make more than 1% profit.
Do you know what? Do you know what caused the transport of subsidized petrol products exiting the Nigerian borders and going to neighboring countries? What stopped it from happening?
Because the price of petroleum has gone up.
Okay.
And so
Because of the removal of subsidy.
Yes.
What I'm trying to get at is this: the notion that you pass a law, it does not stop. What would stop round tripping is to remove the incentive first.
But the
To
incentive
make
is
it to make it unprofitable.
But it's still profitable now.
Really? How is so?
There is still almost on 100% difference between the official rate and the black market rate.
100%.
Yes, it's $100 different. This thing different between the official and an unofficial rate.
Okay. And
so what's the difference? It's
there's
like you just deflated the Nigerian economy, caused the government to have to go back to subsidy because they had to pay almost this in $7 to $8 billion to for subsidies after they floated the currency. Then you have to take loans to back up the currency again. It's like, why?
But but there's no multiple exchange window anymore. Yes.
Of course, there is still multiple exchange rate.
Really? Also, I don't think.
To me, anyway, I know what you mean in terms of round tripping, but there is black market rate and there is official rate.
Yeah, but there's no multiple exchange window at the CBN.
No, not at the CBN. I don't think at the
exactly.
CBN. I don't think at the CBN there was multiple before too.
No, wait, you don't think there was multiple?
No, because they had an official rate that they give out. They don't give anybody any other rate.
They had different rates for different people. They had rates for business people. They had rates for students. They had rates for people going on Hajj. They had different rates now. Come on.
Wait, multiple rate full everywhere during the last administration. If you want to go Hajj, the way they call it, this Saudi Arabia, it get price. This is their religion. Then
get price.
Then student get.
Would it be that it's because of the fluctuation of the
wait
currency?
Now, wait. You wait a little bit. Make a round of this one.
Let me confirm this.
People will want to go buy manufacturing equipment. They get their rate. All these things put together. Now senators and politicians and they get all this rate. Now just write up. Now be all those one. And that's what we're doing. Very few individuals. Now they manage, they secure. Because if you go back, they're not going to buy you. You see the problem. So now, Tinubu remove all of them. Now scatter all of them. Come on, those things. He did a lot of things anyway. You know, the floating or removing of subsidy. I keep on saying it. I'm not in support of it. At the same time, I'm not against it. Any country that wants to subsidize something, they have a way of getting that money back. But they are doing it to boost their economy. But in Nigeria case, imagine we were subsidizing nearly the entire West Africa country and East Africa, Central Africa. So it is not working. It wasn't working for Nigeria.
Okay, see, they could have just said, okay, you know what? We're not going to have multiple exchange rate at the CBN anymore. We're going to have flat rate for everybody, but not go full all out to float the currency. Or you can even do a managed depreciation of your currency.
The word floating, the word floating we are always talking about. There was a huge problem. The Buhari policy was pegging. So, in other words, our reserve did not reflect the exchange rate, what we have, because the dollar price at the time was very low. And Buhari have to start getting money, promising people we will pump crude oil to them later. So a lot of things were going on. At the point they were printing money. So just to sustain the economy. Now, if you break it down, somebody who was an economist who analyzed said, yes, they sometimes big countries do it. But the thing, if you peg, you must have another policy for the economy to grow. It's just like a ocean is floating and you decide to, or maybe water is floating somewhere, ocean is too big, like water is floating somewhere and you try to peg it, to stop it, not to float. It will continue to rise. You understand me? And if you decide to pull away those things you use to, like the barriers that make it not to be floating, it's going to move with force. Now, these guys who pegged the economy, they deceived Buhari want a currency that is strong. That is all. He doesn't want to entertain this value at all. And here come a new president. And there were a lot of challenges. They can no longer sustain these practices because the money is not there. Even they have to borrow. As I said, the crude oil they want to pump out. They have to, give huge percentage to those guys who have already paid for the crude oil that we have not yet supplied. So those guys, they have to fulfill that. He also have to sell. He have to generate money. And looking the entire zone, it was a very chaotic situation. So I think most of the thing that created problem was speculate. He went on air to say subsidy is gone. At that moment, it was like an explosion. So that one,
that one was bad, but it wasn't where the real damage was done, because what that done is in the end.
That speculation created a lot of problem. Then here come again the floating. The floating is simple. The pegging it was almost getting to an end. There's no way Buhari would have continued to sustain that pegging. No president, no leader. I have to tell the truth. I have to tell you. So these guys, they have done a lot of nice job, but the problem is they are doing it on top of 40 foundation. At the end of it all, they will still take us back to where we're coming from. I'm just telling the truth. So the system is our problem. It's so shaded and people don't know. Even in fact, if you look at the country, my brother, apart from this crude oil, you settle down to look at the volume of business transaction in Nigeria. That thing is even more than the crude oil itself. But when you look at the way the government is handling it, they don't pay tax. People thought they pay tax because somebody is with them carrying stick, standing before them. Hey, bring money, ticket money for this, for cleaning, ticket money for fire brigade, ticket money for local government. And at the end of it all, you don't see fire brigade, you don't see this, you don't see that. And even some of the money they are collecting is on a contract base. Somebody will pay like maybe 100,000 to the government. I just gave an example. So that is the contract. You pay 100 every month, and you go and generate the money from the money you are collecting. You can go and collect 500. That's why you see all these ticket people, they are getting richer. So if we organize that space, we're going to develop our country. We're going to know those who are paying tax. But they try to formulate, I think, new laws to achieve this. But when you look at it, the foundation they're going to put those things is not going to, because you're going to start with government himself. You're going to start with local government. You're going to start with governor. Even Mr. Tinubu will not accept a situation whereby from his office, accounting book is being checked. So it has a long way to go. We have to be honest. They just feel they can manage the people while the politicians continue to do what they have been doing and expecting a different result. So it's not going to work. That's just my own.
Gentlemen, is it an open conversation or is it turn by turn, please?
You can talk now if you want to talk.
Okay. Thank you very much. You are asking about what could have been done. The the removal of fuel subsidy. Like I think it was Arrow that said that Obi borrowed from Tinubu and some other people, from their manifesto. I don't know where he got that information from, but that's not the bone of contention right now. The bone of contention.
All their manifestos were
It doesn't make any difference whether they borrow it or not. I mean, it's not about manifesto. Do you implement your manifesto? Do you go by that? Even in American, they don't go by their manifesto, to a certain degree. Only Trump that probably go by his manifesto, see what's going on in the United States, but that's not the topic right now. So the fuel subsidy, even I thought they said they're going to remove it. Would they have removed it the way Tinubu did the first day in office? I don't know. Nobody can even I thought they said they're going to remove it.
Tinubu didn't remove fuel subsidy.
Hold on. Even I thought they all claim they're going to remove the fuel subsidy.
No, Tinubu didn't remove fuel subsidy.
Huh?
Tinubu
He implemented it, whether it was by Buhari, but he
didn't
implemented it.
He didn't even implement it.
Oh,
He
he
didn't have a
removed
choice.
it. I wrote, agree. He removed it. So what is the point?
Yeah, I mean, the way he implemented it is is the
You
problem.
would
But
like to
having said that,
How will he have implemented it?
It was good for the conversation.
but anyway, having said that, I think it should have blocked the loophole. All those bunkering and some people, you know, all the whole corruption
How
going on.
visible you think that one is, man
It
of
would
Prestige?
have, I mean, I'm just saying they would have tackled all those things, you know, before
How
anything right now.
let me tell you, talking like this and governance is totally different.
That is why they are there to govern. It's a hard job. It's not just we have a right to talk, but governing, yeah, it's difficult. But hold on. A great leader, a visionary, we have the mindset on how to govern.
It's very easy.
It's not what Tinubu is doing right now.
It's easier said than done.
Man of Prestige, we
Can
do
I
this
finish
thing
my
a
land?
lot.
You know, if you give me a chance to land.
No,
So the point I'm trying to make,
we are
the day, hold on.
questioning your.
You can truncate my speech and you make me lose my thought. The day Tinubu ascend that throne, you know, was a doom day for Nigeria because, you know, he's probably the worst.
According to you.
According to me, you know, he's probably the most dangerous person to ascend that throne. And I'm saying it.
Hey, but
That
Tinubu is
becomes
not a king. Tinubu is not a king. He didn't
let
ascend
me
the throne.
can I say my opinion? Without you subjugating, you know, truncating what I have to say. Everybody has their chance. So let me
correct.
it's just my opinion.
Man of Prestige, wait, your opinion can be challenged. Don't say that
Okay.
because you have this open conversation. So
Okay, challenge my opinion that he's not the most dangerous person ever to ascend to that presidency.
How did you arrive at that?
Because look, the doom that he has caused the country. You know, I'm not even the one that said it. The former Aferi leader.
Who said it?
The former Aferi leader that died. You know, he made that to me. Said the day
But
they have their own
and what he said is right.
I was saying, wait, man of Prestige. I was saying something earlier that if you don't have knowledge of certain things, you cannot comment. Baba Ayo Adebayo, may God at least may he so rest in perfect peace. We know the antecedent of that man. You know, we are Yoruba, you are not Yoruba.
So what? I'm a Nigerian, so I can comment to any part of country I want to. Whether you are Yoruba, you are Hausa, it don't matter.
Wait.
I have a right as a Nigerian. You know, I have a green passport. So
what a right to do what?
No,
right to comment anything that I see. Go ahead and respond. I don't have any problem, Simba. But I have a right.
You people to align Simba, why not we give him some time to just land and
No.
then we
I
start
like Simba.
questioning.
He's okay with me.
He has landed
go ahead,
now.
Simba. Go ahead, Simba.
He has landed. He said,
no, I have not. Don't go there.
I've
not landed. I'm
not
giving you the
his
permission
own
to go
word
ahead.
that he got it from Baba Ayo Adebanjo that the day Tinubu ascended that throne, it was a doom day for Nigeria. And he said it's not his word.
That is Baba.
No. I said that was the word from him, and I believe that.
You know why?
Okay.
Wait now. It's only people like you that you can fall for that kind of statement from him.
I'm not falling. It's what I know already, but I'm borrowing from his speech. It's what I know already. He just used the word. He just used the word differently. But I'm just echoing that. You know, I'm not just saying it because he said it, but I believe what he said. That is how I feel.
You can believe him because you don't know him. You can believe anything that he says.
Okay, now you're talking about, you know, coming because of the way he's coming. Because of I don't know if he's against against Tinubu, but
if you believe
it doesn't really matter. But you know, that's the way I see it.
If you believe what Adebanjo said, then you have adopted it as your own word. So why deny it?
But anyway, let me finish.
You know,
let me finish. Let me finish what I'm saying. I think because in the earlier section, you know, people were saying, I think I was outside by that time. I'm still outside right now.
Sorry,
people were saying we are turning the corner, something like that.
The way you are going, you will not allow one man to do another session today. This one is too prolonged.
No, because you know, I didn't even finish what I was saying earlier. You know, because the problem I have, you know, there's a lady right now I was watching. You know, the lady just the wife. I don't know if you have seen the video. You know, the wife just died. You know, because he went to the hospital to deliver. They asked him to bring 500 naira. He doesn't have 500 naira, and he was taking his wife to a different hospital, and the wife just died. Hold on, and Tinubu just left.
I'm not interrogating you. I just want to ask everybody question. Don't worry.
I'm making a statement.
Do you want to continue, or we should just stop because I don't know?
Yes, we want to continue because
let's continue now. One man will come and then we'll join the one man platform.
Arrow, my friend, hold on. Because we have questions from Man of Prestige. What have I got to do with Tinubu?
It has to do with
Arrow,
Tinubu because Tinubu just left for 2 weeks. Do you know how many? Do you know how many
So,
months Tinubu
so
has? Hold on,
this
hold
show
on.
that
Do
Arrow,
you know how many months
man
Tinubu
is a
has
Arrow,
spent
scam.
out
Arrow,
of 2 years?
Arrow,
Go and
Arrow,
Google
look
it.
at it.
Tinubu has spent 5
No,
months
Arrow,
out of
let's
2
look at
years
it from this
out of the
angle.
country. I'm not making this
Arrow,
up. He has
let me
spent
let me
5
propose
months
something.
out of 5 months out.
Arrow,
5 months. Out
Arrow,
of
wait, let me
24
ask
months.
you a question now.
He's been in the
Where,
office. He has spent it outside the country. What kind of
Arrow, which of
president is
the
that?
states, that this incident happened? The one you
It happened
just
in
choose.
Lagos. Go and see the video. It happened
Okay.
in Lagos, and the wife
The
just
question,
died. The
yeah,
wife just
land. The
died, and
question,
Tinubu is
Yeah,
going
but
outside
the
to get
issue
a
of
medical
healthcare.
to get a
The
medical
man, let
record,
me tell you,
Man
to
of
get a
the
medical
prestige.
man
check. Is that
here,
not a
that
shame?
the pregnancy
Man of
just happened that
prestige.
man of
day.
prestige.
Somebody that
I have a
impregnated
question
his
for
Wait
wife
you.
will
now.
make
Okay.
money,
Yeah,
not
bring
to
your
buy
question.
500 naira.
That
Bring
guy
your question.
that
Not
guy
get
that his
500
wife
naira.
by, if
Eh?
God forbid, if anything happens to a family member, would you even have the time to be videotaping what was going on? What was it trying to achieve by
So,
videotaping?
are you
Why?
saying that's a sham? Is that what you're
Hmm?
saying?
No, no, no,
Somebody
no.
that
I'm
you
not
claiming
saying.
as
No, no,
somebody you
no.
claiming as a sham?
I am not saying that is a scam. They showed a picture of the clinic. To be honest with you, that clinic is not. To be honest, I would not patronize such clinic. Even for my worst enemy.
But it
But
doesn't really matter.
but
The
the
point
bottom
I'm
line is
trying
this:
to
The
make
Would
is
you
that we don't
Adewale,
even have a
would
hospital,
you
and your
would
president
you
man
is
of
going outside the
would
prestige.
country.
you
They
videotape your
wait.
spouse
Let us
at the
analyze
point?
this. Let us
I'm making
analyze
a
God
this.
for
point.
God
Forget about
forbid.
what actually happened, but I'm making a point.
The Nigerians like to sensationalize things.
I'm not
This thing
sensational.
happened.
I just use that as a
Even
point I'm trying to make.
even if
That
I
your
see
president
such
has
a
been out of the
video,
country
I
five
will not
months
watch
out
it
of the
for
24 months,
1 second.
So
and
kí
now
ló
he's
kàn yín
going to
pẹ̀lú pé
France.
Tinubu kúrò
Because
ní country?
one,
Kí ni correlation? What's the correlation between that and Tinubu
let me hear
leaving
you.
There's
the
a
government?
collusion.
Where's the
He's
Nobody
correlation?
incompetent, terrible president.
And
He
he's the
hasn't
one that is
accomplished
Who
nothing.
allowed
never
Babati in?
doesn't
Who
remember.
allowed Babati in? Eh?
um,
Who let Babati come inside? Eh?
I'm going somewhere, but you don't want me to land to where I'm going.
Oh, look
You
at
let
don't
that
him
give
one.
me.
land though.
The other one that is
Stop
traumatized
being in
is
the
still here.
sky. Land every time. You don't want to land.
I'm trying
No,
to land. You're not
guys,
even talking
you
about. Hold
can't
on, hold on.
answer
You
me. You
Man of
don't
Okay,
answer
prestige,
me.
you
okay,
can give.
okay. Let's give
Guys,
it to let
hold on. You don't answer me. Should we continue this session or we should terminate?
Then we
give
should
it to
terminate.
2
Now, I think
minutes to
one man is
land.
supposed
It
to
is
come
like
on live.
can you give me
If
at
you
least
want to
2
take
minutes to
over the
land,
whole
please?
thing, okay,
Then
land,
one
give
man
it
should
land,
come and
man.
terminate
Okay,
the
give
whole thing.
everybody be quiet now, please. So the point I'm
okay.
trying to make is the trajectory of Nigeria. We're not cutting the corner. Things are really terrible. Okay, the president now he has gone to France. Like I said, he has been out of the country 5 months out of the 24 months he's been in office. What does that tell you? And now he has gone out of the office to evaluate a foreign land, to evaluate his achievement in 2 years. Why not stay in Nigeria to evaluate? So you're going to France to
Has he
evaluate,
spent 2 years?
hold
Has he
on.
spent 2 years?
Stop
He
interrupting me,
wants to
man.
evaluate 2 years before 2 years, eh?
Why in France?
Say
Why
that.
does he have to be in France?
He gonna beat you well today.
I mean, something wrong with
Do
all.
you even do you see what
Something
you are
wrong with
saying? He
all of
said
you.
he went to France to evaluate his 2 years. Meanwhile, he has not spent 2 years. So what are you talking
It's
about?
close to okay. How many months has he been? How many more has he been out of the country? Got 5 months.
No, don't
I have my
don't
data to
go
back
It's
to
that up.
another
called
point. He
walking
said he
visit.
went to
Walking
France
Always
to
visit.
walking
evaluate
visit.
his
Look
two
at you.
years.
Shame on you all. Walking visit.
Now look at that. You see,
What is he
Adewale,
working for?
Adewale, you don't have any shame.
Eh?
Your president
What is
runs to
what is
France
a
every
walking
now and again.
visit?
He says walking visit.
You see,
Eh?
less
It
than
is
2 years.
called
I
walking
was even trying
visit.
to give him a credit of years. You see, it's not even up to 2 years, like Simba said. And you've been out of the country 5 months, less than 2 years. What is that? What does that say about your country? Eh? And it's about to get worse. It's about to get worse.
Nigeria
Hold
got
on. The import duty we have right now is 27%, and Trump just levied 14%. Tariff on
Forget
you.
about this
So the import
man
duty
of
is
prestige.
about to get
We are
get
tired
worse
of
for the
this your
country.
Man of
Trump thing.
prestige.
If you want to
Man of
talk about
prestige.
America, talk about
What?
Man of
America.
I call a
prestige.
spade
To
a spade.
me,
I'm not here for
This your
congestion. Just
Trump
take
listen,
Trump
you
blame
thing.
in
have
all
a
this.
good point. You have a good point when it talks about Tinubu flying out every now and then. It's a very good point. Every Nigerians will be concerned that the head of government is always getting out at every traffic month. But the
Okay,
question
so
is,
what am I getting
how
wrong?
does
Tell me what
that
I'm getting
correlate
wrong.
with the guy that lost his wife's life?
Yes, I
How?
want to know because I don't know
Why do
how.
you put that side by side? You have
I'm
lumped
putting
two
stand by side
things
because
together.
he said he went on a working visit, but we know where he went. We are not,
So you should
we
No,
are
have
not
stayed
no,
stupid.
because somebody
We know
lost.
he went there for
Adewale,
treatment.
Tinubu
went there
are
for
taking
treatment.
the
So the point
delivery
I'm
when
trying
he
to
was
make,
around.
he hasn't,
What's bad in that? What's bad in that?
he has
Tinubu
not
are
built a
taking the
hospital.
delivery now.
I mean, he's been in office for 2
So
years.
it will now
He
be
hasn't
what
even
you
been in
now
a
bring
hospital. He
hospital.
always go to the other country.
What's
Boy,
bad in that?
When your leaders go to
It's
foreign
all
countries to
bad.
go and save him, you
It's
wonder
national
why
security. It's
he comes
national
to your country
security
and
risk.
sabotage your country. When
What,
he goes
what,
to foreign country to go
what's
and
bad
There's a
in
lot bad in what I'm
why do you
saying.
think he comes out to your country and sabotage the country? Because he's not governing for you, he's governing for the people
So
that are saving his lives.
somebody lost his wife before he goes because he didn't pay for a case. So Tinubu should go and jump the hoop because of that.
Jump what hoop?
So
we have
Tinubu
hospitals in Nigeria.
I mean, kill our
Tinubu
boy
should
in
go
this
and kill
country.
him.
What is all this
Tinubu
now?
will go and
And
Tinubu should go and be.
Tinubu will have taken the delivery now. He will have taken the delivery when he was around.
See, we have hospitals in Nigeria. Why do we keep making an excuse for our leaders going overseas? How many times do you see foreign leaders coming to Nigeria?
Let me ask you, Naija, if you have a wife, let me ask you, if you have a wife and is pregnant, pregnancy is not 1 day, it's 9 months. You understand? You will not register your wife. Where did you register that pregnancy? Where was he doing antenatal? All those questions you are not asked. 500 naira. You cannot even prepare for the delivery of your wife.
500K.
You don't have 500 naira.
500K.
The guy lives in Lakowe.
What is your point?
The guy is an obedient. The guy is an
You know what we need to do?
The guy is an
He's not an irresponsible man. He's not an
hold on. Let me wrap up. Sinbad, this is to you. Because when I came earlier, and I made a point about the trade deficit and something like that, and I gave you a figure. You said that I was wrong. So I was definitely right about what I said. And I said something about the export. Hold on. I said export about 931 billion naira. And I said import about 1.5 trillion. So I was right.
Why are you lying? Man of prestige.
I was right about that. So I'm trying to make, because right. you make me look like a fool, like I don't know what I'm talking about.
I cannot say you're a fool, but that was not even what you quoted. Don't lie. Don't lie here. Don't come and lie here.
Look, Simba, I'm going to get you, okay? That's what I said.
I can tell you what you said.
Simba, my friend. Guys, hold on. You see, Prestige, my friend. You're a very good friend of this show. You see,
yeah, but
hold on.
I have to say
hold on. If you say, okay, let's have a discussion about healthcare in Nigeria, access, and I agree with you. But lumping it up with Tinubu traveling and show one video that somebody is dying, that has nothing to do with Tinubu. If you want to have a bigger conversation about healthcare overall, then we can have that conversation.
Why are you limiting what he can talk about?
Can I finish my statement? Let me finish.
No, it's okay. Go ahead, Babati. Go ahead, Babati.
Hold on.
Let me finish.
Babati is going somewhere. Let the man talk now.
Let me finish. Prestige. I get that the healthcare system in Nigeria is broken and needs to be fixed. Access, people driving 10 or 1 hour in an emergency situation is unfortunate. Okay? But then now trying to lump Tinubu going to France or something into the conversation is where you lose me.
Okay, can I tell you why I said it?
That's the
thing. I was trying to make a point. It's not that I'm blaming Tinubu but the point I'm trying to make is that we have not been able to build a hospital of what is accessible. You have to pay. Something an emergency. You're a physician. You're a physician. But why do you have to pay 500?
I is labor, a woman that is in labor. I don't even understand. What are you?
Yeah, like just
the one I'm trying to make.
A woman is in labor. You are confusing people with that labor. Woman in labor. What is this woman in labor analogy?
No, the woman. No, Naja. The point I was trying to make that we don't have access to hospital and it's very expensive and something emergency like that. You have to pay.
So my question to you, the man of prestige. Greetings everyone. I had to come in when I heard the story of your pregnancy. But my question to you now is, how does that apply with what is going on? Why is it all of a sudden now healthcare is a concern for you?
It's a point I'm trying to make about Tinubu inept. Tinubu is a terrible president. That's the point I'm trying to make. That's how concerned me because he didn't go to hold on. He didn't go to visit. working visa or whatever they call working visit. Human on medical treatment. If
And
he
so
has been
what?
able to establish a
So what?
hospital in
And so
Nigeria,
what?
he
And
wouldn't
so
have been
what?
going every 3 months on a medical trip to oversee. It's
And
a
so
national
what?
security risk. Let's call it
And so
what it
what?
is.
Like you care about him, like you really care about him. See, let me say
He's not.
let me say something to you guys. If in my state right now, in my state right now, if there are no hospitals in my state, if there are no hospitals in my government, how does that concern the president? How does that concern the president? If my governor is messing up, how does that concern the president? If my local government chairman is not building hospitals and they are taking back allocation of over 40 billion naira every month, how does that concern the president? How?
It concern the president. Why are you going to exclude the president from it?
But the president has increased. He has increased allocation by threefold,
The president has
and
released.
primary health care is resident with the state and the
if
local
your guy
governments.
cannot go to primary
Okay.
school, is the
If the
fault of
president has
Tinubu?
withheld, if the president has withheld
No.
the fund that is allocated to my state, yes, that is president's fault. But in this case, the president has not only released the funds, they have tripled the funds to these governors. Then Tinubu, because your wife does not get the bed, normally is Tinubu because you cannot perform the bed.
Okay, man of prestige, let me come in here. Man of prestige.
Hold on.
Man
I
of
wanted to
prestige.
share something.
Yeah,
I want to
I'm
change
here.
the
I'm
topic a
listening.
little bit.
Okay,
Let me just
see
change the
what.
topic a little bit. Hold on now. Somebody needs to moderate now. You guys chill out. What is going back and forth? I think we need to change the topic a bit. We all know the president could have built a hospital, world-class hospital, with all the billions he's been borrowing for whatever reason that they are doing. All it takes is 1 billion. You build one massive hospital in Abuja, and you don't need to travel anywhere anymore.
And
but
the man will not fly to Abuja. The man in Lagos will not fly to Abuja.
And the man in Lagos
President is
will not fly
not
to
Abuja.
wait now.
You start from one first. You start from
And
one.
the man in Lagos will
But
flew his
tonight, I
wife.
think your question will make sense by asking this. This is just my opinion. Who should be held responsible for each state having level one? Well, let me go to trauma because you guys will be confused. Only BT and Simba will understand what I'm saying. Let me start with BT. What would you say a basic hospital that has everything is? I don't want to go with level, trauma level. So what would you say? My question is, what should the president be held accountable for? How many states do we have in Nigeria? 36 states? Should he be held accountable for all 36 states not having equipped hospital working for their
Madam.
people?
Okay, madam,
No,
can
let
I
me
come in
finish.
there?
I
No,
think you're
hold on,
asking
sir.
the
Let
wrong
me
question.
finish. Let me
You
finish.
are asking the wrong question.
No, hold on.
Adama,
So that we.
that's the wrong question.
No,
Have you?
no, 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 no,
Hold
no.
on, hold on,
Let's.
hold on, hold on.
We're trying to. No,
Have you
listen.
ever
Let
been
me
to a
Guys,
hospital
proceed.
in
let
Nigeria?
her ask a question now.
No,
Have you
this is
ever
what
been to
I'm
a
trying
hospital?
to
Not
say.
because, hold
No,
on, hold on.
listen, Master,
You
man
went
of
to
prestige.
Nigeria and stayed in a
Tonight,
transport
just
in
asked a
Abuja
question, and I'm
or
trying to
Man of
open his
prison
prestige.
in
more.
Abuja. So you think
Man of
Nigeria is a
prestige.
heaven?
Hold on. Man of prestige. Let her ask a question. Continue, Dr. Adama.
The question is this. Tunai just said something. He said, let's open it and broaden the conversation more. Because it's evening, people are getting off from work and they're listening to us. My question is this. 36 states in Nigeria. Who is held accountable, whatever allocations the governors get? Should the president, number one question is, should the president be held accountable for 36 states not having a hospital? That's my question. I have to
Madam,
go
can
with
I
a
come in there?
trauma. Oh,
I want
please,
to speak
sir,
to you.
before you come in, understand the question first. So, because
Yes.
I know you live in the diaspora. If an emergency happens, that's why I said BT and Simba Wood. I don't want to go with trauma level because I don't want to look at Nigeria, that state. I don't think we're in that level yet. I just said basic hospital that has all the equipment. So, who should be held accountable, the governor or the president? So, that's my question.
If I may answer your question, the answer is nobody. So now let me expatiate a little bit. The reason is this: the angle I see things is quite different. I always talk about the system of grant. People always talk about resources. Now, if the president is releasing money and there is no system to hold people accountable,
then we have to discuss it. And that's just the problem. We have the money to build it. Okay, I give an example the other day. The Tinubu, at a point, Onga want to finish people in my state. The closest person to those people is my governor. He gave bag of rice. They rebagged the governor and his group hijacked that rice, rebagged them, and they keep on selling them. They were now selling them as a private business, something that was meant for the poorest of the poorest. Let's take that scenario like a war crisis to tell you the hardiness of our people. So we should discuss the system, not resources. This is my submission. Nobody, I can't. If you say it's the governor, the president will say is the governor. The governor will say no, it's the president. And with the common people, with the law on ground. Wait, let me quickly add this one. With the law on ground, they gave one moment. They gave immunity. Let me put this picture one by from the president office. One moment, please. Now, they gave immunity. They gave immunity for the governor to loot everything. So you will hold me accountable for that. That's why I said nobody. You don't even know whom to ask.
Anybody you want to speak?
Yeah, let me say this. There are faces, there are tiers, and there are multifaceted procedural and constitutional means, right, to checkmate the governors. There are systems in place. But the system, does it actually work? First of all, that's why I say, look at your state first. Don't we have House of Assemblies? We have House of Assemblies who are supposed to be the guardrails to these governors. But unfortunately, their appendages are subservient to the governors. So instead of you crying and then ranting all over the place, rant to your state, hold on to your assembly members and to your local government chairman. Let me give you an instance. For instance now, right? If in my state, it used to be between 4 billion and 5 billion monthly allocation before Tinubu came to the office. When Tinubu came, from subsidy and everything, and then the state started. Between 4 billion and 5 billion, the state now started collecting between 17 billion and 19 billion monthly. That is FAC allocation. Then the state is fortunate enough to be a member of NDDC, oil producing state, right? Additional 6 billion naira. Then additional 13% derivation of almost 10 billion. So total of almost 36 billion in a month coming to a state, right? Then, and this is excluding IGR and other, state benefits. So what I'm saying in essence, before, if the governor is not doing anything now, so would that be stupid enough to be crying to Tinubu not releasing funds? If Tinubu is not releasing funds, like OBJ did, then yes, I can be crying. But the funds are being released. What is the governor doing? Number one, the local government used to be the local government now. I think it was supposed to be collecting 4 billion or 3 billion because of the local government autonomy. But we know what the governors were doing, sitting on the local government allocation. They used to give my local government 80 million and 70 million. But now that this local government autonomy is going to kick off, right? The local government is going to be earning between 4 billion and 5 billion monthly. So if at the local government level we do not have hospitals, at the state level we do not have hospitals, and then unfortunately you lose your wife because of this situation at the subnational level, and you are crying to Aso Rock or you are crying to the federal, are you not stupid?
The context of the conversation was about Tinubu traveling overseas for healthcare. If he had decided to,
that's not what we are talking about.
No, because
okay, to Nigeria, this is it. Like Enigmatic says, see, the thing is from federal to the local government. That's how it used to be. So, because we have federal ministry of health, we have that of state.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that the president cannot build a world-class hospital. Is there anybody that is going to be against that apart from
Yes, can I
you import the best doctors in all states to that hospital to set a good standard for Nigerians, and then you train all the others. Go ahead.
So let me just respond to what Adana bring. Good evening, by the way. Yes. So because I bring the 80s up a lot on the show when it comes to healthcare. And Simba knows what I'm talking about. In the 80s, primary healthcare was the primary job of who? Of the local government. Even when it comes to women's care, right? What was it called again? Care. It was yes, and it was practically free.
Something like that.
Thank you very much. It was local government council that was even responsible for that. So why are we not looking at the local government? Where that woman and the husband live, what the failure of the LG council in that area, and like Eddie said, the state government. And to another question, at least the best minimum you can do as a state is let's have a hospital where we can even stabilize you first. When you come in, then we can then decide where to move you. Each local government should have at least one. And that should be a joint venture between local government councils and state. So that lies the problem. So now I say because Tinubu out of the country for 5 months is the reason why I have that's what it's trying to insinuate here. That's the issue I have.
Okay, Babati, do you know my point? Do you know my point is wait till Midwest, let me contribute my own. Do you know where my point is now? You know, that's why I've been saying all this 1999 constitution has been rubbish because, like you said, we used to have that thing. And we pray that we'll be able to resolve all these almighty governors. We'll be able to resolve the issues that we allow local government to function. Now, do we think, for the doctors in the house, do you think it is time for us to, how did I say this, to allow private-public partnership in this matter? How do I mean is, should we just find a way to hand over the hospital and everything to be run by the private and the public in such a way that all infrastructure in place should be sponsored by the private?
Okay, let me respond to that question real quick, Ola, because number one, that means you must have a good insurance system, like payment network. Like for example, now the woman will not be turned down because the government will have covered our fees. So in the functioning system, that woman, even if she goes to a private healthcare system, because it's a life system, they will have taken care of her, and the government will then help with the bill. So unless you're going to come up with a system like Medicare, or whatever that can pay for whatever services provided to you, then you must look into the tax system as well, where you can tax people to raise enough money.
Let me BT. Yeah. We can say that okay, our healthcare system is somehow faulty, but at the same time, that story, you understand, I can pinpoint so many wrong things, lies about that story. Let me give for example, there is no hospital that a woman will go to be in labor, and the first thing they will say, okay, they can say, okay, go and look for deposit. They will still be attending to the woman.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand? They will ask the husband, okay, go and look for the money. They will not say go.
Please,
don't say Simba.
Simba,
that's not a true statement.
I come true statement. Simba, you are talking from your point of mind, my dear. Maybe where you are, you don't allow it to happen. My friend lost his wife. The daughter that's supposed to attend, he was watching Pastor Chris preaching. They were crying, calling him. He did not mind them. I'm telling you the truth. Somebody like you can be. Everybody is not the same. Your mind, you may be wired to have human feeling. But I will tell you, there are so many people who go to hospital. I've seen it with my tunicate eyes. Because they don't have money, they just rejected them. Nobody attend to them.
Sorry, Simba, please. What does the law say in regards to what he just said? Because let me tell you. No. Hold on now, because I want to know, because like you said, a pregnant woman coming to the hospital, money or no money, you still have to at least stabilize the patient or try to save the life of the mom and the child. But in America, there are laws that actually protect you as a patient. Cash insurance or no insurance, cash or no cash. But in Nigeria,
even in Nigeria, let me tell you this.
Yeah. So tell us. Yeah. Yeah.
There is a law that anybody that needed medical care, you attend to the person first,
in Nigeria,
whether public or private hospital. Do you understand what I'm saying? Even gunshots, the only thing you need to do is to you have to report that, okay, you have somebody, but that's all. You will not leave that person to die.
Okay.
You understand? But
Well, Dr. Simba, I've heard stories of them asking for a police report. In fact, I had someone that told me recently that the younger brother got shot by police. They stopped the younger brother. He was in Okada, and the policeman shot at them. And when they got to the hospital was requesting for police reports for gunshot victim.
In fact, the worst that will happen is if they don't even have the material to attend to you, they cannot ask you to go and buy. But for them to say, okay, go, we are not going to attend to you, is people can come out and say when things go wrong, nobody will come out and say, okay, this is what I've done wrong. Let me ask you, how long does it take for somebody to be in labor before you even have delivery? What happened to this woman? At what point did they left? Was there a delay on their own part before they even went to the hospital?
That man seems like a really irresponsible husband, to be frank.
Okay, Mr. Simba, let me also go back to what this guy said about local government. You see, sometimes we always concentrate all our attention to policy, but nobody want to check the foundation. Now, Tinubu, in his wisdom, one way or the other, he has created local government autonomy, which is very good. But for me, Tinubu is about to create another 200 or something emperor. I'm telling you, across the country, just like this 36 emperor.
Midwest. Forget about I'm tired of all this your corruption
but
of it.
things are not
The
working.
same
You
thing.
know,
I'm tired of it.
are we not talking
Let's
about the
talk about
city?
another thing.
No, I'm just trying to talk about that healthcare. Now, if the local government are to take care for the primary healthcare, because now there's direct fund. I think it was during Obasanjo they stopped this direct fund. They were receiving money during the military self. And up to date, look at the governor themselves. If a governor can steal a bag of rice, you expect the local government chairman not to do the same thing?
Man of prestige. You ask me, what if they say 500 naira? What did the hospital want to use that 500 naira for? To buy what? To buy cement for what?
But why do you have to ask for money and emergency first? Is that the first thing?
The question
Admit the person before you ask for a down payment.
Because when people want to make something to be ridiculous, what would they use 500 naira for?
But
I don't know.
Simba, can you wait 1 second? Man of prestige, the question I asked, I said, who should be held accountable? BT just gave an example that we all listen to.
Is it the president?
Hold on. I'm going to answer the question. Go ahead, Adam.
Is it the president or the local or the governor? Because you know how things work here in United States. So who do you think? Let's not even use the United States. It's like comparing apples to orange. No, I'm not going to use that. So who do you think should be held accountable for why the healthcare system in Nigeria is where it is today? If back in the 80s, what BT said, the healthcare system the way it was. So where it is now, yes, the president flies out to get treatment, whatever he is, because I don't know, but as far as I'm concerned, the people are not ready for change. That is my opinion. So they like where they are. I'm sorry to sound so cold, but there's something you need to realize. Let me give you an example. I traveled and I just came in this past 2 days ago. And the country I went to is one of the best healthcare system in the world. I got tested positive for COVID. I have flu, and I had rash. I reacted to the medication. The point I'm trying to make to you is this: my benefit from America covered everything that I was doing outside the country. So what I'm trying to say, man of prestige, if I was to be in Nigeria, do you think having a code of 103, like everything in my body was shutting down? I had a high fever. The kind of healthcare I got, precisely, this was in Abu Dhabi, in Dubai. That's where the medical, and I enjoyed it. If I was to be in Nigeria and I had the symptoms, will I have gotten the same treatment as someone who knows Nigeria? I grew up in America. I don't know anything about Nigeria. No, I will die. I'm just being
No, no,
honest.
no. You won't die because
Yes,
if you
I will
have
die because
money,
man of
hold on.
prestige,
No, you
everything
may
in
not have
Nigeria.
money.
Let me tell you
Hold
why I
on. Let me
said
tell you
that.
something. There's
Man
something
of
you don't
prestige,
know
let me
about
finish.
Nigeria.
Let me finish. Man of prestige. Nobody asked me for a cent. Everything in Nigeria is done based on how much you have and connect where you want to go to. The hospital I went to, nobody asked me for anything. So
Okay.
that's the what I'm saying that you will die. For those that cannot afford it, I can afford it. A lot of us in this planet can afford healthcare in Nigeria. If you go, because we have good paying jobs. So let's be realistic. Should the government or the president be held accountable for Abia states not having a functioning hospital, or your state, Imo states, not having a functional hospital, sir?
Okay, let me start from the last comment before I can go back to to the earlier question. Who's to blame? Okay, you said if you go to Nigeria, we have a hybrid hospital. I mean global hospital in Nigeria. But the problem, can you afford it? Somebody can testify that there are some hospitals that I'm talking about a high tech industries, but it's only for billionaires. In Nigeria, we have that. But about 80% or 90% of Nigeria can afford that hospital. They have. This hospital is built by the British, government and something like that. A lot of them in Lagos. I don't know how many of them. So if you're a billionaire in Nigeria, you, as a physician here, you have money. If you go to Nigeria, don't go to any of those hospitals or whatever. Don't go to just hospital. As for those hospitals that is, being managed by foreigners, you're gonna get care. So let's call it what it is. I'm familiar with that one. So the first question you asked, who is to blame? Everybody has to be blamed. Every government, they get money apportioned to them. Yeah, the whole people has to blame, but the buck stopped with the president. Because I remember there was a hospital that was built in Abuja during Buhari time. And they just neglected the hospital and nothing happened in that. You have to set an example. Build a hospital in Nigeria, whereby you can go at least for a cake up blood pressure or that kind of very minor thing. But if you don't set an example, every 3 months you rush out of claiming visiting.
Um,
Hold on, let me land. Every 3 months you're gonna rush
hello.
out of the country claiming that you're going on a you're going on a working visa. I mean, we know that's a scam. He's just lying. He's going there
Man
for
of
medical
prestige.
treatment. So
Man of prestige.
why we come here and we sugarcoat what is true and
I,
what is
s-
not
I, s-
true?
I support some of the sentiments, but I will tell you what, there is the Afro Rock Clinic. To the
Okay,
best of my knowledge,
what is the
to the best of
situation
my
right now?
knowledge, it's well equipped because I can remember that I think Aisha Buhari or the daughter got very sick,
Right.
and she came out and said that because it's well budgeted for every year, but it does seem like there's some misappropriation as well with the funding there. But to the best of my knowledge, they did upgrade the equipment there. It's well equipped.
Okay,
They
so
that's
no,
I think the
hello,
problem
hello.
the reason most presidents don't use the Assault Rock Clinic is because of politics. Um, Unfortunately, a lot
No,
of
I don't buy that.
no,
Okay, how
wait.
about the
Let
politician?
me land. A lot of Nigerian professionals are not they're not circumspect. So, for instance, a president or high-ranking VIP comes to the hospital. They expect that to have some level of privacy. I guess because of the suspicion that they cannot be guaranteed that whatever treatment they go for there that their condition will be private and such and such. I think that's why they avoid using it. Because
No, I
really,
don't believe that.
I don't see why Tinubu
What
doesn't
you
use the
just say
Asura
right now
clinic.
is a hogwash.
I
You
don't know
have
why
just
we're
bending the
arguing
truth.
on
It,
this
it
That,
doesn't.
that
It
one.
doesn't
is
even make
just
any
that's
sense.
just an
Okay, he
excuse for
has
them
gone, he
to
has
not
gone.
do the
Okay,
right
so
thing.
there is no hospital that I can stay. Okay, I agree, fine. So forget about that. We are talking about common people. You are talking about the one that president can attend. But
Thank
what it can,
you,
what
thank
kind of
you. I know,
Hello,
Ari, you don't
can I
what are
make
you
my
talking about? Where
contribution, please?
Aisha Buhari? We're talking about people who can afford basic
No,
health
I-
care.
I'm just responding to Man of Prestige's take on the Asura
man?
clinic.
Don't, let me tell you, man of is not as if man of prestige care for the people like that. He's just playing plot politics. That's what he is doing. he's
So
doing. So
look, so I
just
don't
leave
care for
him.
people. You
He's
don't know
just playing
me.
politics. Not as if he loves
No,
Nigerians
I'm not
like that.
playing politics.
He say that
Forget
he
about
doesn't
that.
care.
I'm doing
He doesn't
okay.
care for people. Come on now. He does. Come on. Come on.
I think the pain of man of prestige is simple. Being in Nigeria and living in a country where government cannot even provide health care, and yet the resources, financial resources, is available. And sometimes we praise good policy, particularly when people try to initiate them. But those who want to initiate them,
Even
they have
let me
they always have
let me ask you, Midwest.
wait now, they have a second thought to it, and their second thought is how to loot. How can we manipulate it so that we have our share? So in that
Okay, let me
scenario,
say this.
yeah, what do you want to
Let me
say?
say this. Let me say this.
Yeah.
You know, we all agree that our country has not been functioning. It has never been functioning. That is one. So it's not about one government or the other.
Then
We are
Tinubu
that
enjoy. When Tinubu was young, there was
wait,
healthcare. So
now let
once
me
upon a time,
finish
it was
what
functioning well.
I'm saying.
So yeah.
Then when you talk, that wasn't any time that was functioning well. I practiced as a doctor in Nigeria for 23 years before I left. You understand?
Yeah.
So you cannot be telling me that is my area. You understand? What you mean by functioning, if you want to compare what you get in
Did you work
the
as a
Western
doctor
world and
services
what
in Nigeria?
so that is one. Then when you talk about where we have the financial capability to provide the kind of world standard health care that you needed, the answer is no.
Well, I don't agree with you on that. First of all,
Let me
I don't agree at all with you on that level.
you even where
And
you
I
are
will
now.
tell you why
So,
if you give me
wait,
a chance.
I will ask you a question. How much is even in Sweden or where you are now? What is the population of Sweden? How much did they budget for Earth in Sweden? Do you know it?
Put budget aside, and I will tell you why. Put budgeting aside. Put budgeting aside. If you like, bring your money in the World Bank to Nigeria for healthcare, it will not work. And I will tell you the reason.
Forget about those things. You have, let me tell you.
You
have to wait now.
No. But I think Midwest, this is what I see you doing. You keep saying you don't blame anyone and it will not work. We need solution. What solution? You say if you bring all the money in Africa, you can't say that. I disagree with you because one of the top doctors we have in the diasporas are Nigerians. What are you talking about? It will work.
Okay.
It's just that I disagree with you. So all
Wait
I'm asking for is
a moment.
But
Wait a moment.
are they
Madam.
working in Nigeria?
Madam.
Is any one of them working in
Madam.
Nigeria?
That's what you'll be talking now.
Madam.
Simba
No
is here.
record.
He's in exile
Simba.
working because of the
Simba,
money. Why are you in exile working, Simba?
let's try to give chance for everybody. You know, Madam just asked a very important question. She talked about the professionalism of Nigeria doctors across the globe. Are they the one managing the hospital? The answer is no. When it comes to the finance, they are not the one. They are working. The government is taking care of them, and the government provide everything, and they make sure there's a full accountability when it comes to healthcare. So, my dear sister, we have a long way to go. Do you know why I said nobody in Nigeria's situation or money from the World Bank? Just imagine the president release money to the governor, even from the president office, how they make that money. There's no true accountability. Now they release the money to the governor. The governor department of finance to the governor is the Minister of Finance. How will it work? The governor don't have anybody to account to. So then we are creating local government autonomy because they believe when the local government receive money, automatically everything will be good. Look, money is very money. So, but wait a moment. Money is very tempting.
You are not saying
Wait,
anything
money.
new. We all
Please,
know the way we discussed.
I keep saying what I'm saying because that is what we have to do to solve this solution. To have a solution.
No, you're not saying anything about solution. You're not saying policy. I just asked you a simple question, and you just said nobody can be held accountable. Why we don't have a healthcare system in Nigeria? Now I'm giving you an open space for you to give me a solution. How can we make this
And
work?
I
A
want to
country
give
with
you
over, hold
solution,
on, sir, a
madam.
country with
You
over 200 and something million people, and you're saying we cannot figure out healthcare? Something is definitely wrong with all of us. Thank you.
you don't get my point.
Midweight.
And if
Midweight.
you want to repeat, madam, please don't let her cut me off. Let me explain myself a little bit. See, you know the problem we have in Nigeria? Lack of accountability. So therefore, they design a system where you cannot hold anybody accountable. If we blame the president, yes, we must also blame the governor. Now we're going to have another emperors in the name of local government. We're going to blame them, but we're not going to have a care. That's just the truth. I'm just telling you the truth. Even those hospitals where Nigerians work, people are in charge of the finance, people are in charge of the accountability. And in Nigeria case, nobody. And that's all. It can't work if we neglect that very particular aspect. The solution to it is that we should create a system that hold people accountable, irrespective of their position. Then they will have good healthcare. But if you think it's the resources, like what Simba is saying, how much do they budget in Sweden? Look, the budget here is not even a matter
Yes,
of budget.
we have heard
It's
you now. We have
listen.
another
think
person
I think
talking.
Mr.
Let me ask
Can I say
Simbad.
something? Can I
Simbad.
say something?
Thank you, Mr.
You
Hold
Demo.
on.
guys
He's
know
been here
that.
for a long time. He's
let me
not
ask
said
Simbad
anything.
something. Simbad,
No,
Can I,
are
okay,
you
hold on.
familiar
Before
with
you
the
ask him
British
a
Community
question, man of
Hospital and
prestige,
Outpatient
wait.
Clinic in Nigeria? Simbad.
Yeah, hold on, man of prestige. Let Mr. Dewala speak, then you can ask the
Thank you.
question.
I just want to bring to our awareness. Are you guys aware that Nigerian hospital owned by the government can be self-sustaining? They are making enough to sustain and to expand those hospitals. But because of the corruption, that's why they are not growing. And I've witnessed it firsthand. I'll tell you this. Some of those government hospitals, one time we were, sent to an hospital in Lagos, government hospitals, and happens to be privy to their account and the way the money was being paid in, being that we have a bank that was established there, and we saw the amount of money that was coming in on a daily basis. Despite that, they were serving the community that, those who are, they call them, what's the name they call them now? Those who are unable to pay. How much was the card? At the point the card was even made, registration was made free, but yet they were making humongous amount of money. But where was the money going to? In the pocket of individuals, including the directors and the MD of the hospital. So that tells you nobody's going to hold them accountable. The reason being is because we ourselves, the people, where the leaders are being selected among us, are not ready to, check anybody. We are not. The Yoruba, they said about fagburu, guru fagbo, that means when you're trying to pull one, you will pull millions, and at the same time, you'll be cautioned, you'll be told not to pull, and nothing would happen. So, we are the architect of our own misfortune. So, no matter how we blame the government for not doing enough, it is our attitude. That's what I'll say.
Mr. Dewale, what I've just said before you made the submission, I don't think there's much difference. Maybe the way I presented mine. But the truth of the matter is this. Until we design
You
a
don't need to
system that
repeat
would
yourself. Midwest,
we
another people want to talk.
Samba,
Don't repeat yourself again. Don't repeat the same.
every time when you hear me talking about accountability, you always like
We
to
have
cut me
heard
short.
you.
So now what Adewale said and mine, there's no difference. He said we are the
Okay,
problem,
we
but
have heard.
unfortunately, it is the government that made us so. So if they have good system of
Man
grant,
of prestige,
you
talk,
will never
please.
have
Yeah,
access to money
I wanted to
that you
ask
can never
you.
account for.
Let Midwest finish speaking. Okay, I
You will
wanted to
never
ask you
have
about the British
you will
community.
never have access. Okay, look, they want to create local government autonomy. What are people happy about? Tinubu want to
No,
give them direct money.
Midwest. You keep repeating the same thing. That's why Simba is
That
for
that
us, we
same
are
thing,
physician.
that same
Listen, Midwest. I'm trying to help you out here. When you're
yeah.
talking to doctors, when you keep repeating yourself, we tune off. So it's irritating him. I know where he's coming from. Get to your point. We need, what is the solution? How can Nigeria fix the
This was,
healthcare we have today? Because we need one.
I have told you that we should create a system that hold people accountable, not
Okay,
just
thank
saying
you.
they need more money.
Is this
The,
sit and
the
talk?
hospital, the hospital, the hospital we have
Man of
here in my
prestige,
region. Let me
can
give
you
you an
talk?
example now.
Because
Let me give you an example.
losing
Simba,
time.
Simba, wait. We're talking about finance here, not the doctor himself, the management. The money and receipt for tissue paper, you must account for it. Do you have that in Nigeria? Who is selling to you? Where are you buying from? Who is supplying you?
No. Can I tell you? No,
There's too
Midwest.
much
Can I say? I'm
loophole.
sorry. I'm sorry
How
to
can it
push
work?
back on you. Midwest. Let me tell you why I asked this question, and I want to say this: the people
Yeah.
are part of the problem, and I'll say this.
The people are
All of
innocent. They are victim.
No,
They
they
are
are
victim
not.
of the
No,
system.
Midwest, stop. Midwest,
They
let me
are
tell you why I
they
said
are
they're not.
victim. They
No,
are
our
victim
people
of a
are
fake
no.
government.
Midwest, let me tell you, if you know your rights, listen, let me tell you, we are part of the problem. Why do I say this? Listen to what I'm saying. When it comes to the time of election, if each family takes their time and point out what is important to them before going to vote for a candidate, not based on sentiment or the bag of rights you got, you get what you get because you believe on whatever. And then guess what? I don't feel sorry for them because none of them are ready for change. At the end of the day, this is what I'm trying to say. And I'm just sorry if I'm sounding like cold or I have no feeling because in order for change to happen, we change starts for me, Adama. Let's take, for example, observe this platform. When we come to a platform, one person wants to talk forever and not give the other person a chance to talk. That someone else has to tell you, back off, let someone else talk. Because we know why? We get intoxicated with a little position you put us in. We don't know how to just tone it down, allow people to shine and be in that position. Why am I saying this about healthcare? Let me shock us. There's a news going on. It's not allegedly. I verified the news. You have 1,600 registered nurse from Nigeria who came to UK, and guess what? All of them are being evaluated because the 1,600 nurse that came from Nigeria to work in the UK, they're saying 60% of them are not nurses. How does that happen? Do you know what it takes to be a nurse? How does that happen? And you have a center in Nigeria where you take that board exam. The UK government are the one bringing you in the diaspora to come work for them. And you know deep down inside your heart, you are not a nurse, but because you want to come to the diaspora, you go take that exam and you pass it. That is how cold and callous we are. All in the name of not taking accountable and being that change we want to see in Nigeria. Every one of us will want shortcuts, shortcuts, shortcuts.
Can,
I just asked you now, who do you blame for what is going on in healthcare? You said nobody. No, change starts from the people. I
can
will
I
blame the people.
can I come in? Okay, the story you just told, I'm familiar with that. You know, I had that
But I
story a
wanted
week ago.
to reply, Madam, that said the people. Just give me one moment, Madam.
No. You can refer to me Adama. Adama is fine. You don't need to
Okay,
call me Madam,
Adama,
sir. That's
Dr.
okay.
Dama, wait. I have
Thank
to
you.
respect you. I have to respect you. Just accept
No,
it.
no
You are
problem, sir.
Madam.
No problem. Thank
It's okay.
you.
Let me put it this way: we are not quarreling. We are on the same page. I will use my own state, Edo State, as an example.
I beg
The
you,
election.
stop. Let
Wait,
another person.
one moment.
Don't
One
go
moment. I want to point to something. He said,
Let the man
Let
talk
him
now.
speak now. Let him
Stop
speak
that.
now.
Stop it. Let somebody just land. 4 years or quite almost 5 years ago, when
We've not
Obafeki was
talked for
coming,
almost 30, 40 minutes now.
when he was coming for the second tenure, my people from Europe everywhere, they were donating money because they were convinced that this man would do wonders. And it was almost like a revolution. This is the same governor that ended up stealing bag of rice. Why? How can you blame our people? The system is porous. Our people are great people. They are good people. The system is our problem. If we don't work on that system, we will blame Tinubu from head to toe. We will blame the governors. And these 200 or something peril they want to create again in the name of giving them direct money. There is no system that hold anybody accountable. So it cannot work. That is just the truth. That is my own opinion. But anybody can try to convince me. And this is what
Okay,
I
thank
believe.
you.
Okay, let me come in. I think everybody's right. Even Midwest, what he said in accountability and some other thing that he said. This the story Adama just narrated. I'm familiar with the story. I've been listening to it for the last 2 weeks or something like that. So it's best to show you about what's going on in Nigeria. Yeah, what I actually had was they did the exam in Nigeria. A lot of them, didn't even pass it. You know how it is corruption. They just give them the credit that they pass it. So now you have polluted people who has did the right thing. Everybody right now, I don't know how many of them, 16 or 20 something, they are all liable right now. They want to send all of them back, to
There was
Nigeria.
a time. There was one school in Florida also now that was turning out giving people certificate in US now.
Yes,
We
no,
heard
no,
And
no,
we
about
are
no,
that.
no,
mostly
no. I'm not.
Nigerians
I'm
too.
not
I'm not
only that.
saying
Not
Nigeria is
just in
immune
Florida.
from
There's one
corruption.
in Florida and one in Texas that
Yeah,
got
I'm not saying
busted.
Nigeria is immune. I'm
Yes.
not saying Nigeria is the only country that is corrupt, but I'm just giving an example of what actually happened in that space. But having said that, I mean everybody's right with their narrative. So let's not make it like one person is wrong or whatever. So
Man of prestige. Let me tell
yeah.
you, when you have a system, it's people that run the system. Let me tell you that even in Nigeria, because he was talking about accountability, even if you buy a toilet roll in Nigeria using government money, you must account for it. But it's how do you account for it? That is the question. How
Okay,
much
Simba, don't you think the system, our system is corrupt?
It's
Don't
because it's not. Let me tell you, it's we, the human being, Nigerians, that
Okay,
corrupt
Simba,
the
hold on. Let me
system.
make an announcement. I know to Nigeria is there. The progressive and fully. This is an open section. Don't wait to be called. Please interject and say what you want to say because they
okay,
are not. This is open. Yeah. So
Simba,
Simba will take over, please. The
I
progressive, if
wanted to
you're
ask you a
there,
question
and
earlier.
fully, if you want to interject, please
As a
go ahead.
physician, are you familiar with the British Community Hospital Outpatient Clinic?
Hold on one
Yes, now.
second. Hold on,
Okay,
everybody. Hold on one second. Good evening, Dr. Alessandra Gomez. Yes, this is a live section. It's not a premiere. Yes, sir. It is a live section. Thank you, sir.
so the reason why I mention it is how efficient that place is. I mean, they have a zero waiting time. The healthcare delivery is top notch. So that's exactly what I was talking about. If we can have that kind of,
Let me even tell you. Let me tell
go
you,
ahead.
in Nigeria, there's nothing like even waiting time for you to see a doctor in Nigeria. It's only in US or all those advanced countries that you people used to have waiting time. Anytime you are sick in Nigeria, you can go to a hospital and be attended to. There's nobody that will say, okay, you have to wait till maybe give you 2 days or 3 days before you can see your doctor,
When you
unless
have
you have
money,
It's
when
happening
you have
too. It's
money,
happening too.
okay. What do you
They have
say?
to give you dates. At times it happens. They have to give you dates at times.
Let me tell you, the one they will give you dates is if you have something like maybe you have an operation and it's elective. You understand? But
Yeah.
you cannot say
Okay.
you have a headache now and you go to hospital and they now ask you, say, okay, come in 2 weeks time.
No,
Nobody will tell
there is
you
no
that.
country. There is no country that you have a headache that they will not attend to you immediately. No country on earth.
I beg
Okay,
you,
so
no,
so so so
no,
hold on,
no, no,
hold on.
no, don't say that, don't say that, don't say
Okay,
No,
hold
that.
on.
If
Fully, can
That
we
you have
listen
headache.
for?
You have
Hold
headache. They will
on.
now be giving you dates
Listen. Okay,
to
can we
come
listen?
for
let
interview.
me tell you, it happens. If you don't know, say you don't know.
No,
you
no, no,
don't know it
Simba,
happen,
hold
my
on. Simba,
brother. Even
so
see
no,
the
hold
way we
on.
did, they tell you to go
No,
and drink water and sleep. That's all.
okay, please hold on. I'm relying on Simba and BT because they are the two physicians. I know Simba has practiced, BT practices here. So, Foley, my question to you is: you just said something like if you have a headache. Are you saying if you have a headache now, you have access in America? There is something called primary care physician. That's someone you see for anything going on with your body. It's different from a specialist. So are you saying if you have a headache, you have access or you don't have access to your primary care physician?
You definitely have it now. Do you need to wait for dates before you can actually talk to a doctor that you are sick?
Yes.
Yes.
Even please, I want to give
No,
example. Yes,
no. I'm not talking about all this. I'm not talking about a sickness that has to fix the date for
Let
that
we
me
you
let
just
me
talk.
tell you.
like
Let me tell you this.
I,
an
I want
emergency
to talk.
sickness,
Folly. Let me
Wait,
tell you
like
this.
an emergency sickness.
yeah,
Wait,
no.
what do you mean? Which emergency sickness are you talking about?
Okay,
If I have body pains now,
maybe you just have malaria.
even if you have, what do you mean? If you, let me tell you, my daughter, she was bleeding from her nose tree. She went to their school clinic. They said she has to book an appointment. Do you understand that?
Oh,
So, Simba, what are you saying? I'm confused.
Can
Are
I
you saying
clarify?
you need are you saying you need an appointment or you don't?
Can I clarify something?
In Nigeria, nobody
Yes,
gives appointment. That's what they say. They have access, immediate attention. They will give you.
Okay,
That's
thank
what
you.
I'm telling you.
Simba, even here in America, you know why I know this. Simba, you see why I question everything you say in this platform. Here in America, when you call your primary care physician, you need an appointment. If you want to see someone ASAP, you go to an urgent care. BT, go to you. Thank you, sir.
I'm telling you, what in Nigeria, the situation is even better than that. That's what I'm telling you. That anything,
No,
any
Simba is a lie.
complaint
I
you
don't
have,
believe you. I
let me
don't
tell you.
believe you.
there is no
Simba, I
any
don't
country in the
believe you.
world
Thank
that
you.
will not have
Thank you.
emergency
Wait
No,
doctors.
let BT
no,
No, please,
wait
let
now.
no, Simba,
BT, you
Simba,
doesn't
you've been
practice in
talking
Nigeria.
all day.
Let me,
Wait.
Folly will tell you the truth. You can say maybe I'm on the side. Folly. If you any complaint that you have in Nigeria, do you need to wait?
Yes, at times it depends on the doctor you want to speak with. It
Thank
depends.
you.
Wait,
Thank you,
let me.
Foley. You've answered
What
the
do you mean
It
by
question.
depends
Madam,
on what you
doctor you
want
want
to
to
treat.
speak with?
Adama, you people have given example of America. We talk about Europe here from my
Okay,
own
before you
experience.
talk Midwest, before you talk Midwest, BT needs to speak. BT, go ahead.
If you are choosing doctors that okay, you go to hospital and say okay, this is the doctor I want to see, and they say the doctor is not. That's your fault. But if you go to hospital,
No,
nobody
Simba,
will
I
turn
think
you
you're
down and
mixing
say
them
come
up
next
together.
day.
Simba, listen. This is what I need to clarify, and I think that's where you're mixing them up. Your primary care physician is not the
Forget
same
about
thing
that.
as
It's
a
nothing like primary care physician in Nigeria. Doctor is a doctor. So
No, it doesn't
don't
work.
know.
Oh,
Can I?
it doesn't work
So
that
if
way,
you can be
Timber.
Okay,
talking
It
so
doesn't
about
work
so
that
primary
so
care
way.
Simba,
physician
let BT talk.
in
Okay,
UK
thank you
or
for
whatever.
clarification.
Simba,
Thank you.
hold on. So this is how it works. So your primary health care is like your quarterback. So let me example. Let's say you go to your primary care doctor and you say, well, you have uncontrolled blood pressure, for example, or we've given you all these meds, we cannot control it. They will now refer you to a specialist. Okay, you need to go see a cardiology, or you need to go to the ED immediately. So those specialties oftentimes they get patients from referrals from the primary healthcare will be the ones to refer to them.
You gave example of what?
So,
blood pressure?
yes, if you have like uncontrolled blood pressure, if they cannot manage it in
Is
primary
that not an
healthcare,
emergency?
no, like it depends on the stage. If it's like of course, if you have hypertensive crisis, you will go to the ED. I'm just saying that where they cannot manage it anymore, maybe stage 2, then you're going into stage 3 of high blood pressure. They would then say, okay, you need to go see a cardiologist, for example, that can manage it better for you. Even if you're having, let's say, issues with your kidney function, like GFR is dropping, he would then refer to your nephrologist. So those specialties, oftentimes, people come to them through referrals. You hardly see somebody just walking into a cardiologist's office direct, like you don't see walk-ins in those practices. It's mostly referrals from after going to the ED or seeing the primary healthcare system. So I think it depends on the specialty that you're seeing, but primary care mostly they taking walk-ins, and they are where you start from. That is the first contact in
Okay,
most
so
cases.
BT, can I clarify something that you just said? You said primary care taking walk-in. Shouldn't it be based on availability? I thought urgent care are the ones you can walk in regardless of what how the urgent care system are now. The way they're set up. Yeah.
Yeah, so people have relationship with their primary healthcare. So in most cases,
Are
somebody
you telling me that
Simba, hold on.
BT?
Simba, hold on.
Let me
Hold
ask
on.
you. No, sorry. That
Okay.
you want to tell me that now, even if I have a primary care physician in US, my seeing him is not based on appointment.
No. You can see him on appointment. If you already have an
You can
established.
see him if you have an established what BT is saying. You cannot
Yeah.
just walk in and say, because I want to see my doctor, can I see my doctor? No, you have to have an appointment. But
Exactly.
what you are saying, Simba is in Nigeria, you can wake up today and say, oh, I want to see my doctor, I have a headache. You walk into the distance where your primary care physician is. Now stop it. Can you please make me is the doctor available? That's not how it works here. Everything is
But that's that
once on
it works in Nigeria. I'm telling
availability.
you that it works in Nigeria. So
you're walking into primary care without any.
But
So
BT would love to
anytime you
know.
are
BT,
sick,
don't say
just carry
anything,
your
no.
bag
BT,
and go
don't
to
say
the
I
anything.
want
hospital.
to
BT,
That's
I
hold
want
all.
to
on.
also
BT,
say
hold
so-
on.
let me also say something on a
Okay,
Europe standard.
Midwest, please hold on. Before you say anything,
I'm trying
Sean, am I
to.
pronouncing your name right? You just came in. You just said something that you needed to say something. I
Yeah,
don't know.
Sheson. My
Cheson,
name
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead,
is.
Cheson. Midwest, let Cheson say something then.
Yeah, let's give
Yeah,
him
Go
time.
ahead.
You are welcome, my
yeah.
brother.
I want to contribute, like my experience in Nigeria. I was in Nigeria last year September. uh, yeah, September. So I wasn't feeling fine. So I tried to use the health center. So intentionally, I went to the health center, the local health center. So when I got there, I got my card. I was seen by the doctor, and they asked me to get a test. I did the test, and after I did the test, they gave me some medication, and I was okay. What's the concern I had there was that there was no electricity, and I asked them, "What's the problem with the electricity?" They said it's
Don't
having
bring that
issue.
one in.
It,
At least
it,
you say a doctor attended to you ASAP. So
yeah,
forget about
yeah,
electricity.
yeah,
Don't
yeah.
let us
What
divert from.
my point is that Nigeria doesn't ask question. That's the problem. Okay, then I asked them, when are they going to fix the electricity? They said they don't know, because that's where I was born.
Okay, so can
So
I ask you,
I went to the
Cheson, can
local
I hold on?
government.
Cheson, I'm sorry to stop you. I want you to
Yeah.
listen to the question so that you understand. Why
Mhm.
were you so concerned about electricity? Simba, let him answer. Electricity, in order for you to read the results, you need lights. Stop it.
No, no, no. Hold on, please. I'm familiar to the health center because that's where I was born. So I used to play around there, and I talked to the doctors there about their work, their welfare, and what they told me that okay, things are not okay, but that's a general issue in Nigeria. At night there wasn't electricity there, and there were some women then that
The
need to
question is, Sesson, were you attended to?
yeah, I attended to,
That's your question,
and what really
Adama. So
happened
why
that
are you shifting your goalpost?
no, I'm not shifting goals post. What I'm trying to
Let us face what we are
Something.
comparing
No.
is
Hold on, Simba. He said his
Timber,
concern is
where you
they
are
don't
practicing,
care.
is that do they have lights in where
no
you are practicing?
Nike. What
no
I'm trying
God,
to
do.
say is that
Simba,
No,
What we
since
are
you have
speak
ask
been
for
trying
yourself,
practicing,
question.
have you
Cheson.
if you want
practiced
to
inside
address issue,
darkness?
Thank you.
let us be focused. We are talking about attendance. And we are not talking about electricity. That one is a different issue. We are talking about waiting time of people before you can see a doctor. That's what we are talking about. Why are we not
I was
shifting?
Okay. Thank you.
I was
Cheson, can
attended
I ask
to.
you a question? Our
Yeah.
doctor on the comment section, who is he's one of the founders of this channel, Dr. Alexandra Gomez. He wants to know what healthcare center did you go to?
Oh, is the primary health center.
Where? In what location? Could you just give us
Oh,
a highlight? You can
K2,
say
K2, in
Osho
K2,
without saying
in in
yeah.
K2, in K2, in
Okay.
K2. I was
Okay.
attended to. What happened? And they asked me to do the test. I got the test done there. I paid for the test and medication. And you don't even know what happened. I went to Nigeria to treat myself. Because here I've been battling some things for the past 2 years. I go to the GP, they send me to the hospital. I've gone through all series of tests. They couldn't identify what's wrong with me. So I have to go back to Nigeria. Then I went to Nigeria, I did some tests, and okay, they found out some things, and they put me on medication, and I was okay. Where I was driving to regarding electricity is that our people, they don't ask questions. When they said there wasn't electricity for them, to perform very well, I went to the local government because people don't do that. I went to the local government myself, and I went to complain.
So sorry to interrupt you again. Bros Biggie is saying where in K2?
Mascara Health Center, Akinton Street.
And why do we want to even know? What is the rationale for us to know the particular
And
hospital?
one thing, there is federal medical center in every state in Nigeria. The problem Nigerians are having is that they don't like going to all these government hospitals to go and wait. They don't like being on the queue. I have one experience, encounter with one of my friends. He called me that he wasn't feeling fine, and I asked him to go to the general hospital or the health center. He said he couldn't go, that I must give him money. I said, I don't want to give you money at this point in time. That go there. My mom still goes there. My mom goes there every now and then to treat herself. Why don't you want to go there? Then he have to confess to me that he doesn't like to be on the queue. That the private hospital, they will attend to you when you get there. Immediately get there, before 30 minutes they attend to you. I said, even we that live abroad.
Session, Nigerians
Yeah.
can go to bank to go and wait for money, but they cannot exercise patience when they go to hospital. That's the problem.
Yes.
They can wait for money. They can queue to get money in the bank, but for them to be patient to get their health problems sorted out,
please let
Okay,
they cannot do
Shashanbe,
that.
the
just
last
land this
question I
point.
want to ask you before you conclude your summation is this. How will you evaluate? Have you ever traveled outside Nigeria? Yes or no?
I live abroad. I don't live in Nigeria.
Okay, so while you were in K2, whenever this situation happened, I want you to evaluate the healthcare and the care you got back then. How would you say things have improved, or what would you say we need to do to improve our healthcare system?
Yeah, they need to at least the welfare. They need to do more on the welfare, because most of the doctors, they are stressed, and the nurses, they're not smiling. You know, so that's one thing. And I don't think there's anything, because I had a good test done there, and I had good medication, and within 3 4 5 days I was okay. I after when I felt okay, I have to send a message to one man that I went to Nigeria because I was tired. Like, I've been to all these hospitals here. They don't even know what's wrong with me. I have to go to Nigeria. That, okay, this is what happened. No, this Lagos State health center, they really tried. Blah blah blah. And after then, I followed somebody to federal medical health center. There is one in what's this area? I've forgotten the name of this area. The hospital was nice, but the problem that a queue, lot of people were there. They
Ebute
want to go
Meta
there.
is in the Ebute
Ebute
Meta.
Meta. Yeah, Ebute Meta. There are a lot of people there, but the issue is that you have to be on the queue. A lot of people were there, but what people were avoiding, they are avoiding, is that they don't want to be on the queue. As I was saying about my friend, he later confessed to me that, oh, the reason why he doesn't want to go there is because there's be a lot of queue. But he should tell me the fact that the medication you get from there is always original. It's always original compared to the one you get from the private hospital. So, well, our people, like, you asked a question the other time, that is it the responsibility of the president to fix the healthcare in your local government. It's not the responsibility of the government. Our people don't ask questions. They always like to call on the president anywhere they go. I told you, I promised you,
The session. The problem that we have. We always like we'll be speaking to Renchi. The Nigerians, all of them that are in diaspora, that are doctors, what are they even contributing to the health in their country? India, go to India. The health care in India was revolutionized by the Indians in diaspora. Nigeria, you always ask you, hey, what can you do? How is level 2? How is level 3? What are you doing to even improve? What is your own contribution?
People are doing a lot. I mean, that I have friends that actually in Nigeria performing surgery.
Yeah,
So
there are still people that are
so
doing
what do
that.
you mean?
So,
Stop throwing
and I went to Ayike House.
point
I went to
Thank
Timba.
Ayike
you so
House.
much. Thank you so
What
much.
is your
Simba
point?
will come here. Thank you, BT, that you're
Trying
here
to
to
throw,
beat him.
you know
Face
what he's
him.
doing now. What is your point?
He knows
People,
what he's doing.
Please, my
Simba, you
last
do this
comment.
all the time. This is why we get into arguments.
Hello?
I think I said what I want to say. The any person that you think touch you
Hello?
Just take it.
Can I conclude?
Session, conclude what you want to conclude.
Yes. Again, I went to Ayinke house. The issue there is that there are too much queue there. You have to wait. If you know you can wait, you wait. And I did test there over there, comprehensive test. The test they did for me there, I didn't even get it in this country. They did a
Okay, let me ask you a
comprehensive test
question.
for
Let
me.
me ask you a question. When you say queue, you mean that same day, just wait for your turn. Abi somebody
Yeah,
will tell you come
that
tomorrow,
same day,
come next tomorrow.
that same day, you wait for your
Okay.
turn. And if anything like emergency, they will take you to the emergency unit. There's emergency unit there. The problem is just that our people don't like going there. They want to go to the private, that they will see them within 30 minutes and they will go home. That's just the problem. And even here, the healthcare here is overwhelmed as well. If you call the GP for appointment, they will tell you come back, come the next day or the second or 2 days time. Here, if I want to go to our hospital here, I do go in the middle of the night. If I want to go to A&E, I will go in the middle of the night so that they will see me on time. The last time I went, I left this house 1 a.m. and this I was able to see the doctor 5 a.m. because the queue as well. I have to tell my friend, like, this is what we face here as well. If you can't wait, me, I can wait here. You want money from me, I can't give you money. Go there. My mom goes there as well. You two go there.
Okay, Shasha, thank you for answering our question. I want to hear from Foley dropped out. Thank you for being Foley, are you there?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Foley, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Yes,
Foley, please, what can you say in regards to our healthcare system in Nigeria? That's what we're talking about.
we have. In fact, at times you go there, you will see maybe you see someone that will attend to you very well. At times, it depends on the mood of the doctors or the nurses. But at times, it also depends on the situation. You know, some people will that I have. I rushed my brother. I was giving a text to my I thought I was going to do this. Look for that girl who's there for us. We didn't see this
Foley,
girl.
can you wait?
And they actually.
Is it just me? Foley is breaking up. Foley, you're breaking up.
My network.
Yes, I think
Can you
you're
hear me now?
breaking up. Yeah, you're better now. Thank you.
Okay. I said there was a time that I have to rush my brother to hospital, and I was given a test to run. So there was a lady that was supposed to take the blood test to the lab. We were looking for this girl for almost 3.5, almost 2 or 3 hours. Looking for her all around the hospital. Nobody know her whereabouts. So by the time we now got the girl, I think one of the guy there actually maybe they beat the lady. So in the next morning, they later called me. They thought I'm one of the people that actually beat her up. When I got to the hospital the second day, those doctors they already called police, you know.
Oh, we can't hear him. We lost him. Is it me?
No, we are hearing you. It's
Yeah,
not from
I
you.
think I kind of, yeah. Mike, you just came in. Do you want to say anything? Welcome to the show. You've been hearing what we are talking about. Mike, are you there? Or the progressive? Go ahead. Mike, go ahead. You're muted. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm here if you can hear me.
Okay, let him go. Let him go. I'll go after him.
Okay, yeah, the progressive. Go ahead. You can speak now. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the healthcare system in Nigeria is one of the worst sector of any part of that country, any institution of that country. The healthcare is abysmal. It's nothing to write home about. The lack of professionalism when you go to the hospitals, it's it's a disgrace. I have somebody who is currently as we speak, undergoing cancer treatment, right? The person is still being administered chemo. She went to University of Benin Teaching Hospital this last Tuesday, and they were closed for Salah. What
Do
kind
you
of
mind me
nonsense is
asking
that?
what kind of cancer?
It's the one for the breast. What's it called? The
Breast cancer?
yeah, breast cancer. So,
Okay.
and the hospital was. She said they were closed because of Salah. What kind of are we serious now? Right?
No,
Are you?
progressive. What happened
Hold
to
on,
her?
please. Hold
Is
on.
she on
Oh,
chemo?
wait, Simba. I know you were going to get riled up. Um, did you just say the progressive that the healthcare system, please? Because we have both Christians and Muslim listening. Do you say the healthcare system was closed because of the
Yeah,
Islamic fasting?
because of Salah holiday, the place was closed. There was nobody
How
there to
can
This
you
attend
be
them.
person, can
such
you
a
tell us where
thing?
they hold on?
Progressive.
Simba, hold on before you get all these things. Let's get to where, please. Where is that in Nigeria? What states?
I just told you, University of Benin Teaching Hospital. It's a federal
University
hospital.
of Benin
Federal.
Teaching Hospital closed
Yes.
completely because of Salah.
No, not completely. The section where she got admitted because she do it like
let me ask you.
Okay,
Quick
hold on,
question.
please, Simba. Before you ask him a question, let him finish his story. Then you can ask him a question. Please let him finish.
that was one part, right? And I remember some couple of years ago, I had a younger sister who lives in Lagos, right? She had what do you call it? This appendix, and she was taken to the hospital on the Sunday evening. They asked her to come back on Monday because there's no doctors. The doctors will come back on Monday. I'm telling you, this is a true life story. The worst sectors of that country is the healthcare system. It's abysmal. Even okay, Simba, let me even tell you this one now. This same person that is undergoing treatment now, right? The last time she went, before she went this one, the last time because she take the chemo and wait after some time, then she have a period they're sessioning it. The one she went 2 times before, right? They will prescribe medication and give her another person's medication. They gave her another person's medication to take. She took that medication home, and only God save her.
They give her a wrong medication. Are you
Yes,
saying that
they
they
give
give her
her
a wrong medication?
they give her wrong medication, and then when she go back to complain, oh sorry, that's what they said.
They give her
It
a
could have,
wrong chemo.
no chemo. No, when she went like she was taking other medication, but they gave her the wrong one. Like she went there, they did the prescription.
Which other medication is she taking that they gave her a wrong one?
So basically, what happened when she's on chemo, right? So initially, when she take it, she was feeling a lot of pain, a lot of like she basically not able to stand up or do anything. So the doctors now prescribe some medication for her to help her through those periods when she's struggling. So those medication, when she take chemo, she would not. When she take the chemo, she would take one other tablet. That one they say she have to sit down for like. When she's taking it, she have to be sitting down. She cannot be standing up because of the heaviness of the tablet. Then there's another injection that she will take again. Those things just to help to support the whole pain that she go through because it was too heavy on her. So those medication now was what they wrongly prescribed for her. You understand now?
Wrongly prescribed, or the nurse made the mistake of giving her a wrong medication, or what wrongly prescribed?
No. So, but it's just like me now. I go there, they'll give me paper for you, Simba, to go to take to the pharmacy. Me now, I didn't even bother to look because I thought maybe it's for me. Then I took to the pharmacy and they gave me the wrong one. Only for me to get home, somebody check it and say, hang on, it's not your name that's on this thing, And they look and say, okay, Look, even okay, look now, they want to give somebody injection, Simba. They said because they cannot find vein in the where they're supposed to put injection, they now start pegging injection inside the person's finger.
I believe that.
Oh my God! No, Simba, I'm going to send pictures to one man. I swear to God, I'm going to send the picture of the finger
They
to
give
one man. One man can put
injection
it
is
on.
under the
In the,
finger.
yeah, in the finger hand, in the finger like this. That hand was like, oh look, I'm not. This is a very close person to me. I'm going to say I have pictures. I'll send it to one man. I'm telling you. When she went back, the hand became numb. That finger became numb. She couldn't move it for like how long? And then she went back and complained. This is what the nurse was saying. Just they go now.
So
Just they go now.
let me confirm what you're saying, because our viewers are asking, and Bros Biggie is saying, where are you? Are you saying where your sister went for treatment? Can you say where that is so that I don't say it for you? You say in Benin. Benin where?
I said
It's
University of Benin Teaching
called
Hospital,
UBTH. UBTH, the highest hospital in
It's
Edo
called
State.
UBTH. And this one now, I'm not.
UBTH. Okay.
Yeah. Yes, I'm not even like. If you want, I can even send you receipt, scan, and everything that she's doing in that hospital. I have everything in my phone.
Yeah, progressive.
So
The important question is how much was she able to afford? To pay.
It's not even about money.
No, it's not even the money that is the money. It's not even the money that's the problem.
Progressive. Let me tell you this. One, you said he went to the hospital and they said that the session is closed. Did she have an appointment? Because if you are taking chemo, you have schedule for chemo, and I'm very sure they wouldn't have asked her to come during the public holiday because chemo is not an ordinary medication. So
but this person had already taken 3 already.
Now,
That was the
to
first one he was
add to
going
what
for.
Simba said, chemo is pre-made. And another thing is based on what Simba is saying is true. Like when they asked her to come in, are you saying that like we're confused? Why is it that when she got for her chemo, the center where you're saying, which is a cancer center that caters to people in the demographic, like a lot of, why would they be closed for the like Salah? It doesn't make sense.
You're asking. Look, if you look, okay, don't worry. Listen, I'm gonna do a phone call now, right? And then I'll call her. She'll be on the phone, and then she can explain the whole thing
Sir,
herself,
you don't need to
and
do
you
all
can
that.
listen to her. Yeah, it's
Sir,
not
you
like
don't
a
need to do. We believe what
long
you're
or
saying.
somebody told me.
Progressive mind. Progressive mind. Don't do that. Don't do that. You know the
Don't do
problem
that,
we have.
please.
Wait, Akim,
Simba,
wait.
Simba, you hold on. Simba, you hold on a little bit. The problem I have with Simba, you are like a 10-star general. And there's no war, you run away. You are not in Nigeria. I know you are a professional person, and I will continue to respect you based
Let me
on
tell you
knowledge.
this. You
But we're
cannot,
talking about
let me tell you, by virtue of my
we're talking
profession,
about
let
a
me tell
total
you.
collar system here. Let him talk.
Okay, both of you are talking over each other. Is either one person allow the other person talk, or I
So
remove both of you?
No, he just wanted me to just start up and believe whatever
No,
they are saying.
hold on.
I cannot say anything.
Okay, the
Is that what you are
progressive
telling me,
wait. The
Midwest?
progressive waits. Midwest waits. Simba, say everything that is in your mind.
No, I'm just asking me a question. Let me tell you, if you are on chemotherapy, chemo is not a medication that you can just walk in and say, I want to take at your own time. You have a schedule. They will give you a schedule. Is it so? And they will give you dates for it. You understand? You cannot now say that, okay, you walk into the hospital at your own time. That, okay, I want to take chemo. You don't take chemo like that.
Another question. Hold on. The progressive, please, so that our viewers understand. Simba, the question to you now, given your knowledge, we both know chemotherapy mostly is administered through words. How do you administer
It depends on the
chemotherapy?
type. There are some that is
No, but
intravenous.
most of them are doing IV, right? Not everything is a
Intravenous,
pill.
yes.
Thank you. That's what I want to confirm. So, sir, in order for us to know what you're saying, is your sister on IV chemotherapy?
It doesn't even matter what kind of chemo she's on. I told you she goes to the
Yes,
hospital.
it does matter. It does matter if it's a tablet.
No,
Yes.
madam.
Hold on, please. Okay, hold on.
Just
No, midwife,
tell you
stop. You
any
can't talk
story,
over me.
Hold on. Okay, let me explain to you now. Okay, so let me explain to you. So she goes to the hospital on an appointment. She takes chemo and she stays there for the night. Okay, she stays in the hospital for that day. Then she gets discharged the following day to go home. She never takes chemo and go home. No, she goes there prepared. Like, this is not the first one she's taking. It's not the second one she's taking. It's not the third one she's taking. She have a routine already. So I don't understand why you watch Simba. She already have a routine. I think this is like the fourth one she was supposed to take. Last time she went, this Salah week, the week she's supposed. This is the fourth one she's supposed to
take. The question I'm asking is not a fight. I'm asking, did they give her appointment for that day for her to come?
No,
because let me tell you, any public holiday. Wait. Any hospital, let me tell you, in any hospital, is only during public is only emergencies that hospital attends to. Do you understand? It's only emergencies.
Simba, hold on.
You understand? Because the way
Simba,
you say,
do you remember that Salah holiday is not always feast?
Simba, you are a doctor, right? Simba, you are a doctor, right? So
let me tell
hold on now, Simba, hold on. Simba, hold on. You are a doctor, right?
Okay, hold on, please. Both of you, hold on, please. Wait, hold on. I'll ask the question. Simba, what is the thing you're having the difficult? Are you saying that the progressive is saying that the hospital cannot be closed for a Salah holiday? Yes or no?
Hospital don't close for Salah holiday. That's what I'm telling you. It's only that they will not attend to routine. Wait. The hospital on public holiday will not attend to routine work. They only attend to emergency. But for somebody to come here and tell us that, okay, your sister got to the hospital, at the hospital, they said they are closed. That is wrong. That's what I'm telling you.
Actually, Timber, I'm not sure. I can't really say our hospital are 100% bad, but I will tell you there is still more we can still do better than what we are doing now.
No, that's not what we're talking about. The progressive is saying that when the sister went for
I still have a lot to say. I still have a lot to say.
Yes, progressive. I'll come to you. The progressive is saying so that our viewers understand what we are all saying. The progressive said when the sister went back for her chemo, which is her 4th day of chemo, right, sir?
Yeah.
Not 4th day. It can't be 4th day. They don't do it. It's
no. The fourth section.
The fourth section for her chemo. And he said the hospital in Benin was closed because of Salah holiday. And Simba is saying, how can a whole Benin City hospital be closed because of Salah holiday? So Simba is pushing back, saying, given my experience of 26 years in healthcare system, working there in Nigeria as a doctor, that is impossible. So that's the argument. So Foley, I want you to leave this argument between Simba and the progressive, please. Go ahead. The progressive, go ahead.
Okay, so basically this was because normally when she's going for the when she takes the chemo, they will tell her, okay, your next session is on so date. Like maybe it's always like 2 weeks, every 2 weeks Tuesday or so. So it's not like she just wake up and say, I'm going to the hospital to take chemo. Okay, they already gave her the dates to come. Maybe them didn't factor the holiday into it. That is their side. Not that my sister the person just wake up and just walk to the hospital. No, that was no, because as you finish one, they will tell you the next time you need to come for the other one. That's how she's been going.
Even progressive. How is that one now? Because Salah, as Foley said, wait now. As Foley said, Salah holiday is not a fixed holiday. So if they now said, okay, because chemo, let me tell you, chemo is not an emergency. It's not an emergency.
How can you even say this anyway?
Simba, can you stop?
What has religion got to do with?
Simba, hold on. The progressive. You can't, Simba. This is where I think you're having a problem with the Look at what Dr. Alexandra Gomez just wrote. He said, Simba, they are closed in Benin. So you are here in
Dr. Alexandra. How can you be saying Dr. Alexandra is he practicing in Nigeria? What are you telling me?
Are you in Nigeria? You're talking.
No,
Simba,
no
are you
teaching
currently practicing
hospital.
in
Let me
Adama,
tell
Nigeria?
Simba
you,
practice in Nigeria now. What are you talking about?
No, but then you said
teaching
the
Simba,
past. We're
hospital
not talking
cannot
about
close.
now.
Cannot close. They
Simba,
get it right.
Simba,
I'm
wait,
telling you.
Simba. He
Wait,
didn't say the
they
hospital
No, but
closed.
Mike,
Stop using that word.
hold on. Okay, please,
He
let's
never
hold
said
on.
the
Let's go.
hospital closed. Please,
No,
he
he
never
never
said the
said.
hospital closed.
He never said the hospital
Ah,
closed. He said the section where the sister goes to take chemotherapy. That section was closed for Salah holiday. He never said the whole hospital was closed.
Adama, so, hold on. Let me explain something to you guys. Sometimes maybe the person to administer whatever it is that person has to do may
it's
not
not
be there
even.
at
Let
that
me tell
moment.
you, Mike. Let me tell you the way it
You
works.
understand?
Even
It may
in
be the
developed
nurses that
world,
just around at
let me
that
No,
tell
point.
you,
Simba, you
they
are
will
talking
not.
over Mike. Let Mike
They
talk so
will.
that let Mike talk. When he finishes, then you can talk. Mike, go ahead.
So the thing is, they can't say one section of hospital is closed. They can't say that. It could be that for example, in Nigeria, like I usually use private hospital a lot because I always have private doctors and stuff. So sometimes the private doctor also go to the government hospital to work at some time. It may not be available. You understand? So whoever is that specialty, that's why the specialty healthcare giver for that particular reason you went there may not be there at that moment because you didn't make appointments. You understand? So if they're
You
not
don't
there at
know.
that
Did
moment,
you hear what I
then that,
said?
that will be the
They
case
were
why
the
they can't
one.
see
They,
you. But it
they
doesn't
were the
hold on
one
now,
that
hold on,
told
hold
that.
on.
No,
Calm
the
down now, calm
progressive.
down.
You
It doesn't
can't
mean
talk
they are
over
closed.
him because we want our viewers to understand what we're saying. I'm going to call you. Be patient.
Yeah.
Let Mike talk. You'll come back. Be patient.
Yeah, in Nigeria, just like you guys are saying earlier, they just typically don't do appointments. Like people just walking. Like I have private doctors that I use there, and I pay them good money. So even when I'm walking, if you have like regular people already there in front of me, I would jump in front of the line because I'm more important. I'm not saying I'm more important as a human being than other human being, but I'm just saying because I pay more money. You understand? The doctor knows me to be someone that can pay 1 million naira just to see him and things like that. So if you or kind of guy or something that just come in, of course they'll put me in front of you. So and often sometimes the doctor may not be there or whoever is. It's just the nurses are always there. Doctors are not always in the hospital. If you want to see the doctor, maybe for that, that's when you have to call him. Most of us have our doctor's number. We call him like, hey, doctor, this. I want to see you. And you say, okay, well, if you want to see me, meet me at this time there in the hospital, I'll come there. You understand? So if you show up, if the doctor is there, yeah, whoever is supposed to administer the chemo or whatever it is there at that moment, yeah, they will attend to you. They will say the person is there, you meet him, they will do it. But if they're not there, they will tell you, oh, the person is not there. But it doesn't mean they are closed. Nurses are always in the hospital. But
Okay, so
yeah, but the particular doctor may not be there at that time. That's supposed to administer the whatever issue you have. May not be
Okay,
there
so
at that
Mike,
moment.
let's understand what the progressive is saying. The progressive, I want to repeat this question again so that our viewers understand why you're having a lot of pushback. Are you saying the center, the place where your sister goes to get her chemotherapy, was closed because of the Salah holiday? Yes or no, sir?
yes, that's exactly what she said to me. Okay, let me explain. Let me give some background information. So this is something that has been going on for a while. So even when she's going, she's coming up, bros. I'm going for my this thing today. I said, okay, good luck. So that day she already called me in the morning. Then I was expecting to call her later in the hospital because when they administer, she stayed in the hospital for that night. She doesn't go home until the next day because what they do is they monitor her just to see how the routine how she going to react to the whole thing through that night. Then the next day she will go home. So that has been the norm. So and when it's just like she goes this week, and they said, okay, your next section is in so date in 2 weeks time. Okay, you can say to me maybe Salah did not have a fixed date. So when the move come, they say, okay, this is Salah. So it fall into that. But this is what I'm saying. This is my conversation with you people now. In a serious situation, healthcare is not a situation where you go to the hospital, right? And they tell you for whatever reason, after they've given you an appointment, and they tell you because of some religious holiday that there's nobody there.
But why would they give you appointment on a
Because let
religious
me
if they
tell
have
you
religious
this,
holiday? Then
because
why would they give you
what
appointment
she
on religious
what
holiday?
she has
It
is
doesn't
not
add
an
up.
emergency. If she has an emergency, they will have attended to her.
So how is
No,
that
Simba,
one?
it
He
doesn't
he made appointment for that day.
Simba,
When the person
Simba,
got
the
there,
way you
there
are
was a religious
the way
holiday.
you are
But then why
presenting
would they
this
give you
thing,
appointment on a religious
it looks
holiday? That's what
somehow,
I don't
please.
Then
It looks
you don't
somehow.
understand. They give her the okay.
Simba,
So
So
when
no, let me
hold on.
tell you this.
So
Let
so
me
they
tell
know
you
it was
this.
a holiday and they give appointment for
No,
the
let me
holiday.
tell you this. Let me tell you this. Do you know why certain things, even Adama is here, she's a doctor, certain things are not done in the weekend in the hospital?
Which
Because there are
hospital?
certain, there are some, most
Which
hospital
hospital? No,
on
tell me
weekend
which
they don't
which
operate full
you
blow.
Simba
They
now.
don't.
Simba, you live in
Most
the west. You
hospital,
live Simba,
Adama, where you are
you
working,
live in
is
the
it the same
west.
service that wait, Adama, the hospital you are working, is this the same service that you render during the weekday that you render during the weekend?
You do more at weekend.
I don't know English today.
Simba.
You do more
Simba,
they do more at the weekend.
They don't do more. They don't
They
do more.
do.
There are certain things that you don't
Oh
do
my
on
God.
weekends.
Weekend is the busiest time in the hospital. I worked in the
Oh,
hospital. I have
in
worked in the
that
hospital.
now.
Okay, guys, let's okay, go on.
Let me just say
I've worked in
something.
the
Let me say
hospital, and
something.
I'm telling you, it is more busier during the weekend.
What is the wider point here? What's the point here? Like,
So no,
Nigeria
I was
healthcare system
making
is
my own
bad.
contribution about how the healthcare system in Nigeria is because I've had horrible experience from family
So it's
members.
bad compared to where?
No,
Let
they're
me
just
say
talking about
something concerning
they're just
that,
talking about
clarify something
The
concerning
level
the
of
hospital.
bad
weekend
though. There's
issue.
level of bad. Is it compared to Congo, compared to
No,
Togo, compared
we're not
to
Okay,
comparing it.
okay,
We're
okay,
not
okay. Can hold on. I'm going to give it to Mike, please. Hold on,
So
please.
Adama,
Simba.
you are here. I asked you a question earlier. You didn't answer me.
No. Simba, I was talking to my daughter. She called. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
what
answer
Simba
my question.
said.
I asked a
Yes,
question. I
I
said,
heard your question.
oh, yeah,
And
answer
I
my
want to,
question.
and this is to say yes. The
Eh?
prices for, I am an anesthesiologist. If I administer you on a weekend, it costs more.
What I'm
An
saying, the
emergency. Yes,
schedule,
it costs. No, you
your schedule
cannot.
for weekend,
Yes.
is it the same thing as the schedule for
No, it's not.
weekdays?
No, it's not. It's not.
Hey, so that's what I'm saying. There are
Simba.
certain things
so
that you don't do on a weekend.
Simba.
Adama,
Simba.
what you just said now kind of
Simba.
leads to what
Simba.
I really want to
As a
talk
matter
about.
of
Wait,
Okay,
fact, in
Simba.
Australia, they don't do
please.
surgery on
Everybody,
weekend.
hold on. Oroyo, is that your name? I'm going to have you
Yes.
speak. Hold on. Let's go. Hold on. I'm
Let me
going to
just
have you speak. Yeah, hold on, Oroyo. Be patient. Mike has a question. Mike, what is your question before I give it to Oroyo? Go ahead.
Actually, I'm supposed to go next, but it's not really a question. I kind of want to just put in the real
See,
reality
I
of.
didn't finish.
Hold
I
on.
had a lot of
Yeah, but no,
interjections.
hold on. The progressive, if we stay
Okay,
on you,
let
we'll
me
go
throw
and
a question
we'll
then, and I
come
will
back.
come after you.
Yeah, we're going all over. So wait, you're going to come back and finish your story. So Mike, go to you, then we'll go to Oroya. He's been patiently waiting. Mike, go over.
Okay, here's the reality. Healthcare is not cheap, and I also say healthcare is not free. I know some people will come here and tell me, "Oh, it's free in France, it's free in this country and that country." No, it's not free. Yes, it's free, but
I
technically, it's not.
beg talk about where you know you live in
Hold
United
on, now,
States,
calm
Obama
down.
care and the rest care. So
Let
don't
me.
compare with Europe. Our healthcare is universal and is the best in the world. Don't compare with America, please.
No, but what? No,
Did
no,
I
Talk
even
stop.
about where
mention
you
No, but
America?
Europe. Let me
Yes.
let me hold on. Mike,
I didn't
wait.
even
I
mention
can
America. I
answer
don't know
him.
where.
Mike, hold on, please, hold on. Whatever you think you're paying for free in Europe is not free. Somebody's
We
paying for
agree.
it.
He should talk
No,
about his
it's
place
not
because
free. Yes, it's
we
not
come.
free.
No, I agree with you. We confusing people. Talk about United
Thank
States.
you.
Don't bring France in.
Okay,
Don't bring
thank you.
Europe
This
in.
one
Thank you.
France.
Yeah.
This one you're representing France. Calm down, man.
America don't have care. They
But
just
bros, I
have
didn't
business.
even learn what I'm saying. You take me out
Compare
of
with Europe.
context. If you
Okay,
allow
Stop
me
that.
to
please
go
hold
through,
on. Okay,
you
please
know where
let
I'm
him
going.
express how he let him say what he wants to
You
say.
can
When he
see how
finish,
Midwest
I
is
haven't even said
defending
you take me out
Sweden
of
or
context.
wherever
That's
he
one
is.
because I haven't. If
And
you really
then me,
allow me
I'm
to go
talking
through, you know
about
where I'm
Nigeria.
going.
He's saying I'm talking rubbish.
But hold
How
on.
can you say healthcare is free? Is there anywhere that healthcare is free? Somebody is
Healthcare is
paying
not
healthcare
free.
for
is
it.
not
Exactly. That's what
free.
I'm trying to.
But Simba, can you leave that for us that are making the money? Just hush. Leave it like that. They say it's free. Let it remain free.
Okay, so the point I'm making, Adama, is this: healthcare has to be funded one way or the other. So if you live in a maybe a socialist society where they say, "Oh, it's free," it's really not free. They take it out of there's tax. You know, that comes out of paycheck of almost every citizen that goes into it. Even in the United States, where they even say it's not free, the emergency, all those things. Even the poorest person, when they pay out of their paycheck, they take out Medicaid. So there's a way where this society fund it. So it's not something free. And then in the context of Nigeria, there's really no way where the government can really raise that funding to cover the whole population. So what happened in Nigeria is pretty much a lot of it is for the poor and obviously it's kind of subsidized. The Fed, what do you call the government hospitals for the most part is subsidized in a sense. So many things in Nigeria is really subsidized, and yet the subsidy is still not enough funding to really give everybody that quality health care that we all cry about. Now in Nigeria, what I can say is, based on how much money you have, will determine the quality of care you receive. I know that one for a fact. In Nigeria, if you have money, if you have your own personal doctor, it takes care of you very well, knowing that you pay good money compared to just like I said earlier, when I have my own personal doctor, if I show up, right, in Nigeria, if I just show up, and maybe there are some poor people, they're also there. They don't have money. They usually beg the doctor that, we only have 5,000 naira or this and that. When I show up, the doctor give me more attention. In fact, I get out in front of them because he knows this guy here, when he leaves here, he's probably going to write me a check of 1 million naira. But these people here, they'll probably not even pay me safe. So healthcare is how much you have determines the quality you get. So it's not free anywhere in the world. It's not free. Just in these other countries, just the way that they're able to get that rate, draw that money out of the citizens, meaning in a sense of taxation, pay, income tax, income out of your income. They take out that, and that's how the government is able to fund all these, good healthcare that we can all, claim that okay, you go to America, there's this. If you work here, they'll just give you this quality. But in Nigeria, I can't get it. How can you get it? Where's the government supposed to fund it? If a country like America can take 5 trillion for healthcare budget, a country like Nigeria, even our national budget is not even 30 billion. Talk less of healthcare budget for the country. So there's no way we can. That's why I asked earlier when you say the healthcare system in Nigeria is bad compared to where? Togo or US or Congo?
So, but Mike, can we agree on one thing?
You have to,
Mike,
yeah.
Mike, can we agree on one thing? You know the healthcare system, if the basic Nigeria cannot access it, where we both live, which is the United States, regardless of whatever, yes, it is changing with Trump. Trump wants to take away Medicare and everything. I just want to ask you this question, Mike. What can we do to improve our healthcare system in Nigeria?
For general, universal, or just individual, or just I don't know. It depends on
so
what.
that it can be accessible to the basic anyone,
For a
whoever
basic
the
Nigeria,
yes.
I can tell you, like it's like an impossible mission because, like I say, like an average Nigerian makes like.
No, Mike, stop.
Wait,
Why
now
do
I'm
you say
asking
it's
your question.
impossible?
Huh?
Mike, why is it impossible? Start with what you just said.
They can't fund it. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. An average Nigerian make less than $1 a day. And how can you? Where is the government going to fund that money? How are they going to fund it? Where are they going to get it from? In America, I can tell you
That
they
was
take
what
out of
I was telling them earlier,
in Europe.
Mike.
In
God bless
Europe,
you.
in America, they can fund it by taking out of people's paycheck. You understand? In America, they can take almost every American pay something towards healthcare. Even the poorest American go work in McDonald's, they take Medicare out of it. Even though before you see a doctor, you probably not until his 40s or 50s. But since they've been working at 16 years of age.
Remove to Nigeria. To Nigeria longer. Let's finish that they coming.
Okay, since age of 16, you start working in America, right? Adama, they've been taking Medicare out of your paycheck. So they've been taking money that they're not even, you understand? So before you get, you're probably in your 50s. So you already been raising that money as a person, right? In Europe, they take, that one, they won't overtax them in that place. So there's a way in those societies where they can fund the healthcare system. But in Nigeria, average Nigeria don't even have a job, or people also make less than $1 a day. Majority don't even pay tax or anything. So how is government going to fund that kind of healthcare system to cover that many people, millions of people? Where are they going to fund it from? From selling oil?
Mike, did you hear what BT and even including Simba was saying the healthcare system in the 80s? How can we bring it back?
Hold on. When you're talking about all these, when you always talk about 80s, 70s, all those things, the place where these things exist is more like small. It's not like the entire country. but in fact, back in those days, you can just say Lagos, maybe the elite environment, those kind of things. Or well, it wasn't like really okay that cover the whole population of Nigeria. To be honest with you, majority of Nigerians back then they were living in villages, and their way of thinking of themselves was through traditional means. They were not really. There's no. I mean, you can't compare with today where everybody now goes to hospitals and things. So in the 80s, only few amount of the population are really go to access the healthcare system where they can just easily cover and things like. But now
healthcare is one of the most expensive sector in the whole world, and
in the whole
everybody
world,
knows
man,
that.
it's not cheap. Now, do
Okay,
you know how
but
much nurses that?
you agreed with what
Adama, let me
said.
even put it this way. Adama, do you know how much you have to pay nurses? Wait, hold on. Do you know how much you have to pay nurses per hour and doctors per hour?
Okay, hold on. No,
hold on,
Mike, stay right there.
hold on. Wait.
It costs a lot. It costs a lot.
It costs a lot. So you're having all these poor people working in that don't have money. So now they will get high quality. Come on, now. Are you kidding me? So you come in. Hold on. Wait. Let me even ask you this way. So you a nurse now, right? You want to get paid good. You are making this maybe I don't know. Let's say you're making whatever how much you guys make an hour. It's not easy money. And doctors too, because doctor you didn't go to school, going to be making $1 a day. So now people that don't have money walking to your hospital, all these poor people, they can only afford me 5,000 naira. Now you are expecting to give them
sorry, Mike.
high
But
quality
Mike,
healthcare.
sorry.
Hold on,
See the way, look at the language you are using on people, man. All these
Please,
poor people.
is it all Nigerians that are poor? Is it all Nigerians that are poor?
Who's
all
going
these
to fund the
people? All
salary?
these poor people.
Yeah. No, I'm saying it's the fact. It may sound uncomfortable. The thing about
No,
us
it's not. It's not that it sound. Mike, hold on 1 second. Let me come in within. Look, it's not that it sound. It's not that it sound uncomfortable. Okay, you have to understand what you talk when you talk about dignity. Okay, once you take up a job, hold on 1 second.
Okay.
1 second. Okay, dignity is not cheap. You see, you with your money now. You go to the hospital in the United States and meet a poor person there and expect a special treatment. It's not going to happen, even if you are richer than that person.
I don't think you've been listening to me. The poor person has been paying. Our poor person has been paying into the system in America. Everybody paying into the system. How many poor Nigerians are paying into the system?
How did you know the person has been paying into the system? He probably have been
I just told you your paycheck, whether you like it or not, they take Medicaid out of it.
He probably have been on benefit all his life. They will still treat him first before you.
Listen, bros. You still pay Medicaid. They still take Medicaid out of your paycheck.
He probably been on benefit all his life.
Okay. Can we listen? Can we all listen?
You paid into the healthcare system. Everybody in America pays into the healthcare system.
Mike, please hold on. If people want to interject you, I just want you to pause. You will tell that person that you acknowledge.
But I thought you
what
said
is your
Oroyo
first
should
question?
talk, Adama.
Yes, I know
talk.
Oroyo needs to. Hold on. Mike, could you give Oroyo? Oroyo has been so patient so that we can open it up. Then we can interject what you're saying. Oroyo, go ahead.
Okay,
I don't want to say too much. I just wanted to support what Simba was saying concerning times of services in hospital. Like me, I live in Australia. So like in Australia, on Saturday, it's very difficult for you to see them performing surgery. So what Simba is saying is correct. And let me just go further. I think most of us Nigerians, we are overrating this place we are living. I have experience in Australia here. We are overrating this place. I can give you one example. A procedure was done on my wife. They had to pierce her. Like ordinarily, I studied industrial maths in first degree. I did software engineering. I know that once you pierce someone needle, there is every tendency that there's going to be an infection. But this guy pierced my wife. He didn't place her on antibiotic. I was wondering what's the reason. At the end of the day, she had an infection. I have another experience. Somebody went for services. They misdiagnosed the person that the person have a cancer.
No, but hold on, please. I'm sorry. You said your wife had an infection. Do you know what caused the infection?
It's the needle. It's the needle they pierce.
Wow.
From the needle.
Adama,
So
you know what I can say about if you ever live in Nigeria, don't use the public, hospital like government hospital where thousands of
No,
public is going.
but Mike, why?
Have your private.
Why?
Hold on, what I'm saying, have your
Mike,
own
why?
private.
Mike, you just said something. Why can't I use it?
Because you're likely to
Adama,
experience that error. Because
Mike,
first of all,
let
the
me say,
hospitals are overwhelmed, right? The
Adama,
the
let me say this. What Mike said about funding. You understand?
the underfunded.
I'm telling you. I think we have discussed this issue before, Adama. If you remember, maybe some months ago, we
Some months
discussed this
back,
issue.
yes,
Yes.
yes.
So funding is a major issue. You understand? And when we go out of our country and we see what we've seen in all those where we are living, I want to now say, okay, this is what you're supposed to have in our country. Have you asked them how much they are spending? Can we afford such standard of healthcare? There's nothing you can do without funding. And we
Adama,
normally
Okay,
you
but
are
Simba,
assisting me
if
with
that's the
time.
question, but this is what I'm
Adama,
saying. Yes,
Adama, please,
please
you
go
promised
ahead.
me
Go
you will give
Oroya,
me
go ahead.
time. Not
Oroya, go
Roya.
ahead. Speak. Simba,
Okay,
wait,
I
I'll
wait for
address
Roya.
what you said. Yeah, go ahead. Oroya, go
oh,
ahead. I'll come back to what
okay.
you asked me.
So they told the man that within 14 days he's going to die. So, but the man deep inside him, he knows that he is fine. So what did he do? His daughter is not around. The husband was around, so he just told the man to go and tell them that it is his wish to die after he engaged in one long walk, that they should discharge him. That was how they discharged him. See, today the man is still alive. Over 14 years, the man is still alive. But at the end of the day, if they start the nonsense chemo, they will destroy the man's life. But nobody, you won't hear it. You won't hear it. So, but sometimes when we just come out, we will just be saying, Nigeria is this, Nigeria is this, Nigeria is this. It's not in the best place, but for crying out loud, we don't come this abroad. We don't see. We have seen things. So we should try not to be just saying the thing is in ground zero. They have a lot of work to do. That's my submission. You guys can continue.
What I can.
Adama,
Okay. All right.
Adama, please, you promise you will let me speak, and you have given chance to
Yeah,
more than
please.
4 people.
Okay, sorry. Go
Let,
ahead.
let,
The
let, let me
progressive.
just say
No,
this
no,
last thing.
hold on,
It's
please. Go
It's
ahead. The
Midwest
progressive. Go
people.
ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, progressive.
Speak. Go ahead.
It's me,
Yes.
Midwest people, not progressive. But
So
he
I'm
can
done.
continue.
The Midwest. I'm sorry, the Midwest. Go ahead. I'm sorry, sir.
See, madam, you see, what I want to say is this. Every country have a system to solve their problem. America have healthcare system, and they have a different system from Europe. But they have, if you talk of the best doctors and equipment in the world, we rate them very high. We can't even call them number one or among the number ones. But they have a different way of regulating it. The Europeans have their own style.
Okay, can I ask you guys a question? You
what is
guys are
your
going to, before,
question?
I'm sorry for interrupting. I want to end this segment because I don't want them to cut us off. It's been going on for since 1:30 p.m. and start a part two where we can have longer hours where people can join, the people that are used to the late night shift. Mike, you know what I'm talking about. Your inputs. I want to end it because it's showing that my destiny has been going on for almost 10 hours. So, Mike, what is your recommendation? Mike, private
Let's
message
end
me
it.
on the
You want to go
private
and
chat.
sleep?
Yeah,
End it.
no. Mike,
And
private message me.
madam, let me round up what I'm trying to say. You see, we
Yeah,
cannot
go
just,
ahead.
there's no way we can group everything together. Every country have to figure out how they should deal with this issue. Frankly speaking, in my country, everything is possible.
what I think Progressive Mind is saying is very possible, because I always refer to accountability. Where I live here, any doctor that want to attend to you, there are gadgets that will show to the government, the local government, the regional government, and the federal, whether it's present or no, the people that are supposed to be on duty. And when we talk about system, people thought maybe the system control human. That is the system I'm talking about. They program you with the system. You can't escape it. So not the one you figure for yourself. Our daughters, sometimes they act as above the law. Those who have the godly mind, like Simba, what he's saying, oh no, we can't live. That is why Simba is finding it difficult to agree. Maybe he's born with that passion for human. You have never seen a heartless people who practice the same profession with you, who don't care. So, my dear brother, let us be honest here. Even that Mike that said free healthcare, I've never seen anybody that live in Europe that enjoy free healthcare. Everybody pay for it. I want to give you an example, madam. If every Nigerian today, the workers, all those civil servants, they are to contribute 500 naira or even 1,000 naira from their salary, and the government is able to account for that money monthly basis, do you think we will not take care of those people? We will. It's not everybody that is sick.
Government workers,
okay.
you're talking about the
okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Mike, check your private message, please.
So
go ahead.
You will see
go ahead.
Okay, you will see that with that 1,000, money will still be left from the working class, business class. You see shops everywhere. They tell you they are not employed, but they are building houses. Why is it like that? There is nobody to really put proper measures on ground to tap into these people. The resources are valuable. Even people who are saying the money is not there, it's not there. Where would they get the money? How are these people getting their money? They don't have anything free. We all work. They provide the environment for we to have, and we all contribute. And we cannot be sick at the same time. We cannot be jobless at the same time. They keep money for all these things from our tax. But in our own case, the government will make budgets. You don't even know who they give it to the minister, the one they appointed by themselves to run the whole show. That one we just pocket the whole thing. It ended. The governor, commissioner of health, they pump the money to them. It ended. At the end, the professionals, the doctors, we are not well taken care of. At the end, they decide to leave the country. There are a lot of things are getting worse. Like Simbana is finding it difficult to believe progressive just because of the kind of person he is. If he has passion for people, it's not everybody that have that mind. I am giving you an example. My friend was calling me. His own wife was in labor, and the doctors that supposed to attend to, they were calling this man that night. Please help my wife. The pain is too much. When he forced into that doctor's office, the man was watching Pastor Chris. He didn't mind him. He chased him out of his office. And the following morning, they announced that the woman, she gave up her God. The man was crying. Who is he going to cry to? Who is there to ask him? I just use here as an example. Even any doctor that want to attend to me, he will first of all put his card into a computer. Here, nobody write paper for you. You write it in the system. I go to any pharmacy. What you put there is what they're going to give to me. Like that primary healthcare, I book with telephone. My dear brother, doctors are not available. If I call any doctor now or any healthcare center, no primary in the night, emergency, I tell them I have a headache. In Sweden, they will tell you go and drink water and sleep. Before you can access antibiotic in this country, you will undergo so many tests because they believe that bigger problem is ahead, whereby all this antibiotic will no longer be effective if you are too accustomed to it. Every country have their way, they tell us their own stuff. But in administrative aspect, this is our problem. And that is why our doctors are running. We must fix it. We have the resources. Nobody should be saying Nigeria don't have the resources. The resources are there. Let every Nigeria contribute 1,000 today and see how much it will be. So this is my submission. Thank you,
Where
madam.
is the resources, Midwest? Which resources?
I gave example. If everybody should contribute 1,000, those who are in Nigeria, the working class, the business class.
1,000 naira.
Wait for me. And the government is able to account for that money, put it in one account. I will tell you, everybody cannot be sick at the same time. There will be enough with the budget and all, with the additional budget given from federal or state, with that contribution, we have enough resources to run a good healthcare. In fact, money is not our problem. If you look at the history, it's accountability. Year in, year out, the federal government is sponsoring healthcare. The state is sponsoring. At the point, even the local government, even the private, yet people can't afford that healthcare they deserve. I keep on saying it. The system of grant, go and take money from World Bank. Nigeria doctors will continue to run. The people will share it, pocket it, and the same situation will remain. That is my
Sorry, how
submission
the phone
tonight.
call? I didn't hear what you said. I was asking a question.
Okay.
You said the resources. Where are they getting this? Where? How can they fund? I mean, where? We say 1,000 something like that.
Mike, listen.
1,000 is less than $1.
Okay, wait
Okay,
now.
okay.
Look at
Can I say something? Can I say something?
Mike, please. You are not going to pay. You don't pay Nigeria
Adama,
doctors
give me
of
1
dollars.
second. 1,000 naira is less than
Wait,
$1.
Mike.
$1.
Don't
$1
confuse
a
Nigeria.
month.
No, stop that.
Okay,
You don't pay a
please,
doctor.
please. You guys, wait, no, wait, please, wait. I just want to tell you guys, I'm going to give Mike 1 minute, Midwest 1 minute. I'll add a segment. One man has created. There's another segment coming up because I'm afraid they are going to cut us off because we've gone over how many hours. So I want to end the stream so we can have a brand new stream where every one of us can come in and I don't have to worry about it's going to be ended. So please, Mike, you 1 minute and I'll say 2 minutes and the program Midland 2 minutes, then I'll end the stream. I'll put everybody backstage and bring you back in the next stream. Thank you.
Okay, so let's just face reality. The fact of the matter is, like I said, healthcare is not cheap. It requires funding, serious funding. Let's just look at the basics. Nurses, they have to get paid for the time they are there. Doctors have to get paid. Now, how many Nigerians can really walk in there and really cover this cost of just hold on. Now, you're saying working people pay 1,000 a month. First of all, majority of Nigerians don't even work. Majority of people don't work. They don't have it. They don't have money. They have nothing. So I'm talking about in the instance of talking about creating a healthcare system that covers everybody. That's not possible. You can cover some people. Maybe if you're saying people that work, they are paying to the system to have healthcare that will cover them. Yeah, that's possible. You understand? Like people that are paying to the system, but to say to cover everybody, that's not possible. Now, regarding quality healthcare in Nigeria, or you may not be, if you want to get very good healthcare service in Nigeria, if you have the money, there are doctors that trust me, they know you have the money, they'll give you that service, quality healthcare, the quality service. If they know the rich Nigerians, or the not too rich or whatever have money, the doctors know you. I have doctors in Nigeria, very good doctors, even better than my doctor here in America, because the ones in Nigeria actually there, they're not worried about lawsuits to be lying to you or hiding something, or scared to say whatever. They know if I write them check, when they see me going last one, they begin to give me one kind of they check you, give you even advice, things you don't even know, educate you, they give you extra time, extra everything, quality, which I know they can't give to the poor. They give to me because they don't have money. So if you have your money, you get your quality health care. It has to be paid for. In America or the West or wherever, the reason everybody get the basic good health care is because everybody pays into the system. They've been taking in America. I don't know how it is in Europe. Since you start working at the age of 16, they've been taking medical out of your paycheck. Even though you're not using the hospital, they've been taking money out of your paycheck for that to fund the healthcare system. So it's all about funding, man. I'm sorry. That's what I have to say. Adama, thanks.
All right, thank you. Midwest, I just have 2 minutes. It's telling me I don't want you to see cut off, but if you see cut off, if it ends, please join us on the next stream. Our viewers, we're coming up
All
next.
right.
This has been running all day. Yes.
Okay,
Go
Mike.
ahead.
What I want to tell you is that every country differs. There's enough resources in Nigeria. They don't pay them more dollars. If those resources are being accounted for, there will be better healthcare. Federal government budget, state government budget, individual payment in the hospital. You will see that those hospitals, they are really making fabulous money.
Midwest, I'm
Fortunately,
sorry. If you end, please join me on the next stream. You'll be the first to
okay,
speak. This is
okay,
about to cut off here. Go
okay. Bye.